Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 82 to Chapter 157. Brat, are you talking to me? Xianxia smirked. Lan Xuanyu replied seriously, I hate it when people disturb me when I'm eating. So what? Not only did Xianxia not give way, he even purposely took half a step forward, almost sticking to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu turned and walked to the side, wanting to go around Xianxia, but Xianxia stood in front of him again. Lan Xuanyu looked up at him and didn't say anything this time. He passed the tray to his left hand and raised his right hand to grab Xianxia. Xianxia snorted and tilted his body slightly, dodging Lan Xuanyu's right hand. He lowered his shoulder and slammed into his chest. Those who could get into the elite junior class were all elites of the younger generation, and everyone had the capital to be confident. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast, and he was aiming for the tray in Lan Xuanyu's hand. If he collided with it, the leftovers on the tray would splatter all over Lan Xuanyu from the angle, and he would even be knocked over. Lan Xuanyu naturally wouldn't let him have his way. His reaction speed was trained by Nana. Similarly, he lowered his shoulder and slammed his shoulder against Xianxia's. Bang! Both shoulders collided, and both were on the right shoulder. Xianxia felt as though he had collided with an iron plate. As an assault-type soul master, he was very confident in his strength. In his opinion, Lan Xuanyu was obviously weaker than him, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to knock him away. However, the answer was the complete opposite. In the next moment after the collision, Xianxia fell back and couldn't stop the momentum at all. He crashed into a vegetable bowl behind him, splattering soup all over his body and dropping the bowl on the ground. Lan Xuanyu didn't move at all. Brat! Xianxia's other two companions stood up. Do you think there's no one in dorm 333? Qianlei jumped out and rushed to Lan Xuanyu's side. Lu Feng also stood up silently and walked over. Lu Qianxuan, who was about to leave the cafeteria, stopped in his tracks. He looked at the situation with some surprise, then glanced at Lan Xuanyu before turning to leave. What are you doing? At this moment, a teacher walked in from outside. When he saw the bowl on the ground, his face immediately sank. Every bowl of porridge is hard to come by. How did you go to school? If you want to fight, go to the sports field. If you fight in the canteen and waste food, then you don't have to eat. Who's fighting? Come out. Lan Xuanyu put down the tray in his hand, turned around and walked out obediently. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. He glared at Lan Xuanyu fiercely, but his heart was filled with shock. How could this guy be so strong? Everyone, come out and stop eating. You are a group, so the punishment is also a group, the teacher said coldly. Everyone else had a strange expression. Even Lu Qianxuan, who had just walked out of the cafeteria, was stopped. Lan Xuanyu also didn't expect that the first time he came to the sports field, it was because he was going to be punished. 30 people, arranged in 3 rows. Standing there, with the dormitory as a unit. Not 3 people in a row. Lu Feng was in the front, Qianlei was in the middle, and Lan Xuanyu was at the back. Because he was the tallest among the 3. Qianlei put his right hand behind his back and gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up. Obviously, he was praising him for his previous clash with Xianxia. Fortunately, they had eaten a lot in the beginning and had basically eaten all the rare ingredients. Lan Xuanyu was still rejoicing in his heart. Although he wasn't full, he was still 60 to 70% full. The teacher stood at the front and said indifferently, if you can't even learn to respect food, then you don't have the right to eat this food. Today's lunch ended early, and dinner ended early too. All of you will stand here until the afternoon class begins. With that, he left. There wasn't any corporal punishment, but it directly saved half a meal. Those who were already full or almost full were fine, but there were still some who had just started eating. Once the teacher left, everyone's gaze immediately turned towards Xianxia and Lan Xuanyu. This had implicated everyone. Why are you looking at me? He was the one who attacked first. Xianxia's body was covered in vegetable soup, and the smell of food made his face very ugly. Lan Xuanyu didn't say a word. It was good to share weal and woe together, since no one had anything to eat anyway. The teacher said that we can fight in the sports field. You two fight, or we will beat you up together, Lu Qianxuan said indifferently. Xiang's eyes lit up. Really? Lu Qianxuan waved his hand. Everyone, form a circle and block the inside. Most of the students in the elite junior class actually listened to him and naturally formed a circle, leaving only Xiang and Lan Xuanyu in the circle. They were naturally unhappy that they had to eat one less meal, but they didn't mind it too much. Instead, they looked at Lan Xuanyu, who had sent Xiang flying, with interest. Especially the girls, who were good-looking and attracted to the opposite sex regardless of age. Although these children were generally between 8 and 10 years old, they definitely had an appreciation for beauty. Lan Xuanyu, right? Humph. Xiang's eyes suddenly lit up, and a faint gold color appeared in his eyes. Even the surface of his skin was suffused with a layer of gold. He opened his arms wide, and golden feathers actually drilled out. His original pair of arms actually turned into wings. A flying-type martial soul, Lan Xuanyu immediately made a judgment in his heart. This was very rare. When he was in the branch school, he didn't even have a flying-type martial soul. In the next moment, Xiang moved. He clapped his arms fiercely, and with the vibration of his feathers, his speed was incomparably fast. There was even a gust of wind blowing, and he appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu in an instant. The wing on his right hand struck straight at his body. The golden feathers on his wings vibrated, and there was even the sound of metal clanging. His martial soul was called the Flaming Golden Bird, and it was a very unique flying-type martial soul. Legend had it that one of the ancestors of bird-type soul beasts, the three-legged golden crow, had many descendants, and this flaming golden bird itself had a trace of its bloodline inheritance. It had both metal and fire attributes. But Xiang only had one ring of cultivation, so he naturally couldn't unleash its full power. Even so, it wasn't weak in terms of speed and strength. The golden wings had a surging heat flow, and if one was hit, it would obviously be uncomfortable. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly, and the silver-patterned blue-silver grass on his left hand wrapped around his palm. He didn't dodge, but raised his left hand and grabbed the wing. Courting death. Xiang was delighted. His first soul skill, the flaming golden wings, was no joke. Not only did it have the sharpness of metal, but it also had high temperature. However, this was the academy after all, and he subconsciously held back a little. He didn't think that he would really cripple Lan Xuanyu. Bang! The flaming golden wings came to a sudden stop, and stopped above Lan Xuanyu's left hand. A layer of ice mist blossomed from his left hand, counteracting the heat. A layer of frost quickly condensed on Lan Xuanyu's left hand. Without waiting for Xiang's other wing to flap over, Lan Xuanyu's left hand shook violently. Amidst the explosion, Xiang's right wing exploded. Xiang also groaned. Although his entire right arm was protected by the flaming golden wings, it was still numb and painful from the explosion. Lan Xuanyu moved at this moment. His body suddenly rushed forward, and an icicle condensed in his right hand. The icicle pointed forward, and pierced straight at Xiang's eyes. That bone-piercing chill instantly exploded. Xiang, who was blown apart, was shocked. He hurriedly folded his wings together, trying to use the flaming golden wings to block. But the expected impact didn't appear, and his feet suddenly slipped. But at this moment, the quality of the students of the elite junior class was revealed. Sensing that something was amiss, Xiang spread his wings and forced his body to stop in the air for a moment. In that moment, he found his balance again and flapped his wings in different directions. He spun in the air, and every feather on his wings flipped outwards like a meat grinder, releasing a sharp edge outwards to avoid Lan Xuanyu's attacks. Great! Xiang's reaction made the other students cheer loudly. It was indeed an excellent reaction. But Lan Xuanyu paused at this moment. Just as Xiang predicted, Lan Xuanyu did not want to enter the range of his sharp wings. But at this moment, Lan Xuanyu made a strange move. He squatted down and pressed his left hand on the ground. Xiang's reaction could be said to have done everything he could, but he only had one ring and could not fly. He did everything he could to control his balance and protect himself. But in the end, he still had to land, and at this moment, the ground beneath him had turned into ice. Furthermore, the icicles protruded upwards. They were not sharp, but they were actually just protrusions. However, there was no place for Xianxia to step on. At this time, Xianxia couldn't do anything else. He tried his best to use the tip of his foot to find a gap in the middle of the ice spikes and spread his wings to stabilize his balance. But at this moment, Lan Xuanyu, who was squatting down, leaped high and stepped on Lu Feng's body. Lu Qianxuan had been watching the two of them fight the entire time. What surprised him the most was Lan Xuanyu's coordination. This coordination was simply like moving clouds and flowing water, as though the entire battle was part of his preparation and plan. At this moment, Xianxia's choice was very difficult. Below him were ice spikes and above him was Lan Xuanyu. Furthermore, his body was completely out of balance and he did not have enough time to react. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Xianxia's final choice was to spread his wings downwards and block the ground. He bent his knees and tried to use his knees to block Lan Xuanyu's stomp. Boom! He landed on the ground. Xianxia's entire body was smashed onto the ground and his pair of golden wings were almost shattered. Lan Xuanyu's right leg had indeed stepped on his knee and his knee struck his chest. This was extremely powerful and directly smashed Xianxia down. The moment Xianxia was stepped on, he felt that this guy was so heavy. Ice shards flew everywhere and Xianxia grimaced in pain. Lan Xuanyu also used the force of the stomp to rebound and landed at the side. He was even stronger, being unconscious did not reduce his strength. As Yi Lingtong watched the battle, she was also secretly shocked. She couldn't help but wonder if she could do better than Xianxia if she was in his shoes. In terms of martial soul, Xianxia's flaming bird was not inferior to hers, but in front of Lan Xuanyu, he was always being beaten up. Qianlei and Lu Feng's eyes were full of splendor. Just like what Lan Xuanyu said before, soul power did not represent everything. Xianxia, you've lost. Lu Qianxuan walked forward and pulled Xianxia up from the ground, then said to him, apologize. Xianxia stood up with a grimace and a look of reluctance, but he still nodded to Lan Xuanyu. I'm sorry for what happened before. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He did not expect Xianxia to apologize. Lu Qianxuan laughed. In our elite junior class, we only talk about ability. If you're strong, you're right. If you're weak, you're wrong. Welcome to the class, I'm Lu Qianxuan, class monitor. As he spoke, he extended his hand to Lan Xuanyu. Without a doubt, this meant that the students of the elite junior class recognized him as a new classmate. Lan Xuanyu reached out to shake his hand. Suddenly, a strong force came from Lu Qianxuan's palm like an iron pincer. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly, but his right hand did not move. This was his right hand, the right hand with the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. In the palm of his hand, the golden-patterned blue-silver grass was faintly discernible. Lu Qianxuan gradually revealed a look of surprise. Not only was Lan Xuanyu's palm hard, it also had a soft and pliable feel to it. No matter how much force he exerted, it seemed like it would be swallowed up by Lan Xuanyu's palm. Lan Xuanyu had already displayed his control of the ice element, but his strength did not seem like something an elemental controller could achieve. You have twin martial souls? Lu Qianxuan blurted out. Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. Lu Qianxuan looked just a little older than him, but he could tell that he had twin martial souls. His judgment was really amazing. As they spoke, Lu Qianxuan had already let go of his hand. Lan Xuanyu finally nodded his head under everyone's curious gazes. Ever since the comprehensive test, the golden-patterned blue-silver grass on his right hand had already been exposed. There was no point in hiding it now. Mu Zhongtian already knew about it and even asked Lan Xiao specifically. Twin martial souls. That's awesome. Qianlei laughed and walked over quickly. He hugged Lan Xuanyu's shoulder and said, awesome, awesome. Haha, our dormitory won't be last anymore. Hee hee. With a burden like you around, it's hard to say. Lu Feng said without holding back. Qianlei stuck his tongue out at him and said, I will work hard too. Alright, let's stand here for a while. Class will start later. Xianxia, go back and change your clothes. If the teacher asks, I will help you explain. Lu Qianxuan said to Xianxia. Oh, thanks. Jin Xiang looked at Lan Xuanyu again. He was a little unconvinced, but after hearing Lu Qianxuan say that he had twin martial souls, he was still a little shocked. Although they were young, they were still very clear about what twin martial souls were. After regrouping, Lan Xuanyu naturally stood with his two roommates. Xianyu, you really do have twin martial souls. What kind of martial souls are they? Qianlei asked curiously. Lan Xuanyu said, my martial soul can be considered a variant blue-silver grass. He didn't hide it. He opened his hands and golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass appeared. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass focuses on strength, while the silver-patterned blue-silver grass controls the water element. No wonder you could knock Jin Xiang away. This Jin Xiang is usually very arrogant. Today you can teach him a lesson. Let me introduce my martial soul. Qianlei laughed and said, my martial soul is a little special. You have to be mentally prepared. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, what is your martial soul? Qianlei laughed and said, what do you think my surname is? Money? Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. That's right, this is my martial soul. My martial soul is money. As he spoke, he flipped his right hand and a gold coin appeared in his palm. Your martial soul is money? Lan Xuanyu was dumbstruck. He had never heard of such a martial soul. Even Lan Xiao had never mentioned it. Qianlei said with some distress, my martial soul is a little strange. Have you heard of the saying that money makes the world go round? My martial soul's full name should be, summoning money. It doesn't summon money, but it uses money to summon other existences, such as soul beasts. The summoned soul beasts are all in soul form and have about half of their original strength. But the biggest problem is that my martial soul isn't very stable. I don't know what I can summon. Cough cough, so. It means that it's not reliable. Lu Feng said coldly from the side. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but smile, it means that it's uncertain. Then what's your first soul skill? Lan Xuanyu asked, does the thing you summon consume your spirit power? Qianlei replied, yes, but the consumption is relatively small. I usually don't feel anything. After all, it's such an unreliable summon, if the consumption is especially large, wouldn't it be too miserable? Lan Xuanyu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Qianlei interrupted, do you want to ask how I was recruited? Cough cough, would you believe me if I said it was because of luck? Lan Xuanyu was stunned, that works too? Qianlei replied, yes. During the assessment, my luck was especially good and I summoned a very strong spirit beast. Then, I got first place in our school's comprehensive test. Then, I was recruited. After I came, the teachers realized that my summons were actually unstable and couldn't do anything about it. Now, I can only hope that when I have more spirit rings in the future, it will be more reliable. You win. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but laugh. Lu Feng said, my martial soul is a spear, the white dragon spear, a spear-type martial soul with a dragon soul. I am an agility-type spirit master. Lan Xuanyu said in surprise, shouldn't spear-type martial souls belong to the assault type? Lu Feng frowned slightly, but the dragon soul on my spear mainly increases my speed, so my speed is especially fast, but my attack power is weaker and my strength isn't strong, so I'm an agility-type martial soul. Frenzy's technique is still very good. Although it's very flashy, it can't break through the defense. He fought with Jin Xiang previously and couldn't break through the blazing golden wings at all, so he lost. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu also understood that his two roommates were probably at the bottom of the class in terms of overall strength. One was unreliable, and the other was an agility type with no attack power. They finally made it past noon, and classes officially began in the afternoon. The teachers assigned to the elite junior class were all the best in the school. Once class started, Lan Xuanyu realized that the pace of the teachers' lectures was much faster than when they were in the branch school. In the future, you will need to consider elective courses, especially the choice of secondary professions. This is very important for your future. Everyone had to choose 2 secondary professions. We, the students of the elite junior class, are all focused on fighting. Therefore, the academy recommends that you choose mecha piloting as one of your choices, while the other is free to choose. The more popular ones are warship piloting foundations, or battle armor design, production, forging, and maintenance related to battle armor. It all depends on whether you want to go in the direction of battle armor and mechas, or whether you want to go in the direction of warships and SOL airplanes. Relatively speaking, the former is more inclined towards individual combat, while the latter is more inclined towards team combat. For the next week, think about it on your own and communicate with your families. Because you're all still young, it's hard to tell what you're good at in terms of secondary professions, but you have to start from your interests, and you have to put in enough effort. Once you've chosen a secondary profession, it's very difficult to change it because it takes too much time to start all over again, and no one can afford it. For the next week, I will explain in detail the characteristics of a few secondary professions. Today, we will be talking about warship piloting foundations. The lecturer was a middle-aged teacher in his 40s. He spoke very quickly, but every sentence would imperceptibly attract the attention of the students. Listening to his explanation, Lan Xuanyu was very curious. Secondary professions? Secondary professions were usually only available in the last 2 years of an intermediate academy. How old were they, and they could actually choose their secondary professions right away? He had heard about secondary professions from his parents before. In fact, no matter if it was Lanshao or Nanqing, they didn't choose their secondary professions. This was because a person's ability was limited, and to many people, they simply didn't have the energy to cultivate secondary professions. Only those especially outstanding straight-A students would have such a choice. There was no doubt that the elite junior class had a spirit master as their main profession, and the other secondary professions had a spirit master as their core. In fact, there were no pure spirit masters in the Federation anymore. Some higher professions could only be joined by spirit masters. For example, battle armor masters. The legacy of battle armors had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and it was actually the evolution of mechas, which was closely related to the spirit master. Spirit masters had to make their own battle armors, and high-grade battle armors could even fuse with the body, which was even more powerful than mechas. And if a battle armor master were to cultivate as a mecha master, they would be known as the Duo Mecha Master, which had always been synonymous with the strongest individual warrior. Of course, it wasn't that easy to learn the Duo Mecha Master. To become a mecha master, one had to cultivate a secondary profession related to mechas, and at least a portion of one's mecha had to be made by oneself, including the battle armor. That required a lot of energy and time. In addition, spirit masters had to cultivate by themselves, and if one wasn't exceptionally talented, it was almost impossible to effectively unify all three professions. These thoughts flashed through Lan Xuanyu's mind continuously, and at this moment, the teacher had already started talking about the main topic of the day. You must think that the Warship Piloting Foundation is directly learning about warships. But I have to tell you that your thinking is wrong. The Warship Piloting Foundation isn't learning how to pilot a warship, but learning how to pilot one. This includes SOL guidance flying cars, SOL guidance warships, and all kinds of transportation vehicles. Different transportation vehicles and warships require different methods of piloting. And warship piloting itself is an extremely complicated matter, and the first thing you need to do is to find the feeling of piloting. Therefore, the Warship Piloting Foundation is actually learning all kinds of piloting. Only after all the piloting tests are passed can you take the next step. And this Warship Piloting Foundation, generally speaking, requires 3 years. Only then are you qualified to understand the structure of a warship and take a step forward. According to the Federation's regulations, to become a true warship piloting staff member, you need at least 12 years of learning, which is a very long process. And even if you succeed, you need to go through the training of a small warship before you can gradually ascend to a large warship. An excellent warship commander would usually need 20 to 30 years of experience to become one. The universe is still full of mysteries to us humans, and only with enough spirit of exploration can one become an outstanding pilot. And to choose Warship Piloting Foundation, you need to fulfill some conditions. Firstly, you need to be interested in yourself and really want to work hard in this direction. Secondly, you need to have a strong enough spiritual power as the foundation. After the Federation's Academy of Sciences research, the strength of a human's spiritual power is directly related to their comprehension, so the stronger the spiritual power, the higher the possibility of mastering the complicated warship piloting. The requirement to learn Warship Piloting Foundation is 50 points of spiritual power. The requirement to truly become a warship pilot is 200 points of spiritual power. This is also something you need to consider. From the situation of our elite junior class, the teachers actually don't really want you to choose Warship Piloting Foundation as your secondary profession because it will consume a lot of your energy, and it won't do much to increase your individual combat strength. This isn't the original intention of our elite junior class. But the academy will also respect your choice, and the final decision will still be in your hands. Following that, the teacher began to talk about some other things to take note of regarding Warship Piloting Foundation. Most of the students didn't listen very seriously, because to them, they already had a decision in their hearts. But Lan Xuanyu listened with great interest. His goal was to become a warship pilot. He liked being a duo mecha master, but he liked the feeling of piloting a large warship even more. Especially after experiencing space travel, his curiosity towards the universe had increased greatly. "You like this?" Xianlei nudged him. Xianlei chuckled. "I thought you would choose Duo Mecha Master. Most of the people in our class will probably choose Duo Mecha Master. It's quite an amazing thing to be able to become a battle armor master in the future. Aren't you going to consider it?" Lan Xuanyu said, "I like battle armor too. I still have Jinlong Moon Whisper and Silver Dragon Wuling figurines. But I've loved warship piloting since I was young and I don't want to give it up. I plan to choose Battle Armor Master and Warship Piloting Basics as my secondary professions. What do you think?" Xianlei said, "I don't think so. Duo Mecha Masters have similarities with mechas and battle armor, such as forging and so on. But Warship Piloting and Battle Armor Masters are polar opposites. This will definitely require more time and effort. You have to think carefully. Didn't the teacher just say that it's hard to change your secondary professions if you choose the wrong one? Your spirit power isn't that high in the first place. If you choose two opposing secondary professions, it will probably consume more of your time. That's not good." "Thank you, I'll think about it. What about you? What are you choosing?" Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. "Warship Piloting Basics," Qianlei said naturally. Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. "Weren't you advising me just now?" Qianlei chuckled. "I'm different. Don't think that. My martial soul is unreliable. I'm a fast learner. My spiritual power is #1 in class. Otherwise, how do you think I was recruited? Is it really just an unreliable summon?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned. "Then you want to choose Battle Armor Master and Warship Piloting Basics? How much spiritual power do you have?" Qianlei said, "I haven't tested it recently. I think it's about 130 to 140. He. Lan Xuanyu estimated that his spiritual power was about 100, but he didn't expect Qianlei's spiritual power to be higher than his. This was indeed strange. There was indeed no ordinary person in the elite junior class. My spiritual power should be about 100. Is it enough to learn these two subjects? Lan Xuanyu asked. What? You have 100 too? So strong? Are twin martial souls that powerful? Qianlei was surprised, so his voice was a little loud and attracted the teacher's attention. You two, stand up. The teacher raised his hand and pointed in their direction. Only then did Qianlei realize that his voice was too loud. He hurriedly covered his mouth and stood up. Lan Xuanyu was also very helpless. It was only his first day here, and this was already the second time he was called out by the teacher. The two of them stood up and faced the teacher's burning gaze. Is there a problem between you two? You can't wait to discuss it in class, the teacher said indifferently. Qianlei and Lan Xuanyu looked at each other. Just as they were about to speak, the teacher raised his hand to stop them. Don't speak. Let the new student speak. You're Lan Xuanyu, right? Yes. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Looking at his beautiful big eyes, the teacher's stern expression eased a little. Speak. What were you guys discussing just now? Lan Xuanyu said, Teacher, we were discussing the problem of choosing a secondary profession. Can warship piloting foundation and battle armor be combined? Qianlei said that both of them will consume a lot of energy and it's not easy to learn them well. But I do like both of them. Qianlei and I also want to cultivate them. The teacher was stunned. Cultivate both warship piloting foundation and battle armor? He was suddenly interested. Then where does your confidence come from? Just as Qianlei said, both of them will consume a lot of energy, and it's definitely not something that can be learned well with determination. It requires talent and ability. Neither can be lacking. Qianlei couldn't help but say, "Teacher, didn't you say just now? Perception and spiritual power are directly related. Our spiritual power is high, so it should be possible to cultivate both of them." The teacher's eyes lit up. Both of your spiritual powers are over 50? As soon as he said that, the other students in the elite junior class immediately looked at the two of them. One must know that at their age, it wasn't easy for their spiritual power to exceed 50. It's over 100. Hee. Qianlei said smugly. He had always been last in class because of his unreliable martial soul. His spiritual power that was different from ordinary people could be said to be his proudest thing. It was also because of this that he was recruited into the elite junior class. Over 100? As expected, a look of surprise flashed across the teacher's eyes. He specialized in teaching comprehensive knowledge and didn't have a special understanding of each student's basic qualities. What kind of concept was a spiritual power over 100? He couldn't be clearer. Many soul masters with 4 rings and below might not even be able to reach this standard. After all, these children were only 7 or 8 years old. With a cultivation of around 1 ring, their spiritual power was over 100. They were indeed geniuses among geniuses. Sit down. Although both of your spiritual powers are strong enough, I think you still need to go through further inspection and evaluation before deciding whether to cultivate these 2 secondary professions. You have to know that once you cultivate these 2 professions, the amount of learning you will have to bear will be especially large. I've just talked about warship piloting foundation and the complexity of battle armor manufacturing isn't inferior. Furthermore, it consumes a lot of resources. Battle armor manufacturing itself is divided into many aspects. It's not easy to become a battle armor master. Lan Xuanyu listened very seriously. He was originally 2 months late and naturally fell behind in his studies. He also realized that the things taught in the elite junior class were really different. The amount of knowledge was much richer than before and he might miss it if he was slightly distracted. Fortunately, his high spiritual power allowed him to have a strong memory. After a day, he felt that his memory was very fulfilling. Before class ends, I have to remind all of you that this month is the last month for you to adapt. From next month onwards, the elite junior class will enter high-intensity learning. You will wake up at 6 a.m. every day to work at 8 p.m. and rest at 10 p.m. You will have a day off every 2 weeks. So, all of you have to work hard to adjust and be prepared. Lan Xuanyu only found out in the afternoon that Mu Zhongtian was the teacher in charge of the elite junior class. He was originally a higher-up in the elementary academy and was removed from his position because of his matter. In the end, he was chosen to be the teacher in charge of the elite junior class and was responsible for coordinating the teaching of the entire elite junior class. Alright, that's all for today. Class dismissed. Lan Xuanyu, stay behind for a while. The other students left one after another. Mu Zhongtian brought Lan Xuanyu to his office. How was it? Are you adapting well today? I heard you fought with Xianxia and won. You even won? Mu Zhongtian smiled. He always felt guilty towards Lan Xuanyu. Because of his negligence, he almost caused Lan Xuanyu's death. Even now, he didn't know if there would be any repercussions. Lan Xuanyu said, Teacher Mu, I can adapt. Xianxia and I. Mu Zhongtian smiled. It's fine, the elite junior class encourages competition. Otherwise, all of you wouldn't be in groups of 3. However, your roommates are ranked at the bottom of the class, so it's up to you to turn the tide. The first 3 months of our elite junior class is for all of you to adapt. After that, we will begin the real high-energy nurturing. During this process, there might be people who can't persevere and get eliminated. But for the purpose of establishing the elite junior class, in addition to the fact that the academy has invested so much resources, it is to nurture the most outstanding talents. I heard that you want to choose warship piloting as your secondary course. I won't give you too much advice in this aspect, but the academy has a rule that if you want to take warship piloting and battle armor master as your secondary profession, you have to go through a series of tests. We have to confirm that all of you have the potential. This is also our responsibility towards all of you. Yes, Teacher Mu, I understand. Back in the dormitory, Lan Xuanyu's mind was filled with all sorts of knowledge taught by the teacher. To him, such a wealth of knowledge was like opening a brand new door. Just as the teacher said, the higher one's spiritual power, the higher one's comprehension, and it would be easier to digest and absorb all this knowledge. Hence, although there was a lot of knowledge, Lan Xuanyu could still understand it. Especially because Mu Zhongtian felt guilty, he gave him private lessons very carefully and answered all kinds of questions for him, allowing him to benefit a lot from it. Qianlei and Lu Feng were both in the dormitory. Lu Feng was meditating while Qianlei was fiddling with his mecha models. You're back. You've been gone for quite some time, why did the teacher look for you? Qianlei asked curiously. Lan Xuanyu laughed. I came 2 months late, so the teacher gave me tutoring. When are we eating? You're hungry again? I saw that you ate the most at noon. Qianlei was shocked. Lan Xuanyu laughed bitterly. Wasn't that because I sparred with Xianxia, so I ate less? I'm actually not full at all. Qianlei was speechless. Although the food expenses of our elite junior class are fixed, the way you eat will still make others jealous. But I finally see hope from you. With you joining us, our dormitory 333 won't be last place. It's hard to say. With your unreliable martial soul, it's equivalent to having one less person. Just the two of us, what can we do? Lu Feng, who was meditating on his bunk, opened his eyes and said disdainfully. Cut it out, how much stronger are you than me? You're so fast that you can't even control yourself. If you don't slip up, you're just scratching an itch. At least I have the chance to summon a stronger spirit beast. What about you? How many people can you beat in a one-on-one fight? Lu Feng's mouth twitched. Isn't it because my cultivation isn't high enough and my attack power is weaker? But in terms of speed, I'm number 1 in class. Qianlei said, my spiritual power is number 1. Alright, stop arguing. In any case, we just have to work together. Lan Xuanyu saw that the two of them were getting anxious, so he quickly acted as a peacemaker. Lu Feng jumped off the bed and said, there's still some time before dinner. Let's go to the training ground and get familiar with each other's fighting style so that we can cooperate better in the future. Sure. Although Lan Xuanyu was a little hungry, he also wanted to see how strong his 2 roommates were. After all, they still had to work together. However, when he arrived at the training ground, he was dumbfounded. It was completely different from the spacious training ground he had imagined, or the form of a ring. This wasn't a big space, just a little bigger than their classroom. Then, the simulation pods that were still fresh in his memory were neatly placed here, no more, no less, exactly 30 of them. Simulation pod, this thing really left a deep impression on Lan Xuanyu. It was impossible to say that he didn't have any psychological trauma. But luckily, he was still young and didn't think too much about it, so it wasn't too bad. Training in a simulation pod? Lan Xuanyu asked Lu Feng with a strange expression. Qianlei rushed to say, that's right, other schools don't have this kind of treatment in elementary schools. The simulation pods are only given to intermediate students and they even have to pay an extra fee. Our elite junior class is indeed different. The simulation pod is safe and convenient, it's great. He and Lu Feng naturally didn't know about Lan Xuanyu and the simulation pod. It's your first time here, so you have to register. Your simulation pod has been empty for a long time. Let's go. Lu Feng said. The registration was very simple. After verifying his identity as an elite junior class student, Lan Xuanyu had his own simulation pod. That's right, it was his, and it belonged exclusively to him. Every simulation pod in the training ground belonged to a student and was equipped with detailed recording equipment to record the situation of the students using the simulation pods. There were specialized teachers in charge here at all times, and the students of the elite junior class could also come and use it at any time. This was a special treatment. Douluo College had put in a lot of effort to nurture this batch of elite students. The initialization wasn't much different from the simulation pods used during the assessment. Compared to the novelty of the previous time, Lan Xuanyu was more or less nervous this time. Connect, Xianyu, do you receive it? Qianlei's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. A light lit up in front of his originally pitch-black eyes, indicating that Qianlei had connected. Lan Xuanyu's mind moved and the connection was naturally completed. In the next moment, Lu Feng also connected and a notification sounded in his ear. Team of 3 connected. Access granted. The light flashed and Lan Xuanyu felt his body become light as he appeared in a place. Everything seemed so real, but it wasn't the forest from the previous time. It was actually a town. The streets were bustling with people and looked no different from the real world. The only difference was that the people here were dressed very simply, completely different from the steel forest in Heavenluo City. A pat on the shoulder startled Lan Xuanyu. When he turned around, Lu Feng and Qianlei were right behind him. Then, the two of them looked at him with strange expressions. Lu Feng was still alright, but Qianlei couldn't help but laugh. What are you guys laughing about? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Qianlei raised his finger and pointed at Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu looked down and immediately clamped his legs together. He was only wearing a pair of white shorts, and there was nothing else on his body. This, ha ha ha. Qianlei laughed without any sympathy. Lu Feng's mouth twitched. He raised his hand and threw a robe to Lan Xuanyu. Hurry and put it on. You're a newcomer. Everything is blank. There's nothing. Lan Xuanyu put on a very ordinary but very ancient robe and said angrily, why didn't you say so earlier? Why is the world in this simulation pod like this? Qianlei finally stopped laughing and said, looks like it's really your first time. This place is called Douluo World. It's the Federation's largest simulation world and is directly controlled by the Federation's highest mainframe. Usually, the major planets operate separately. Every year, there will be a few specific times when all the planets in Douluo World will be connected. It's the most realistic simulation world and can even be said to be the second life of modern people. Of course, not everyone can enter. To put it more simply, this is a world that belongs only to soul masters. Ordinary people who aren't soul masters can't enter. Because whether it's spiritual power or physical requirements, ordinary people will be in danger if they enter. Lu Feng continued, Douluo World is a simulation of the mother planet's Douluo continent in ancient times. There are many cities, areas for adventuring, and war. You can think of this place as a game world or a specialized training ground. The degree of realism here is very high, and the lowest level of pain is 30%. So, you have to be careful here. If you're not careful, you can cause us to suffer different degrees of damage in the real world. Our physical data and abilities in the real world will be directly brought here. In other words, the stronger we are in the real world, the stronger we will be here. Similarly, the combat experience we gain here will be very helpful in the real world. Under normal circumstances, only spirit masters above the age of 12 are qualified to enter. We, the elite junior class, were specially approved to enter. But currently, we are only restricted to this small town. Unless we accept a mission, we can't leave the town easily. We can only do so when our abilities are recognized. Lan Xuanyu was actually at a loss. Although Qianlei and Lu Feng introduced him, this world was too foreign to him. Let's go. You'll understand when you come back and play. Actually, all of us like this place. Although it's considered training, it's also fun and novel. When we have nothing to do, everyone is willing to come here. If we achieve a certain level of results here, there will be rewards, and these rewards can even be fed back to the real world. This town was specially opened by our Douluo College for us. I heard that they spent a lot of money and resources. Where are we going now? Lan Xuanyu looked at his body that was covered by a long robe and asked Qianlei. Of course we're going to practice. There's a training ground here. The three of us can work together and get familiar with each other. Xianlei laughed. All right. The small town didn't look very big. The houses and streets were clean and tidy. Under the lead of Qianlei and Lu Feng, the three of them stopped in front of a house. There was a sign in front of the house that said training ground. Such a small house is a training ground. Before Lan Xuanyu could express his doubts, he was pulled in by Qianlei and Lu Feng. Once inside, Lan Xuanyu was shocked to discover that there was actually another mystery to this place. The interior was a spacious hall with 10 tall counters in a row. The width of the room was wider than what it looked like from the outside. The virtual world was indeed different. The three of them came to one of the counters. Qianlei said, "Can I trouble you to give us a beginner training scene?" 1 Douluo coin. Behind the counter was a very beautiful young lady who spoke to Qianlei indifferently. Here. Qianlei reluctantly took out a shiny silver coin and handed it over. We need money here? Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise. Douluo Douluo, Douluo Douluo, and Douluo Feng said. Douluo o Douluo 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 o. You can either take part in competitions to obtain rewards, or receive gifts from others. In any case, you can earn money in the real world here. It's not easy for us to earn Douluo o Douluo o Douluo o. In the future, the expenses of this training ground will be shared by everyone. Yes, yes. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly nodded. Beginner training scene, enter. Accompanied by a somewhat cold electronic sound, Lan Xuanyu only felt his vision blur for a moment before the three of them arrived at a spacious area. This was a circular arena surrounded by high platforms. There seemed to be people cheering on the high platforms, but it couldn't be heard clearly. Looking around, Lan Xuanyu discovered that there were 4 metal doors on the surrounding walls. He didn't know what they were for. This is the beast fighting arena for the beginner training scene. Next, we will face at least 50 10-year soul beasts and 300-year soul beasts. If we don't pass, the money will be for nothing. If we win, we can get the money back and a Douluo coin as a reward. We must win. Qianlei quickly explained the situation in front of them. 50 10-year soul beasts and 300-year soul beasts, Lan Xuanyu was shocked. Although he had faced 100-year and even 1,000-year soul beasts in the simulation pod previously, there weren't so many of them. Right at this moment, the surrounding 4 iron doors had already opened at the same time. Accompanied by a series of low growls, figures had already rushed out from inside at lightning speed. They were dog-type soul beasts that were around 1.2 meters long. Lan Xuanyu only took one look and recognized them. They were lava hounds. They were relatively strong dog-type soul beasts. Their innate skill was fire. As they ran, flames appeared on their bodies. Lava hounds were soul beasts that lived in packs, and with 50 10-year lava hounds charging out at once, the temperature in the beast dueling arena rose rapidly. Lava hounds were fast and strong. Although they didn't have any long-range attacks, they weren't afraid of death. Coupled with the high-temperature flames on their bodies, it wasn't easy to deal with so many of them at once. At this moment, Lu Feng and Qianlei, who were beside him, reacted. It was obviously not their first time facing such a situation. Lu Feng raised his right hand and a yellow soul ring rose from his feet. At the same time, a white light flashed in his palm and a long spear appeared in his hand. The body of the spear was snow white with faint scale-shaped patterns. The spearhead was in the shape of a dragon's head and the dragon's tongue was the tip of the spear. It was his martial soul, the white dragon spear. Qianlei also released his martial soul. A yellow soul ring rose from his feet. At the same time, his eyes suddenly turned green and his entire body seemed to have a strange aura. It was as if a special energy wave was being released from his body. With a flick of his right hand, a golden coin appeared in his palm. It was the coin of summoning. The three of them stood in a triangle. Qianlei shouted, "It's time to compete with our luck. Come out, my gate of summoning." The yellow soul ring on his body flashed and he threw the coin of summoning into the air. Immediately, the coin of summoning emitted a green light and began to enlarge. The green light flowed down from both sides until it reached the ground and turned into a door. The entire coin of summoning emitted a green light, and the strange energy wave caused the inside of the door to become dark and serene. Lan Xuanyu turned to look at him and released the silver-patterned blue-silver grass on his left hand. The grass curled up and wrapped around his palm. As if they were frightened by the gate of summoning, the lava hounds that were charging from all directions slowed down. However, they still quickly formed an encirclement and surrounded the three of them. "Let's rush to the side first to avoid being attacked from the front and back." Lu Feng, who was more experienced in battle, shouted and took the lead to rush in one direction. A single 10-year lava hound was obviously not strong, but there were too many of them. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu saw Lu Feng's speed. His body flashed with a white light and he had already rushed out. He was extremely fast, and in a flash, he was already 7 to 8 meters away. The white dragon spear in his hand flicked upwards, and a lava hound that had just rushed forward was immediately sent into the sky by the tip of his spear. Lu Feng followed his spear and actually caught up to the lava hound in midair. He swung his spear downwards and smashed it into the ground. At the same time, he borrowed the momentum and continued to rush forward. The diameter of the beast dueling arena was only about 50 meters, and he was close to the wall after 2 consecutive runs. However, his speed was too fast, and with his dash, he immediately pulled the distance between Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei. Qianlei's gate of summoning was also completed. Lan Xuanyu only heard of meow meow, and a small white cat that was less than half a foot long came out of the gate of summoning. The small white cat peeked its head out of the gate of summoning and saw the lava hounds that were rushing forward. It was so scared that it let out a weird cry and retreated back into the gate of summoning with a swoosh. Then, the gate of summoning disappeared and the coin of summoning fell back into the hands of the embarrassed Qianlei. "This? I also didn't want to." Qianlei had an innocent look on his face. Lan Xuanyu's expression wasn't too good and couldn't be good. These two roommates were also teammates, but they were really unreliable. And they weren't just unreliable. One of them was mentally careless and didn't care about anything. As for the other one, he summoned a kitten, turned around, and ran away. What the hell was going on? But he didn't have much time to think because the surrounding lava hounds had already rushed forward. Other than a few chasing after Lu Feng, most of them were rushing towards them. Lan Xuanyu pulled Qianlei and waved his left hand at the same time. 4 icicles flew out and accurately hit the 4 incoming lava hounds, causing them to cry out in pain as they fell to the ground. One of them was even stabbed in the eye and fell to the ground. It looked like it had suffered heavy injuries. Qianlei felt that Lan Xuanyu's grip on his right hand was too strong. His body was obviously stronger than Lan Xuanyu's, but Lan Xuanyu was able to pull him down so easily. "Squat down!" Lan Xuanyu shouted. Qianlei didn't have time to think and immediately squatted down. Then, he felt his feet slip and his body suddenly flew out. He couldn't help but cry out in shock. Only then did he realize that there was a layer of ice below him. And it was on this layer of ice that he was pushed out by Lan Xuanyu. After pushing Qianlei out, without his burden, Lan Xuanyu's speed suddenly increased. With a shake of his body, he took a step to the east, then a step to the west. Just like that, he managed to get out of the lava hound's encirclement. Although his robes were torn, at least he wasn't injured. On the other side, Lu Feng had already rushed to the wall. But just like what Qianlei said, his attack power wasn't strong enough. Even the lava hounds that were sent flying by him didn't suffer any fatal injuries. With 7 to 8 lava hounds chasing after him, he relied on his extreme speed to run wildly in the beast fighting arena. For a moment, the lava hounds wouldn't be able to catch up to him. But without a doubt, the 3 of them who were only 7 to 8 years old were already in a desperate situation. Lan Xuanyu suspected that Lu Feng and Qianlei had never passed the beginner's exam before. Rushing past the lava hound's attacks, he quickly rushed towards Qianlei's direction. He couldn't just leave him alone. But the lava hounds behind him had already pounced on him. Lan Xuanyu could rely on his nimble footwork to dodge, but he was still young and his absolute speed was still inferior to these lava hounds. Seeing so many lava hounds charging up from behind, they were about to swallow him whole. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu raised his left hand in the direction of Qianlei, and more than 10 silver-patterned blue-silver grass immediately rushed towards him. Then, he shouted, "Pull me!" As he spoke, he had already jumped up. Xianlei grabbed Lan Xuanyu's blue-silver grass and pulled it with force. Lan Xuanyu, who was in the air, was immediately pulled towards him, temporarily increasing the distance between him and the lava hounds behind him. It was too much. Lan Xuanyu also did not think that they could win, but at this time, he had no other choice but to persevere. Turning around, he waved his left hand and shot out icicles. Before the icicles could hit the lava hounds, Lan Xuanyu had already controlled them to explode, turning them into a cold ice mist. Ice and fire countered each other, and the lava hounds obviously hated this kind of low-temperature attack. With the cover of the ice mist, their charging speed was greatly reduced. Lu Feng, come here. Lan Xuanyu shouted and pulled Xianlei towards Lu Feng's direction. Now, only with the three of them together, they had a chance to face so many enemies. After Xianlei released the Gate of Summoning, he was basically useless. He needed some time to recover before he could summon again. How much longer do you need? Lan Xuanyu turned his head and asked Xianlei who he was pulling. Xianlei had a helpless expression, about half a minute. More. That little cat just now didn't consume too much of my spiritual power and soul power. His martial soul was unreliable. Every time he used a soul skill, the consumption would depend on the target of the summoning. There was no one else who could be so uncertain. Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. He knew that if they wanted to turn the tables, they could only hope that Xianlei could create a miracle and summon a strong soul beast. I'm coming. Lu Feng turned into a white light and quickly rushed towards Lan Xuanyu and Xianlei. His speed was not slow, but it seemed to be a little too fast. Stop. Seeing that the white figure was getting closer and closer without any intention of slowing down, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly shouted. Lu Feng also wanted to stop, but in order to run, he was already running at full speed and could not stop in a short time. Bang, with a precise hit, the three of them collided and rolled on the ground like gourds. Lan Xuanyu wanted to cry. What kind of teammates were they? No wonder they were the only two left in the elite junior class. They were definitely the most unreliable team in the class. Even Yi Lingtong, whom he didn't like, was more reliable than them. At this moment, the lava hounds had already surrounded them. Xianlei, prepare to summon. I'll help you hold them off for a while. Lan Xuanyu said as he quickly pressed his left hand on the ground and poured out his soul power. Thick ice spikes suddenly drilled out from the ground and protected the three of them. These ice spikes were over a meter long, and with their small bodies, they were instantly isolated from the lava hounds outside with the protection of the ice spikes. And Lan Xuanyu's release of the ice spikes consumed more than half of his soul power. After all, he was only around rank 10, a few of the lava hounds were too fast and were immediately pierced by the ice spikes when they rushed forward. They cried out in pain as they retreated. Other than the one that was shot in the eye by Lan Xuanyu, there were a total of 49 lava hounds surrounding them, staring at them covetously and constantly growling. But they finally stopped attacking. After all, they were only 10-year spirit beasts. We're finally safe. You scared me to death. Xianlei shouted and sat down on the ground. Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance, have you guys won this elementary training before? Xianlei said, we won once. That time, I summoned a giant bear and smacked these lava hounds until they cried for their moms and dads. Haha. Even a 100-year spirit beast couldn't block it. Even the fireballs from the 100-year lava hounds couldn't hurt it. But that time, I overdrafted my spiritual power and had to rest for 2 days to recover. What did you say? Lan Xuanyu's expression suddenly froze. Because he caught a few important points from Qianlei's words. 100-year lava hounds, fireballs, that's right. There were still 3 100-year spirit beasts that hadn't appeared yet. They were actually lava hounds that could spit fireballs. Ordinary lava hounds couldn't charge into the icicles, but the icicles were ice and could melt. The temperature of the ordinary lava hounds could already cause the icicles to melt faster, so the fireballs from the 100-year lava hounds, a few of the icicles broke, and the outside was covered in fire. In the distance, 3 1.8 tall lava hounds slowly walked over. The fireball just now was spat out by one of them. The other 2 had smoke coming out of their mouths, and it was obvious that the fireballs were coming one after another. It's over, Lan Xuanyu felt helpless. His ice thorns could at most block one more fireball, and that would be good enough. Sure enough, 2 fireballs whizzed over. I'll do it. Lu Feng moved. He jumped up fiercely and hovered in midair. The soul ring on his body flashed and he rushed out. It was his first soul skill, White Dragon Flash. He moved with his spear, and the White Dragon spear in his hand flicked upwards, hitting a fireball from the side. The fireball immediately changed direction and flew towards the lava hounds. The soul ring on his body flashed again, and he actually completed an unbelievable change of direction in midair. But this time, he obviously went overboard and crashed into the fireball. A silver-patterned blue-silver grass appeared behind him and wrapped around his waist, causing him to stop in advance. The White Dragon spear pierced out and finally changed the direction of the fireball. Boom, boom. The 2 fireballs exploded and turned into countless sparks that flew in all directions. 7 or 8 10-year lava hounds were implicated and screamed in pain from the explosion, causing the group of hounds to become chaotic. However, the 2 fireballs were repelled, which at least gave Qianlei enough time. Be more reliable. Lu Feng endured the pain in his wrist and shouted at Qianlei. 30% of the pain wasn't weak at all. I still need a little more time. Qianlei looked helpless. At this moment, another fireball flew over. Boom, the icicles finally exploded. Not only that, the fireballs came in rapid succession, with another one following behind, heading straight for the 3 of them. Qianlei finally flicked the coin of summoning in his hand and began his second summoning of the day. Facing the fireball, Lan Xuanyu made a prompt decision. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass on his right hand wrapped around it, and a layer of pale golden light suddenly emerged from his body. He crossed his arms in front of his body and blocked it. Of course, he could dodge it, but if he did, Qianlei, who was casting the gate of summoning behind him, wouldn't be able to dodge it. If the summoning was interrupted, they would have no chance at all. Boom, the fireball fiercely hit Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu only felt his whole body heat up, and his left arm was cold. A layer of ice appeared and merged with the golden-patterned blue-silver grass defense on his right hand, barely dispersing the heat. However, his body was still blown away by the explosion. Not good. But now, he couldn't control himself and immediately collided with Qianlei, who was summoning behind him. It's over. Whether it was Qianlei, Lan Xuanyu, or Lu Feng, they all subconsciously felt that it was over at this moment. Although the summoning process wasn't long, it couldn't be interrupted. However, when Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei collided, a strange scene occurred. Qianlei wasn't knocked away by Lan Xuanyu, and half of Lan Xuanyu's body hit the side of the gate of summoning. He subconsciously used his left hand that was covered with silver-patterned blue-silver grass to grab the door frame of the gate of summoning. A strange scene occurred. Lan Xuanyu only felt that his mind was in a trance for a moment. In that instant, a silver light the size of a needle tip appeared in the center of his pupils. The silver light flashed, and it was also at that moment that the entire gate of summoning froze in his consciousness. It was as though there was a strange connection between his aura and the gate of summoning's aura. It was just a connection. Lan Xuanyu didn't feel like he had lost anything, and in that instant, the summoning was completed. Fireballs were shot out consecutively, causing the 3 100-year lava hounds to pause for a moment. But without the protection of the icicles, many of the 10-year lava hounds charged forward. The scene of Lan Xuanyu using his body to block the fireballs to buy time for Qianlei stimulated Lu Feng's blood to boil. He yelled loudly and his soul rings lit up again. He suddenly took a step forward and swept his white dragon spear upwards. He actually picked up 7 to 8 lava hounds. These lava hounds were sent flying by him, but he also fell to the ground due to overexertion. His last bit of strength seemed to have been exhausted. Right at this moment, a silver light surged out from the gate of summoning, and a strange scene appeared. A slender jade-like foot stepped out of the door, and a slender figure also walked out from within. She wasn't tall, but she was tall and slender. She wasn't a spirit beast, but an extremely beautiful young lady. Her white dress covered her body, and she looked to be around the same age as Lan Xuanyu and the rest. Her dark blue hair was combed into a ponytail, and her dark blue eyes were as deep as the ocean. She, who had just stepped out of the gate of summoning, was obviously at a loss. Then, she saw those lava hounds pouncing towards her. Ah! The young lady screamed and raised both her hands to push outwards. Instantly, a thick ice wall condensed and sent the lava hounds in front of her flying. Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, and Lu Feng were dumbfounded. This gate of summoning could not only summon spirit beasts, it could even summon humans. What kind of situation was this? Only Lan Xuanyu could faintly feel that the change in the summoning seemed to be related to his left hand grabbing onto the gate of summoning. Seeing that the lava hounds were repelled, the young lady heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she looked around suspiciously and naturally noticed the three humans. Where is this? Who are you guys? Qianlei screamed and excitedly jumped over. Wow, you're so beautiful. Kill the enemies first, my beautiful summoner. Kill these lava hounds first, then we'll talk. The young lady frowned. Why should I listen to you? Qianlei said as if it was natural, because I'm your host. I used the gate of summoning to summon you. The young lady said blankly, but where is this? How do I go back? Qianlei said, once the summoning ends, you'll go back. This is the Douluo world, I guess you're a creature from another world. You wouldn't know even if I told you. Douluo world? You mean the world in the simulation pod? The young lady's next sentence stunned Qianlei and the rest. Lan Xuanyu said in surprise, you know? The young lady looked at him, and when their eyes met, she was slightly stunned. It's you, it's your aura that guided me. It's not him, he's lying, right? As she spoke, she pointed at Qianlei. Nope. It's me, it's me. Qianlei suddenly shouted. A beautiful girl of the same age, this young lady in front of him was definitely the most beautiful girl of the same age he had ever seen. How could a boy not have the desire to show off in front of a girl? No, it's not you. The lava hounds are here. Lu Feng's voice sounded. Sure enough, it wasn't just the 10-year lava hounds. Even the 3 sturdy 100-year lava hounds were slowly walking over. Smoke lingered in their mouths, it was obvious that their fireballs were almost ready. The young lady frowned, her deep blue eyes flashed and suddenly turned icy blue. Following that, a yellow and a purple soul ring rose from her feet. To ring, Soul Grandmaster, Lan Xuanyu was shocked. From the young lady's words and the soul rings she released, how was she a creature from another world? She was clearly a touring Soul Grandmaster. Explode. The young lady pointed with her right hand and the ice wall that blocked the lava hounds exploded. Not only that, the exploded ice wall actually turned into ice blades that scattered in all directions. It was like a snowstorm that wreaked havoc in a radius of 5 meters in front of them. More than half of the 10-year lava hounds were enveloped and immediately turned into rays of light and disappeared. The strength of her attack was actually this strong. The young lady's first soul ring lit up and a deep blue spear appeared in her hands. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and rushed forward. Her movements were graceful and natural. Her entire body seemed to have a layer of deep blue halo that rippled as she rushed forward. Every thrust of her spear naturally brought about a deep blue spear light. Wherever it passed, the 10-year lava hounds were unable to resist at all. They were all stabbed in their vital points. Not only was her spear technique swift, it was also incomparably accurate. Those lava hounds that were close to her naturally had their speed reduced. So strong. Lu Feng, who also used a spear, couldn't help but exclaim. This was the true combination of speed and strength. Lan Xuanyu saw that Lu Feng and Qianlei had lost their ability to fight and couldn't let them fight alone. He took a deep breath, adjusted his body slightly and immediately rushed out behind them. Ao ao. The 3 100-year lava hounds moved and another 3 fireballs were shot towards the young lady in a triangular formation. These lava hounds were the primary test's targets and weren't considered strong, but they were superior in numbers. Facing the young lady's attack, the 3 100-year lava hounds panicked and scattered in all directions. The young lady floated to the ground and with a sweep of her spear, a dark blue ice ring expanded outwards with her body as the center. Within a radius of 20 meters, it was as though winter had descended as the temperature plummeted. Even Lan Xuanyu, who was rushing up from behind, felt a chill run down his spine. But the blood in his body quickly circulated and warmed up in an instant. The 3 retreating 100-year lava hounds froze for a moment when they came into contact with the dark blue ice ring. The young lady shouted and threw the dark blue spear in her hand, which instantly pierced through the chest of one of the 100-year lava hounds. That 100-year lava hound let out a blood-curdling scream and turned into a ray of light before disappearing. The other two 100-year lava hounds weren't afraid of death. Seeing that the young lady had lost her weapon, they turned around and pounced. Just as the young girl was about to dodge, she felt something tighten around her waist. A force pulled her back. "Let go of me." The young lady turned around and saw Lan Xuanyu's silver-patterned blue-silver grass coiled around her waist. She and Lan Xuanyu were taken aback when they heard those words because they could clearly feel the change in the atmosphere. Lan Xuanyu originally wanted to save her, but after hearing her voice, he realized that she didn't need his help. Just as he was about to let go of his silver-patterned blue-silver grass, he was shocked to find that there was an additional layer of dark blue light on the surface of his silver-patterned blue-silver grass. This layer of light was exceptionally bright and was like a bridge connecting the two of them together. The icy blue in the young lady's eyes became even clearer. She suddenly raised both her hands and slammed them forward. In an instant, ice blades gushed out and there were twice as many ice blades compared to when the ice wall exploded. Every ice blade was also twice as big, brazenly covering all the lava hounds in front of her, including the two 100-year lava hounds. After a series of pew-pew sounds, the lava hounds fell to the ground one by one. All the 10-year lava hounds were wiped out by this attack and even the two 100-year lava hounds were covered in wounds. The young girl was stunned. She looked at her hands, as if she could not believe that she was the one who had unleashed such an attack. Lan Xuanyu had already rushed to her side. Two ice cones shot out and accurately hit the two heavily injured 100-year lava hounds. The two lava hounds instantly turned into light and disappeared. Raising their heads, their eyes met. Lan Xuanyu and the dark blue-haired girl both undoubtedly possessed a pair of extremely moving eyes. At this moment, they were gazing at each other from such a close distance. While they were curious, they were also somewhat stunned. Among the girls of the same age, she was also the first girl to make Lan Xuanyu feel amazed. She was really too beautiful. Her skin was white and delicate like jelly, making people unable to help but have the urge to take a bite. Moreover, it was not pale, but pink with a hint of red. There was also her deep blue eyes. When the icy blue gradually faded away, they were clear and childish, attracting Lan Xuanyu to stare blankly. The young girl looked at the young man in front of her and was also in a daze. Black eyes, black short hair, his eyelashes were so long. It seemed to be about the same as her. Why did a guy have such long eyelashes? It was definitely his aura, but why did my spirit power become stronger when his aura was connected to mine? Moreover, there seemed to be other changes. Elementary test passed. End of test, reward 1 soul coin. At this moment, the electronic voice sounded. In the next moment, everyone's figures became illusory. The young girl's body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the gate of summoning. Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, and Lu Feng's bodies also gradually faded and disappeared. Light flickered and when the three of them appeared again, they were already in front of the counter of the training ground. The three of them had also recovered to their optimal state. The staff behind the counter returned the soul coin that they had collected earlier and there was an extra one. Obviously, this was their reward. Not one for each person, but one for all of them. What's going on? What was that just now? Qianlei stared blankly at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu said, "You're the one who summoned her. Why are you asking me?" Lu Feng also looked at Qianlei with a strange expression. Your coin of summoning can even summon people? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Qianlei said helplessly, I didn't know either. This is the first time I've summoned someone. Moreover, isn't the effect very good? Look, I summoned a peerless beauty. She's really beautiful. At the end, he couldn't help but smile with exultation. Lan Xuanyu looked at him, then looked at Lu Feng beside him and secretly cursed in his heart. My two roommates are really a little unreliable. Something's wrong. Lu Feng suddenly said. Qianlei stared blankly for a moment. What's wrong? Lu Feng said, just now, when you opened the gate of summoning for the second time, Xianyu hit the gate of summoning because he blocked the fireball for you. At that time, I felt a little dazed. It was at that moment that your gate of summoning seemed to have changed. Xianlei turned his head to look at Lan Xuanyu. Is that so? Lan Xuanyu was a little surprised. Although Lu Feng's fighting strength was a little unreliable, his insight was pretty good. It seems to have changed a little. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Xianlei said, then should we try again? As he spoke, he tossed the soul coin in his hand. Okay. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng nodded at the same time. They were also very curious about the previous situation. When the gate of summoning was combined with Lan Xuanyu, there would be a change. As a result, they applied for the primary assessment again. With a flash of light, it was still the beast battle arena. This was simple. The scene was exactly the same as before. Even the opponents were the same. Xianlei didn't hesitate to throw out his gate of summoning. Lan Xuanyu covered his left hand with silver-patterned blue-silver grass and grabbed the door frame. Sure enough, the same feeling as before appeared. Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. Lan Xuanyu clearly felt that he had a slight connection with the other side. The gates around the beast battle arena opened and the lava hounds swarmed in. At this moment, a petite and slender figure walked out of the gate of summoning. Wasn't that the girl with long dark blue hair from before? The four of them looked at each other. The girl said with a puzzled expression, "It's you guys again? Are you guys crazy? Why did you bring me here again?" Haha, wahahaha. Xianlei suddenly laughed, scaring the other three. Xianlei, what are you laughing at? Lu Feng kicked him in annoyance. It's reliable, it's reliable. My summoning is finally reliable. Do you guys know that this is the first time I've summoned the same existence twice in a row? Waha, it's reliable. This is great. Xianlei was so excited that he danced with joy. What's going on? The girl asked doubtfully. Lan Xuanyu said, let's deal with these lava hounds first. We'll explain it to you. The girl's heart skipped a beat. You're still using your grass to wrap around my body. Lan Xuanyu was startled, but he followed her instructions and released his silver-patterned blue-silver grass, wrapping it around the girl's waist. The girl immediately felt a chill spread throughout her body. The spirit power in her body had clearly become much thicker. She waved her right hand and a dark blue ice spear appeared in her hand. With a sweep of the spear, the dark blue ice ring immediately fanned out and a large number of lava hounds turned into ice sculptures and fell to the ground. When the 300-year lava hounds appeared, the 10-year lava hounds were all wiped out by her. This is the strength of a Turing Soul Master? Xianlei and Lu Feng were dumbstruck. Lan Xuanyu said, my classmate's martial soul ability is summoning. After he opened the gate of summoning, I felt a connection when I touched the gate of summoning and you were summoned over. Are you also from the Federation? Are you also from Heaven Luo planet? The young lady looked at him in shock. Heaven Luo planet? This is Heaven Luo planet? But I'm from Heaven Do planet. Lan Xuanyu looked at Xianlei. What's going on? They actually crossed the galaxy and summoned a young lady of the same age from Heaven Do planet? Xianlei blinked and suddenly puffed out his chest. You guys don't understand the mystery of space. Lu Feng said in disdain, you understand? Xianlei snorted. Anyway, I completed the cross-planet summoning. Then you guys can deal with these three big dogs yourselves. The young lady said in a bad mood and went back into the gate of summoning. With a flash of light, she disappeared. The gate of summoning closed. Lu Feng laughed. You're still unreliable. Just based on your mouth, you're also unreliable. You're still laughing? Hurry up and fight. 1 Douluo coin. Xianlei shouted and flashed behind Lan Xuanyu. Without a doubt, in his heart, Lan Xuanyu was obviously more reliable. The 3 100-year lava hounds had already released their fireballs and Lan Xuanyu's heart was in a mess. When he touched the gate of summoning, there were changes to it and when his silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around the young lady, her combat power seemed to have increased. Why was this? Could it be that his martial soul was actually an auxiliary type? Could it increase the combat power of others? But why did Yi Lingtong's martial soul fail every time when he faced her? What exactly was going on? There were so many doubts in his heart that he was at a loss. He didn't know what was going on with his martial soul anymore. Lu Feng had already rushed out. Relying on his fast speed, he went around the side of the 100-year lava hounds. The 3 fireballs went straight for Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to think too much and pulled Qianlei to the side. With Qianlei beside him, he couldn't use his footwork advantage. An ice wall blocked them, giving them the opportunity to rush out of the fireball's range. At this moment, Lu Feng had already rushed to the side of the lava hounds and used his white dragon spear to flick one of the lava hounds away. However, that was all he could do. It seemed like his battle experience had increased due to the stimulation. Before the other 2 lava hounds pounced on him, he had already dodged and rushed to the other side. This also created time for Lan Xuanyu. He let go of Qianlei and quickly rushed towards the 3 lava hounds. His soul power was still too weak, and he could only rely on his control of the ice element to fight from a distance. No matter how strong his control was, it was impossible for him to win against 300-year soul beasts. Only by getting close would he have a chance. He dashed forward with his footwork and dodged another round of fireballs. He finally got close to the 3 100-year lava hounds. His left hand released icicles, aiming for the eyes of the 3 lava hounds. He took the opportunity to dash forward and was about to reach them. Lu Feng, can you lift all 3 of them up at once? Lan Xuanyu shouted as he rushed towards the lava hounds. If the 3 of them are together, I can give it a try. Lu Feng shouted. Alright, I will create an opportunity for you. Get ready, you only have 1 chance. As Lan Xuanyu spoke, he covered his right hand with the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and increased his speed. In a flash, he dodged the pouncing attack of a 100-year lava hound and punched its neck. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass power sent the lava hound flying and crashing into the other lava hounds. Lan Xuanyu used the recoil force to roll on the ground. The silver-patterned blue-silver grass on his left hand released rays of light and the 2 lava hounds that collided with each other froze. At this moment, the 3rd lava hound was pouncing towards him. Lan Xuanyu didn't dodge, he lowered his head and squatted down. A layer of golden light covered his body. It was the first soul skill that the golden-patterned blue-silver grass gave him. Under the immense pressure, Lan Xuanyu felt something in his body being stimulated. His entire body was burning hot and a layer of dense golden scales appeared on the surface of his skin. He suddenly straightened his body and increased his speed even more as he brazenly collided with the lava hound. When the lava hound's right front claw landed on his body, it actually created sparks and an ear-piercing metallic clang could be heard. When the 2 collided, the 100-year lava hound was actually sent flying and collided with the other 2 lava hounds that had just recovered from their frozen state. Now is the time. Lu Feng shouted and charged towards the 3 100-year lava hounds. There was no doubt that this was the best opportunity that Lan Xuanyu had created for him. But, he charged past them, with his full strength. Lu Feng's speed was indeed fast enough and he reached the side of the 3 100-year lava hounds in a flash. But before he could even thrust his spear out, he swept past the 3 lava hounds due to his extreme speed and arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu didn't know what to say and hurriedly grabbed him with his right hand. At least he had to stop him first. 2 people against 3 lava hounds would definitely have a better effect. His right hand was covered with the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and was extremely strong. As expected, he managed to grab Lu Feng. At this moment, Lu Feng only felt a scorching heat entering his body from Lan Xuanyu's right hand. It was so hot that he screamed and turned around abruptly, brandishing his white dragon spear towards the 3 100-year lava hounds. On, a deep dragon roar resounded and the surface of the white dragon spear seemed to have a white dragon emerging. The spear radiance was originally very close and the distance wasn't enough. But under the effect of the spear radiance, it actually engulfed the 3 100-year lava hounds and lifted them all up. Great! Lan Xuanyu took a step forward and overtook Lu Feng. His qi entered his dantian and reversed the flow of his qi and blood. In an instant, his entire body was covered in a golden radiance and an indescribably strong aura suddenly erupted from his body. A deep buzzing sound turned into a dragon's roar around his body. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, his hand suddenly pushed towards the air. It was the semi-finished version of Jinlong's ascension. In the real world, Lan Xuanyu really didn't dare to use this move against his enemies. Without Nana's assistance, he couldn't completely execute it. Every time he used it, he would exhaust himself completely. It would even take a few days for him to recover. But this was the Soul World. Previously, after they completed the test, their body condition had already recovered. This made him want to try practicing Jinlong's ascension in this world. Now that he was using his full strength, Lan Xuanyu realized that compared to the past, it seemed to be a little easier. Even he himself didn't know why, but it seemed like his qi and blood in reverse was more obedient than before. Boom, the 3 lava hounds were engulfed by the golden radiance and instantly turned into rays of light. Tangla raised his head and looked towards the sky. Looking in a certain direction, he frowned and silently closed his eyes. A faint golden halo emerged from the surface of his body. Immediately after, a trace of pain appeared on his face and the golden radiance also disappeared. Teacher, why? They said that it was Heaven Luo planet. They could actually summon me over there. They even said that it was the mystery of space. Is that even possible? A girl with long dark blue hair pouted her red lips. While she had a puzzled look on her face, there was also a hint of naivety. At this moment, if Lan Xuanyu was by her side, he would be shocked to realize that the person standing in front of the girl with dark blue hair and purple eyes was his dream teacher, the silver-haired, purple-eyed Nana. Oh, okay. It was like this. Dong Qianxiu explained how he was summoned, and how he fought alongside Lan Xuanyu and the other 2. Grass with silver veins? Nana stared blankly for a moment before asking anxiously, isn't that a handsome little boy with black hair and black eyes? Dong Qianxiu said, yes, he is very handsome. How do you know? Nana's expression suddenly became strange. This didn't seem to be a coincidence, right? Could it really be Xianyu? Teacher Nana, what's wrong? Dong Qianxiu saw that she didn't respond, and couldn't help but ask. Nana said, how about this, if they summon you again, you go over and ask the boy with the silver veins if he's called Lan Xuanyu. Oh. Okay. Dong Qianxiu nodded. Nana's eyes narrowed, wait a minute, stay by my side for a while. If they summon you again, I'll observe the gate of summoning. Okay. Was it really Xianyu? If it really was him. Was it really a coincidence that the gate of summoning could summon Xianxiu? But if it wasn't a coincidence, then what was the reason? Because of me, spatial resonance, the first time she saw Lan Xuanyu, she felt that she had a special affinity with this child. Seeing him always made her feel especially good, and her heart no longer had that empty feeling. After parting, her mind would often think of Lan Xuanyu, and her longing for him would last forever. But in order not to affect Lan Xuanyu's normal life, she didn't contact him again. Ever. Since she destroyed the battleship with her bare hands, she had been the target of close surveillance ever since she returned. It wasn't that she couldn't leave, but she didn't know what to do after she left. And Nana knew that if she left, the first to be implicated would be Lan Xuanyu's family. That was why she stayed behind and waited for Lan Xuanyu to find her in the future. At this moment, there was actually such a trace of connection through such a situation. While she was surprised, she was also puzzled. Although many of her memories were gone, as time passed, she recovered some of her memories, especially her memories of her own abilities. Spatial resonance, especially at such a long distance, required extremely similar spatial fluctuations to be able to connect. Was it the resonance between Xianyu and Chiaki? Or was it with himself? This could only be verified through some experiments. Now, all they had to do was wait and see when they would try to summon Chiaki again. Meanwhile, in Tianluo City, Tianluo College. The simulation pod slowly opened, and Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 came out. The 3 of them looked at each other in dismay. They were truly shocked. Lan Xuanyu was clearly exhausted. He was surprised to find that after using Jinlong's ascension, even in the simulated world, he was unable to fully recover. His spirit power had basically recovered, but only a small portion of his spiritual power had been recovered. That was why he could only end his activities in Douluo world and leave. Of course, that Douluo coin was won again. This was the first time Lan Xuanyu tried using Jinlong's ascension, and the effect was better than he had imagined. Xianyu. It seems like you can strengthen me too. Lu Feng was the first to jump out of the simulation pod. He took the initiative to come to Lan Xuanyu's side and helped him out. His observation skills were not weak, so he was completely sure that when he swung his spear earlier, it was Lan Xuanyu who strengthened his attack. Otherwise, at that distance, it was impossible to lift the 3 lava hounds up. Furthermore, those were 300-year spirit beasts. Under normal circumstances, even if he could lift them up, he would be severely injured from the recoil. But in that attack, he was completely unscathed. Furthermore, he could clearly feel that it might be the most perfect spear attack he had ever used. Lan Xuanyu was also very curious. When he was connected to his 2 roommates, they were mysteriously strengthened. He had never tried such a situation before, nor had he discovered it. He had only suppressed Yi Lingtong before. Waves of weakness came and interrupted his train of thought. Let's go back and rest for a while. I need to eat something. I'm hungry. It was almost time for dinner. Lu Feng and Qianlei supported the mentally weak Lan Xuanyu and went straight to the cafeteria. They were the first to arrive, and the chefs were still preparing dinner for the elite junior class students. Once they entered, Qianlei shouted, "Masters, is there anything good for the brain?" "It's you again. Look at how fat you are, and you're still thinking about eating supplements?" Haha. A muscular chef couldn't help but tease him. Qianlei chuckled. How am I fat? Aren't I the same as you? This is called being muscular. We didn't eat much in the afternoon, so aren't we hungry? When can we start eating? Soon, soon. Take a seat first, it'll be ready soon. There are 2 dishes here that are ready to eat. Why don't you eat first? It's good to be young. It's easy to get hungry. You guys are called half-grown kids. You'll eat to death. Haha. The chef was very straightforward and pointed to the 2 dishes that were ready. There was no need for Lan Xuanyu to do it himself. Qianlei and Lu Feng had already taken the initiative to get him a dish and some other staple food. Lan Xuanyu didn't stand on ceremony either. He wasn't full in the afternoon and had consumed quite a bit of energy just now, so he immediately wolfed down the food without holding back. The dishes were prepared one by one, and the other students came to the cafeteria one after another to eat. Then, they saw a strange scene. There were 3 people in dorm 333. Lan Xuanyu sat there while Lu Feng and Qianlei got up from time to time to get food for him. The 3 of them didn't talk much, but they cooperated very well. It was really one plate after another. He was eating happily. Xianyu, you can eat too much, Qianlei couldn't help but say softly when he saw Lan Xuanyu pointing to a dish that was just out of the pot. Their plates were rectangular and there was a compartment on top for the food. Every time he and Lu Feng filled Lan Xuanyu's plate to the brim, this guy had already eaten 7 plates. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him. Don't I need to consume energy to support you guys? It consumes a lot of energy. Although there were rare ingredients in the food here, it was still lacking compared to Douluo City. The energy of food alone wasn't enough, so they could only rely on quantity to make up for it. Eating a lot naturally became a normal situation. In addition, Lan Xuanyu knew that all his expenses were reimbursed by the school, so it would be a waste if he didn't eat. After a while, when Lan Xuanyu finished his 9th plate, the students of the elite junior class had basically all arrived and were eating their own food. Lan Xuanyu recovered his energy and didn't need Lu Feng and Qianlei's help to get food himself. After eating a total of 12 plates, he was finally full and sat there contentedly. He could even feel that the food he ate was turning into energy that nourished his body. This feeling was the most wonderful. As he sat there slowly, he saw a familiar figure among the students. Yi Lingtong was eating with 2 people in her group, including the class monitor, Lu Qianxuan. According to Qianlei, Lu Qianxuan's spirit power was already at the 18th rank and was the first in the class. He was also the most promising one to reach the 2nd ring level. However, they originally thought that the students of the elite junior class were already very outstanding. But after seeing the girl with long dark blue hair today, they had some doubts in their hearts. She looked about the same age as them, and even if she was slightly older, it wouldn't be by much. She was already at the 2nd ring level and her strength was obviously above them. How did she train? Xianyu. Qianlei looked at him in shock. He thought to himself, is this guy going to cause trouble? It's only the first day of school and he's already done it twice. So he's full. Lan Xuanyu said, it's nothing, I'm just asking my classmates for help. The cafeteria wasn't big, so he reached Yi Lingtong's side in a few steps. Sensing his arrival, Yi Lingtong's two teammates looked up. Yi Lingtong was also stunned. When she turned around and saw Lan Xuanyu, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yi Lingtong, I want to talk to you alone, Lan Xuanyu said. Once he said that, the surroundings became quiet. Lu Qianxuan, who was sitting opposite Yi Lingtong, frowned. Just say what you want to say. Lan Xuanyu looked at him and said, I want to tell Yi Lingtong. This is a secret that belongs to both of us. Eh? The surrounding students suddenly let out some gasps of surprise. Some even laughed out loud. Someone even whistled. A private secret. Xianxia chuckled and stood up. Class monitor, I'm not one to cause trouble. Lan Xuanyu is trying to poach your team. I don't know what kind of temper you have, but if it were me, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Xianxia, what are you shouting about? Yi Lingtong suddenly stood up and glared at Xianxia. Then, she pulled Lan Xuanyu and walked out. Lu Qianxuan was stunned, but Yi Lingtong and Lan Xuanyu had already walked out of the cafeteria. Putting down the cutlery in his hand, the class monitor's face suddenly became a little ugly. Outside the cafeteria. What's the matter? Yi Lingtong asked Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head and said, do you still remember when we sparred last time, your spirit would malfunction? Yi Lingtong's face darkened. Did you call me out to make fun of me alone? Lan Xuanyu said, no. I was just wondering if the reason why your martial soul lost its effectiveness when it came into contact with my martial soul was because we were enemies at that time. If it is. Just as he said this, the cafeteria door opened. Lu Qianxuan and another teammate walked out. Don't talk when eating, don't talk when sleeping. Lan Xuanyu, if you have anything to say it in class tomorrow. Don't disturb our group's meal. As he spoke, he pulled Yi Lingtong and walked towards the canteen. Yi Lingtong frowned slightly. Why are you pulling me? Lu Qianxuan glanced at her, and Yi Lingtong's emotions actually softened. She turned to look at Lan Xuanyu and said, we'll talk about it in class. With that, she left with Lu Qianxuan. At this moment, Qian Lei and Lu Feng also walked out hurriedly. They saw Lu Qianxuan come out and were afraid that Lan Xuanyu would be at a disadvantage. Coincidentally, Lu Qianxuan pulled Yi Lingtong back. What's the situation? Did you fall out of love? Qian Lei said casually. This time, it was Lan Xuanyu's turn to be unhappy. What love? How old are you? Don't talk nonsense. I just wanted to ask Yi Lingtong if her martial soul lost its effectiveness when it came into contact with me in the past because we were enemies. If we fought against the enemy together, would it also have an amplification effect on her martial soul? Before I could finish asking, she was pulled away. Qian Lei chuckled and said, she's in the same group, so she was afraid that you would take her away. If I had to say, your EQ isn't high. You pulled her away in front of the other team members and the class monitor. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be happy. Moreover, even if you could amplify her martial soul, why did you do it for her? She's not in our group. Lu Feng said, let's try out your amplification effect more. If it's real, we should keep it a secret. We're at the bottom now. Lan Xuanyu really didn't think that much. He was just curious if his martial soul could amplify all types of martial souls. After hearing what they said, he instantly understood. That's right. Even if he could amplify Yi Lingtong, he probably wouldn't have a chance. After all, they weren't in the same group and they didn't have a good relationship. She had companions. Alright, then I won't ask. We'll continue practicing tomorrow. They returned to the dormitory and meditated. Lan Xuanyu quickly entered a meditative state because he was mentally exhausted. What he didn't know was that on another planet, Nana and Dong Qianxiu were still waiting for their summons until nighttime. The next day, classes, studies, and tutoring. It was another fulfilling day. When Lan Xuanyu returned from tutoring, Lu Feng and Qian Lei were already impatient. Let's go to the training ground. With yesterday's experience, they couldn't wait to continue training with Lan Xuanyu and see the amplification effect he brought. The originally unreliable duo seemed to have changed with the addition of Lan Xuanyu, the third person. How could they not be excited, since they entered the elite junior class, who would be willing to be eliminated so easily? Of course, they had to seize the opportunity. In fact, they yearned for it more than anyone else. They entered the simulator and arrived at the training ground again. It was the same elementary assessment, 1 Douluo coin. Xianyu, if we summon that lady again, do you think she won't come? Qianlei asked worriedly. It wasn't like he hadn't encountered a situation where a summoned creature retreated immediately when the situation wasn't good. His gate of summoning didn't have any restrictions. Let's give it a try. Lan Xuanyu said, and if I can amplify Lu Feng, the three of us might be enough to pass the assessment. How's our class passing the assessment? Qianlei said, only 9 teams passed. Lan Xuanyu said. How many teams are there in total? 10 teams. Qianlei said matter-of-factly. No, it should be 10 teams that passed. Didn't we pass it yesterday? Lan Xuanyu was speechless. So only Dorm 333's team didn't pass the assessment. You win. Get ready, let's begin. A light flashed and the three of them were teleported into the beast fighting arena. Qianlei started to summon without hesitation. Lan Xuanyu released the silver-patterned blue-silver grass and grabbed onto his gate of summoning. On the other side, Lu Feng stood on the other side of Lan Xuanyu. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around his left hand and grabbed onto Lu Feng's arm. I feel it. Lu Feng shouted excitedly. He was different from Qianlei's carefree personality. He was usually more reserved and didn't like to talk much. But in reality, he was very competitive. Ever since he came to the elite junior class, he had always been at the bottom and was in a bad mood. Now that he finally found a chance to break through, how could he not be excited? It's here, it's here. Teacher, the summoning is here. Just as the gate of summoning opened, an excited voice came from the other side. Dong Qianxiu, who was dressed in white and had long dark blue hair, walked out of the gate. The moment she came out, she looked at Lan Xuanyu and asked anxiously, Hey, are you Lan Xuanyu? Lan Xuanyu was stunned by her question. How did you know? Haha, you really are. Teacher, can you hear me? He's really called Lan Xuanyu. Dong Qianxiu hurriedly shouted into the gate. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. At this moment, an extremely familiar voice came from the other side of the gate. Xianyu, it's me. To Lan Xuanyu, no matter what, he would never forget this voice. He was shocked and overjoyed at the same time. Teacher Nana? Nana said, it's really you. I didn't expect to be able to communicate with you in such a way. Teacher Nana, where are you? Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise. Nana said, I'm in Heaven Do planet. Xianxia is my student. I'm a teacher here. Then can you come over through the gate of summoning? I miss you so much. Lan Xuanyu's eyes turned red. Lan Xuanyu was instantly disappointed, but he was still happy to be able to talk to Nana. Teacher Nana, hey, please wait a moment. They had to stop temporarily because the surrounding lava hounds had already rushed over. You can talk to teacher, leave this to me. As she spoke, Dong Qianxiu had already rushed out, sweeping the dark blue ice spear in his hand as he fought against the lava hounds. Lu Feng, who received Lan Xuanyu's buff, followed closely behind and rushed out with her. Xianyu, listen to me first. It's strange that you can summon Qianxiu. Teacher needs you to cooperate with me to do some experiments. Nana's voice sounded again. All right. I don't know what's going on either. I can ask you now. Nana said, next, I need you to try summoning once every 10 minutes, can you do it on your side? Lan Xuanyu looked at Qianlei. Qianlei said, if the battle ends quickly, it shouldn't be a problem. Nana said, alright, let's try it out first. I'll explain it to you later. Oh. With Dong Qianxiu's addition, dealing with the lava hounds was naturally not a problem. Through the experiments, Lu Feng also realized that Lan Xuanyu's buff could only allow him to complete one attack. But if he used the golden patterned blue-silver grass to wrap around his body, his attack power would continuously increase. The white dragon spear seemed to have awakened as it was accompanied by a dragon's roar. Its attack power was much stronger than before, and even his control of speed was much stronger. His strength had increased by more than one level. After completing the test, he entered and summoned again. After 3 attempts, he succeeded twice and failed once. The 4th summon was a success. Xianxia, don't kill all the lava hounds for now, I have something to say to Xianyu. Nana's voice came from the other side. Yes, teacher. Teacher Nana, what's going on? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Nana said, the most important reason why you can communicate with me through the gate of summoning is because of the spatial resonance. The so-called spatial resonance is when 2 spatial vibrations of the same frequency appear in different spaces, and these 2 frequencies may resonate and form a spatial channel to connect. However, such a situation is almost impossible to occur because the probability is too low. So, your summoning is a very special situation. So, Xuanyu, you have to do a few experiments with your teacher to let me confirm where the resonance comes from. Alright. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Qian lays to the other side of summoning to the other side of the gate of summoning, Lan Xuanyu's of summoning. The 2 of them looked at Lan Xuanyu suspiciously, their faces full of disbelief. Lan Xuanyu didn't explain to them and asked, Teacher Nana, what should I do now? Nana thought for a while and said, how about this, kill all the lava hounds until there's only one left, then don't kill it, keep it. After the gate of summoning ends, how long will it take for you to summon it again? Lan Xuanyu looked at Qian Lei. Qian Lei said, if we end the summoning, we'll probably need to rest for half an hour. But we're in the simulation, if we exit and re-enter, we should be able to summon it immediately. Nana said, alright, then kill all the lava hounds. After 10 minutes, re-enter the assessment and try the same summoning again. If you can't summon Xianxia, then exit and re-summon it again after 10 minutes. Although he didn't understand what Nana wanted to do, Lan Xuanyu quickly agreed. With Dong Qianxia's help, it wasn't too difficult for them to kill all the lava hounds. They quickly ended the summoning and exited. After that, they followed Nana's instructions and tried to re-summon it again. To Lan Xuanyu's surprise, they didn't summon Dong Qianxia the 2nd time. But their luck wasn't bad, they managed to summon a stronger soul beast. Under their cooperation, they passed the assessment. After 10 minutes, they summoned Dong Qianxia for the 3rd time. Xianyu, I've already made a preliminary judgment. Next, you'll have to repeat the previous process. Try to summon it a few more times. Nana's voice sounded from the other side. After trying more than 10 times, even though Qian Lei's cultivation was basically restored after each withdrawal, and most of his spirit power was restored, he was still exhausted after trying too many times. After summoning Dong Qianxia again, Lan Xuanyu had no choice but to communicate with Nana on the other side. Teacher Nana, my classmate might not be able to hold on for much longer. Nana said, alright, let's stop here for today. I've also made a preliminary judgment. Xianyu, I can tell you that the spatial resonance is very likely to be between you and me. After trying so many times, I can basically make this judgment. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Does that mean that if we're strong enough, we can summon you to our side? Nana laughed, it's very difficult. Or it's almost impossible. But I don't know why, it's just a subconscious judgment. Let's stop here for today. Go back and have a good rest. Dong Qianxia looked at Lan Xuanyu curiously. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. He just waved his hand and said, I'm leaving. With that, he returned to the gate of summoning and disappeared. When Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 returned to the dormitory, Qian Lei collapsed on his bed almost instantly. The continuous summoning had consumed too much of his spiritual power. This was the most he had ever used his martial soul consecutively. After all, his martial soul was so unreliable. It was already good enough to use it once. If it succeeded, it would be over if it didn't. Using it again and again like today had really consumed a lot of his spiritual power. On the other hand, Lu Feng was the opposite. Lu Feng was in a state of extreme excitement. Usually, he was good with his words and belonged to the quiet type. Especially after coming to the elite junior class, he and Qianlei had always been at the bottom of the class. This made him feel inferior. He was surrounded by people of the same age and all of them were outstanding. But it was different these 2 days. Lan Xuanyu's arrival could be said to have brought about an earth-shattering change to Dorm 333. Qianlei's summoning had become more reliable with his help, and his White Dragon Spear's power had increased greatly with his assistance. What a miraculous change! In the past, Lu Feng didn't think much of support-type soul masters. But now, in his eyes, Lan Xuanyu was simply the best support type. In terms of speed, Lu Feng was completely confident that he was first in the class. If he added his tyrannical attack power, who would he be afraid of? It was completely conceivable that the results of their team of 3 would definitely increase greatly because of the changes brought about by Lan Xuanyu. Xianyu, I've been trying to summon for the entire day. Are you tired? If you're not, let's try cooperating with me again? Lu Feng was eager to give it a try. Lan Xuanyu laughed. I'm fine. It's Qianlei who has been summoning for the entire day. Let's give it a try then? Previously, he had assisted Lu Feng a few times with the golden-patterned blue-silver grass in his right hand. He had a feeling that with his help, Lu Feng's White Dragon Spear seemed to have awakened. After awakening, the White Dragon Spear's power had more than doubled. Then, what if it was the silver-patterned blue-silver grass? Would it be different? They were just trying out the changes in their martial soul and not fighting. It wasn't like Qianlei who could summon creatures and possibly destroy them. Therefore, it was naturally fine in the dorm. Lu Feng immediately released his White Dragon Spear without hesitation. In the dorm, his White Dragon Spear looked even more obvious. The slender spear body was as white as snow and the tip of the spear spat out from the dragon's head, emitting a faint chill. Lan Xuanyu took the lead and extended his right hand. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around his palm. Suddenly, he felt his entire body heat up, as if the blood in his body was boiling. A layer of golden halo unconsciously appeared on his body. He extended his right hand and pressed it on Lu Feng's shoulder. Suddenly, Lu Feng felt his entire body heat up, and his essence, qi, and spirit instantly increased. After exiting the simulator, all of his senses became sharper. At this moment, he felt as if his martial soul had been ignited, and it even brought him an extremely happy mood. The White Dragon Spear trembled slightly, and the light on the spear body became more intense. The tip of the spear shot out 3 inches of spear light. The strangest thing was that Lu Feng noticed that the dragon head of his White Dragon Spear had an extremely obvious change. The dragon eyes that were originally closed opened, and a feeling of unity with the spear instantly spread throughout his body. It made him feel as if he had been reborn. Awesome, I feel as if my entire body has become stronger. I feel as if I need to vent. This is really wonderful. Lu Feng looked at Lan Xuanyu, and his eyes became incomparably bright. Even with his introverted personality, he couldn't help but cry out in excitement when he suddenly encountered such a huge change. Fortunately, Qianlei had fallen into a deep sleep due to excessive exhaustion and wasn't affected. Lan Xuanyu withdrew his right hand, and he also silently felt the changes from before. What made him feel strange was that he didn't do anything to Lu Feng. It was just a simple physical contact, and at most, there was still goodwill in his heart. It wasn't his own spirit power or qi and blood that was injected into Lu Feng's body. Therefore, this change was a change in Lu Feng's White Dragon Spear itself. And he was like a medium, and just by touching his body, this change naturally appeared. This was really a little strange. Try your left hand. Lu Feng said eagerly. All right. Lan Xuanyu raised his left hand and the silver-patterned blue-silver grass curled up as he pressed it on Lu Feng's shoulder. This time, Lu Feng felt completely different. He only felt his whole body turn cold, and a refreshing feeling instantly spread throughout his body. Immediately after, the White Dragon Spear in his right hand seemed to emit a layer of faint icy mist. The dragon's eyes opened once again, but unlike the previous time, the dragon's eyes were emitting a faint golden color. This time, it was a gentle silver color. Lu Feng's wrist shook and the surface of the White Dragon Spear released an icy mist, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by a lot. Qianlei, who was sound asleep, subconsciously pulled the quilt around him and wrapped himself tightly. You gave me the ice attribute? Lu Feng stared blankly at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu looked at him innocently and thought to himself, I didn't do anything. I just touched you, that's all. Lu Feng stared blankly at Lan Xuanyu, and Lan Xuanyu also stared at him. The two of them were silent for a while until Lu Feng felt that the room was a little cold. Xianyu, you're really too powerful, he said sincerely. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head. Actually, I didn't do anything? Is it because our martial souls are more compatible? Lu Feng smiled bitterly. I don't know. Haven't you had this situation with others before? Lan Xuanyu said, I've weakened other people's martial souls before, but I've never strengthened them. Lu Feng said, then it means that we're especially fated. Moreover, you can strengthen me and make Qianlei's summoning more reliable. This is different. The three of us might really be especially fated. Speaking up to this point, he suddenly paused and said, Xianyu, from now on, our dorm 333 will be led by you. Ah? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Lu Feng said, every dorm will have its own dorm leader. We didn't have one before, firstly, because we didn't have enough people, and secondly, because we were always at the bottom. Now that you're here, everything is different. But let's hide the fact that you can strengthen us first, don't tell the teachers and other students. The midterm exam rankings are coming soon. At that time, we'll let them see how powerful we are. Let's practice these few days and familiarize ourselves with your new fighting style. Lu Feng might be young, but he had been suppressed ever since he came to the elite junior class. He had been suppressing it for a long time, and now that he finally had a chance, how could he not work hard? And to the elite junior class, the next most important thing was to choose their secondary professions. The final choices of the three people in dorm 333 were Lu Feng, Duo Mecha Master, Lan Xuanyu, and Qianlei, Battleship Piloting Foundation and Battle Armor. They temporarily gave up on Mecha. What surprised them was that after they signed up, they realized that only Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei chose Battleship Piloting Foundation. Most of the elite junior class students chose Duo Mecha Master, Battle Armor and Mecha. Amazing. Qianlei, I heard that you chose Battleship Piloting Foundation. Not bad, not bad. A new day, before class, Xianxia took the initiative to walk in front of Qianlei and said mockingly. Qianlei rolled his eyes. What does it have to do with you? My spiritual power is high and my comprehension is good, is that okay? Xianxia nodded and said, that's true. You're useless in terms of combat, so you'll probably be eliminated in the midterm exam. It's a good choice to major in battleship piloting. I'll be eliminated? Small fry. Qianlei was furious and wanted to retort, but Lu Feng pulled him back. Why are you pulling me? Qianlei looked at his roommate in annoyance. Lu Feng shook his head at him with deep meaning. Qianlei immediately understood. Thinking about the recent changes, he turned to Xianxia and said, see you during the midterm exam. Don't cry then. Xianxia glared. Are you provoking me? One-on-one? Qianlei rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? Class is about to start and the teacher is already here. Today is Teacher G's class. Teacher G is here. Hearing the three words Teacher G, Xiao's face changed and he turned around and scurried back to his seat. But when he sat down, he realized that there was no teacher on the podium. He wasn't even here yet. Just as he was about to explode, the classroom door opened and a tall, skinny middle-aged man walked in. Strangely enough, when this middle-aged man walked into the classroom, the entire classroom became silent. No one dared to speak. Lan Xuanyu had just arrived, so it was his first time seeing this teacher. He couldn't help but nudge Qianlei. What class is today? What does this teacher teach? Recently, the three of them would go to the simulation pod to practice cooperation whenever they had time. They didn't need to be too diligent. So much so that Lan Xuanyu didn't pay much attention to the class schedule. Qianlei lowered his voice and said, this is Teacher Ji Hongbin. He's a demon king. First. Qianlei, stand up. At this moment, the teacher on the podium suddenly shouted. Qianlei shivered and hurriedly stood up. Hello, Teacher Ji. Only then did Lan Xuanyu notice the teacher's appearance. This tall and skinny teacher looked to be in his 40s. His sideburns were already graying, and his eyes were slightly sunken. He stood there as straight as a javelin, giving off a dignified aura and an oppressive aura. "Repeat what you just said," Ji Hongbin said indifferently. "Hello, Teacher Ji," Qianlei hurriedly said. Qianlei's forehead was dripping with sweat. Ji Hongbin just looked at him. Qianlei braced himself and said, "I just said that this is Teacher Ji Hongbin. He is a demon king." The moment he said that, the entire class was shocked, but strangely, no one made a sound. Ji Hongbin said, "Sit down." Qianlei was stunned. He didn't expect to pass so easily. He quickly sat down and heaved a sigh of relief. Ji Hongbin still had a calm expression. "What I want to say is that Qianlei is right. To all of you, I am a demon king." All the students in the elite junior class were traumatized at this moment. Ji Hongbin said indifferently, "This morning, it's all my classes. I will teach the first half of the class. The second half will be an assessment. Those who pass the assessment can go for lunch. Those who don't will continue until they pass." Lament spread throughout the class. Lan Xuanyu took the opportunity to ask Qianlei, "What exactly does Teacher Ji teach?" Qianlei's mouth twitched. Teacher Ji teaches the basic knowledge of spirit beasts. At first, everyone thought that this class was useless. After all, the only chance we had to come into contact with spirit beasts was in the simulation pod. But after attending his class, we realized how strict he is. What's more terrifying is that Teacher Ji is said to be the strongest person in Tianluo College. No one can afford to offend him. He is also the vice dean. Then, he teaches a lot of things and makes us remember them. He has to test us in every class. If we don't pass the test, there will be all kinds of punishments. Basic knowledge of spirit beasts? Hearing the name of the class, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Due to his family background, he was most familiar with spirit beasts. Ever since he was young, his parents were both from the ancient Spirit Beast Research Center. It could be said that he was definitely the most familiar with spirit beasts in the class. Let's start the class. Today, I'm going to talk about the ranks of soul beasts, as well as the characteristics of top-tier soul beasts. Ji Hongbin started class. Everyone knows that since ancient times, soul beasts have been categorized according to the number of years they've cultivated. There are 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts. However, in the history of soul masters, there are still some rather special existences. The corresponding soul rings of these 5 types of soul beasts were white, yellow, purple, black, and red. However, our soul rings still have some special colors. I'll give you a few examples. First of all, orange gold soul rings appear the most frequently. Soul beasts that were over 100,000 years old, especially those that were over 200,000 years old, were known as wild beasts. The soul rings they produced were orange gold in color. Therefore, an orange gold soul ring often signified strength. 100,000-year red soul ring would bestow 2 soul skills to a soul master, while an orange gold soul ring might bestow even more. Of course, this was the ancient era. The spirits that we absorb now also have multiple soul skills, but they have to be of different ranks. As for this kind of top-notch soul ring, one soul ring has several soul skills. With the current technology of the Spirit Pagoda, we can barely simulate a 100,000-year soul ring. However, after researching the orange gold soul ring, we discovered that it could never be simulated. This is because all wild beasts have to go through different heavenly tribulations to reach that level. The heavenly tribulations cannot be simulated. Other than the orange gold soul ring, there are some rarer soul rings, and it's impossible to confirm if they have appeared before. For example, the legendary million-year soul ring. The first legend of a million-year soul ring in history came from the founding ancestor of the Tangmen, Tang San. It is said that before the sea god Tang San became a god, he once killed a million-year deep-sea demon whale king, and obtained the first million-year soul ring. There are different opinions about the million-year soul ring. Some say it's golden, some say it's white, and some say it's white gold. There are also people who say that different million-year soul rings have different colors. As for the specifics, there is no conclusion yet. In history, the second million-year soul ring that appeared came from the founder of the Spirit Pagoda, Spirit Ice Douluo Huiyuhao, who is also said to have become a god. It is also said that before he became a god, he once defeated the king of wild beasts, beast god Ditian. His million-year soul ring came from a type of soul beast called the skydream ice worm. Ji Hongbin spoke very quickly, and Lan Xuanyu listened with great interest. This was because he had never heard of this kind of special knowledge about soul beasts and soul rings before. After all, this was too far away from him. There is also a special colored soul ring that has only appeared once in history. That is the Dragon Emperor Douluo Tangwulin, who is known as the leader of the new era, the ambassador of peace between humans and soul beasts, the symbolic figure of the interstellar migration event, and the legendary figure who changed the mother planet. Tangwulin is also the closest to us among these historical figures that I am talking about, and the records about him are also more detailed. Tangwulin once had many legends, and among them, he has a soul ring that is greenish-gold in color. That's right, it is greenish gold. It is one of a kind, and has only appeared once in human history. According to the memories of his friends, this greenish-gold soul ring is very likely related to vitality. However, the details are related to the Federation's secrets. In summary, almost all the special colored soul rings have their own unique characteristics, and almost all of them are synonymous with strength. Every student listened very seriously, they didn't dare to be careless. If they weren't serious, what would happen to the test later? Next, I'm going to talk about the murderer. The first person we will talk about is the beast god Ditian, whose original form is the Golden Eyes Black Dragon King. His characteristics are. Ji Hongbin began to talk about the various characteristics of the ferocious beasts. What he talked about were the ferocious beasts that had indeed appeared in human history. He spoke in great detail about the abilities of each ferocious beast, roughly what era it was in, whether it was still alive, and so on. After talking for a full 1.5 hours, Teacher Ji stopped. Rest for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, we will start the test. After saying that, he went out first. As soon as he left, the whole class let out a sigh of relief. However, immediately after that, no one left the class to rest. Even Xianxia, who had previously provoked Qianlei, was the same. Everyone sat in their seats and pondered hard. Qianlei and Lu Feng were the same. Lan Xuanyu said, "Will the test be very difficult? Everyone seems very nervous?" Qianlei laughed bitterly. Of course it will be difficult. The key is that the punishment for failing the test is too terrifying. You haven't seen it before. Why is Xianxia so afraid of Teacher Ji? He didn't listen well in class and failed the test. He even said shamelessly that learning this was useless. Then, Teacher Ji grabbed him, opened the window, and threw him out. Lan Xuanyu said, "Threw him out? Is our floor okay?" After all, everyone was a soul master, so falling from this height shouldn't hurt them. The corner of Qianlei's mouth twitched. He didn't throw him out, he threw him up. According to Xianxia himself, he was thrown directly into the air, at least a few hundred meters. I don't even know where Teacher Ji got his strength from. Then, Teacher Ji reached out a hand outside the window, caught him, threw him up, caught him again. This happened more than 10 times. Anyway, when Xianxia came back, he was so scared that he couldn't cry. Lan Xuanyu said in a daze, "Isn't that corporal punishment?" Qianlei said, "Teacher Ji said that in the future, everyone will learn to fly, whether it's through mechas, battle armor, or their own abilities. Experiencing the feeling of weightlessness in the air is beneficial for learning." At this moment, Ji Hongbin came back. Lan Xuanyu didn't expect Ji Hongbin to call out his name. He hurriedly stood up. "Hello, Teacher Ji." Ji Hongbin said indifferently, "Tell me about the characteristics of the ferocious beast Ice Sky Snow Lady that I just talked about in class." Yes. The Ice Sky Snow Lady was ranked 3rd among the 10 great ferocious beasts 20,000 years ago. She was known as the Snow Empress. Later on, she became the spirit soul of Spirit Ice Douluo Huiyuhao. The Ice Sky Snow Lady came from the extreme north of the mother planet. She cultivated. Lan Xuanyu began to talk about the Ice Sky Snow Lady in his memories without hesitation. The Snow Empress and the other Ice Jade Empress Scorpion were known as the two Ice Empresses. They were of great help to the spirit Ice Douluo. That's all. Lan Xuanyu spoke for a full 5 minutes, including every ability of the Ice Sky Snow Lady. After listening to his answer, Ji Hongbin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You've heard it. I asked about the ferocious beast Ice Sky Snow Lady just now. Naturally, I was referring to the Snow Empress. It's rare for you to remember it so clearly after listening to it once. Are you usually interested in the knowledge of spirit beasts? Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, I've been interested since I was young. Ji Hongbin said, you've passed the test. You can leave class early. Go ahead. Ah? There was such a thing as leaving class early? Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel the envious gazes around him. It wasn't easy to pass Teacher Ji's class. Lan Xuanyu didn't just talk about the introduction of the Snow Empress that Ji Hongbin talked about in class today. He also quoted many legends about the Snow Empress. They were all very accurate, which was why Ji Hongbin was so satisfied. It wasn't fabricated. It was all very accurate information. It could be seen that he had studied it before. There weren't many children who were interested in spirit beasts now. Lan Xuanyu's information was certainly accurate. Lan Xiao and Nanqing were experts in this field. How could it not be accurate? Lan Xuanyu was let out for no reason. Actually, it felt pretty good to be dismissed early. Wasn't Teacher Ji quite easy to get along with? Ji Hongbin's teaching method was simple. It was to strengthen one's memory. Let the students memorize the things taught in class. If he failed the test, he would be punished. Lan Xuanyu, who had finished class early, had nothing to do. He simply went to the training room and prepared to log into the simulation pod to play for a while. In the past few days in the simulation cabin of the Douluo world, he had basically familiarized himself with it. Of course, this was only in the special area of the academy. Before they reached the age of 12, they were not allowed to leave the academy area. After logging into the simulation pod, Lan Xuanyu went directly to the training ground. He now had 5 Douluo coins from the Douluo world, which were given to him by Qianlei. Since he had nothing to do, he was prepared to go in and see how long he could last under the attacks of so many lava hounds. After thinking about his battle strategy, Lan Xuanyu paid 1 Douluo coin and entered the training ground. This was the first time he entered the training ground alone for the elementary assessment. However, he had entered so many times before. Thus, he didn't hesitate. The moment he appeared in the beast battle arena, he immediately ran towards a direction. There were a total of 4 doors in the beast battle arena, and spirit beasts would enter from all of them. In other words, 110-year lava hounds would rush in from all 4 directions. If he waited in the center, he would undoubtedly be beaten up. Now that he was alone, he could only rely on himself. The blue-silver grass coiled around his palms. The blood in his body boiled, and his left hand was surrounded by an icy mist. When he rushed to the door opened. Lan Xuanyu squatted down without hesitation and slammed his left hand on the ground. Icicles shot out from the ground and met with the lava hounds that were charging out from the ground. Through the previous battle with the lava hounds, Lan Xuanyu had already discovered that these 10-year lava hounds had very low intelligence and only had battle instincts. Even the 100-year lava hounds weren't considered smart. This could be because this was an elementary assessment. As expected, the first few lava hounds that rushed out were pierced by the icicles. Lan Xuanyu suddenly jumped up, his right hand formed a claw and grabbed the wall of the beast battle arena. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass flickered with golden light. His 5 fingers were like hooks, and pieces of scales appeared. He grabbed the stone wall like cutting tofu and hung himself on it. Icicles after icicles were shot down from his left hand. The lava hounds that rushed out first were already in a mess. After the first few died, the lava hounds behind continued to rush out and were shot to death by him. In a short while, more than 10 lava hounds died. On the other hand, the lava hounds from the other 3 directions were charging towards them. If it were only 10-year lava hounds and Lan Xuanyu had enough spirit power, he could even use this method to kill all the lava hounds. But he couldn't. With only rank 14 spirit power, he couldn't sustain the continuous release of over 100 icicles, not to mention the 100-year lava hounds. so he had thought it through from the start. He wouldn't use his left hand as his main weapon for today's battle, but his right hand. Without Qianlei and Lu Feng, he had one less helper, but at the same time, he had one less burden. He could only fully display the advantage of his footwork by himself. Taking advantage of the fact that the lava hounds from the other three directions had yet to arrive, Lan Xuanyu descended from the sky and jumped onto the back of the lava hound that rushed out last. His right fist smashed down, directly hitting the lava hound's waist. Canine and wolf-type spirit. Beasts were the same, they both had copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. Today, when he was listening to Ji Hongbin talk about the characteristics of spirit beasts in class, Lan Xuanyu suddenly thought of this point. This was also the reason why he wanted to come to the training ground to give it a try. As expected, the 10-year lava hound let out a sorrowful cry and fell to the ground. Their waist was their vital point. Before the 10-year lava hounds in front could react, Lan Xuanyu had already rushed up and consecutively punched 2 more lava hounds' waists, causing them to fall to the ground. Lan Xuanyu then turned around and ran away. Eating so many precious ingredients every day wasn't for nothing. In terms of physical fitness, Lan Xuanyu was definitely one of the best among his peers. He had already killed more than 10 lava hounds in this direction. But he knew that he couldn't stop. There were still so many lava hounds from the other directions, and there were still 100-year lava hounds waiting for him. As he ran, many of the 10-year lava hounds chased after him. Lan Xuanyu didn't stop either. In terms of pure speed, he wasn't as fast as the lava hounds, but he had a plan. From time to time, he would wave his left hand and 1 or 2 icicles would appear on the ground. Then, the lava hounds behind him would be in for a tragedy. But this was after all a simulation pod's virtual world, and the lava hounds were programmed to kill their enemies. Thus, they still chased after him without fear of death. The 3 100-year lava hounds finally appeared. They walked out from 3 different doors. Seeing them, a smile appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face. He suddenly turned around and charged towards the group of 10-year lava hounds. The experience from the previous test was fully displayed at this moment. The first thing the 3 100-year lava hounds did every time they appeared was to spit out fireballs. Of course, it wouldn't change this time. The 3 fireballs flew towards Lan Xuanyu from different directions. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had already rushed into the group of 10-year lava hounds that were chasing after him. Focusing his gaze, Lan Xuanyu felt that everything in his mind suddenly became incomparably clear, as if all the 10-year lava hounds in front of him had slowed down. He swayed to the left, swayed to the right, and at the same time, cut into the group of lava hounds like a ghost. But he was always able to slip through the gaps. But with his rich experience from so many battles, coupled with his miraculous footwork, Lan Xuanyu actually managed to enter the pack of wolves just like that. 3 fireballs whizzed towards him. Lan Xuanyu squatted down and pressed his left hand on the ground. A thin layer of ice appeared on the ground and his right hand slammed on the ground. With his body curled up, he immediately slid forward. His left hand released an ice shield in front of him and with his forward momentum, he knocked away the 10-year lava hounds that couldn't dodge in time. This time, his speed was very fast. His right hand exerted strength and produced a powerful explosive force. Immediately, he heard a series of explosions behind him and a series of miserable cries. He couldn't be bothered to look back. After breaking out of the encirclement, he quickly rushed towards one of the 100-year lava hounds. At this moment, the lava hounds were in a mess. There was no doubt that more than half of the 10-year lava hounds were dead, but the most important thing was to deal with the 3 100-year lava hounds. In a one-on-one situation, he had a certain amount of confidence, so he definitely couldn't let the 3 100-year lava hounds gather together. Sprinting at full speed, the 100-year lava hound had just spat out a fireball. When it saw Lan Xuanyu running towards it, it growled and pounced towards him. Lan Xuanyu wasn't surprised but happy. To him, the most important thing now was to fight for time. Both parties were getting closer and closer. Lan Xuanyu's gaze congealed. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about his fear and only had eyes for his opponent. On his hands, the gold and silver patterned blue-silver grass flickered with a faint light. His spirit had been raised to the maximum. Seeing that the distance was less than 5 meters, Lan Xuanyu made his move. His left hand slammed out and a light blue whirlpool appeared in the air. Water whirlpool. The 100-year lava hound pounced on the water whirlpool and the hot air on its body instantly turned into steam. This level of water whirlpool wasn't enough to stop it, it couldn't even change its direction. But this water whirlpool reacted with the lava on his body and produced a large amount of steam, causing its senses to be greatly reduced. When Lan Xuanyu released the water whirlpool, he borrowed the momentum of the water whirlpool to tilt his body to the side and avoided the pouncing attack of the 100-year lava hound. Without hesitation, he punched out his right fist and it landed on the waist of the 100-year lava hound. The timing of this attack was extremely good. If he had acted a little earlier, it was very likely that he would not have been able to reach the location. If he had acted a little later, he might not have been able to avoid it. PFFF, the 100-year lava hound's waist suffered a heavy blow, and the faint sound of bones cracking could be heard. One could imagine how powerful Lan Xuanyu's punch was. Its body swept out horizontally, but Lan Xuanyu borrowed the force from the punch to pause for a moment. Exerting force from both his legs, he changed his direction and quickly chased after the 100-year lava hound. With a point of his left hand, an icicle accurately pierced into the position where his right fist struck. The 100-year lava hound was different from the 10-year lava hound after all. Its vitality was much more vigorous, so he definitely wouldn't give the 100-year lava hound a chance to attack again. The icicle pierced into its body from the waist near its lower abdomen, causing the 100-year lava hound to cry out in pain again. Immediately after, with a pung sound, the icicle was directly detonated by Lan Xuanyu in its abdomen. The explosion caused the 100-year lava hound to roll on the ground. Its internal organs were ruptured, and it looked like it wouldn't be able to survive. But in this short period of time, the other two 100-year lava hounds had already reacted and rushed towards Lan Xuanyu's direction. The remaining 30 over 10-year lava hounds were also adjusting their formation and were about to rush towards Lan Xuanyu. His crisis wasn't over yet. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was already feeling slightly exhausted. After all, he was only a rank 14 spirit master and wasn't even 8 years old. To be able to kill a 100-year lava hound was something to be proud of. I can do it. Lan Xuanyu told himself in his heart. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly. The blood in his body boiled once again, as though it was being squeezed out by him. He suddenly jumped up and rushed towards one of the 100-year lava hounds. He definitely couldn't let the remaining two 100-year lava hounds surround and attack him. If that happened, he knew that he wouldn't have any chance at all. No matter how he dodged, his speed couldn't be compared to a 100-year lava hound. Adding on the fact that his spirit power was rapidly depleting, he would be torn into pieces very quickly. Thus, his only chance was to kill one of them first, then look for another opportunity. The 100-year lava hound that he was rushing towards let out a roar towards the sky. The remaining 10-year lava hounds immediately rushed towards him. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and increased his speed. A huge fireball with a diameter of 1 foot came flying towards him. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly dodged and used all his strength to do a forward roll to the side, barely dodging it. The fireball landed on the ground behind him and let out a loud boom. At this moment, the 100-year lava hound was less than 20 meters away from him. Lan Xuanyu pressed his right hand on the ground and at the same time, he sprung up and rushed towards the other party. At this moment, he didn't use any long-range attacks because he had to preserve his spirit power. In this battle, the thing that surprised him the most was his own strength. Even he didn't expect that his strength had already reached such a level. The stronger his strength, the faster his speed. Especially when he broke the 100-year lava hound's spine with one punch, it gave him a lot of confidence. Now, he definitely couldn't use Jinlong's ascension as his body didn't allow it. But with such strength, it didn't mean that he didn't have any chance. Both parties were very close, and the 100-year lava hound behind him was also getting closer. Dozens of lava hounds were pouncing towards him from the side. Lan Xuanyu's eyes congealed. Fight it out, no matter what, I have to kill this 100-year lava hound in front of me first. Thinking of this, he didn't hold back anymore. While his body continued to rush forward, he used the same trick again. His left hand formed a water vortex and threw it towards the 100-year lava hound in front. But this 100-year lava hound wasn't without any intelligence. It actually stopped abruptly. This time, it didn't crash into the water vortex directly. Instead, it slapped out with its claws and destroyed the water vortex. The mist still appeared, but compared to before, it wasn't as dense as before. At least, it couldn't completely block its vision. Facing Lan Xuanyu, this 100-year lava hound turned around and opened its mouth to bite at Lan Xuanyu. The heat emitted from its body caused Lan Xuanyu's chest to feel stuffy. When this 100-year lava hound went all out, the temperature around its body would rise to 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. This would greatly affect the opponent. They were originally more proficient in close combat. Lan Xuanyu clenched his teeth and squatted down abruptly. He almost dodged the bite from the 100-year lava hound's lower jaw. The 100-year lava hound kicked out with its hind claws. It wanted to kick Lan Xuanyu away and prevent him from getting close to its waist. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu made an exquisite reaction. He squatted down and suddenly flipped his body backwards. While dodging the kick, he exerted strength in his legs and actually reversed his momentum and jumped in the opposite direction. Once again, he returned to the area under the 100-year lava hound's lower jaw. This change displayed his excellent physique. It had extremely high requirements for one's strength and flexibility. Without a doubt, this 100-year lava hound was certain that Lan Xuanyu would attack its waist and wanted to repeat the same trick. But Lan Xuanyu's target wasn't there from the start. A 1.5-foot-long ice awl was condensed at this moment. Lan Xuanyu passed the ice awl condensed in his left hand to his right hand. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass on his right hand shone brightly and his entire arm seemed to have become thicker. Brazenly piercing upwards, it pierced through the soft skin of the lava hound's lower jaw and went straight for its brain. This time, it displayed the essence of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness to the fullest. The ice awl itself was sharp enough, not to mention Lan Xuanyu's full-strength right arm. The 100-year lava hound's body was sent flying and the icicle pierced its hard skull before stopping. Lan Xuanyu rolled to the side and drilled out from under the 100-year lava hound's stomach. But the moment he drilled out, he felt a chill in his heart. Over 30 10-year lava hounds were just inches away from him. What made him feel even more helpless was that a huge fireball was right in front of him. After killing 2 100-year lava hounds consecutively, his chi was weak and his spirit power was almost depleted. His stamina was also greatly reduced. At this moment, he couldn't even use his footwork and needed time to catch his breath. But how could these lava hounds give him a chance to catch his breath? It's over, but it was worth being gratified. At least he had killed 2/3 of his opponents. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously raised his arms with his right hand in front and left behind, crossing them in front of him. He was very clear that he wouldn't be able to survive if the fireball hit him. Let it end like this. It was better than being bitten to death by those lava hounds. Even if the pain wasn't strong, it was still disgusting. Boom, a blazing heat descended. Lan Xuanyu's right hand could clearly feel the burning pain from the fireball. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that the time around him seemed to have slowed down. He could clearly see that following the impact of the fireball, his right hand was forced back and collided with his left hand. At this moment, his right hand was covered by the golden-patterned blue-silver grass while his left hand was covered by the silver-patterned blue-silver grass. The moment his hands made contact, it was also the moment when the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass came into contact. The violent explosion was the result of the fireball's explosion. But it was also at this moment that Lan Xuanyu saw the rainbow-colored halo that burst forth when his palms touched. That's right, it was colorful. It was also at this moment that the milky white soul ring on his body started to change. Even when he used 2 types of blue-silver grass at the same time, only one spirit ring would appear. Both were white, or it could be said that both spirit rings overlapped. But at this moment, the white soul ring suddenly split into 2 as it trembled. Then, it overlapped with each other and turned into a rainbow-colored soul ring. Then, the halo suddenly expanded outwards. The vortex in Lan Xuanyu's chest, which had been formed with the help of Nana, suddenly spun violently. The originally incompatible gold and silver energies in the vortex instantly merged into one, turning into a rainbow color. Boom! A huge energy fluctuation instantly bloomed. In that instant, Lan Xuanyu felt his mind go blank. At this moment, with his body as the center, a rainbow-colored ball of light suddenly expanded outwards. The shockwave from the explosion was completely devoured. The 30/10-year lava hounds didn't even have the time to let out a cry before they were completely devoured and disappeared. As for the 100-year lava hound, it seemed to have felt something inconceivable. Its body went limp and it actually prostrated on the ground. Then, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace, as if he was scared to death. The entire rainbow-colored ball of light expanded outwards with a diameter of about 10 meters. Furthermore, it only bloomed for less than a second before it gradually stopped. Lan Xuanyu's hands that were touching each other let out a crisp king sound, and then separated. Lan Xuanyu also woke up. Then, he received a notification that he passed the test. When he left the arena, he was completely in a daze. What do you mean I passed? At that time, there were still 30/10-year lava hounds and a 100-year lava hound. Furthermore, I was already in a desperate situation at that time. However, looking at the soul coin in his hand, it meant that he had indeed passed the test. But what exactly is going on? What was that rainbow-colored light just now? He hurriedly sensed the changes in his body. His spirit was slightly weak. Soul power. Lan Xuanyu suddenly opened his eyes wide. This was because he suddenly realized that his soul power seemed to have decreased. The vortex in his chest had also weakened a little. Shouldn't his soul power have recovered to its peak after the test? Why isn't it fully recovered? While he was shocked, he hurriedly exited the simulation pod and immediately went outside. Once again, he focused and sensed the changes in his body. His soul power was still weakened, and there was no sign of it recovering. Could it be that it can only be recovered through meditation? He hurriedly returned to the dorm. At this moment, the others probably hadn't finished their test yet. Lu Feng and Qianlei hadn't returned. Sitting on his bed, he hurriedly entered meditation. However, in just a short while, Lan Xuanyu's expression changed greatly as he opened his eyes again. His meditation showed that his soul power was at its peak, but his overall soul power had obviously decreased. An ominous premonition immediately lingered in his heart. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly took out the soul power testing device from the dorm. This kind of small tester could measure soul power below rank 30. Every dormitory had their own tester. Injecting soul power, testing, soul power, rank 13. When he saw this number, he was completely stunned. Rank 13? Why is it rank 13? It wasn't easy for me to cultivate my soul power to rank 14. Why did it decrease instead of increasing? It actually dropped to rank 13. Lan Xuanyu was completely stunned, and for a moment, his heart was cold. His soul power cultivation speed was originally slow, and his soul power was the weakest in the class. Yet, he actually dropped a rank. This was simply, his breathing became somewhat hurried because of this, and his entire body was somewhat numb. How could this be? Demoted. Tears streamed down his face. After a full 10 minutes, he conducted 2 more tests and confirmed that his soul power was indeed only at rank 13. He tried hard to take deep breaths, and his emotions gradually calmed down. Why was it demoted? What was the reason for this demotion? There was no doubt that it was related to the appearance of the rainbow light. In other words, when his golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass collided, there would be a special change, and this change would cause his soul power to drop. And it brought about that instant of explosion. He had never heard of such a situation before in his previous studies. But, who should he ask? Would the teachers know? Would they believe him? Would they make him leave the elite junior class because of this? Teacher Nana. Right, he could ask Teacher Nana. It was as though he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw, and he suddenly thought of Nana. Teacher Nana would definitely know. The vortex in his body was created by her help. When his blue-silver grass came into contact with it, the vortex also changed. Thinking of Nana, his mood finally calmed down a little. At least now, he could contact Nana through the Qianlei. He sat cross-legged again and slowly circulated his soul power according to the mysterious heaven skill. Lan Xuanyu observed the changes in his body more carefully. His soul power disappeared just like that? This was simply too inconceivable. and it completely exceeded his knowledge of soul masters. Furthermore, it was in the simulation pod. It wasn't the real world. Logically speaking, the changes in the simulation pod would only be brought to the real world through experience, right? There were simply too many questions. Immersing his consciousness, Lan Xuanyu silently felt the changes in the vortex in his body. As he gradually immersed himself in meditation, he began to notice some differences. His soul power had indeed weakened, it had indeed weakened a little. However, he realized that the relationship between the gold and silver energies in his body seemed to have changed. How should he put it? It seemed like the repulsion between the gold and silver energies had decreased slightly. Yes, it had decreased. It's on the shelves. Thank you to all the readers for your support, especially to our beloved leaders. Thank you, everyone. Just now, a reader told me that someone took the opportunity to cause trouble in the book review section while we were on the shelves and used an interview article from a few years ago to sow discord. It's been a long time since someone came to my place to cause trouble. I don't know what their motive is, but it's a pity that these people don't understand the situation at all. That's right, I did say that free reading content is the future, but that's under the condition that the entire industry is sound, and it's not free for the sake of being free. As for how long this future will be, I don't know, and no one knows. It could be 10 years, or it could be 20 years. In the past year, some free websites have appeared, but the content is inferior, and the quality is mixed. They use extremely cheap prices to buy a large amount of content to attract attention and earn traffic. In fact, it has already become a hidden danger in the industry. As the only CPPCC member among the web writers, my proposal this year will specifically target this chaos. Therefore, if you are here to cause trouble, you've found the wrong person. Because my philosophy is to focus on attacking the inferior content of these free websites. A few days ago, at the CPPCC bi-weekly forum hosted by Chairman Wang Yang, I made a speech specifically targeting this. If you are here to cause trouble, please study it carefully before you speak. Why can I be the representative of online literature? Because I bled for online literature, painstakingly. For so many years, I've been working hard for the healthy development of online literature. I'm the first to use the web to adapt a comic, and thus led the entire industry. I'm the first to use the web to be a best-selling author, and the first to use the web to adapt a mobile game and achieve success. At that time, a first-rate author's mobile game copyright was only 100,000 yuan. After my case was successful, everyone's copyright increased by 100 times. I helped the local government establish a web writers' village to provide benefits for us web writers. I've been working hard to lead the industry's development. If anyone says that online literature is bad, I'll fight them to the end. Although my print book sales are now the #1 in the country, no matter where I go, I'll call myself a web writer. Why? Because it's online literature that made me who I am. It's our lovely readers who made me who I am. I dare to pat my chest and say that everything I've done is for the healthy development of online literature. I deeply love online literature. If you are here to cause trouble, then what about you? My success is built on the foundation of 15 years of continuous improvement. It's built on the foundation of more than 200 print books and more than 40 million words. It doesn't come out of nowhere. Use your envy, jealousy, and hatred in the right place. At the very least, use it as a motivation to move forward and be a good person. The reason why I replied is because I don't want to affect our lovely readers' reading mood. Otherwise, such a small matter is not worth wasting so many words on. That's it. Finally, thank you readers for your support. In the process of their operation, the distinctiveness between the two energies weakened. It wasn't obvious on the surface, but to Lan Xuanyu, it was a kind of intuition. Nana once told him that the intuition of a spirit master during the cultivation process was the most accurate. This kind of intuition could often bring a lot of different things to a spirit master. He had to trust his intuition because it could almost be considered as an epiphany. In other words, the decrease in spirit power by 1 rank wasn't all bad for him. At this moment, he discovered a different change. He was surprised to find that in the deepest part of the vortex, there seemed to be a faint light spot that was faintly discernible. The reason why he discovered this light spot was because it was different from the other energies. In the vortex, there were only gold and silver energies, with a faint white energy in the middle. However, this small dot, which was only the size of a needle tip, was colored. Because it was really too small, Lan Xuanyu couldn't tell how many colors it was made up of. But he was completely sure that this wasn't there before. But, what was going on? Was it also brought about by the previous collision? These discoveries made Lan Xuanyu calm down completely. His spirit power decreased by 1 rank and these changes happened. Even the teachers wouldn't be able to answer this, right? It was directly related to his strange twin martial souls. He originally wanted to ask Mu Zhongtian. But now, it seemed that the best choice was to ask teacher Nana about this. The other teachers might not be able to answer, and they might have even more doubts. Then, he would ask teacher Nana the next time he saw her. But, this was related to the secret of his martial soul, and it seemed that even Qian Lei and Lu Feng shouldn't know about it. What should he do then? After ending his meditation, Lan Xuanyu thought of a good idea. Wouldn't that girl called Dong Qianqiu be teleported over? He couldn't ask teacher Nana directly, for fear of being overheard by others. But he could write a letter for her to bring back. It should be possible through the spatial storage device. That girl seemed to have it. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly jumped out of bed and wrote a letter about the changes in his body and the doubts in his heart. By the time he finished writing the letter, it was time for lunch. Overall, he was still very unhappy. As a soul master, a drop in soul power was simply too frightening. This was especially true for him. Cultivating his soul power was too difficult. He had finally made some progress, but his soul power had dropped in rank. Didn't that mean that in the future, if he wasn't careful and let the 2 types of blue-silver grass come into contact with each other, the same thing would happen? This was what he was most afraid of. At this rate, when would he be able to become a high-grade soul master? However, his unhappiness soon came to an end. This was because when he arrived at the canteen, there were a total of 3 to 4 elite junior class students eating there. The rest were obviously not done with the assessment yet. The amount of food didn't change. And there were so few people. Wouldn't that mean that he could eat as much as he wanted? Eat? Under the dumbfounded gazes of the few students, Lan Xuanyu went all out for the first time after coming to Tianluo College and started gorging himself. By the time he finished eating, there were only 7 to 8 students who came to eat. This didn't include Qian Lei and Lu Feng. Most of the students didn't eat until the afternoon class. As a result, many people became dispirited in the afternoon. Teacher Ji's class wasn't that easy after all. Lan Xuanyu concealed the fact that his soul power had dropped. After all, the difference between rank 14 and 13 wasn't that obvious. At least before the midterm exam, he wouldn't be discovered. He also began to cultivate with all his might. As long as he had time, he would meditate and try his best to recover his soul power. Let's not talk about rising to a higher rank. I should at least recover to rank 14 first, right? Otherwise, what would the teachers think when they found out that I had dropped in rank during the midterm exam? That night, he pulled Qian Lei and Lu Feng to summon Dong Qianqiu again. After participating in the exam together, he gave the letter to her. Dong Qianqiu indeed had a storage-type soul tool on her and took the letter with her. Lan Xuanyu could only wait for teacher Nana's reply now. 3 whole days. 3 days later. Nana's reply finally came. When Lan Xuanyu read her reply, his mood finally brightened up and all the haze was swept away. Nana told him in the letter that his situation was most likely due to a self-martial soul fusion skill. In other words, his golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass could fuse together. These two should have the same origin, but because of their different attributes, they were incompatible. When he was in a dangerous situation during the battle, this gap was finally broken. Thus, a self-martial soul fusion skill was created. It was very inconceivable that he could use a self-martial soul fusion skill with his rank 10 cultivation. And the drop in his soul power was most likely due to a mutation after the martial soul fusion. Lan Xuanyu discovered that the compatibility between the 2 types of energy in his body had increased, and there was even a little rainbow-colored light. This mutation was good. This also meant that his 2 incompatible types of energy had started to fuse together because of the self-martial soul fusion skill. If the fusion was better in the future, it could even make his cultivation stronger. his martial soul would also become stronger. This was definitely a good thing. But it was also very likely that it would affect his cultivation progress. Therefore, Nana's suggestion was to try to continue cultivating and see if the drop in soul power could be recovered faster than under normal circumstances. If it was, he could consider continuing the martial soul fusion in the future. At the same time, Nana also reminded Lan Xuanyu that the gold and silver energies in his body were his biggest hidden danger because of the conflict between them. And this martial soul fusion could very likely be the solution to this hidden danger. If this was the case, it would be a great thing. Therefore, the next time he used the martial soul fusion, he had to tell her about the change again. Needless to say, after Lan Xuanyu persisted in cultivating for a few days, he discovered that the cultivation speed from rank 13 to rank 14 was indeed faster than before. Maybe it was because he had already cultivated once before, and his meridians had widened enough, so the recovery speed was faster. In the following days, Lan Xuanyu and his two roommates, other than the usual classes, would train together in private to increase their cooperation. It also increased their tacit understanding. Lan Xuanyu became the well-deserved core of the three. With him, Lu Feng and Qian Lei's fighting strength had greatly increased, and he naturally deserved the title of room leader. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the midterm exam finally arrived. What made Lan Xuanyu heave a huge sigh of relief was that his soul power had finally returned to rank 14 after a month. At least it wouldn't attract too much attention. But he also discovered that the colorful light at the core of his gold and silver vortex didn't grow bigger along with the increase in his soul power. It was as though nothing had happened and still maintained its original size. Learning in the elite junior class was fulfilling. There were all sorts of classes from morning to night almost every day. Cultural theory and actual combat were equally important. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel his own improvement, and at the same time, he could also feel the improvement of his classmates. Everyone was eagerly studying and cultivating, and no one wanted to be the one to be eliminated at the end of the term. There weren't any more conflicts with his classmates, and everyone was relatively restrained and prioritized cultivation. In fact, there wasn't much time for conflicts. Yi Lingtong also didn't look for Lan Xuanyu again and didn't ask him what he wanted to do in the beginning. She studied hard and cultivated diligently every day. Today's third watch, begging for monthly votes. Qian Lei told Lan Xuanyu that Yi Lingtong and Lu Qianshuan's group ranked first in the class during the assessment at the beginning of the semester. If they wanted to maintain their first place, they would naturally work especially hard. As for Qian Lei and Lu Feng's group at the bottom, no one paid attention to them. They were even seen as destined to be eliminated. In this month, Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei also began to feel the pressure of choosing their secondary professions. They started learning warship piloting basics in the simulation pod, and now they were already trying to drive 3 types of soul guidance cars. Although it was in the simulation pod, they still had to spend a certain amount of time practicing every day. It took up a certain amount of their learning and cultivation time. Lan Xuanyu even regretted it a little. His biggest problem was his soul power rank, and there was a certain gap between him and his classmates. Now that he still needed to spend some time learning how to drive, it naturally made his time a little tight. Although the other students also had to learn how to drive mechas in their Duo Mecha Master class, it could directly increase their combat strength. Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei's warship piloting basics included mecha piloting, but they also had to learn a lot of other piloting skills at the same time. They needed to spend even more effort. Fortunately, both of them were only allowed to do so because their spiritual power had exceeded 100. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have this opportunity. Speaking of spiritual power, Lan Xuanyu's latest spiritual power test data shocked even himself, 137. Qian Lei was still above him at 152. Other than the two of them, there were only a few students who exceeded 50. Therefore, although Dorm 333's overall strength was seen as the weakest, because of their outstanding spiritual power, the teachers still placed a certain amount of hope on them. The midterm exam was finally here. Without a doubt, this was the first time to test the results of the elite junior class. The assessment at the beginning of the semester was to test the quality of the elite junior class. 3 months of learning and training. Every day, these young students were exhausted, but no one wanted to be eliminated, so they all worked very hard. Then, 3 months later, to what extent had they improved? Were there any changes? How big were the changes? These were all things that Tianluo College was eager to learn after investing a lot of resources and effort. Thus, the subsequent teaching would be adjusted. The midterm exam was very detailed. It was divided into cultural assessment, physical data assessment, and actual combat practice in groups of 3. The actual combat competition would be carried out in the simulation cabin. Through the Douluo world, everyone could fight with all their might without worrying about injuring their opponents, thus displaying their greatest strength. In order not to delay his subsequent studies, the entire exam only took 1 day. In the morning, it was the cultural exam and physical data test. In the afternoon, it was the actual combat exam. Cultural classes were relatively easy for Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei. Spiritual power wasn't just useful in controlling soul power. It was also useful in his studies. Above 50 points of mental power would be the spirit connection realm, and the next level, the spirit sea realm, required 200 points of mental power. Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei's spiritual power were both above 100, and they were not too far away from the Sea of Soul realm. In terms of memory and comprehension, they naturally surpassed the others. Therefore, the cultural exam could be considered easy for them. If it weren't for Qianlei, this guy, being usually lazy, with his spiritual power, it would be normal for him to be first in class every time. After the cultural exam, it was time for the physical data test. Lan Xuanyu was a little worried. The physical data test was divided into 4 basic tests: strength, speed, mental power, and soul power. After all, they were still only students, so they didn't need too detailed data. Next, Lan Xuanyu. Under the teacher's call, Lan Xuanyu arrived at the testing area. First, we'll do the strength test. Remember, you can't use soul power to increase your strength during the test. Do you understand? Just use your body's pure strength. The same goes for the speed test. Understood. Get ready. The teacher brought Lan Xuanyu into an instrument. The walls on both sides will gradually close. What you need to do is to not let them close. Try to hold on for as long as possible. The teacher said to Lan Xuanyu. There were metal walls on both sides of the instrument that would slowly close inwards after the test began. Eventually, it would close to the point where it could only accommodate one person standing sideways. The person being tested had to use all methods to resist the closing speed as much as possible so that they could hold on for as long as possible. This was undoubtedly a test of the strength of the whole body. Whether it was the body, arms, legs, or waist, strength could be used as support. There was a certain level of technique, but more importantly, one's own strength was still more important. There were already a few people in front who had been tested. Qianlei was in front of Lan Xuanyu. His test result was 17 seconds, and before Qianlei was Lu Qianxuan. Lu Qianxuan's test result was 2 minutes and 32 seconds. The difference could be seen from this. Lu Qianxuan was the one who lasted the longest. The shocking one was Ji Lingtong. She was a little girl, but she also lasted 1 minute and 57 seconds, which was the best for girls. As expected of the possessor of the celestial dragon martial soul. Just from these basic data, it could be seen how strong Yi Lingtong and Lu Qianxuan's group was. Lan Xuanyu stood in the instrument and thought for a while. Then, he spread his legs apart and used both sides of his feet to hold on to the 2 metal walls that were about 1.3 meters apart. Then, he opened his arms and pressed both hands on the metal walls. This way, he could exert the strength of both his arms and legs at the same time. This was what Lu Qianxuan had done previously, and he had followed suit. Begin. The metal walls slowly closed inwards, and the test officially began. Lan Xuanyu immediately felt the pressure from the metal walls on both sides. The pressure gradually increased, and his arms and legs also began to exert strength slowly. He blocked the metal walls and didn't move an inch. Lu Feng stood behind Lan Xuanyu and stared at his roommate in the strength testing instrument without blinking. Previously, Qianlei was too embarrassing. Almost from the start, he didn't block the metal walls at all until they closed completely. However, Lan Xuanyu was different this time. The timer had already started, but the metal walls on both sides showed no signs of moving. In other words, his strength was at the initial stage. Of course, this was a good sign. The longer he could hold on at the beginning, the easier it would be. This was because the longer it went, the more difficult it would be to open the metal walls once they contracted inwards. Lan Xuanyu didn't feel too much pressure. The power of the metal walls wasn't too strong in his perception. However, he soon realized that almost every 10 seconds or so, the pressure from the metal walls would increase a little. Then, it continued to increase. Time ticked by, and the pressure began to increase. Lan Xuanyu's body began to react. It wasn't as easy to hold on as at the beginning. The blood in his body started to boil. This didn't come from his soul power, but from the power in his bones. When his blood boiled, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that his emotions were stirred up. He had already noticed this when he faced the lava hounds. When he attacked the lava hounds, the power from his bloodline was even greater than the power from his soul power. The invigilator was already nodding silently. It had already been more than a minute and a half. At this age, it was already not easy to hold on for more than a minute and a half. Furthermore, in the registration records, this student named Lan Xuanyu was a control system soul master. It could be seen that Lan Xuanyu in the strength testing instrument was gradually unable to hold on, and the metal walls on both sides were closing inwards. Even so, with the current rate of contraction, he should be able to hold on for more than 2 minutes. Among the students who had already taken the test, he was probably only inferior to Lu Qianxuan. Just as the teacher stood up and was about to report Lan Xuanyu's test results, a shocking scene happened. Inside the apparatus, Lan Xuanyu, who was already at his limit, suddenly had his eyes lit up, and his entire body emitted a strong aura. He pursed his lips and exerted force from his body, pushing the metal wall that was closing in the middle back to its original position. One must know that the pressure of the metal wall was constantly increasing, and it was very rare for it to be pushed back after closing. 2 minutes had passed. 2 minutes. A low voice sounded. The other students in the class also noticed the change in Lan Xuanyu. This student who joined the elite junior class later, other than winning against Xianxia on the first day, did not display any other abilities. Now, it seemed that his strength was a little scary, and there were not many assault-type spirit masters who had such strength. However, it couldn't be said that he didn't display any other abilities. This guy could eat. Without a doubt, he was the one with the biggest appetite in the class. Lan Xuanyu's forehead was already sweating, and the pressure on both sides was increasing. His muscles started to ache, and even his bones started to crack. But the more he was in such a situation, the more unyielding emotion surged in his heart, and this emotion gave him a lot of strength, allowing him to persevere. The qi and blood in his body kept boiling, to the point that his skin started to turn red. His body kept trembling, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. Lu Feng was the next to undergo the test, and seeing Lan Xuanyu's state, he couldn't help but admire him. What he relied on was no longer pure strength, but willpower. This guy's willpower is actually so strong? Alright, stop. The teacher walked forward and pressed the end button, ending Lan Xuanyu's strength test. The pressure on both sides of the metal wall instantly weakened, and Lan Xuanyu's body swayed, and he almost fell, but he quickly used his hands to support himself. His entire body was sore, and the blazing qi and blood were still boiling. The teacher took the initiative to open the apparatus and helped him out, then said with a pleasant expression, "Not bad, you're not bad. Not only are you strong, but your willpower is also tenacious. This is a rare quality. Continue to work hard. But you have to remember, it's easy to break if it's too hard. Sometimes, you have to leave some leeway, understand?" "Understood, thank you, teacher." Lan Xuanyu bowed respectfully to the teacher. The teacher returned to his seat and filled in a result on Lan Xuanyu's test card, then handed it to him. The the score written by the teacher was 10 and a plus sign. The full score for each of the physical fitness tests was 10 points, but what did the additional plus sign mean? Lan Xuanyu's, and the time limit of the elite junior to the end, 4 minutes. Was to the teachers, to the teacher to the point of the teachers to the teacher to the teacher to the teacher to the teacher to the teachers to have outstandings worth nurturing. Although it wouldn't be counted into his test score, with this plus sign, it meant that he wouldn't be eliminated at the end of the first semester. Lan Xuanyu felt that he didn't perform well in the speed test because he had used up a lot of energy in the strength test and only got 7 points in the speed test as a levels, passing, lands a score, without a doubt, he was the lowest in the class. Luckily, he got a score of 10 plus for the spiritual power test. He had no choice but to get it. In terms of spiritual power, the gap between the others and Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei was too big. Qianlei also got a score of 10 plus for this test. The most interesting thing was that not only did the two of them have a plus sign, Lu Feng had one too. He was the fastest in the class, and he got a score of 10 plus for the speed test. Physical fitness test results: first place, Lu Qianxuan, 38. 5 points, 1 plus sign. After the test ended, the homeroom teacher, Mu Zhongtian, began to read out the results. The class monitor, Lu Qianxuan, got the first place in the physical fitness test without any suspense. 13th place, Lan Xuanyu, 30. 5 points, 2 plus signs. When Mu Zhongtian read this, he even lifted his head to look at Lan Xuanyu. There was no doubt that the spirit power test pulled down his score by a lot. However, to be able to get 13th place out of the 30 students in the class was already very good. It was indeed out of Mu Zhongtian's expectations. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu is also the only student in the class who got 2 plus signs. His strength and spiritual power are both recognized. Qianlei gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up and chuckled, but soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. 29th place, Lu Feng, 26. 5 points, 1 plus sign. 30th place, Qianlei, 25 points, 1 plus sign. The total score of the 3 students from dorm 333 was definitely at the bottom of the class. Who asked them to be in the last 2 places to be from their dorm? Lu Feng and Qianlei lowered their heads and wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, Mu Zhongtian's next sentence stunned them instantly. In this physical fitness test, the group with the most plus signs is dorm 333, a total of 4 plus signs. Let us congratulate them. According to the plan set by the academy, the group with the most plus signs will not be eliminated after the final exam. The moment he said that, the entire class was in an uproar. Happiness came too suddenly, so much so that Lu Feng and Qianlei were in a daze. Lan Xuanyu was also stunned. To the other students, this was definitely not good news. According to what was said at the start of the semester, after the final exam every semester, there might be students in the elite junior class who would be eliminated. To everyone, the group with the highest possibility of being eliminated was Lu Feng's group. But now, no one would have thought that the weakest group would actually get 4 plus signs and not be eliminated. If that was the case, it would be hard to say who would be eliminated. Everyone was able to get into the elite junior class, so the difference in their results was not huge. Teacher, this is not fair. In terms of overall strength, their group is definitely the weakest. We can't get such preferential treatment just because we are slightly better in a certain aspect. This is not fair to us. Xianxia jumped out without hesitation. Before Lan Xuanyu came, he had actually sparred with Lu Feng and won against Lu Feng. Hence, when Lan Xuanyu came, he took the initiative to provoke Lan Xuanyu, but Lan Xuanyu won. He would definitely bear a grudge. Mu Zhongtian said indifferently, "This is the academy's decision, you can bring it up to the academy if you have any dissatisfaction. Also, you can work hard to defeat them in the combat test in the afternoon. The first group in the combat test this afternoon will also have the right to not be eliminated. So, work hard, youths." Class dismissed. With that, Teacher Mu turned and left. Instantly, the class was filled with discussions. "We are ashore ah. Ha ha ha." Qianlei couldn't help but laugh. Lu Feng nudged him and didn't look too good. Qianlei then realized that the people around him were looking at him with unfriendly gazes. "Let's go and eat." Lan Xuanyu pulled his 2 roommates and left the testing ground first. In the cafeteria, Qianlei ate while whispering to Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng, "It's time for us to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. We will let them know our prowess in the afternoon. Xianyu, we are counting on you." Lan Xuanyu agreed. Qianlei continued, say, how much should we expose in the afternoon? How much strength do we have to bring out to win and become the champion? Is this considered a double champion? N? Lan Xuanyu looked up at him. Lu Feng said angrily, can you be more shameless? Who was last in the morning? You still have the cheek to say champion. Qianlei retracted his mouth. Who was second to last? Lu Feng's face turned red. At least I'm not as shameless as you. Qianlei said to Lan Xuanyu, the four of us have plus signs, so it's not wrong to say that we're first, right, Xianyu? Lan Xuanyu looked at him helplessly. Qianlei pointed at Lan Xuanyu's bloated mouth and said, can't you stop for a while? You can eat too much. How did your parents raise you since you were young? Lan Xuanyu didn't say anything and just snorted. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to say anything, but that he couldn't open his mouth. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and said, let me eat my fill first. If I don't eat my fill, how are we going to fight them in the afternoon? Okay, go ahead and eat. Eat more. Just then, Yi Lingtong walked into the cafeteria. She saw Lan Xuanyu at first glance and quickly walked over. Lan Xuanyu. Yi Lingtong knocked on his table. Lan Xuanyu, whose mouth was bloated from eating, looked up and looked at her with his big eyes. Looking at his bloated face and wide eyes, Yi Lingtong couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so dumb and adorable? Lan Xuanyu suddenly looked angry. He chewed a few times and swallowed his food. Who are you calling dumb? Yi Lingtong said angrily, don't be ungrateful. I'm here to remind you guys. If you can't win in the afternoon, hurry up and admit defeat. You won't be eliminated this semester anyway. I heard Xianxia and the rest discussing how to humiliate you guys after winning. After saying that, she turned and left. She's calling that kind? It's as if we're destined to be humiliated. Xianxia is really a jerk, Qianlei said angrily. Lu Feng snorted. Then let them see who's the best. I just don't know how the exam will be later. Yes, before the exam started in the afternoon, no exam rules and methods were announced. None of them knew how the actual combat exam would be conducted in the afternoon. Without a doubt, actual combat was extremely important to the elite junior class. It could even be said to be the most important, especially when most of the students chose to be a duo mecha master. Simulation pod training ground. 30 elite junior class students each stood beside a simulation pod. Mu Zhongtian stood at the front, sweeping his gaze across the students calmly. Finally, his gaze landed on Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's dangerous situation in the simulation pod was a very painful lesson for him. If Lan Xuanyu hadn't recovered, it would definitely be a shadow in Mu Zhongtian's heart that would continue to exist. Therefore, before the assessment began, he and a group of teachers had carefully inspected the assessment scene several times. They had to ensure that there was no danger to these children before they finally decided on a plan. The assessment scene was a maze. The simulation pods you are in have been arranged according to your serial numbers. Every group of 3 will land in the same place. In the maze, you will encounter all sorts of attacks from the maze itself. You will experience it after you enter. What you have to do is very simple. Find the other teams and get rid of them. The earlier a team is eliminated, the lower their score. Of course, we will also observe the entire battle situation. If there is an outstanding performance, there will be bonus points. But the final champion will have a score of 10 and will not be eliminated this semester. Do you understand? Maze? What's that? To Lan Xuanyu, this was a little unfamiliar. He originally thought that the 10 groups would fight each other by drawing lots, but he didn't expect that it would be a free-for-all like the selection for the elite junior class. Ever since he came here, his training was mostly about fighting with soul beasts. There were very few situations where he fought with soul masters. His mind raced as he started to think of a way to fight. There was no doubt that everyone wanted to be the champion, but it was easier said than done. Every student around him was the cream of the crop among their peers. If you're ready, get ready to enter. Mu Zhongtian waved his hand and all the simulation pods opened automatically. Everyone stepped into their own simulation pods and sank their bodies inside. The gelatinous liquid soaked up and covered their entire body. The simulation pods closed and their vision gradually turned dark. The suffocating feeling only appeared for a moment. In the next moment, everything around them became bright again. The system connected and they entered Soul World, a light flashed and in the next moment, Lan Xuanyu found himself in an unfamiliar place. It wasn't just him. Lu Feng and Qianlei appeared beside him. The elite junior class had put in a lot of thought into having 3 people in a group. After all, they were still young and didn't have any specialties in cooperation. Furthermore, it was difficult for them to complete difficult coordination. The 3 of them were just right. The more people there were, the easier it was to get messy. If there wasn't a group, there wouldn't be any cooperation. After much research, it was decided that they would train together as a unit of 3 people. What do we do now? Qianlei asked. Lu Feng also looked at Lan Xuanyu. Ever since Lan Xuanyu displayed a strong boost to them, the 2 of them relied on Lan Xuanyu more and more. Lan Xuanyu looked at them and said, I don't know what to do either. Have you guys experienced a maze before? The 2 of them shook their heads. Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, since our entire class is in this maze. This means that we can meet anyone in the future. Also, we might have to face many battles. If we want to be the champion, I feel that we can't just rely on our strength. After all, everyone's spirit power is limited and we can only use our spirit skills a few times. I feel that we should find a place to hide and experience less battles. Naturally, our chances of winning will be higher and we should conserve our energy. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Lan Xuanyu was speaking, a low rumble suddenly sounded in front of them. At this moment, they were in a tunnel. The tunnel was about 5 meters tall, and the top and sides of the tunnel were made of stone. There were wall lamps on both sides of the tunnel. The rumble came from the pitch-black end of the tunnel. The 3 of them looked in that direction and immediately saw a stone statue about 2 meters tall slowly walking towards them. The stone statue's eyes emitted a red glow, and it held a giant axe in its hand. In this tunnel that was less than 5 meters wide, there was no doubt that its giant axe could seal off the entire tunnel. Wow, it looks quite powerful. Xianyu, should I summon it? Qianlei hurriedly asked. Lan Xuanyu said, don't. You're our secret weapon. Don't summon it. If we conserve our energy, we can't let anyone find out. I have an idea. Let's wait for the stone statue to come closer. Lu Feng, we'll attack together. Qianlei, you stay behind and stick to the stone wall. Their current position was unavoidable because there was a dead end behind them. There was no way to escape. But it was also because of this that Lan Xuanyu had a bold idea in his heart. The stone statue in front of them was not fast, but it was steadily approaching them. The mechanical voice gave them a strong sense of oppression. Qianlei retreated to the back, while Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng stood 5 to 6 meters in front of him. Lan Xuanyu said to Lu Feng, Frenzy, go and test its attack methods. Don't attack it, just let it display its attack methods. Since the main purpose of this maze is for us to fight each other, it shouldn't be too strong. It's more to harass and block us. Lu Feng nodded, released his white dragon spear, and rushed out. His speed was indeed fast, and after training hard every day, it even increased. As expected of a student with 10 points in speed. In a flash, he charged towards the stone statue, leaving a trail of white light behind him. As if it felt threatened, the stone statue raised its battle axe and prepared for battle. However, it did not stop and continued to move forward. Seeing that he was in front of the stone statue, Lu Feng suddenly stopped. He extended the white dragon spear in his hand as far as possible and stabbed towards the stone statue. The stone statue held the battle axe with both hands and slashed downwards. Its target was Lu Feng himself and did not pay attention to his spear. Pooh! The white dragon spear pierced the stone statue and left a small hole in its body. However, the giant axe also came down with a fierce wind. Lu Feng's figure flashed and dodged the battle axe. He unfolded the white dragon spear and stabbed the stone statue several times. Every time, he could only leave a small hole in the stone statue's body. The stone statue continuously waved its battle axe, but its movements were obviously slow and could not attack the fast Lu Feng. In order to not lose control of his speed, Lu Feng tried to control his speed within a certain range. Although his attack power was still not strong, it was much better than losing control. This was a method that he came up with after joining forces with Lan Xuanyu and gaining a huge boost. He realized that what he was most afraid of was not insufficient attack power, but losing control. This was because once he lost control, it was very likely that he would lose everything in an instant. Frenzy, come back. Lan Xuanyu called out to Lu Feng. Lu Feng turned around and quickly returned to Lan Xuanyu's side with the white dragon spear in his hand. This guy is very slow. Although its defense is strong, it should not be able to withstand my attacks for a long time. If I go all out, I should have a chance to defeat it. Lu Feng quickly summed up his feelings. And, don't worry. Let's wait for it to get closer. Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice. The stone statue continued to move forward. After a while, it was less than 10 meters away from them. Lan Xuanyu said to Lu Feng, when it arrives in front of us, we will use all our strength to defeat it. While speaking, Lan Xuanyu released the golden-patterned blue-silver grass from his right hand and pressed it on Lu Feng's shoulder. The white dragon spear in Lu Feng's hand suddenly lit up. The dragon's eyes opened and a sharp aura instantly bloomed. As the stone statue approached, Lu Feng called out, I'll go first. As he spoke, he had already leaped out. His speed was much faster than before. In a flash, he was already in front of the stone statue. The white dragon spear in his hand was like a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly piercing out. Before the stone statue could turn around, the axe had already pierced its chest. Stone chips flew everywhere, and a bowl-sized hole appeared in the statue's chest. Lu Feng pressed down on the spear shaft and used the momentum to spring up, reaching the top of the stone statue. Not only did he avoid the stone statue's giant axe, but he also fiercely struck down with the white dragon spear. With a pu sound, half of the stone statue's head was smashed off. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had already stepped forward. His body leaned to the side and nimbly dodged the stone statue's giant axe. He locked onto the stone statue's right hand that was holding the giant axe and clenched his right hand into a fist. Golden scales appeared as he fiercely punched it. A muffled pu sound was heard. The stone statue's right hand was brazenly hit by him, and the stone axe fell to the ground. Lan Xuanyu leaped up and punched the stone statue's shoulder again. The white dragon spear in Lu Feng's hand spat out. Before his body fell from the air, he stabbed the stone statue's head 3 times in succession, completely shattering the stone statue's head. Rumble. The moment the stone statue's head was completely shattered, its entire body collapsed and turned into pieces of gravel that fell to the ground. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly retreated to avoid being hit by the stones. As expected, it's not that great. Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder from behind. Lu Feng pointed the tip of his spear to the ground. His body nimbly somersaulted in the air and landed on top of the pile of stones. He had the aura of a horse with his spear held horizontally. However, the light on the white dragon spear in his hand was slowly dissipating. The buff that Lan Xuanyu gave him also disappeared. Leaping down, Lu Feng gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up. In fact, this stone statue was almost destroyed by him alone. Moreover, it was swift and clean. There was no longer the lack of supply from before. Lan Xuanyu also gave him a thumbs up. What's wrong? What do we do now? Xianxia excitedly walked up. Looking at the cooperation between Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng, he was also somewhat restless. Who didn't want to fully display their strength in the examination? Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly. Nothing much. Let's just wait here. As he spoke, he pointed to the ground and then sat down cross-legged. They were in a dead end. Behind them was a wall, and in front of them was a pile of stones. Once he sat down, they naturally couldn't see anything from the other side of the passage. The pile of stones completely covered his body. Lie low? Xianxia stared at Lan Xuanyu, dumbfounded. Lan Xuanyu said unhappily, why do you have to say it so harshly? We're just waiting at ease for the exhausted. Here, the possibility of being discovered is small. Moreover, it's not easy to encounter other devices in the maze. We just have to sit and wait. It won't be too late for us to go out after they've exhausted themselves and finished fighting. Lu Feng's expression also became a little strange. He had just defeated the stone statue without restraint and was preparing to show off his skills. He didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to use such a tactic. Xianyu, I didn't expect you to be so sinister with your thick eyebrows and big eyes. I couldn't tell? How am I sinister? This is called a tactic. Lan Xuanyu said matter-of-factly. All right. Lu Feng and Qian Lei also sat down beside him. The pile of stones perfectly covered the three of them. If one were to look from the other side of the passage, they would only see a dead end at the end of the passage and a pile of stones. That was all. Lan Xuanyu pulled the stone axe that the stone statue used previously. The stone axe was heavy, but with his strength, he could still carry it. He would just treat it as a weapon. It felt pretty good. At this moment, in the training ground, 7 to 8 teachers were focused on the big screen in front of them. The big screen was divided into 10 parts, completely displaying the different movements of the 10 groups. The teachers nodded their heads in agreement, shook their heads, and frowned. It was obvious that they had different opinions on the students' reactions. Mu Zhongtian's gaze was fixed on Lan Xuanyu's group. With the previous situation, he placed more importance on Lan Xuanyu than the other students. He was rather surprised that Lan Xuanyu was able to obtain 2 scores of 10 points. He also didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to have such standards. It was already good enough that he didn't get eliminated in the first semester. After all, his soul power was only at rank 14. This was truly too low for the elite junior class. According to what he knew, Lu Qianxuan had the highest cultivation and his soul power had already broken through rank 19. He was just one step away from reaching the realm of 2 rings. This level was what the academy was willing to see. In order to nurture the students of the elite junior class, the academy not only mobilized the strongest teachers from the junior colleges, but also some teachers from the intermediate colleges. The mecha lessons in the elite junior class were taught by the intermediate colleges. The academy placed great importance on this midterm exam. At this moment, the one standing in the middle of all the teachers was the vice principal of the academy. 3 months of training, carefully selected students. What the academy hoped to see was that they would be reborn, so that they would be able to bring glory to the academy in the future. Mu Zhongtian naturally saw the reactions of Lan Xuanyu and the rest when they faced the stone statue. This Lu Feng's attack power. Mu Zhongtian quickly noticed that when Lu Feng attacked the stone statue for the second time, his attack power increased tremendously. The overall design of the stone statue wasn't strong because they considered that the students' main priority was to fight each other. They couldn't make the maze too powerful, otherwise, it wouldn't be good if everyone didn't have a chance to meet. But the speed at which it was resolved was a little too fast. Lu Feng's attack just now was completely different from before. What was going on? Then, Mu Zhongtian saw Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 sitting down behind the pile of rocks. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These 3 brats are really cunning. But he had to admit that choosing such a strategy in the maze was the most correct choice. At this moment, the other 9 groups were advancing in the maze, looking for opponents and also looking for a way out. There were also others who defeated the stone statues. In fact, 2 groups of students had already met each other. Everyone hoped to perform well in the actual combat assessment. After training hard for 3 months, who didn't want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? Everyone was full of energy. Therefore, when the 2 groups of people met, it was as if lightning had struck the earth, and an all-out battle immediately broke out. The fight was very lively, and it could be said that it was very exciting. The vice principal who was in charge of the elite junior class nodded continuously to express his approval. Not bad. The vice principal's expression was obviously satisfied. Standing closest to him was teacher Ji Hongbin, who was hailed as the great demon king by the students. Ji Hongbin pursed his lips. This is nothing. The really good ones are this group. As he spoke, he pointed to a screen. The vice principal turned his gaze over and saw 3 youths sitting behind a pile of rocks. They were leisurely talking about something, but he couldn't tell what they were talking about. These 3? Old Ji, tell me, how are they not bad? Ji Hongbin said indifferently, they are calm in the face of change and adapt according to the situation. They are using their brains to carry out the assessment. They are able to judge the situation of the maze comprehensively and find loopholes. These smart students have a better future than those who only know how to fight recklessly. Oh? Then let us wait and see what results they can achieve in the end. The vice principal was a short and fat man who chuckled. When he smiled, his entire person gave off a gentle feeling like a spring breeze. But all the teachers who were familiar with him knew that he was famous for hiding a knife in his smile. If it wasn't for the huge mistake he made back then, he wouldn't have come to the academy to be a teacher. Instead, he would have. Ji Hongbin glanced at the vice principal beside him. Don't you think that they are a little like your style? The vice principal squinted his eyes and said in annoyance, What do you mean? Ji Hongbin's mouth twitched slightly and revealed a rare strange smile. Fat fox, what are you pretending for? I don't believe it, you can't tell. Shut up. The vice principal glared at Ji Hongbin in annoyance. Ji Hongbin raised his hand and hugged his shoulder. Enough, you still can't let it go, right? The vice principal sighed. How can I let it go? But it's much better now. When I just retired, I've already. And I've looked for so many people and put in so much effort. Unfortunately, I offended someone and can't go back. Ji Hongbin smiled bitterly. You call that offending people? You. All right. A real man does not boast about his past achievements. Let's not talk about it. The vice president hurriedly interrupted him. Ji Hongbin pointed at him and shook his head helplessly. The vice principal snorted. If you don't let me go back, I'll show you that I can still cause trouble in the academy. Humph. This little guy is not bad. What's his name? He pointed at Lan Xuanyu on the screen. Mu Zhongtian hurried forward and said respectfully, He's Lan Xuanyu. After the assessment, ask him to look for me. The vice principal squinted his eyes and there was a faint glimmer in his eyes. Ji Hongbin, who was beside him, jumped in fright. Fatty, don't lead the child astray. The vice principal looked harmless and innocent. How is that possible? I'm such an easygoing person. Ji Hongbin said in annoyance, You're easygoing? You're an easygoing. At this moment, the battle in the arena was in full swing. The maze itself wasn't too big. It was so that the students wouldn't run into each other for half a day. At this moment, the students who had already met each other started to fight. They were having a lot of fun. There were even 3 groups of students that collided and fell into a chaotic battle. Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 were still behind the pile of rocks. The 3 of them were sitting there, conserving their energy. Xianlei lowered his voice and said, Listen, it seems like there's a battle not far from us. I think I heard some voices. Do you want to go out and take a look? They should be fighting by now, right? Don't be impatient. We're not in a hurry. Lan Xuanyu said. Previously, they had heard the sound of footsteps twice. That was because there was a crossroad not far from the dead end on their side. The stone statue from before was guarding the crossroad. It walked towards them after noticing them. The students who passed by the crossroad would naturally look in their direction. When they saw that it was a dead end, they naturally wouldn't come over. How would they know that there were 3 of them here? You're really patient. Lu Feng couldn't help but say. After he had Lan Xuanyu's buff, his battle strength had increased greatly. He really couldn't wait to go out and fight with others. At their age, they were eager to show off, especially in the elite junior class. Lan Xuanyu shrugged and said, It's not that I'm patient, but there's no point in being rash. Have you forgotten? We're already destined not to be eliminated in the first semester. We can obviously go out and fight like them, and with our current situation, it shouldn't be too bad. But how can we judge how many opponents we will meet? But it's different waiting here. If we wait a little longer, we might really have a chance to win the championship. Under the circumstances where we won't be eliminated, we have to choose the best direction to work hard. It's that simple. That's right. It's that simple. Hearing him say that, the anxiety in Qianlei and Lu Feng's hearts disappeared. Wasn't that so? They were no longer in danger of being eliminated, so why should they be anxious for success, waiting for the best opportunity to fight for the championship was undoubtedly the best choice. Qianlei's spiritual power was higher than Lan Xuanyu's. Hearing him say that, he immediately understood. He raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Then let them fight for a while. When it's quiet, we'll go out and clean up the mess. Lan Xuanyu smiled. Rest for a while. At this moment, Lu Qianxuan, Yi Lingtong, and another member of their group, Chang Jiani, were moving quickly. They had just defeated a group of students and were looking for the others. Lu Qianxuan walked in front while Yi Lingtong and Chang Jiani were behind him on both sides. Among the three of them, Lu Qianxuan and Yi Lingtong were both assault-type soul masters, while Chang Jiani was a control-type soul master. It was a rather strong combination. Especially in low-level situations, control-type and auxiliary-type soul masters were not very useful. With two assault-type soul masters, they had a pretty good advantage. Lu Qianxuan was considered the oldest in the class. He was already 9 years old this year. But his soul power had already reached rank 19. Within this semester, he had the confidence to break through to rank 20 and obtain his second soul ring. He had always thought that he was the most outstanding in the class. But he never expected that in this morning's test, Lan Xuanyu was the only one who got 2+ signs. Even he didn't get one. Although he was first in total score, the ones who finished first and didn't get eliminated were Lan Xuanyu's group. Lu Qianxuan didn't have any opinions about Lan Xuanyu's group because he had never seen them as competitors. But he was still very unhappy in his heart. After entering the actual combat test, he had been holding back his energy. No matter what, he had to get a good result in this test and become the champion. When they met a group of opponents previously, they defeated them easily. Class monitor, do you want to take a break? Chang Jiani suggested. Chang Jiani had fair skin and a gentle personality. Usually, he didn't stand out in class. Many people thought that it was because he was in the same group as Lu Qianxuan that he was able to rank among the top. But Lu Qianxuan didn't think so because he and Chang Jiani were selected from the same branch school, so he knew Chang Jiani's abilities very well. Moreover, Chang Jiani's judgment was quite strong and he was definitely an outstanding control-type soul master. In the elite junior class, other than Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei, Chang Jiani's spiritual power was also very high at 80 points and was ranked third. Alright. Lu Qianxuan stopped in his tracks. Although he was a little anxious for success, he could listen to other people's suggestions. On the contrary, Yi Lingtong was a little dissatisfied. We didn't expend much energy, so we can continue. It won't be too late to rest after defeating another group, right? Chang Jiani smiled. You can't say that. We don't know how many opponents we will meet in this maze. What if we meet two groups at the same time? We are the strongest in class, so what if they surround us? Although there is a difference in strength, it isn't too big. So, let's take a break and maintain our best condition. That way, we can deal with any situation easily. And, we'll listen to Jiani. We have to ensure that we can get the final championship. Lu Qianxuan made the right choice. He didn't become the class monitor of the elite junior class just because of his strength. Although Yi Lingtong was a little unwilling, she still nodded. There's a pile of rocks over there and it's a dead end. Let's go there. Lu Qianxuan and Chang Jiani looked in the direction she was pointing at. Indeed, there was a pile of rocks at the end of the intersection they were at. Let's go there. Behind the pile of rocks, Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, and Lu Feng looked at each other. They weren't far from the intersection, so they obviously heard Lu Qianxuan and the other two's conversation. What kind of luck was this? Even while hiding, he still encountered the strongest opponent in the class, although Lu Feng and Qianlei were very confident in themselves, or rather, in Lan Xuanyu, their opponent was Lu Qianxuan after all. His soul power was close to rank 20, which was more than just a little higher than theirs. Furthermore, their team also had Yi Lingtong and Chang Jiani. 3 against 3, it was a little difficult. However, the three of them were already walking over, and they were walking over very vigilantly. What to do? Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and pointed his index fingers at Qianlei, outlining the shape of a door, signaling him to start the summoning. At the same time, he nodded to Lu Feng beside him. Golden patterned blue-silver grass and silver patterned blue-silver grass were released at the same time, covering both of his hands. Since he couldn't hide, he could only fight, Qianlei did not dare to hesitate. He immediately released his coin of summoning and began the summoning. The gate of summoning appeared again. Lan Xuanyu grabbed the door frame with his left hand, assisting him in the summoning. On the other side, Lu Feng also released his white dragon spear. With Lan Xuanyu's buff, the Dragon Eyes light summoning was completed. Lu Qianxuan and the other two were already approaching. Just then, a familiar and crisp voice came from the gate of summoning. Not free. Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, and Qianlei were instantly petrified. On the other side of the pile of rocks, Lu Qianxuan, Yi Lingtong, and Chang Jiani naturally heard this voice too. The three of them immediately stopped in their tracks. Not free. Actually not free, without a doubt, this voice came from Dong Qianqiu. What could be more reliable than summoning Dong Qianqiu, who was ranked 20 and above? For against 3, they were still very confident in defeating Lu Qianxuan and the other two. However, Dong Qianqiu's not free dashed their hopes. Not to mention a sneak attack. They were even directly exposed. Moreover, the failure of the summoning also meant that Qianlei would not be of much use. The planned 4 against 3 immediately became 2 against 3. Lu Qianxuan's eyes lit up immediately. He let out a roar and his body instantly enlarged. A yellow soul ring rose from his feet. His martial soul, Golden Lion King, his burly body, which had expanded to the size of an adult, instantly rushed forward and brazenly crashed into the pile of rocks. Yi Lingtong also released her martial soul, Celestial Dragon. Celestial Tyrant body followed closely behind. They had been training together for 3 months. Once Lu Qianxuan moved, Yi Lingtong knew what he was going to do. The situation on the other side was unclear, but the rocks were right in front of them. They could first crash into the rocks and use them as weapons to suppress the other party. Then, they could decide on the next attack method. On the other side, Lan Xuanyu realized that something was wrong and reacted immediately. He pulled Lu Feng and threw his body upwards. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass in his right hand gave Lu Feng the power to directly leap over the pile of rocks and reach the top of the rain path. After Lan Xuanyu threw him, he immediately changed to holding the giant axe with both hands and suddenly raised it upwards. Boom, the rocks that were crashing towards them were forcefully sent flying by the giant axe. Lu Feng, who was in the air, instantly descended like a bolt of white lightning. He did not attack Lu Qianxuan and Yi Lingtong who were at the front. Instead, he went straight for Chang Jiani who was at the back. Lu Feng and Lan Xuanyu were very clear that their chances of winning were not high in a 2 against 3 battle. Lu Qianxuan was not an ordinary person, so they could only deal with one of them first. Lu Feng went all out under the enhancement of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. Chang Jiani only saw a white light descending from the sky and the white dragon spear was already in front of him. Right at this moment, Chang Jiani's soul ring also erupted. How could he be ordinary to be able to become a member of the strongest trio in the elite junior class? Behind Chang Jiani, a figure that looked like a puppet appeared. It looked a little like him but was very stiff. A layer of faint white halo was released from the puppet and directly covered Chang Jiani's body. Lu Feng only felt that everything in front of him had slowed down. Although everything returned to normal in the next moment, it gave Chang Jiani time. Chang Jiani's head barely avoided the white dragon spear and his feet took half a step to the side. But in the next moment, the white dragon spear had already pierced through his shoulder and nailed him to the ground. So painful, during the test, the pain perception was adjusted to 5%. Even so, the pain from this piercing wound was not weak and it was so painful that Chang Jiani was about to cry. Just as Lu Feng was about to add another hit, he heard a thunderous roar. Roar, in that instant, Lu Feng only felt his brain buzzing. Even with the enhancement of Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass, his vision turned black and he was unable to pull out the white dragon spear. Golden Lion Roar. Lu Qianxuan's first soul skill. Lu Qianxuan's Golden Lion King was extremely strong and was a true top-notch martial soul. Even though his Golden Lion King bloodline wasn't as powerful as a dragon or phoenix martial soul, his Golden Lion King was the strongest lion martial soul. This golden lion roar appeared in the long and narrow tunnel and covered a huge area. Lu Feng's spiritual power was not strong to begin with, so he was affected and immediately became exhausted. On the other side, Qianlei hugged his head with both hands and squatted down in pain. Although his spiritual power was strong, the golden lion roar not only had a spiritual power attack, but also a powerful sound wave attack. How could he withstand it? Just this one attack caused Lu Feng and Qianlei to lose their fighting strength in an instant. At this moment, Yi Lingtong finally saw clearly that the opponents in front of her were Lan Xuanyu and the other two who were hiding behind the pile of rocks. Under the influence of the golden lion roar, even some of the rocks that were flying in the air were turned into powder. Lan Xuanyu was in the front and bore the brunt of the impact. He only felt a tightness in his chest and a buzzing sound in his ears. In that instant, he lost his hearing and an immense pain followed. It was as if his whole body was going to be shattered by the golden lion roar. In fact, when Lu Qianxuan first entered this maze, he was already secretly delighted. Without a doubt, in such an environment, his golden lion roar could unleash its greatest power and he wasn't afraid of a group battle. However, his golden lion roar also had a flaw, which was that it consumed a lot of soul power. Therefore, in the previous battle, he didn't use this move. Just now, when the opponent severely injured Changjiani, he used it in a moment of desperation. But now that he saw that his opponents were actually these three guys, he was already regretting it. Although the golden lion roar was powerful, at the same time, it also exposed their location. This wasn't something he wanted to see. Moreover, it was a waste to use it on Lan Xuanyu and the other two. He didn't think that these three people could pose a threat to them. Yi Lingtong and Changjiani both had a golden mark on their foreheads that was faintly glowing. This was what Lu Qianxuan used on them previously to prevent them from being affected by the golden lion roar. With this roar, the outcome of the battle was basically determined. Lu Qianxuan took a step forward and walked towards Lan Xuanyu. He threw a punch at Lan Xuanyu's head. Although Yi Lingtong didn't really want to fight with Lan Xuanyu and the rest, she was representing her own team now and naturally wouldn't be merciful. She turned her body and used the divine dragon's tail whip to kick Lu Feng. In the state of celestial body, as long as her kick landed on Lu Feng and he was affected by the golden lion roar, he would definitely disappear. But right at this moment, a situation that none of them had expected occurred. Although the gate of summoning opened by Qianlei did not summon Dong Qianxiu, it did not close either. This was because everything had happened too quickly, and the soul skill hadn't been dispelled yet. At this moment, a slender hand suddenly reached out from the gate of summoning. With a point of his finger, a cold aura instantly burst forth. Lu Qianxuan felt his fist turn cold and his whole body shivered. He didn't manage to hit Lan Xuanyu. A beautiful figure appeared in front of him in the next instant. However, before he could observe carefully, an extremely impassioned dragon roar suddenly resounded. When Lan Xuanyu was affected by the golden lion roar, he felt as though his entire body was about to shatter. But at this time, the golden energy that had been silently circulating in his body suddenly went berserk, and a violent aura instantly burst out. Lan Xuanyu only felt that his body was burning like charcoal. His entire body became hot and dry. Ruthlessness, unyielding, anger, madness, and other emotions instantly spread in his heart. The golden patterned blue-silver grass in his right hand originally had faint golden veins, but at this moment, those golden veins had all turned pure gold. Lan Xuanyu raised his head abruptly. His eyes had turned completely gold. Then, he opened his mouth and let out an extremely impassioned dragon roar that erupted in an instant. So, the entire passageway was filled with the terrifying dragon roar. At this moment, in front of Lan Xuanyu, the ones closest to him were Dong Qianxiu and Lu Qianxuan. Dong Qianxiu was the first to react. He took a step back and immediately retreated into the gate of summoning, condensing a layer of ice wall in front of him. The ice wall instantly shattered amidst the dragon's roar. Lu Qianxuan, on the other hand, was not as lucky. He groaned amidst the dragon's roar, bleeding from his 7 orifices as he staggered backward. Qianlei, who was behind Lan Xuanyu, was scared silly and collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, the dragon's roar did not seem to be hostile towards him, so he was not affected too much. The ones who were more affected were Yi Lingtong and Lu Feng. Yi Lingtong originally wanted to kick Lu Feng, but when the dragon's roar sounded, her celestial body suddenly disappeared. Her whole body went soft and she collapsed to the ground. On the contrary, the white dragon spear in Lu Feng's hand exploded with a blazing white light. A clear dragon's roar sounded, and the white dragon spear flickered. In an instant, Chang Jiani, who was stabbed previously, was twisted into a ray of white light. Lu Feng felt that he had never been so powerful before. He suddenly turned around and stabbed the white dragon spear again. 2 rays of spear light shot out and pierced Lu Qianxuan and Yi Lingtong's bodies, turning them into white light as well. The battle ended, it all happened too quickly. From the time Dong Qianqiu shouted "I'm not free" until now, only a dozen seconds had passed. Qianlei looked at the situation in front of him in a daze. After Lan Xuanyu let out that dragon's roar, his whole body went limp and he seemed to have fallen into a coma. However, he did not turn into a ray of white light and withdraw from the assessment. Lu Feng felt like he had been injected with chicken blood. Now, even if he had to fight Lu Qianxuan head-on, he felt very confident. The tip of the white dragon spear in his hand shot out a ray of light that was more than a foot long. At this moment, faint footsteps could be heard from afar. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment, but it was only for a second before his mind became very clear. He flashed to Lan Xuanyu's side and pulled him up onto his back. Then, he shouted to Qianlei, "Get up quickly, let's go." The golden lion roar, coupled with Lan Xuanyu's dragon's roar, undoubtedly made this place a target for everyone. They did not know how many groups of students were there, so they had to escape first. Qianlei was just scared silly. In fact, he, who was behind Lan Xuanyu, did not suffer any injuries. He hurriedly got up and ran with Lu Feng. Lu Feng hesitated at the crossroads for a moment, then turned left and ran quickly. However, after running for a few steps, they met a group of students head-on. The leader of this group was their old rival, Xianxia. When Xianxia saw Lu Feng and the other two, he was stunned for a moment before a sinister smile appeared on his face. Without a doubt, Lu Feng and the other two were in a sorry state. The unconscious Lan Xuanyu was carried on Lu Feng's back, while Qianlei and Lu Feng were running like stray dogs. This was a good opportunity to make a move. Seeing Xianxia and the others, Lu Feng and Qianlei were also stunned. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. But at this moment, Qianlei had an idea. His expression turned into panic and fear as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Run quickly! Lu Qianxuan and the others are chasing after us, run quickly!" As he screamed, he gently pushed Lu Feng from behind. Lu Feng immediately understood and ran towards Xianxia and the other two in a panic. Hearing Lu Qianxuan's name, Xianxia was also shocked. In the elite junior class, he only respected Lu Qianxuan. The moment he heard that Mu Qianxuan was here, coupled with the fact that Lu Feng and Qianlei were frantically running for their lives, he also felt a little scared. He hurriedly said to his companions, run a little further away." His thoughts were simple. At this moment, he didn't want to fight with Lu Qianxuan, so it was better to run further away first. As for Lu Feng and the others, wouldn't they be able to take care of them whenever they wanted? Therefore, he and his companions turned around at the same time. Furthermore, Xianxia was smart enough to release his martial soul, the blazing golden bird. A pair of golden wings spread out behind his back. Not only did it increase his speed, but it also protected his back completely to prevent Lu Feng and Qianlei from sneaking an attack from behind. This was the midterm exam, so he had to be very cautious. He was too familiar with Lu Feng's white dragon spear. It was impossible for that attack to break through the defense of his blazing golden wings. Then, pft, pft, pft. Xianxia looked at the afterimage of the white spear in front of his chest in disbelief. He forced himself to turn around and look at Lu Feng and Qianlei behind him. What he saw was Qianlei's grimace and Lu Feng's disdain. There was a hole in his blazing golden wings. His heart. His two teammates were in the same situation. Although Lu Feng's buff from the golden-patterned blue-silver grass was gradually disappearing, most of the effects from the dragon roar were still there. He was worried about not having a place to display his skills. Now that he was facing 3 opponents who had their backs exposed to him, he naturally had to display his skills. "Do you feel like you can't explain yourself if you don't stab them?" Qianlei laughed mischievously. "Yes." Lu Feng nodded. It was too carefree. Anyway, this was a virtual world, so they wouldn't really kill anyone. Moreover, this was Xianxia. Xianxia was unwilling. He had never thought that he would end up like this. They hadn't met any other opponents before and hadn't shown their skills. However, it was over. 3 white lights flashed and Xianxia's team was undoubtedly eliminated. Lu Feng and Qianlei ran away. After killing these 3 people, Lu Feng's buff was also exhausted. Now, he and Qianlei had returned to their previous state. They ran away in a panic. Training ground. The teachers were in a daze at this moment. There were only 3 teams left in the entire maze. The other teams had either finished the exam in the previous battle or were eliminated by Lan Xuanyu's team. Lu Qianxuan's team and Xianxia's team had both been defeated by them. What stunned the teachers the most was that no matter how they looked at it, these 2 teams had lost unjustly. However, to the vice president and Ji Hongbin, they saw something different. The vice president's small eyes narrowed, filled with curiosity. Ji Hongbin, on the other hand, had a surprised look on his face as he muttered something under his breath. They were different from other teachers who focused on results. They focused on other things. Summon a person from the gate of summoning? Furthermore, he was clearly an intelligent person. He was dressed like a member of the Federation and spoke the same language as humans. Where did this summon come from? It wasn't strange for Lan Xuanyu to be able to amplify Lu Feng's strength. After all, martial souls were compatible, and it was very common for auxiliary-type soul masters to amplify combat-type soul masters. However, the key point was, after being affected by the Golden Lion Roar, why did Lan Xuanyu let out a dragon roar? Without that dragon roar, it would have been impossible for them to win that battle. It could be said that the dragon's roar had changed the final outcome. Lan Xuanyu's soul power was only at rank 14, and the effect of that dragon's roar was far from what his cultivation could achieve. In other words, under the pressure of the Golden Lion Roar, his bloodline erupted with a special power, which caused such a situation to occur. In the midst of the Golden Lion King's roar, he still displayed an unyielding belief and even erupted with an even stronger counterattack. Furthermore, it was under the situation where there was a difference in their cultivation levels. This meant that his martial soul might be stronger than the opponent's Golden Lion King. His martial soul was the mutated blue-silver grass. However, the mutated blue-silver grass had the ability to surpass the Golden Lion King? This was very strange. Not only was his martial soul worth researching, it was also filled with potential. The vice dean nodded and said, "Let's end the assessment. Immediately check the children's bodies and see if they were affected by the assessment." "Yes." Mu Zhongtian hurriedly replied. In fact, as the teacher in charge of the elite junior class and also the person in charge of Lan Xuanyu's interview, Mu Zhongtian was scared out of his wits when he saw Lan Xuanyu unconscious. What he was most worried about was that Lan Xuanyu's body would have problems again. He really didn't expect such a variable to appear no matter how much he thought about it. The remaining 3 groups of students ended their assessment and all the simulation pods slowly opened. Mu Zhongtian immediately went to Lan Xuanyu's simulation pod. Then, he saw a pale Lan Xuanyu sitting up in the simulation pod. His gaze was a little dazed as he shook his head, as though he was trying to shake something off. Xianyu, are you alright?" Mu Zhongtian waved his hand in front of him. Lan Xuanyu then raised his head to look at him. Mu Zhongtian immediately caught a glimpse of a golden light that flashed in the depths of Lan Xuanyu's eyes. "Teacher Mu, I'm fine." Lan Xuanyu struggled to climb out of the simulation pod and shook his head again. He did feel that he had changed a little, but it wasn't a bad thing. He seemed to have become stronger. He didn't know what was going on either. After letting out that dragon roar, the irritation in his body seemed to have found an outlet and he felt extremely exhausted. Heaven Do Planet. "Io, you scared me to death." That chap Dong Qianqiu patted her chest with a look of shock. Although she quickly retreated when she heard the dragon roar, her bloodline was still affected and her entire body was trembling. Wait a minute, why is that fella's dragon roar so familiar?" Dong Qianqiu frowned as her eyes flickered. She tilted her head as though she was thinking about something. After the test ended, Lan Xuanyu regained his consciousness and his exhaustion quickly disappeared. Although he was a little dispirited, he could feel that his soul power seemed to have increased a little. The gold and silver vortex in his chest seemed to have grown a little bigger. As for how much his soul power had increased, it was obvious that he would need to use a device to test it. However, it was still pretty good to have such a feeling. Lan Xuanyu stretched his body and a faint smile appeared on his face. Although he was unconscious, he still knew what happened after that. Lu Feng, you despicable person. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Just as he climbed out of the simulation pod, Xianxia rushed towards Lu Feng furiously. At this moment, Lu Feng was also looking at Lan Xuanyu and was shocked by Xianxia. Stop! A loud shout was heard. Even the furious Xianxia was shocked and quickly stopped. Ji Hongbin walked over slowly. Seeing this great demon king, Xianxia shivered and the impulsiveness in his heart disappeared. Ji Hongbin raised his hand and pointed at Xianxia. Underestimating the enemy and trusting others. You only have yourself to blame for losing. Xianxia's face turned red. Teacher Ji, not convinced? If this was a real battlefield, you would already be dead. Would you still be shouting here? Ji Hongbin said without any trace of politeness. Then he turned to all the students and coldly said, don't think that the simulation pod is just a simple simulation. There will be a day when you will face the enemy in the real world. If you can't treat the simulation pod as a real battle, if you can't treat the life in the simulation pod as your own life, then you won't be able to live for long. If you want to be strong, not only do you have to have fighting strength, you also have to have brains. Today's combat assessment, first place, Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, Qian Lei. When these words came out, the entire class was in an uproar. In reality, other than Lu Qianxuan's team that was defeated by Lan Xuanyu's team and Xianxia's team that was killed by a sneak attack, the other teams didn't see Lan Xuanyu's team in the maze. This was the team that had always been at the bottom. Everyone knew the level of strength of Lu Feng and Qian Lei. How could it be them? How could they be the champions? However, these words came from the great demon king Ji Hongbin's mouth. The students couldn't help but believe it and no one dared to question it. Everyone looked at Lan Xuanyu's team with astonishment. Not convinced? The vice dean smiled as he slowly walked to Ji Hongbin's side and looked at the students. Lu Qianxuan was currently looking at Lan Xuanyu with a burning gaze. In fact, the only group that had truly faced Lan Xuanyu's team was the one that he led. Up until now, he still didn't fully understand what had happened. He had clearly taken control of the situation with the Golden Lion roar, but who was the girl that appeared from the Gate of Summoning? Also, what was with Lan Xuanyu's dragon roar? The other students were shocked and puzzled by Lan Xuanyu's team winning the championship, but Lu Qianxuan wasn't. He was more afraid. Because up until now, the blood in his body was still surging. It was a kind of surging that was filled with fear. The Golden Lion King martial soul gave him a strong golden bloodline. From the beginning of his cultivation until now, he had always suppressed others in this aspect. When had he ever been suppressed by others? However, the truth was right in front of him. Lan Xuanyu's dragon roar had turned the tide of the battle. You guys can go back and rest or cultivate on your own. The vice dean saw that no one was speaking and waved his hand. Lan Xuanyu, you stay behind for a while, Ji Hongbin said. Lan Xuanyu didn't know why he was asked to stay behind. In fact, he just wanted to hurry back to the dormitory and test his soul power to see if it had really increased as he felt. Lu Feng and Qian Lei both looked at him, their eyes filled with excitement. Champion! This was a proper counterattack. Of course, this was what they had been looking forward to, but now that they had really won the championship, they still felt a sense of disbelief. They never would have thought that their team could actually defeat Lu Qianxuan's team head-on. Without a doubt, Lan Xuanyu played an important role in this combat assessment. Without him as the core, Qian Lei and Lu Feng would still be the two at the bottom. It was because Lan Xuanyu had strung the three together that they had risen to power. The other students had all left. The vice dean smiled and waved at Lan Xuanyu. Follow me. Lan Xuanyu didn't know him, but it was obvious that he was the leader of the teachers present. Lan Xuanyu could see this and hurriedly walked forward. Ji Hongbin also walked out beside the vice dean. What are you doing here? The vice dean looked at him angrily. Ji Hongbin said coldly, "Old Ji, is there something wrong with you?" The vice dean was furious, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Ji Hongbin said, "Don't tell me you intend to groom a devil incarnate like you." Humph. The vice president's expression changed. He snorted but did not refute and walked out with large strides. What was this situation? Who was this person? Why did Teacher Ji's words seem unreliable? The short and fat vice dean walked in front. Ji Hongbin walked side by side with him. Lan Xuanyu obediently followed behind. The three of them took the elevator all the way to the top floor of the academy's main teaching building. The vice dean led them into a spacious office. The entire office was at least 200 square meters. Not only was there a sofa, desk, and bookcase, there were also some exquisite plants. There were especially many bookcases. Today's Soul guidance technology was so advanced that paper books had already become a rare item. It was obvious that the vice dean had a special fondness for these paper books. Paper books that had been preserved until now could be described as cultural relics. Their value was definitely not cheap. The vice dean glanced at Ji Hongbin. "Don't tell me you're going to keep listening?" Ji Hongbin walked to the sofa without any trace of politeness and sat down, ignoring him. The vice dean put his hands on his hips as if he was about to explode. But in the end, he restrained himself and waved to Lan Xuanyu. "Come, kid. Come to me." Lan Xuanyu obediently walked over. The vice dean was about 1.7 meters tall. No matter how you looked at him, he weighed at least 200 kilograms. His body was bloated, but his pair of small eyes were always smiling, giving people a kind of amiable feeling. "Tell me, how did you think of using that kind of tactic in the maze today?" The vice dean asked indifferently. Lan Xuanyu said, "I just felt that in the maze, no one knew what kind of situation they would encounter. We weren't familiar with the maze, so we didn't know if we would encounter many students at the same time. Since this is an assessment, the teachers shouldn't make it so that we can't find other students at all. It might even be easier to find them. Then we might as well wait for the other students to finish fighting before going out. Naturally, we would have a greater chance of winning." The vice dean nodded in satisfaction. "The tactic is correct. You used your brain. Not bad. Your martial soul can amplify Qianlei and Lu Feng?" Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "It seems so. However, teacher, I also don't know what that last roar was about. It seemed like it was oppressed by the class monitor's golden lion roar and felt extremely uncomfortable. Then, it cried out." The vice dean nodded and narrowed his eyes. This should be a natural reaction of the bloodline, unwilling to be suppressed. In other words, your bloodline should be above Lu Qianxuan's. Strategy and strength are equal. I didn't expect that the one with the lowest soul power level would give me such a surprise. Actually, strength can be nurtured, but spirituality is very difficult to train. I really like your spirituality. Do you want to be my disciple?" "Ah?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Although he was young, he knew what it meant to be apprenticed. In the world of soul masters, a teacher for a day, a father for life. Even with the advancement of technology now, this tradition didn't change. Masters and teachers were different. Masters not only taught their disciples, but they also passed down their legacy and care. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously turned his head to look at Ji Hongbin. Ji Hongbin sat there, still expressionless. "But, I already have a master," Lan Xuanyu said. He really didn't know this fat teacher in front of him. How could he be apprenticed so rashly? "You have a master? Teach you soul skills? Ancient martial arts? Battle skills?" The vice dean raised his eyebrows and shot a glance at Ji Hongbin beside him. He naturally thought that the master Lan Xuanyu was talking about was Ji Hongbin. Ji Hongbin's expression was still calm, as if everything had nothing to do with him. "Don't worry, it's fine even if you have a master. I'm not going to teach you about soul masters. Didn't you take warship piloting as an elective? I can teach you this and be your master in this aspect," the vice dean said with a smile. "Ah? You know how to pilot a warship?" Lan Xuanyu's eyes immediately lit up. The vice dean said, "You don't understand this. Warship piloting has never been a matter of one person. On a warship, there are many staff members, and everyone has their own responsibilities. With different responsibilities, the specific things to do are also different. But there has to be a commander to give orders, to control the entire warship, or even a fleet. What I can teach you is this knowledge. I can teach you how to move unhindered in the universe. Are you interested? Lan Xuanyu nodded repeatedly. I'm interested. I've always liked warships since I was young. Teacher, please teach me. The Vice-Dean smiled slightly and looked at Ji Hongbin beside him with some pride, then said, Apprentice. Apprentice? Lan Xuanyu realized that he was looking at Ji Hongbin, so he turned his head to look at Ji Hongbin. Ji Hongbin didn't have no reaction this time, but silently nodded to Lan Xuanyu. He didn't know why, but seeing Teacher Ji nod his head, Lan Xuanyu subconsciously felt a sense of trust. Furthermore, he was originally just a child. Now that he had the chance to learn what he liked the most, he didn't think much and bowed respectfully. Master, please accept me as your disciple. The Vice-Dean laughed and supported Lan Xuanyu up with both hands. Good, good, good. Finally, there's a successor. I'll accept you, and you'll be my disciple from now on. Oh right, my name is Yin Tian Fan. You can just call me teacher. In the future, don't tell others that you're my disciple. This is our secret, understand? Lan Xuanyu froze for a moment, not quite understanding what he meant. Ji Hongbin leisurely said, yes, don't say his name when you go out, or else. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Shut up, Yin Tian Fan said snappily. Ji Hongbin chuckled, stood up, and said, it seems you've changed. At least you know how to protect your own disciple. I'll leave first. You teach him yourself. However, Xianyu is a good kid. Think about your great achievements. Do as you see fit. What do you mean? Yin Tian Fan was furious. Although Lan Xuanyu didn't quite understand the sarcasm in Ji Hongbin's words, he could basically tell that it wasn't anything good. Ji Hongbin patted his lapels and put his hands behind his back. His entire being seemed to blend into his surroundings. Demon Fox Yin Tian Fan, how impressive. Get lost, hurry up. Get out. Yin Tian Fan said, flustered and exasperated. Ji Hongbin sighed softly, turned around, and left. Lan Xuanyu looked at the departing Ji Hongbin, then looked at his new master in front of him. For a moment, he was at a loss for what to do. Only after Ji Hongbin left did Yin Tianfan's expression return to normal. His eyes flashed with disappointment, and he muttered to himself, no matter what, this old man has no regrets. Humph. Teacher. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously called out. Yin Tian Fan came back to his senses, and a smile reappeared on his face. There's nothing I can do. Why can't I control my temper every time I see old Ji? You know, in the past, I only lost my temper a few times a year. Alright, since you have nothing to do now, let's start learning from today. Yes. Lan Xuanyu was eager to give it a try. Although he was a little tired from the previous assessment, he was about to learn his favorite warship piloting, so this bit of fatigue was nothing. Teacher, have you really commanded a warship before? How big was this battleship? Tell me about it. Lan Xuanyu's face was full of interest. Yin Tian Fan narrowed his eyes and said proudly, of course I've commanded them. I've commanded them all. You know about battleships, but do you know about the types of interstellar battleships? Lan Xuanyu was at a loss. I don't know. I'm currently learning the basics of warship piloting, which is to learn how to drive a soul guidance car. What's the point of that? It's not exciting at all. Yin Tian Fan curled his lips, then rolled his eyes and said, how about teacher take you to experience a real space tour? Okay. Lan Xuanyu said excitedly. Come. Yin Tian Fan waved to Lan Xuanyu, then turned and walked inside. He opened a door and led him inside. Inside was a spacious room, but it wasn't a bedroom. A huge simulation pod that was 4 times larger than the one Lan Xuanyu had used before was placed in the center. This simulation pod covered an area of more than 20 square meters, and was silver-white in color. It presented a beautiful streamlined shape and was extremely textured. Wow, it's so big. Teacher, is this also a simulation pod? Tianfan said, of course it is. As he spoke, he pressed the soul guidance communicator in his hand. Suddenly, the huge simulation pod in front of him slowly opened, revealing the world inside. The simulation pod flickered with light, as if there were countless signal lights, but there wasn't any liquid like the simulation pod Lan Xuanyu had used before. This is a two-person simulation pod. It can be used by two people at the same time. Originally. Tianfan suddenly paused. Okay, you just need to go in from here. Don't worry about anything else. Okay. Lan Xuanyu stepped into the simulation pod. The simulation pod's interior was unexpectedly soft. When he laid down inside, the softness under his body slowly spread up and finally wrapped around his body. Tianfan also stepped into the simulation pod at this time and laid down on the other side. The entire simulation pod slowly closed. There was no feeling of darkness. When the simulation pod closed, Lan Xuanyu felt his eyes light up. What appeared in front of him was actually a rootless starry sky. A golden light flashed past. Scan, identity confirmed. Tianluo College student, Lan Xuanyu. No control level. At this time, Tianfan's voice sounded. Are you ready? We will enter the universe next. You will experience the feeling of flying in the universe in a space warship. There will be a strong impact, so you must be prepared. You can use your soul power to protect your body. Okay. Teacher, I'm ready. Lan Xuanyu stared at the starry sky with wide eyes. He really didn't know what a space warship was. However, it seemed very interesting. Space warship number 128, prepare to take off. The voice sounded. Everything around him lit up. Lan Yanyu then realized that he seemed to be in the cockpit of a plane, but he couldn't feel his body's existence and couldn't move at all. At this time, a huge pressure suddenly came from in front of him. He subconsciously wanted to cry out, but he only felt that he was pressed against the back of the chair by a strong force. He couldn't make a sound at all, as if his whole body was about to be crushed into pieces. The soul power in his body circulated on its own, but in this situation, the circulation speed of the soul power was obviously reduced. Fortunately, the blood in his veins kept emitting heat that spread from his chest to the rest of his body, making Lan Xuanyu feel a little better. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu felt his body lighten, and the pressure lessened a little. Was this the universe? Lan Xuanyu looked around. This so-called space warship seemed to be transparent, allowing him to see in all directions. The universe was vast and boundless. Although he had been in a spaceship before, this was the first time he was immersed in the universe. This feeling was too wonderful. Lan Xuanyu's excitement increased rapidly, and his whole body became excited. Even the discomfort in his body lessened a little. The strong pressure came again, and Lan Xuanyu quickly looked ahead. Not far ahead, something seemed to be constantly enlarging. The space warship's flying speed seemed to be very fast, and not long after, huge meteorites appeared in his vision. Meteorite belt? This seemed to be a very dangerous place. Although Lan Xuanyu knew that he was in a simulation pod, he still couldn't help but feel nervous. Kid, sit tight and look carefully. Tianfan's voice sounded. Entering the battlefield. The prompt sounded. Battlefield? Before Lan Xuanyu could understand, he felt the space warship suddenly turn to the right, then suddenly accelerated and plunged into the meteorite belt. The space warship entered the meteorite belt at an extremely fast speed. Meteorites of various sizes flew past the space warship from both sides. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu saw the front of the space warship light up. He saw a beam of light shoot out from the front of the space warship, and then the space warship started to roll. The sky and earth were spinning. This was what Lan Xuanyu felt at this moment. The key was that in the midst of the spinning sky and earth, there was also a strong pressure that appeared in an instant. He felt dizzy and disoriented. He vaguely heard a series of roars. Following that, the sky and earth kept spinning. There were continuous roars around him, and there were countless flashes of light. However, he couldn't tell at all. 20 minutes later. The simulation pod's cover slowly opened. Lan Xuanyu jumped out of the simulation pod as if he was escaping, and Yin Tianfan's voice was heard. The washroom is over there. Lan Xuanyu quickly rushed into the washroom, and then there was the sound of vomiting coming from inside. Ha 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 ha. Yin Tianfan laughed sinisterly, but he wasn't dissatisfied with Lan Xuanyu's reaction at all. He counted with his fingers. When I first experienced the space warship, I think I lasted for 18 minutes, and he lasted for 19 minutes. I was 12 years old then, and he was only 8 years old. He needs a child to teach. Ha 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 ha, I picked up a treasure. Not bad, not bad. His spiritual power and physique are excellent, and he even has some of my wisdom back then. He's really a talent that can be molded. Lan Xuanyu really vomited until he was dizzy. This first experience of riding a space warship wasn't very good. Other than the feeling of being immersed in the universe at the beginning, everything else was a mess. Especially after entering the meteorite belt, he was about to go crazy. The pale-faced Lan Xuanyu walked out of the washroom while holding onto the wall with a dazed expression. Teacher, Yin Tianfan smiled. It's okay, it's okay. Go back and have a good rest. Come over tomorrow night after school, and I'll tell Mu Zhongtian. Oh, okay. Lan Xuanyu didn't know how he got back to the dormitory. Once he got back, he collapsed on the bed and didn't even eat dinner. He couldn't eat. That nausea seemed to fill every single cell in his body, and his whole body felt like it was falling apart. He didn't even hear Qian Lei and Lu Feng's greetings clearly before he fell into a deep sleep. But even in his sleep, he seemed to be spinning, and it was really too uncomfortable. The next morning, Yi Lingtong didn't sleep well last night. In the end, their group only got 4th place in the overall score. Without a doubt, this result was quite a big blow to Lu Qianxuan and Yi Lingtong, especially to the competitive Yi Lingtong. During yesterday's assessment, Lan Xuanyu's sudden dragon roar instantly made her lose her fighting strength. Then, she was pierced by Lu Feng's spear, which really left a great psychological shadow in her heart. She really couldn't understand why her martial soul would always have problems in front of Lan Xuanyu. And this was the last thing she wanted to face. Even Lu Qianxuan couldn't beat that guy? Lu Qianxuan was about to reach level 20. Without a doubt, winning the championship yesterday made Lan Xuanyu's team the target of public criticism. When they were about to reach the canteen, Yi Lingtong suddenly heard a commotion in the canteen. She pushed the door open and got a shock. More than 10 people were gathered there, and no one knew what they were doing. Lan Xuanyu, you have to give us an explanation. Is there anyone like you? That's right. If you eat all the breakfast, what will happen to everyone? Lan Xuanyu, did you do it on purpose? Did you use a storage device to hide all the breakfast? How can you eat so much by yourself? What's going on? Yi Lingtong was a little confused and hurried forward. Then, she saw that the plate that was usually used to hold breakfast was empty. It was completely empty. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was surrounded by the crowd. He also had a look of shame on his face. He didn't retort and just stood there. What happened? Yi Lingtong saw Chang Jiani and asked subconsciously. Chang Jiani glanced at her and said, when we came in this morning, there was no more breakfast. Lan Xuanyu said that he accidentally ate it all. He said that he didn't eat last night, so he was especially hungry and ate too much. Ah? That was the portion of 30 people. He ate it all by himself. Lan Xuanyu also saw Yi Lingtong, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't know how to explain it himself. In fact, he woke up hungry in the middle of the night. After he woke up, the nausea and dizziness from before disappeared, and what replaced it was a kind of hunger that made his chest stick to his back. So, he waited outside the canteen early in the morning. Once the canteen opened, he was the first to rush in and start eating. It seemed that he was really starving, or maybe it was because he had consumed too much yesterday that he didn't even notice. He just ate the plates one by one, and then he finished them all. He usually ate a lot, but at least he didn't eat too much. But this time it was really too exaggerated. He ate the breakfast of 30 people by himself. And the canteen only prepared so much. When the other students came, Lan Xuanyu also realized that he was in trouble. But he had already finished eating. He had already made a report to Mu Zhongtian through the soul guidance communication device because he didn't know what to do. Alright, stop quarreling. Don't tell me you want him to spit it out? If he spits it out, will you eat it? Yi Lingtong said. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but look at her in surprise. He didn't expect Yi Lingtong to speak up for him. Just then, Mu Zhongtian walked in from outside, and at the same time a few chefs came in with food. Alright, let's up breakfast first. Lan Xuanyu's body might have some problems. Xianyu, follow me, I'll bring you to the infirmary for a checkup. Oh, yes. Lan Xuanyu quickly followed Mu Zhongtian out. He was really unreasonable today. No matter what, it was wrong of him to eat his classmates' breakfast. But he was really so hungry that he saw stars and couldn't stop eating at all. Even after eating so much, his stomach didn't feel full at all. After exiting the canteen, Lan Xuanyu was surprised to find Yin Tianfan standing outside the canteen. Teacher. Seeing Yin Tianfan, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt his stomach churn, and he wasn't hungry at all. The thrill of riding the space warship yesterday had left a shadow in his heart. Yin Tianfan said, your situation is very normal, you don't have to feel inferior. You're overexerting yourself and your bloodline needs too much energy, so you're overly hungry and eat a lot. Don't eat in the canteen anymore, come to my office. All 3 meals a day. Oh, okay. Lan Xuanyu quickly nodded. Lan Xuanyu didn't have much of a reaction, but Mu Zhongtian beside him had an envious look. He knew that although this person was only the vice president, he had a rather high position in Douluo College. At least, he was someone no one dared to offend. Even the president stayed far away from him and had to give him the best treatment. Ji Hongbin was known as the most powerful person in Douluo College, but even teacher Ji's attitude was much better in front of this fat vice president. In fact, only Ji Hongbin had a good relationship with him. The other teachers who knew about this vice president's experience couldn't wait to stay away from him. Yin Tianfan didn't let Lan Xuanyu go out and say that he was his disciple, not because he was afraid that Lan Xuanyu would use his name to cheat others, but because he was worried that his situation would affect Lan Xuanyu. After school in the afternoon, come to my office. Eat first, class will start in an hour. Yin Tianfan said to Lan Xuanyu with a smile. Lan Xuanyu felt that his teacher's smile was a little scary. Compared to yesterday's space warship ride, how was teacher Ji's class scary? His teacher's class was really scary. When you encounter difficulties, you have to face them head-on. Only then can you be a real man. Yin Tianfan said with a smile. What else could Lan Xuanyu say? However, when lunchtime arrived, Lan Xuanyu's resistance towards this teacher lessened by a lot. Yin Tianfan had a dining table in his office. Lan Xuanyu didn't know where his teacher got the food from. There were 8 dishes and a soup, all of which were made with rare ingredients, and there were a few that he had never seen before. The total amount didn't seem much, but with every bite, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel a warm current flowing through his body, and he could feel energy replenishing his body. That feeling was rather wonderful. After the meal, he felt very comfortable, and Lan Xuanyu felt that his entire body was filled with energy. This meal was even better than what the Nana teacher gave him in Douluo City. Thank you, teacher. Lan Xuanyu bowed deeply to Yin Tianfan immediately after finishing his meal. Food is important. You're still growing, so you should eat something good. However, you have to learn well, and let me see how much potential you have. Go back, see you tonight. Yin Tianfan seemed to always have a smile on his face. However, at night, this teacher became the most terrifying existence. Yin Tianfan didn't teach Lan Xuanyu anything, and only brought him to sit in the space warship, allowing him to fully experience the intense impact of the space warship. This period of time became Lan Xuanyu's hell. Lan Xuanyu no longer ate with the other students, and it was Mu Zhongtian who announced it. As a punishment, the academy no longer took care of his meals, and he had to settle them himself. Only then did the public anger from last time be appeased. The curriculum for the rest of the first semester became even more packed, and the secondary vocational courses were all added in, causing the students' daily schedule to become especially tight. 1 month before the end of the semester, the 9-year-old Lu Qianshuan finally became the first person in class to break through to rank 20, successfully attaining his second ring. After obtaining his second soul ring, he naturally became the strongest in the class. Lu Qianshuan would occasionally look at Lan Xuanyu. The end of the semester was approaching, and the assessment was coming again. This time, he had absolute confidence that he could defeat Lan Xuanyu and wash away his shame. Ever since the breakfast incident, the students realized that Lan Xuanyu was always absent-minded in class. Even his originally good cultural results had begun to decline. Only Qianlei and Lu Feng knew that Lan Xuanyu would be tortured every day. Of course, the two of them would keep it a secret for Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu had to experience the thrill of riding a space warship every night, and it was impossible for him not to be absent-minded. However, Lan Xuanyu's efforts were not in vain. He discovered that when he was learning the basics of warship piloting, his reaction speed was extremely fast no matter what vehicle he was driving. He was always able to calmly react. Furthermore, he could clearly feel that his physical fitness was constantly improving. Although it was just a space warship, the impact of the space warship seemed to be able to train his body. Every day, his body would consume a huge amount of energy. With enough nutrition, he gradually felt the benefits. Therefore, he no longer felt as uncomfortable riding a space warship as before. However, no matter how good his body was, it couldn't withstand Yin Tianfan's prolonged ride time. Every day, he would definitely reach his limit and stop when he couldn't take it anymore. After releasing the dragon's roar, Lan Xuanyu's soul power had indeed increased. Not long ago, he finally broke through to rank 15. Of course, he was still at the bottom of the class. Because he had to learn from Yin Tianfan, the number of times Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, and Qianlei practiced together had decreased. Occasionally, he would summon Dong Qianxiu and exchange a few words with the Nana teacher. He was simply too busy every day, and he always felt dizzy and disoriented. Initially, the students of the elite junior class could return home once a week, but it was soon changed to once a month. There was only 1 month left before the first semester's final exams. "Xianyu, are you still going to the vice principal's place tonight?" Qianlei asked. Lan Xuanyu nodded and smiled bitterly. Of course. Not to mention other things, just the fact that his teacher provided him with so many precious ingredients every day made him reluctant to not go. Furthermore, he believed that his teacher's teachings would definitely be useful. The final exams are in a month's time, shouldn't we train together? Qianlei asked. Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, it's time to train. I'll talk to the teacher today and see if he can give us some time later. Alright. Speaking of which, my soul power is already at rank 17, haha. They were students who were carefully selected, and their soul power ranks were indeed much higher than their peers. Lan Xuanyu said helplessly, I'm only at rank 15. Can you reach rank 20 next semester? Qianlei shrugged and said, it'll be tough, I'm still 3 levels away. Frenzy probably has a chance at the end of next semester, he reached rank 17 earlier than me. However, I estimate that my spiritual power will break through 200 next semester. Let me tell you, there aren't many people in Heaven Luo who can reach this level. Isn't it amazing? Oh right, how's your spiritual power recently? We're probably still 10 plus for the end of year exams, right? Lan Xuanyu said, I don't know either, my head is spinning every day. Alright, I have to hurry up and leave. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly left the dormitory and went straight to Yin Tianfan's office. When he arrived at Yin Tianfan's office, he unexpectedly saw Ji Hongbin. Fatty, are you crazy? How can you teach your child like this? If an accident happens, can you bear the responsibility? Ji Hongbin was exasperated as he shouted at Yin Tianfan. Yin Tianfan said, didn't an accident happen? Can you not be so cautious, you weren't like this in the past. Ji Hongbin said angrily, this is called being cautious? What level is that simulation pod of yours? Is it something that someone with his cultivation can enter? If something happens to him, how will we explain it to his parents? Yin Tianfan was a little impatient. You're so annoying, if I didn't have a basic judgment, would I have let him enter my simulation pod? He was able to force the Golden Lion King to retreat with his one-ringed cultivation, what does this mean? It means that his bloodline is still with the Golden Lion King. Above. I watched the recording carefully. The veins on his blue-silver grass are clearly dragon veins. This means that the mutation of his blue-silver grass is related to dragons, and it's definitely not an ordinary true dragon. Otherwise, how could he still intimidate the Golden Lion King after mixing with the blue-silver grass? However, the power of his bloodline hasn't been fully awakened, or else he should be able to let out that dragon roar frequently. The external pressure will stimulate his bloodline to awaken further. Moreover, starting from the space worship experience will make his reaction speed faster and even stimulate his spiritual power, causing it to speed up. What's my cultivation? Don't tell me I'll let his body collapse? Naturally, I've been observing him carefully. It's already been 2 months, isn't he fine? Also, do you know how long this kid can stay in there? Let me tell you, an hour, would you believe me? What? An hour? Ji Hongbin looked at Yin Tianfan in shock. He was very clear about the level of Yin Tianfan's simulation pod. Even though his cultivation was higher than Yin Tianfan's, when it came to piloting, he absolutely admired Yin Tianfan. After all, this kid was. Yin Tianfan said, "This is called physical fitness. This kid's physique and spiritual power are both excellent, it's really rare. If we only teach him step by step using the normal method, that would be a real waste. In the future, I hope he can get into that place." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed upwards. Ji Hongbin's expression suddenly became serious, and he silently muttered something. Yin Tianfan's eyes flashed with pain. "Old Ji. The last thing I regret in my life is that I was young and frivolous. I did something wrong and got fired. Even though I had some achievements in the military later on, I still feel pain in my heart. Can you understand this pain? If I wasn't fired back then, I would have had a part of the sea god's fate. Why would I still be alone at this old age?" Ji Hongbin sighed. "Alright, we're all unfilial children. Bring him to try it once and give me permission to watch. I want to make sure that he can really take it." "Okay." Yin Tianfan waved at Lan Xuanyu, who was confused. "Xianyu, come, let's enter the simulation pod." After entering the familiar simulation pod, the hatch closed, and the familiar starry sky appeared again. A strong thrust came, and the space warship took off. Lan Xuanyu had experienced all of this dozens of times, and it was no longer as fresh as it was at the beginning. He took a deep breath, and the soul power in his body automatically adjusted. The gold and silver vortex in his chest maintained a certain rhythm and slowly rotated. He focused his attention, squinted his eyes, and prepared himself for any changes. The space warship accelerated and entered the meteorite belt again. Once it entered the meteorite belt, the entire space warship seemed to have been given life. It rolled and straightened its body like a cobra. One after another, it moved like a fish in water in the meteorite belt. The space warship continuously shot out beams of light, and Lan Xuanyu could barely see some of them. These beams of light accurately hit the other space warships in the meteorite belt, and sometimes hit meteorites to open up a path. There was no doubt that Yin Tianfan was skillful in controlling the space warship. Compared to the dizziness at the beginning, Lan Xuanyu was much better now. Relying on his body's balance and resistance to impact, he had already tried to determine the direction and what the space warship was doing. Moreover, as he became more familiar with the space warship that Yin Tianfan was controlling, Lan Xuanyu gradually observed some of the space warship's characteristics. For example, the space warship under Yin Tianfan's control was constantly changing directions, which was the main reason for his dizziness. Especially after every attack, the space warship would instantly change directions without any pattern, but it would always be able to avoid the attacks of other space warships and shuttle through the meteorite belt. At least for the past few months, Lan Xuanyu had never encountered a situation where Yin Tianfan's space warship was destroyed. One could only imagine what level his teacher had reached in space warship piloting. It was the same at this moment. The space warship kept changing directions and launching attack after attack. Every time, it was able to dodge the enemy's attack at just the right time. In the meteorite belt, Lan Xuanyu kept destroying space warships one after another. After a few months of adaptation, although the dizziness was still there, at least it was not as unbearable as it was in the beginning. With Lan Xuanyu's physical fitness, he was still unable to see Yin Tianfan's fighting style clearly and understand the purpose of its operation. However, he could at least gradually adapt to this state and discover some secrets from it. In fact, the most important thing was the body's ability to adapt. Even Lan Xuanyu himself felt that his ability to adapt was really strong. Under this kind of high-intensity flight, he was actually able to withstand it for a period of time. After an unknown amount of time, the space warship left the meteorite belt and returned. The simulation pod opened, and Lan Xuanyu sat there without rushing to get up. Instead, he calmed himself down. This was also his experience. If he got up immediately, the dizziness would be especially strong. After about 10 seconds, he supported himself against the side wall of the simulation pod and slowly stood up, letting out a long sigh. Ji Hongbin had been observing Lan Xuanyu's situation from beside the simulation pod, including his expression in the space warship. At this moment, Ji Hongbin's face was filled with shock. The Lan Xuanyu in front of him was only a little pale, and his body was swaying a little. That was all. One had to know that this child was not even 9 years old. In fact, Lan Xuanyu's real age was not even 8 years old. Yin Tianfan walked to Ji Hongbin's side, patted his shoulder, and said, "How is it?" Although Ji Hongbin was not used to seeing his smug look, he would never lie. "Not bad, I didn't expect this child's ability to adapt so well." Yin Tianfan laughed heartily and said, "That's talent. Don't talk about you, I didn't expect him to adapt so quickly either. You know the intensity of my piloting. Although it has been controlled to a certain extent, even the students from the intermediate academy, or even the advanced academy, might not be able to withstand it." But he actually gradually adapted. At most, in another 3 months, I will consider letting him try piloting a soul guidance warship himself. Ji Hongbin was shocked. "Isn't that a little too fast? Don't spoil things through excessive enthusiasm." Yin Tianfan said, "For mediocre people, there is such a thing as spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. For geniuses, it should be called an early awakening. This child's physical fitness and potential are not bad, especially the potential of his bloodline. Do you really think I'm blindly training him? I've been examining his physical fitness all this time." Lan Xuanyu looked at Yin Tianfan with some bewilderment. When did this teacher of his ever examine his physical fitness? He didn't seem to have ever tested his physical fitness here. "What are you looking at, you little thing? Do you think you eat so many of my good ingredients every day for nothing? Do you think everyone can be like you, eating so many precious ingredients every meal? Paying attention to your appetite is the best way to examine it. The fact that you can eat so much and consume it so quickly proves that your body and your bloodline need enough nutrients. Those nutrients that are absorbed will naturally be converted into your own energy and ability. Have you heard of the law of conservation of energy?" Oh. Lan Xuanyu finally understood. He lowered his head in shame, feeling ashamed for doubting his teacher. Yin Tianfan's mouth twitched. In fact, he sometimes felt that he was unreliable. Ji Hongbin said, "In any case, don't overtrain him." "What's the plan for the future?" Yin Tianfan said, "The learning intensity of the elite junior class is enough. He's still too young and needs a stable growth period. For the next few years, let him temper himself on the Soul Guidance warship. When he becomes an A-class pilot, he'll learn other things. I also want to see how far he can grow by the age of 12 before deciding on the future teaching methods." Ji Hongbin said, "Then I'm relieved. You're finally more mature than before." Yin Tianfan said in annoyance, "What do you mean? When have I not been mature?" Ji Hongbin looked at him with slight ridicule. "You're mature? When have you ever been mature? I wonder who was expelled." Yin Tianfan was furious. "You with the surname Ji, don't hit people in the face. Let me tell you, don't think that I can't beat you. If you have the ability, let's put on mechas and not use battle armors. See if I don't beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground." "Humph." Ji Hongbin patted Lan Xuanyu's shoulder. "Xianyu, you have to work hard too. You'll have to dabble in the knowledge of duel starting from next semester. You have to think about how you'll choose your secondary profession courses related to battle armors. With your spiritual power, I suggest you choose battle armor design. Alright, I'll take my leave first. Next semester, I'll also be teaching your battle armor class. Oh, thank you, Teacher G. For some reason, when he heard that the battle armor class was being taught by Teacher G, Lan Xuanyu felt a little sad for his classmates. The knowledge of soul beasts wasn't that important, but the importance of battle armor knowledge was obvious. One had to know that almost all the students in the class chose Duo Mecha Master. And the Demon King in their hearts was the battle armor class teacher. Then, Ji Hongbin ignored Yin Tianfan and turned to leave. Yin Tianfan was so angry that he paced around the room 3 times, then looked at Lan Xuanyu with burning eyes. Teacher. Lan Xuanyu felt a little guilty under his gaze. Yin Tianfan suddenly smiled and said, "Look, all the teachers think so highly of you, so you have to work harder. In the future, you must fight for teacher's reputation. Teacher's life is over. You're the best seedling I've met in all these years, so I'll be relying on you." Although Lan Xuanyu didn't understand what Yin Tianfan meant by fight for teacher's reputation, he still nodded his head in confusion. "We'll have extra practice today, let's do it again," Yin Tianfan said as he pressed Lan Xuanyu back into the simulation pod. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. Twice in one day, this has never happened before. At this moment, he thought to himself, "Teacher G, please don't come again." The Great Demon King still has such a use. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of the semester and the final exam. Compared to the midterm exam, the final exam was undoubtedly more important. The reason was simple: there would be a group that would be eliminated after the semester's final exam. In other words, the original 30 people in the elite junior class would be reduced to 27 people. Furthermore, according to the elimination system that had been announced long ago, the entire group would be eliminated. In other words, even if there was a strong individual in the group, if the other 2 teammates weren't strong enough, there was a possibility that they would be implicated and be eliminated as well. This rule seemed a little unreasonable, but it was undoubtedly very meaningful to nurture the team spirit of the elite junior class students. Originally, the other students weren't very nervous in the first semester because Qian Lei and Lu Feng's group was too weak and had a high possibility of being eliminated. But who would have thought that with Lan Xuanyu's arrival, they would be ashore during the midterm exam? No matter what, they wouldn't be eliminated in the first semester. Thus, the question was, which team would be the first to be eliminated? Therefore, in the last month before the final exam, almost everyone was cultivating with all their might, trying their best to improve their strength. No one wanted to be eliminated. To be able to be selected into the elite junior class, they were the most outstanding among their peers. From the day they awakened their martial souls, they were already favored by the heavens and had their own pride. Moreover, if one person did not work hard, it would affect the whole team. Under the supervision of each other, they had to work hard. And this was exactly what the teachers who set up the elimination system for the elite junior class hoped to see. The final exam came as scheduled. Next, I will announce the rules of this examination. First, they would conduct a physical fitness test. After the comprehensive test, the group with the most plus signs would not be eliminated. The actual combat assessment will be held in the afternoon. Similarly, the most outstanding group will not be eliminated. Mu Zhongtian announced the rules of the test and swept his gaze across the students below. In fact, other than Lan Xuanyu's team, even Chang Qianxuan's team was a little nervous. Although Lu Qianxuan's team should be the strongest in terms of strength, everyone was still in the elite junior class and there wasn't much of a difference in strength between them. An accident could lead to a different outcome. In a situation where everyone could be eliminated, how could they not be nervous? Lu Qianxuan subconsciously looked at Lan Xuanyu, who was standing not far away. There was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu's team went from last place to first place in the midterm exam. Of course, no one was convinced that they had obtained first place. However, no one could change this result. Everything would only change after the final exam. In fact, in the physical fitness test later on, if Lan Xuanyu's team were to restrain themselves and give up the first place, Lu Qianxuan's team would most likely be able to go ashore. But Lu Qianxuan and Yi Lingtong were so proud, how could they plead with them? In the second half of the semester, Lan Xuanyu's team seemed to be very low-key. Other than attending classes together, they didn't appear in front of the students. Even Xianxia didn't provoke them. Although he hated them, Xianxia knew that he couldn't beat Lan Xuanyu in a one-on-one fight. So, he had been holding back and was prepared to challenge them after attaining his second ring cultivation. In fact, at the end of the semester, Lu Qianxuan was the only one who broke through to the second ring Soul Grandmaster realm. It wasn't easy to complete a breakthrough. The familiar physical fitness test. Without a doubt, Lan Xuanyu easily got a plus sign in the strength test. The equipment used for the test was the same as the midterm exam. This time, when he lasted for 5 minutes, the teacher directly asked him to come down. There was no need to continue the test. Lu Qianxuan also showed the huge benefits of having 2 rings cultivation. He also lasted for 5 minutes and was neck and neck with Lan Xuanyu. The biggest characteristic of Lan Xuanyu's team was that they were biased. In terms of speed, no one could compare to Lu Feng. Ever since Lan Xuanyu came, Lu Feng was even more motivated to cultivate. After a few months, his speed increased significantly. He was the only student who got a plus sign in the speed test. When it came to the spiritual power test, it was Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei's world. Qianlei, spiritual power, 187. Very good, it increased by a lot. 10 plus. Next, Lan Xuanyu. The teacher nodded to Qianlei in satisfaction. Qianlei wasn't even 9 years old and had close to 200 points of spiritual power. This was definitely one of the best results in the entire Heaven Luo planet. In the entire Federation, he would probably be one of the best. Lan Xuanyu put on the spiritual power test helmet. With a start, a slight spiritual stimulation came from his cerebral cortex. His own spiritual power also quickly responded. A sense of emptiness appeared in Lan Xuanyu's mind. The teachers present, including Mu Zhongtian, were all watching Lan Xuanyu's test. The students weren't sure, but the teachers knew that Lan Xuanyu had been accepted as a disciple by the vice president. In the past 3 months, the teachers didn't know what the vice president had taught him. They all wanted to see if Lan Xuanyu could get a better result in this final exam. What made them disappointed was that Lan Xuanyu's spirit power had just broken through to rank 16 and was still at the bottom of the class. Currently, the class's average spirit power was rank 18 and many students had already reached rank 19. Lan Xuanyu probably wouldn't be able to reach rank 20 in the next semester. This speed was really too slow. 150, the teacher in charge of the test whispered to Mu Zhongtian beside him. He couldn't help but reveal some envy in his eyes. Kids nowadays were really amazing. Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power, even if it wasn't as good as Qianlei's, it would probably. The teacher thought in his heart. Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power continued to increase. Mu Zhongtian said excitedly, 180, could it be that he can surpass Qianlei? The teachers were stunned. 190. He surpassed it. Yes, Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power had surpassed Qianlei's for the first time. Even Qianlei was stunned. What's going on? He surpassed me just like that? He didn't slack off either. He was also very hardworking in his cultivation. How did he get surpassed? 193, 194, 195, 196. Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power was still rising, but the speed was already very slow. All the teachers focused their attention and subconsciously clenched their fists. One had to know that 200 points of spiritual power was an important dividing line in the spiritual power realm. Reaching 200 points of spiritual power, although it didn't mean entering the next level, it meant entering the middle stage of the spirit connection realm. Could Lan Xuanyu break through in one go? If he really broke through, then, when his spiritual power reached the critical point, he needed to accumulate before breaking through. Many soul masters would be stuck at the critical point for a long time. Even if it was a lower realm, it was still the same. Although the teachers knew this, the scene in front of them still made their blood boil. They were all looking forward to a miracle. Finally, the spiritual power value stopped at 199 points. The teachers looked at each other. 199. Although they were somewhat regretful, when they thought about the result, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 199 points of spiritual power. How many low-level soul masters dreamt of this? Lan Xuanyu was only 8 years old, not even 9 years old, but his spiritual power had already reached such a level. At most, he would be able to break through after a few more months. The teachers all knew that Lan Xuanyu had twin martial souls. Logically speaking, twin martial souls should have a faster cultivation speed, but Lan Xuanyu's spirit power had always been increasing very slowly. However, the slow increase in spiritual power seemed to have made his spiritual power increase even faster. How could they know that the process of Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power increasing was filled with blood and tears? Every night, he would experience the terrifying speed of the space warship in the Yin Tianfan simulation cabin. Under that kind of situation, he would vomit if he didn't concentrate. No one would want to try such a terrifying method of training spiritual power. Lan Xuanyu made it through, so he should at least have some gains. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu, who was undergoing the spiritual power test, had a different feeling. He only felt that his mind was empty. A spiritual power below 50 points was the spirit origin realm, where everything was renewed. Above 50 points, one would enter the spirit connection realm, where one's mind was connected to the spirit, and one's thoughts were clear. Above 500 points, one would then enter the next big realm, the spirit sea realm. From the spirit connection realm to the spirit sea realm, more than 90% of soul masters were stopped. Among them, 200 points and 350 points of spiritual power were the two watersheds that separated the initial, middle, and advanced stages of the spirit connection realm. For example, Lan Xuanyu's mother, Nanqing, who had 6 soul rings, her spiritual power had barely reached the spirit sea realm. Lan Xuanyu only felt that his heart was as calm as water, and it was as if a voice was echoing in his mind. He could clearly see the gold and silver vortex in his chest moving rhythmically, changing rhythmically, and even the colorful light spot at the core could be seen more clearly. He was now able to distinguish 3 or 4 colors from them. He subconsciously focused his attention on the colorful specks of light. Suddenly, his spiritual sea shook slightly and Lan Xuanyu felt all the pores on his body open up. Everything in front of him suddenly became clearer. Blue, which represented water, red, which represented fire, green, which represented free wind, and yellow, which represented thick earth. He could see the 4 colors in this. An indescribable joy instantly filled his heart. 200 points, spirit connection realm middle stage. Exclamations came from the surroundings. Most of these exclamations came from the teachers. The spiritual power test ended. Lan Xuanyu, 200 points of spiritual power, middle stage of the spirit connection realm, became the first student in the elite junior class to reach this realm. At the same time, he naturally received a good result of +10. Another plus sign appeared. Without a doubt, their group obtained first place in the physical fitness test with 4 plus signs. Dorm 316. Lu Qianxuan, Chang Jiani, and Yi Lingtong sat together. Lu Qianxuan and Chang Jiani stayed here, and 316 was their group's number. Yi Lingtong didn't usually stay here as she stayed in another dorm. The actual combat test will begin in a while. This time, not only must we get good results, but we must also win first place, regardless of the test's format, Lu Qianxuan said in a deep voice. Yi Lingtong nodded her head vigorously. She had a lot of pent-up energy in her heart, so she naturally agreed. Chang Jiani narrowed his eyes and said, "Qianxuan, don't you think that Lan Xuanyu is a little weird?" Lu Qianxuan glanced at him and said, "Are you talking about his spiritual power?" Chang Jiani shook his head. "Not only that, I can't tell what's weird about it. Last time, his loud roar had instantly changed the situation. Until now, I still remember clearly that after his roar, you and Yi Lingtong lost your ability to fight. I just don't know if it was a coincidence or a necessity. This Lan Xuanyu is a little unpredictable." Lu Qianxuan looked at Yi Lingtong. "You were classmates in the past. What was he like in the past?" Yi Lingtong frowned and said, "He was indeed quite weird. My martial soul seemed to be naturally restrained by his. Every time I fought with him, my martial soul couldn't be used to its full potential. Later on, my father taught me a way to store my soul power and soul skills internally. Only then would it be better. His martial soul seemed to be very strong, and the aura of his bloodline had a huge impact on me. Lu Qianxuan narrowed his eyes. I seem to have felt it last time too. It should be a martial soul that wasn't inferior to my Golden Lion King. After I used the Golden Lion roar, I was in a weak state and he took the opportunity to control me, which caused us to lose. But from his situation then, he should only be able to use that kind of roar once. Speaking up to this point, his eyes shone. It's different this time. I'm now a touring soul grandmaster and have 2 soul skills. No matter what, he can't defeat us. There's one more thing, Changjiani continued. And? Lu Qianxuan looked at him. Changjiani said, don't you guys feel that ever since Lan Xuanyu joined dorm 333, Jian Lei and Lu Feng have also changed? The reason we lost to them last time was because of Lan Xuanyu, but Lu Feng also had a lot to do with it. With his original fighting strength, even if he was very fast, he shouldn't have been able to directly penetrate my body and seriously injure me. But he did it that day. Including the 2 shots that killed you guys and the attack that broke through Xianxia's blazing golden wings, they were all much stronger than he was under normal circumstances. It seemed that Lan Xuanyu's roar made him stronger. And the girl that Qian Lei summoned last time was only a flash in the pan, but she blocked your attack. I don't know if it was a coincidence. Changjiani's observation skills were very strong, and Lu Qianxuan admired this. Hearing what he said, his brows furrowed slightly. Changjiani continued, so, the key is still Lan Xuanyu. It's because of his existence that dorm 333 has become stronger as a whole. Although I don't know why it's like this, we have to make some targeted arrangements in terms of tactics. If we meet them, then we must defeat Lan Xuanyu with the force of a thunderbolt, regardless of the cost. As long as he's not there, Jian Lei and Lu Feng are nothing to be afraid of. Lu Qianxuan and Yi Lingtong looked at each other and nodded at the same time. The assessment in the afternoon was time to prove themselves. No matter what, they had to be the champion this time and reclaim the honor of being in the first group of the class. The venue for the actual combat assessment in the afternoon will be the arena. Mu Zhongtian looked at the students with deep meaning. Many of them heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the word arena. What did the arena mean? It was a head-on battle and it was a competition of real combat strength. It was far from the maze where there were so many uncertainties. In other words, in the arena, whoever was stronger would be able to obtain a better result. Luck and intelligence would be relatively less useful. The specific rules of the assessment are as follows. In view of Dorm 333's outstanding performance in the previous midterm assessment. Therefore, for this assessment, the 3 students from Dorm 333 will be the champions. The other groups will draw lots to challenge the arena. The assessment will be divided into 9 rounds. In other words, the 3 students from Dorm 333 will have to fight 9 rounds. After every round, the simulation pod will recover their strength and everything will start anew. We will give you a final score based on your performance in the competition. Of course, those who can defeat Team 333 will have an increase in points. When the specific rules of the assessment were announced, Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 who were originally relaxed couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Qian Lei almost cried. What's going on? How did we become the target of public criticism? Just now, during lunch, he was still very proud because no matter what, they would not be eliminated, but the assessment in the afternoon was too unfair. They had to fight 9 rounds, they had tried it before. Although the simulation pod could recover soul power, it couldn't fully recover spiritual power. They couldn't even last for 9 rounds. Moreover, what did it mean to fight 1 round with every group? It meant that all their abilities would be exposed to everyone and there would be no more secrets. For the past 3 months, the 3 of them had been so low-key. Wasn't it to better conceal themselves and wait for the crucial moment like the next semester's assessment to perform? Teacher, can we give up? Anyway, we're already on shore. Qian Lei couldn't help but say. Mu Zhongtian's face darkened. This is a chance for all of you to showcase yourselves. I believe that the other groups can't wait to have such a chance to showcase themselves. Although it was originally stated that all of you wouldn't be eliminated this semester. However, if you lose more than half of the next 9 tests, you will be eliminated. In that case, all of your plus signs will be cancelled next semester. At the same time, all of your grades will be deducted by 30%. Huh? Qianlei was dumbfounded. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like the academy was intentionally targeting them. In fact, the test in the afternoon was not supposed to be like this. If you want to blame someone, blame Lan Xuanyu. His spiritual power had broken through 200 points, giving the teachers of the elite junior class a huge shock. As a result, even the teachers wanted to see how good Dorm 333 was. It was only after reporting to the academy that such a strange final exam was held. But he wasn't wrong. For example, Lu Qianxuan was looking at them with jealousy. If it were him, he would be more than happy to be the champion. This was an honor. To be able to become an arena master, one had to be publicly acknowledged as the strongest. It was also a chance to show off to the teachers. The better the results, the more support they would receive from the academy in the future. The academy's resources were the most precious, and many of them couldn't be bought with money. Lu Feng touched Qianlei, his eyes burning with an intense fighting spirit. To them, this was undoubtedly a test. Since the academy wanted to test them, let's do it. Lan Xuanyu was rather calm as he was in a good mood today. His spiritual power had broken through 200 points, and he was sure that it was because of the spiritual power test that he broke through. After reaching the middle stage of the spirit connection realm, he felt that his spiritual power seemed to have improved significantly. After cultivating for a few months, he felt that he had improved quite a bit. Although the increase in his soul power was slow, he felt that his physical fitness and overall strength had improved by quite a bit. The actual combat was a good opportunity to test it out. The cooperation between him, Lu Feng, and Qianlei had improved over the past 3 months. Compared to the midterm exam, it was a qualitative change. Alright, let's draw lots later. Let's enter the simulation pods. The actual combat test was naturally carried out in the simulation pod to avoid unnecessary injuries and to allow the students to display their strength to the greatest extent. After entering the simulation pod, Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, and Lu Feng were transported to an arena. The arena was circular with a diameter of about 30 meters. It was quite spacious. They only had 1 or 2 soul rings, so it was enough for them to use. Should I summon? Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu and asked. Lan Xuanyu said, with your current spiritual power, according to this tag team battle, how many times can you summon while recovering your soul power outside? Qianlei said, it depends on the strength of the summoning target. This consumes different amounts of soul power for me. If it was Dong Qianqiu, I should be able to summon 5 times. But that girl's temper doesn't seem too good. Is she willing to come that many times? This was a problem. Because of the multiple summons, everyone was somewhat familiar with Dong Qianqiu. They knew that she was a student from Heaven Do planet and was 1 year older than them. She was also a student from Nana. But this girl's personality was a bit cold. Previously, when they summoned her more often, she often didn't appear. For example, during the midterm exam, she didn't appear immediately. If they summoned her 5 times in a row for this exam, would she come every time? This was hard to say. Lan Xuanyu said, what about switching hands to summon? Qianlei's eyes lit up. 3 times should be enough. In other words, we have at least 3 matches that we can definitely win. Plus, we can summon Dong Qianqiu at least once. This way, we can win 4 matches. I now hope that we can meet Lu Qianxuan and the others in the first few matches and defeat the strongest one first. The rest will depend on the 2 of you. Lan Xuanyu didn't only have the silver-patterned blue-silver grass in his left hand. When he used the golden-patterned blue-silver grass in his right hand to support the gate of summoning, the summoning situation was different. It was called switching hands to summon. Different situations call for different actions. Different situations call for different actions. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with an intense fighting spirit. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and nodded. Then let's do it this way. For the first 3 to 4 matches, we will focus on Qianlei's summoning. We will try to conserve our energy. For the rest, we will work hard. Qianlei should rest. We will try to summon him again in the last 1 or 2 matches. Okay, it's decided. Qianlei waved his arm vigorously. The best choice was to use the gate of summoning first and then recover first. At this moment, opposite them, on the other side of the stage, 3 rays of light slowly appeared. "They're here." Lu Feng took a step forward and arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu. Qianlei quickly arrived behind Lan Xuanyu. The 3 of them maintained a straight line. Qianlei's eyes flashed and a yellow soul ring rose from his feet. His coin of summoning instantly appeared in his palm. "Come out, my gate of summoning!" Qianlei shouted and threw out the coin of summoning in his hand. The soul ring under his feet rose along with the coin of summoning and merged with it. 2 rays of light descended from the sky and transformed into a large door. Lan Xuanyu muttered to himself for a moment. He covered both his hands with blue-silver grass at the same time. His right hand grabbed the door frame with the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. Qianlei was the closest. He could clearly feel that when Lan Xuanyu's right hand grabbed the gate of summoning, everything changed. The gate of summoning trembled slightly. In Qianlei's mind, the door seemed to emit a soft dragon's roar, as if it was calling out to someone far away. Then, countless voices responded from an unknown distance away. Qianlei's soul power and spiritual power poured out in torrents. His soul power, in particular, was sucked dry in an instant. After the gate of summoning swallowed all of his soul power, it let out a second buzzing sound, as though a passage had been connected. On the opposite side, 3 students appeared. Comparatively speaking, the arena master had the advantage because he could make preparations earlier than the others. This was what the arena master was supposed to do. The ones who appeared opposite Lan Xuanyu's team were 3 girls. There were a total of 3 groups in the elite junior class, and all of them were girls. These girls were not to be underestimated, as their strength was definitely not weaker than the boys. They were all classmates, so Lan Xuanyu's team naturally recognized them. Standing in the middle of the 3 was the leader. She was tall and slender, and in terms of height, she was the tallest girl in the class, half a head taller than Yiling Tong. She was elegant and beautiful, but her eyes were small, and her gaze was very lively. Her name was Zhang Ruian, and she was the leader of dorm room 304. She was also the leader of their group. Beside her were 2 other beautiful girls. On the left was the petite Xianxia, while on the right was the slightly sturdy Tongmingru. Among the 3 groups of girls, 304 was considered to be in the middle in terms of strength and was considered average in the class. "Go!" Zhang Ruian yelled and instantly charged towards Lan Xuanyu's team. As she charged, a yellow soul ring rose from her feet, and a strong light flashed above her head, turning into a ball of light. An arrow of light shot out, bringing with it a dazzling light that went straight for Lu Feng. Light elemental control, this was Zhang Ruian's martial soul. Her first soul skill was called light convergence, and it could evolve into many different forms. Xianxia, who was on the left, lowered her body and suddenly sped up to go around him. Her figure became somewhat illusory, faintly discernible, as if she was switching between real and illusory. Xianxia's martial soul was the illusion cat, a very rare martial soul. Its greatest advantage was not in combat, but in reconnaissance. It was best at concealing its tracks. It was also because of this that she was recruited into the elite junior class. The illusion cat didn't seem to be very strong in its early stages, but once its cultivation reached a certain level, it would become the best ambusher if it was paired with a corresponding soul skill. Hence, Xianxia was taught by a specialized teacher in the elite junior class. On the other side, Tongmingru had a completely different style. She waved her hand, and a heavy hammer appeared along with a yellow soul ring. Her sledgehammer had a cylindrical head with faint patterns on it. Holding the sledgehammer in her hand, she followed Zhang Ruian and charged towards Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 with large strides. Her imposing manner was imposing, and her eyes even carried a bit of ferocity. She was a famous tomboy in the class. She was the kind of girl who would pull out her hammer and smash people if she didn't agree with her. Even the mischievous Xianxia didn't dare to provoke her. 3 girls, 3 different fighting styles. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand, and an ice shield appeared out of thin air. He didn't block the light arrow head-on, but refracted it into the air. The problem with light elements was that if the attack power wasn't strong enough, it would be easily refracted. Lan Xuanyu's control of the water element was undoubtedly better. With the buff from the silver-patterned blue-silver grass, he was able to make the most effortless response. Xianxia had already circled to the side, and her target was Qianlei. Everyone's impression of Qianlei was that he was unreliable and his summoning was unreliable. But no matter how unreliable he was, there were times when he was reliable. Getting rid of him first and preventing him from completing his summoning was undoubtedly the best way. Therefore, Xianxia had already raised her speed to the limit. Taking advantage of the explosion of the light arrow in front of her, she had already silently crept towards Qianlei. But it was also at this moment that a low growl sounded out. What Lan Xuanyu gave Qianlei wasn't only a change in his summoning, but also an increase in his summoning speed. When this low growl sounded out, everyone except Lan Xuanyu felt their hearts skip a beat. A fierce aura instantly spread throughout the entire stage. Ding! Xianxia's cat claw landed, but felt as if she had grabbed an iron plate, and her nails instantly broke. Although the pain in the simulation pod was very low, the little girl still screamed and jumped back. However, an existence like a heavy hammer swept over at this moment and collided with her body. With a bang, Xianxia turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, everyone finally saw the main culprit. It was a reptile that had just crawled out of the gate of summoning. Its entire body was covered in black scales, and its body was over 7 meters long. It looked like a huge lizard, and its head was especially large. When it opened its mouth, it felt as if it could swallow the heavens and the earth. The thing that had struck Xianxia was its huge head. Caught off guard, Xianxia, who only had one ring, didn't even have time to react before she was instantly killed. Crocodile dragon. It was a subdragon, a type of earth dragon. It was extremely rare among soul beasts. Even in Lan Xuanyu's memories, he couldn't tell what level of cultivation this crocodile dragon had. After killing Xianxia with a swing of its head, the crocodile dragon's next action left everyone dumbfounded. Its huge head lowered to Lan Xuanyu's feet, and then it carefully rubbed its head against Lan Xuanyu's calf. Yes, it rubbed. This, Zhang Ruian and Tong Mingru were stunned. The summoning was a success? Wasn't my luck too bad? No matter how they looked at it, this crocodile dragon wasn't weak at all. Attack. Lan Xuanyu seemed to be used to Qianlei's summons being close to him. The crocodile dragon then raised its head to look at Zhang Ruian and Tong Mingru. It stood up again, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards the two girls with large strides. It was a 7-meter-long crocodile dragon. Although it wasn't the strongest among earth dragons, it wasn't weak either. After all, it had a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. Seeing it swagger forward, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned solemn. At this moment, the quality of the elite junior class students was displayed. If it were someone of the same age, even a soul master, facing such a ferocious crocodile dragon, they would have been scared out of their wits. However, Tong Mingru and Zhang Ruian reacted immediately. Tong Mingru took a big step forward and roared. Her body suddenly moved 3 meters forward with lightning speed. Her soul rings lit up, and she raised her huge hammer with both hands and smashed it down on the crocodile dragon's head. On the other hand, Zhang Ruian controlled the ball of light above her head and shot out 2 light arrows towards the crocodile dragon's eyes. It was a pity that their opponent was too strong. The crocodile dragon's body suddenly spun on the spot and swept out its long tail. It actually dodged and avoided Tong Mingru's heavy hammer in that instant, causing Tong Mingru's hammer to hit the ground directly. The 2 light arrows hit the crocodile dragon's scales but didn't cause any damage. However, the crocodile dragon's huge tail had already found Tong Mingru. Tong Mingru only had time to jump and use her hammer to block in front of her, but in the next moment, she was swept away along with her hammer. Qianlei grinned. His summons were telepathically connected to him. The crocodile dragon's attack just now was completed under his control. Ignoring Tong Mingru, the crocodile dragon pounced towards Zhang Ruian with a leap. Light arrows fell one after another, but they were unable to break through the crocodile dragon's defense. Amidst Zhang Ruian's screams, the battle ended. Tong Mingru, who was left alone, originally wanted to charge towards Lan Xuanyu and the other two to destroy them indiscriminately. Unfortunately, she wasn't an agility-type soul master and the crocodile dragon's running speed was definitely not slow. In the end, she was still stopped. Tong Mingru was indeed ferocious. She only died after clashing with the crocodile dragon a few times. First round, Team 333 won. The crocodile dragon disappeared along with the gate of summoning. Lan Xuanyu and the other two's bodies flashed, and the little bit of soul power they had expended earlier was instantly restored. Qianlei sat down cross-legged without hesitation and used this little bit of time to recover the spiritual power he had expended earlier. However, the teachers obviously didn't want to give them too much time to rest. With a flash of light, another 3 figures appeared on the other side. Qianlei immediately jumped up and began his second summoning. The gate of summoning appeared once again. Lan Xuanyu's right hand grabbed behind him, and the golden-patterned blue-silver grass amplified Qianlei's summoning. At this moment, the 3 figures on the other side became clear. Seeing these 3 people, Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, and Qianlei's expressions became a little strange, but there was also a little bit of excitement. Xianxia. That's right, the one standing in the middle was the one with the blazing golden bird martial soul. It was said that his soul power had reached rank 18, Xianxia. He was also the mischievous one in the class who caused trouble all day long. In the past 3 months, Xianxia had worked especially hard and his soul power had broken through to rank 18. Unexpectedly, enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Lan Xuanyu and the others met him in the second round. The 2 youths beside Xianxia were from the same dormitory as him. They were Tang Yuega and Li Pengbin. Compared to Xianxia, they usually kept a low profile. Although Xianxia didn't have a good relationship with the others, he had a very good relationship with these 2 from his own dormitory. They worked together quite well. Their overall ranking in class was above Zhang Ruian's group, and they were roughly ranked 4th. Of course, this was before the rise of Team 333. Io, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. You guys ambushed us last time. This time, you guys are dead. Xianxia said as he spread the wings of the blazing golden bird behind him. With a step, he flew up. Xianxia naturally saw that Qianlei was summoning. Although he didn't know what this guy was summoning, it was best not to let him complete his summoning. Xianxia's idea was exactly the same as Zhang Ruian's team. His 2 companions, Tang Yuega and Li Pengbin, quickly took action and released their martial souls. Tang Yuega raised his right hand. With a flash of light, a double-pointed short spear appeared in his hand. He didn't store any energy. With a raise of his hand, the short spear was already thrown out, heading straight for Lan Xuanyu. The short spear issued a sharp sound. It had unexpectedly completed an acceleration and arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu in the blink of an eye. Tang Yuega's martial soul was this double-pointed short spear, the White Dragon Spear, which specialized in long-range attacks. His first soul skill was called Windbreak, which allowed him to instantly accelerate his short spear and increase his attack power. If thrown while accumulating power, the power of the short spear would be even stronger. He and Xianxia were telepathically connected, and both of them wanted to destroy Qianlei's summoning. It wasn't only Lu Qianxuan's team who could see that Qianlei had changed because of Lan Xuanyu's arrival. Xianxia's team also had the same realization. Lan Yanyu's hand was holding on to the gate of summoning. Therefore, Xianxia's flight and Tang Yuega's throwing of the short spear had been planned long before the battle began. For the sake of fairness, they couldn't see the situation between Lan Xuanyu's team and Zhang Ruian's team while they were preparing for the battle. However, they had ample time to discuss their team's tactics. Li Pengbin also rose into the air. He spread out a pair of green wings on his back and flew out with Xianxia. His martial soul was the green rock. Compared to the blazing golden bird, the green rock was better at flying. Therefore, with only 1 ring cultivation, Xianxia could only glide, but Li Pengbin could already fly. The green rock was best at long-range flying. Its combat power was only average, but it was one of the best among flying-type martial souls. With a flash of green light, a green shadow shot out from Li Pengbin's body. It was a bird-shaped shadow. When it flew out from Li Pengbin's body, it even felt like his clone. Green Rock Shadow, Li Pengbin's first soul skill. This green light was released later but arrived first, covering Lu Feng. Its goal was to prevent Lu Feng from joining the battle, allowing Xianxia and Tang Yuega to complete their cooperation in interrupting Qianlei's summoning. There was no doubt that Xianxia, Tang Yuega, and Li Pengbin's all-out attack was well coordinated, and their plan was very perfect. Tang Yuega's short spear appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu in the blink of an eye. Its speed was incomparably fast. Lan Xuanyu's right hand was still holding on to the gate of summoning, so he could only use his left hand to block. He moved his feet in an attempt to dodge, but the short spear seemed to have eyes. It turned slightly, and the tip of the spear was still pointed at Lan Xuanyu. It looked like he had nowhere to run. The green rock shadow had already descended, suppressing Lu Feng, preventing him from returning to support Lan Xuanyu. Xianxia was also approaching the gate of summoning. No matter how one looked at it, the three people in Team 333 were completely suppressed. Lan Xuanyu made his move. He suddenly raised his left hand, and his palm shot out like lightning. Just as the short spear was about to reach him, he actually grabbed the tip of the spear and stopped it in front of him. Icy mist lingered on the surface of his palm, causing the short spear to be unable to move forward. Tang Yuega was shocked. One had to know that this throw wasn't just with his full strength, but also with the effect of the Windbreaker Soul skill. The Windbreaker Soul skill could almost double the power of his throw, double the speed, and even lock onto the opponent. How could it be easy to catch the short spear under such circumstances? But Lan Xuanyu did it. Could it be that his soul skill also had a blocking effect? Also, his strength had to be extremely strong. At this moment, Tang Yuega suddenly remembered that during the physical fitness test, Lan Xuanyu's strength was 10+. Lu Feng's actions were even more unexpected. He didn't have any intention of blocking it, and his body quickly retreated. He didn't even turn around to look, and used his back to crash into Lan Xuanyu. The short spear that Lan Xuanyu grabbed suddenly disappeared and returned to Tang Yuega's hand. When Lu Feng crashed over, Lan Xuanyu's left hand changed from grabbing to pushing, and his palm pressed onto Lu Feng's back. At this moment, Lu Feng raised the white dragon spear in his hand, and with a faint icy mist, he pierced out with the white dragon spear, instantly dissolving the green shadow. His movements looked relaxed and effortless, as if he didn't use any strength at all. It was also at this moment that a loud bird cry sounded, and a figure suddenly flew out from the gate of summoning. Its speed was extremely fast, and in a flash it was in mid-air, directly rushing towards Xianxia, who was descending from the sky and preparing to attack Qianlei. Xianxia didn't expect this summoned creature to come so quickly, and was caught off guard. But he had rich battle experience, and with a turn of his body in the air, the fierce golden bird behind him flapped its wings. Like two side blades, it slashed towards the figure with a blazing air current. Pooh! With a flash of light, Xianxia didn't even have time to react before his body froze in midair. In the next moment, he fell from the sky, and the figure that attacked him paused in midair for a moment. The moment it paused, everyone was able to clearly see its appearance. It was very small, and that was everyone's first impression. It was a small bird that was entirely emerald in color, and only its beak was red. It looked only the size of a palm, but its emerald eyes flashed with a fierce light. Emerald demon bird? Lan Xuanyu let out a low cry, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. His surprise came from this summoned soul beast, and the current situation seemed to be different from their previous experiments. In the past, when he cooperated with Qianlei, they had never summoned the emerald demon bird. From the previous experiments, when he used the golden-patterned blue-silver grass on his right hand to assist the gate of summoning, the summoned creatures seemed to have some dragon-type bloodline. This also gave Lan Xuanyu a new understanding of his martial soul. He vaguely felt that his golden-patterned blue-silver grass should be related to dragons, and it was very likely that the golden patterns were dragon patterns. However, the emerald demon bird in front of them had never been related to the dragon race in the records, nor was it a soul beast with the bloodline of the dragon race. Could it be that there was a problem with the summoning? Of course, the emerald demon bird wasn't weak. On the contrary, with Lan Xuanyu's knowledge of soul beasts, he was completely sure that this emerald demon bird was the strongest soul beast they had summoned before. It was known as the savage bird in the world of soul beasts. It was extremely ferocious and liked to kill other soul beasts and eat their brains. Not only was it extremely fast, but its attack power was also extremely strong. It specialized in attacking the heads of other creatures. At this moment, Xianxia, who had turned into a ray of light, had a bloody hole in his forehead. It was obvious that his head had been pierced through. The flaming wings didn't even touch him. It was actually the Emerald Demon Bird. The Emerald Demon Bird was the nemesis of almost all flying-type soul beasts. This was because its explosive speed and attack power were too terrifying. In terms of long-distance flight, the Emerald Demon Bird definitely couldn't compare to the Green Roc. However, in terms of short-distance sprinting, almost no flying-type soul beast could compare to it. Therefore, in the next moment, it found Li Pengbin. Even the Flaming Bird couldn't block it, let alone the Green Roc. Just as Lan Xuanyu was astonished, Li Pengbin had already descended from the sky. The green light flashed again. Tang Yuega only had time to throw out his short spear, but he also fell in the green light. From the appearance of the Emerald Demon Bird to killing the 3 people, the entire process only took 2 breaths. From the Emerald Demon Bird's figure and color, Lan Xuanyu could barely distinguish that it should be a 100-year soul beast. They were both 100-year soul beasts, but their bloodlines were different. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Even if the 6 of them were to join forces, they might not be a match for this Emerald Demon Bird. After killing Tang Yuega, the Emerald Demon Bird turned around and looked at Lan Xuanyu's group with an ominous glint in its eyes. Without needing a reminder, Qianlei ended the summoning without hesitation. The moment he ended the summoning, the Emerald Demon Bird flew up and was about to pounce. This fellow's ferocity was too strong. It even wanted to kill the summoner. With a flash of light, the gate of summoning and the Emerald Demon Bird disappeared at the same time. Although Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 had won, they were drenched in cold sweat. "Why are you still so unreliable? You can't control it?" Lu Feng said to Qianlei angrily. Qianlei smiled bitterly. "I want to control it too." But he really couldn't control it. It was too fierce. As soon as I thought about it, it felt as if it had been ignited. Fortunately, it still attacked the opponent that I had identified as an enemy first. My goodness, he's really powerful. 2 battles, 2 victories, all thanks to Qianlei's summoned creatures. Who still dared to say that Qianlei wasn't good enough? Unreliable? When they were together with Lan Xuanyu, his summoning power was simply beyond their age and cultivation level. Even if it was Lu Qianxuan's team, if they had faced the Emerald Demon Bird, the outcome would have been the same. The 100-year Emerald Demon Bird also needed to be targeted. Only a soul master with at least 4 rings could possibly restrain it. Relatively speaking, Chang Jinni's slowdown soul skill might have some effect, but his current cultivation was still too weak, so he might not be able to control it. I just need to win 3 more rounds. Because the new opponent had appeared too quickly, Qianlei simply didn't rest. Once his soul power recovered to its peak state, he immediately threw out his coin of summoning and summoned again. At this moment, the teachers were all watching from outside, including Yin Tianfan and Ji Hongbin. The final exam was the most important test to assess the students' results this semester. Moreover, today was in the arena. When the teachers reported today's test format to Yin Tianfan agreed without hesitation. He also wanted to see how much his disciple had grown and improved after this period of learning. Does this count as a martial soul fusion skill? Yin Tianfan asked Ji Hongbin beside him. Everyone could see that it was with Lan Xuanyu's help that Qianlei's summoning became reliable. Every time, he could summon a powerful creature and easily defeat his opponent. Ji Hongbin frowned slightly. It's hard to say. It shouldn't be at the level of a martial soul fusion skill. They only have 1 ring cultivation. Even if they have a martial soul fusion skill, they can't use it. Did you notice that Lan Xuanyu didn't only strengthen Qianlei, but also Lu Feng? Previously, Lu Feng had his back to him. With his support, the White Dragon Spear Martial Soul produced an ice attribute enhancement, which allowed him to easily dissolve his opponent's attack. In a sense, Lan Xuanyu should be considered a type of support, a very strong support. More importantly, his support targets are 2 completely unrelated martial souls. Doesn't that mean that his own martial soul can produce a supportive effect on any martial soul? If that's the case, then he's an extraordinary existence. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu isn't a pure support-type soul master. In his previous academy, he belonged to the control type. His own combat strength isn't weak, and he even has twin martial souls. At this point, Ji Hongbin felt a little frightened. It seemed that this child, Lan Xuanyu, was really blessed by the heavens. If there was a problem, it would be that his soul power cultivation was increasing slowly. In a situation where the other students were already at rank 18, he had only just advanced to rank 16. If his soul power cultivation was slow, it was likely that the gap between him and his soul power would become bigger in the future. Yin Tianfan nodded slightly. This disciple of mine is really interesting. His spiritual power is already at 200, which is really beyond my expectations. Not bad, not bad. Ji Hongbin said, don't be happy too early. This child's martial soul might be too strong, or perhaps it's too special, which is why his soul power is increasing so slowly. We still have to continue observing him. Otherwise, no matter how talented he is, he won't be able to become a top-notch powerhouse without the support of soul power. Yin Tianfan shrugged and said, what does it matter? My expectations for him aren't in terms of individual combat strength, but to inherit my mantle. No matter how strong an individual is, can he compare to a space fleet? Ji Hongbin looked at him meaningfully. Go there and say that. See if anyone will refute you. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed upwards. Yin Tianfan was sluggish. I'm talking about under normal circumstances. Xianyu's spiritual power is increasing so quickly. I estimate that he'll reach the spirit sea realm when he's at most 12 years old. At that time, I can start teaching him the real basics of warships. By the time he's 20 years old, it's very likely that he'll be qualified to become a qualified captain. At this rate, he'll be able to become a fleet commander by the time he's 30 years old. If he can get into that place, this time will be shortened by a lot. The most important thing for this child is his psychological quality and his ability to withstand pressure. I'm very satisfied with him in this aspect. He's already shown extraordinary talent at such a young age. Ji Hongbin glanced at him, and a rare smile suddenly appeared on his face. Fatty, how about we discuss something? Yin Tianfan also smiled, looking very amiable. Old Ji. If you want him to change his allegiance to you, you don't have to say that. Ji Hongbin said unhappily, you're really a cunning old fox. This child will only waste his talent if he follows you. Can't you see how special his martial soul is? He's completely capable of becoming a top-notch powerhouse, or even the core leader of a top-notch powerhouse team. Can you give him this aspect? Yin Tianfan laughed. I don't care. In any case, he's my disciple now, and he calls me master. What were you doing earlier? Why didn't you accept him earlier? Ji Hongbin realized that he was no match for this damn fatty when it came to bickering. He was the first-generation demon fox, They won again. The teachers exclaimed from the side. Sure enough, while Ji Hongbin and Yin Tianfan were talking, Lan Xuanyu's team had won another match. This time, they defeated a group that was ranked lower in the elite junior class, and they relied on Xianlei's summoning. They summoned a scarlet armored dragon and relied on its fiery breath to suppress their opponents to the point that they couldn't even unleash their full potential. 3 matches, 3 victories. After winning this match, Xianlei sat cross-legged on the ground and began meditating. According to their original plan, Xianlei should be able to complete 4 summons, but something unexpected happened during the second summon. Not only was the Emerald Demon Bird difficult to control, but the Emerald Demon Bird also consumed a lot of Xianlei's spiritual power, and in the process of trying to control it, it consumed a lot. Therefore, after completing 3 summons, Xianlei's spiritual power was completely depleted. Plans couldn't keep up with changes, so he could only meditate on the spot and try to recover his spiritual power quickly so that he could be of use in the later battles. However, with his summoning, their group had already won 3 matches and laid a solid foundation. A light flashed and 3 figures appeared on the opposite side. Before the 3 figures could solidify, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng, who had already planned, took the initiative and rushed forward. Lan Xuanyu took the lead and stomped his right foot on the ground, concentrating all his strength into his calf. In the next moment, he shot out like a cannonball. At the same time, the golden-patterned blue-silver grass on his right hand curled up and covered his palm. A white light flashed and Lu Feng arrived first. Relying on his speed, which was second to none in the entire elite junior class, he arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu in an instant. Lan Xuanyu pressed his right hand on Lu Feng's back, and at the same time, a huge pushing force came along with a blazing and manic bloodline fluctuation. The white dragon spear in Lu Feng's hand shot out golden light from the dragon head's eyes, and a 3-inch spear light shot out. His entire person's essence, energy, and spirit instantly changed. The entire arena was only 30 meters long. With one of them pushing and the other rushing, Lu Feng's speed had already reached its peak. Just as the three of them appeared, Lu Feng was already in front of him. The white dragon spear was thrown forward. Lu Feng's hand was almost at the end of the spear. The white dragon spear swept horizontally and flicked upwards, enveloping the three people in front of him. In an arena battle, there was always a process of releasing one's martial soul. As for the ringmaster, the biggest advantage was that he had the upper hand. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were taking advantage of this opportunity to unleash their full potential. The moment the three students appeared, the white dragon spear had already arrived. Before they could react, the three of them felt a strong force and were swept up at the same time, causing them to lose control of their bodies. Lu Feng's speed was too fast. He lifted up three people with his spear, and the white dragon spear in his hand slightly condensed in the air. A strong and powerful aura of sharpness erupted, and the white dragon spear slashed down from the sky, turning into a sharp light that descended from the sky. Its target was the student in the middle. After being affected by the white dragon spear, it was a pity that these three students didn't even have time to release their martial souls. How could they possibly block Lu Feng's spear? The student in the middle was immediately sliced through his forehead by the spear. His body was split into two, turning into light and disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had already caught up from behind. He leaped up and collided with Lu Feng in the air. When the two of them were close, he pushed with his right hand and helped Lu Feng complete a change of direction in the air. He helped him charge towards the student on the right who had barely released his martial soul during the fall, while he used the rebound force to pounce towards the student on the left. Lu Feng was only able to release one attack due to the golden-patterned blue-silver grass amplification, but Lan Xuanyu's second amplification had arrived. His aura suddenly soared, and the white dragon spear transformed into a sky full of spear light that enveloped his opponent completely. Lan Xuanyu opened his arms and pounced towards his opponent on the left like a big bird. His opponent had just released his martial soul. It was a large net that was about to roll towards Lan Xuanyu. However, Lan Xuanyu pressed his left hand down and a vortex bloomed. The strong rotational force caused the large net to rotate as well, and in the next moment, his right fist had already descended from the sky. This was a punch with all his strength and the power of his bloodline activated by the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. With a boom, the fist hit the center of the large net, which was where the student was. The huge force pressed down and smashed onto the opponent's raised arms through the large net. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lan Xuanyu's punch directly smashed his opponent to the ground, and the ice spike in his left hand pierced through the net, ending the battle. On the other side, under Lu Feng's spear light, his opponent, who was caught off guard, was also pierced with thousands of holes. He could only exchange injuries to leave a deep wound on his opponent's body, so deep that the bones could be seen. It was over. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it was even faster than when Qianlei's summoned creatures were the main fighting force. The coordination between Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng could be said to be perfect. The key was speed. They were all students of the elite junior class, so how much difference could there be in terms of cultivation? It obviously wouldn't be much of a difference. However, in such a collision, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng relied on their speed to instantly kill one person and quickly suppress the other two. They didn't even give their opponents a chance to perform. It could be said that their opponents lost aggrievedly. Even the teachers didn't expect that as the ringmaster, they would be able to perform to such an extent. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng looked at each other. Both of them were panting slightly. Didn't they give it their all in the series of attacks just now? If they didn't suppress one person at the beginning, they would most likely be entangled in the battle. In that case, it would be 2 against 3, and the outcome would be hard to predict. Let's continue later. Mu Zhongtian stopped the assessment almost immediately. With Lu Feng's speed, the advantage of being the ringmaster was too great. If they didn't adjust, it wouldn't be easy for the opponents behind to escape from Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng's trap. Teacher Ji, what do you think we should do in this situation? We didn't consider it thoroughly. Mu Zhongtian looked for Ji Hongbin helplessly. There was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng's coordination was beyond their expectations. For Lu Feng's speed to be this fast, it was truly a wonder. The simplest way was to make the stage bigger so that their advantage of being the first to attack wouldn't be so obvious. However, that would be too unfair to Lan Xuanyu and the other two. Ji Hongbin looked at Mu Zhongtian and said, "Show the video of the previous match to the other students who haven't participated in the test. It's up to them how to adapt." Mu Zhongtian's eyes lit up. That's right. If they were prepared beforehand, the advantage of being the first to attack wouldn't be so obvious. Furthermore, it was also a test for the other students to adapt to the situation. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were a little surprised. Both of their soul power had recovered and Lan Xuanyu silently felt the consumption of his spiritual power. It was still within a controllable range. Reality proved that their strategy was still very useful. Lu Feng was already ready to go. As long as the next match started, they would continue with the same strategy. However, to their surprise, no other opponents appeared at the same time. There was a pause. Could it be that they could take a break in the middle of the test? It was obviously a good thing to be able to take a break. Qianlei's spiritual power needed time to recover. As long as he could complete another summon, it would be equivalent to obtaining a victory. Qianlei, who was the most unreliable among all the elite junior class students, had become the key to victory. With his summons, almost no one in the class could withstand his summons. Qianlei, who was the most unreliable, had even become Dorm 333's anchor. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu's team had already won 4 rounds. As long as they won one more round, they would have completed the basic mission. From the current situation, no matter how slow Qianlei's recovery was, he should be able to complete a summon in the end. Lan Xuanyu had even thought about it. He might as well not summon the unpredictable Don Qianxiu and just use the golden-patterned blue-silver grass to help him summon a soul beast with the bloodline of a dragon-type soul beast, which was the most reliable. Hence, it was obviously a good thing for them to pause. However, this pause didn't last for long. After a while, 3 figures slowly appeared on the opposite side. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng used the same trick and charged forward again. Just as the 3 figures were about to appear, Lu Feng was already in front of them. However, to their surprise, before the opponents could see the situation on the stage clearly, the 3 of them had already jumped back at the same time and dodged Lu Feng's attack by a hair's breadth. What's going on? Their reactions are so fast? Lu Feng was also stunned for a moment, but he didn't stop his attack. After his attack missed, the white dragon spear in his hand pierced forward. It turned into a spear light in the air and poured out all the amplification from the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. Even if he couldn't win in one strike, he had to suppress his opponents. The 3 figures on the opposite side were now clearly visible. The overall strength of this group was even above Jin Xiang's group. The one standing in the middle was a tall youth, Liang Jing, the vice-class monitor of the elite junior class. In terms of individual combat strength, he was second only to Lu Qianxuan. His spirit power had already reached rank 19, and he was the second most likely spirit master in the class to reach rank 20. On his left was Wang Lijian, and on his right was Qin Yuelin. Facing the incoming spear light, Liang Jing shouted loudly and raised his hands. Instantly, 2 semicircular pieces of metal merged into one and turned into a shield. On the other hand, Wang Lijian and Qin Yuelin quickly retreated behind Liang Jing. Ding 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 ding. A series of crisp sounds rang out as Liang Jing took 4 steps back before the impact of the white dragon spear was completely neutralized. But at least they managed to block Lu Feng's most ferocious attack. If they hadn't watched the video earlier, it would have been difficult for them to resist Lu Feng's initial initiative. After all, it was too sudden. However, with the video as a foundation, the 3 of them had a simple discussion and came up with a countermeasure. On each of Liang Jing's arms was a semicircular sharp blade. His martial soul was called the half-moon blade. It was a variant martial soul. When the crescent blade was put together, it could transform into a round shield. When separated, it was a powerful offensive weapon. It could be said that both offense and defense were integrated into one. Liang Zhang's personality was calm and steady. He usually didn't speak much in class, but he was especially hardworking in his cultivation. He only had one goal, and that was to surpass Lu Qianxuan. His two teammates also had similar personalities. They usually didn't show their talents in class, but no one dared to look down on them. At this time, Liang Zhang blocked the attack. Lan Xuanyu also followed up from behind. While in the air, he pushed Lu Feng, and Lu Feng fell to the side. At the same time, he received another boost from the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. Chen Yuelin raised both of his hands, and green vines swept out, spreading out along the ground. The vines quickly extended and chased after Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng. He was a control-type soul master, and his martial soul was ivy. At the same time, beside Chen Yuelin, Wang Lijian's left hand moved, and a white longbow appeared in his grasp. He drew the bow and nocked an arrow. His first soul ring lit up, and a yellow arrow appeared on the bowstring. Bang! The sound of the bow rang out, and the arrow shot out. The arrow was shot into the air, but it instantly curved in an arc and went straight for Qianlei in the distance. Attacking the enemy's vital point, not good, Lan Xuanyu shouted in his heart. In this battle, Qianlei's elimination naturally wouldn't affect the overall situation. However, it would greatly affect the recovery of Qianlei's spiritual power. One had to know that Qianlei was currently meditating with all his might. Being interrupted like this, not only would he lose his spiritual power, but it would also cause his mind to become chaotic. It was hard to say if he would be able to fight again today. There was no doubt that the other party had a strategy that was targeted to their situation. This arrow could definitely be described as a stroke of genius. Lan Xuanyu, who was originally preparing to attack, had no choice but to turn around and rush in the direction of Qianlei. At the same time, an icicle condensed in his left hand. He had to wait for the arrow to fall. When it was close to his attack range, he had to use the icicle to knock it down. Only then would he be able to protect Qianlei. However, as soon as he turned around and ran, his initial advantage of being the first to strike also disappeared. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, and didn't continue to attack. Instead, he circled around to the side, avoiding the entanglement of the ivy on the ground. Wang Lijian, rank 18. Martial Soul, Moon Shooting Bow. First soul skill, Homing Arrow. They retreated, but the other party didn't let them. Liang Zhang took large strides forward and chased after Lan Xuanyu. He separated the half-moon blades in his hands and waved them forward at the same time. His first soul ring lit up, and two blades of light immediately shot out from the half-moon blades in his hands and chased after Lan Xuanyu. It was his first soul skill, half-moon slash. He had to deal with the homing arrow in front of him, and the half-moon slash behind him. There was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu was now in a dilemma. Lu Feng, who had weak defense and was naturally countered by control-type soul masters, couldn't change the situation either. Chen Yuelin cleverly arranged his ivy vines around him, like a spider waiting for him to fall into the net. The situation was reversed in a situation where the other party was prepared and they had one less person on their side. The homing arrow fell from the sky. Lan Xuanyu was especially calm at this time. He obviously heard the sound of the half-moon slash behind him, and knew that he had to react. However, the most important thing right now was to help Qianlei resolve the crisis. At this moment, he understood that he had overlooked one thing, and that was the problem of protecting Qianlei. When the other party focused on the resting Qianlei, especially when they had long-range attacks, they would become very passive. His figure flickered, and he didn't even look back. In the eyes of Liang Zhang and the others, Lan Xuanyu only seemed to sway left and right for a moment, and he had already dodged the two half-moon slashes. At the same time, the icicle in his hand finally shot out. With a crisp ding, the icicle accurately hit the homing arrow about a foot above Qianlei's head and knocked it to the side. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu suddenly stopped and shouted, "Wait a minute." Liang Zhang and the others, who were quickly following behind, were stunned when they heard this. They slowed down their pace slightly. "We admit defeat for this match," Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation. "Admit defeat?" Liang Zhang's expression relaxed. He stopped and nodded to Lan Xuanyu. Yes, this match was really too passive. There was no way to summon Qianlei again, and the other party had long-range attacks. This would inevitably restrict Lan Xuanyu's movements, and he would have to stay by Qianlei's side to protect him. But the other party had control, long-range, and powerful attacks. No matter how well he and Lu Feng worked together, their chances of winning in a 2 versus 3 match were not high. Plus, they had already won 4 matches before, so there was no need to go all out. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu chose to admit defeat without hesitation. Judging the situation, Liang Zheng's team was one of the strongest in the class. They were second only to Lu Qianxuan's team in strength. Admitting defeat in front of them to save their energy was undoubtedly a better choice. Otherwise, if they went all out, they would definitely consume a lot of energy, let alone winning or losing. The consumption of energy and spiritual power was not easy to recover after every battle. When the teachers outside saw that Lan Xuanyu's team had taken the initiative to admit defeat, they heaved a sigh of relief. It would be a problem if they allowed this strange combination to continue winning. It would definitely be a huge blow to the other students in the elite junior class. How many more groups are there until Lu Qianxuan's team goes up? Yin Tianfan asked Mu Zhongtian. Mu Zhongtian replied, there's still one more group before Lu Qianxuan's team. Yin Tianfan's eyes lit up and he said, let Lu Qianxuan's team go up in advance. Then tell Lan Xuanyu's team that if they lose to Lu Qianxuan's team, they will lose the rest. Ah? Vice President, isn't this inappropriate? This is against the rules. I'm afraid they won't be convinced. Mu Zhongtian looked at him in surprise. He always knew that this person didn't play by the rules, but if he changed the rules rashly, it would be too unfair to the students. Where would the credibility of the academy be? Yin Tianfan said calmly, it's alright, do as I say. If we don't suppress them, how can we make them show their true abilities? They chose to give up when they still have the energy to do so. They obviously think that they have already won 4 rounds and can hold on until Qianlei summons them again. Since it's an assessment, we must let them display all their abilities and see where the limits of these little fellas are. Do as I say, if Lan Xuanyu's team isn't convinced, I will settle it. Mu Zhongtian looked at Ji Hongbin. Only Teacher Ji's words were effective in front of the vice president. Mu Zhongtian didn't expect Ji Hongbin to nod and say, do as the vice president says, we can't give these little fellas a chance to cheat. If we don't suppress them, it will be unfair to the rest of the teams. Ah? Alright then. Mu Zhongtian didn't expect Ji Hongbin to agree with Yin Tianfan's request. This was obviously unfair to Lan Xuanyu's team, but he could only carry out the order. Soul World Arena. Lan Xuanyu's team, I hereby announce that you will be facing Chang Qianxuan's team in the next round. You have to win this match. If you fail, you will be considered to have failed the next few rounds. The electronic voice sounded, it was obviously Mu Zhongtian's voice. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were already prepared to sprint. Hearing this sudden electronic voice, the two of them couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? How could it be considered a loss after losing this match? Doesn't that mean that if we lose, we will be punished? Lu Feng said in surprise. Lan Xuanyu was also a little confused. After all, they were still young. How could they understand why the rules had changed in such a short time? Just then, 3 figures slowly appeared opposite them. They were Lu Qianxuan, Yi Lingtong, and Chang Jiani. Affected by the electronic sound, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng even lost the chance to launch a surprise attack. 2 yellow soul rings rose from Lu Qianxuan's feet, fully displaying his cultivation as a two-ringed soul grandmaster. What do we do? Qianlei opened his eyes at this moment because he also heard the electronic voice. Lan Xuanyu looked at him and gave him a questioning look. Qianlei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had only rested for a while and his spiritual power was still a distance away from being able to summon once. In other words, this round was still 2 against 3, which meant that Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng would be facing the two-ringed Lu Qianxuan, the powerful Yi Lingtong, and Chang Jiani, who had the ability to slow down control. Slow had a restraining effect on Lu Feng. Under the circumstances where the other party was already prepared, even if Lan Xuanyu's buff could help him break the slow skill, Yi Lingtong and Lu Qianxuan weren't weak either. 2 against 3, this was a more difficult battle than the previous one. The probability of winning was too low. However, they couldn't lose this round. If they lost, the rest of the competition would be considered as a loss. If they lost the next round, what would they do for the next semester? Fight. They could only fight. What do we do? Lu Feng asked the same question. Without a doubt, he was also a little panicked. Lu Qianxuan's body swelled and the aura of a touring soul master burst forth. The three of them strode towards Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng at the same time. Lu Qianxuan was actually acting arrogantly. He didn't want to clash with Lan Xuanyu and the others when Qian Lei seemed to have lost his ability to fight. Because he was already a soul grandmaster, he wanted to defeat his opponents when both sides were in their best condition. Lan Xuanyu shrugged helplessly. This was all forced by the teacher. Since you guys forced me, then. Lu Feng. Lan Xuanyu suddenly turned his head and said to Lu Feng. "En?" Lu Feng looked at him. Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice, "I'll buff you, then you have to fight all three of them at all costs. Can you do it? Leave the rest to me." Lu Feng smiled bitterly. "I can try, but I'm afraid I can't get close to them. That Lu Qianxuan's golden lion roar is too strong." Lan Xuanyu said, "Let's bet that he won't use the golden lion roar immediately. Come on, let's fight." "Okay." Lu Feng took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Lan Xuanyu released blue-silver grass with both hands and Lu Feng appeared in front of him in a flash. Lan Xuanyu pushed Lu Feng and Lu Feng immediately rushed towards the other party like an arrow. Lan Xuanyu followed closely behind and even added a layer of ice under his feet. Yi Lingtong released her martial soul and Chang Jiani raised his right hand. A faint white halo spread outwards. It was his soul skill, slow. The effect of his slow was very strong and was an area of effect control skill. It was the best skill to deal with a fast soul master like Lu Feng. Back then, before Lan Xuanyu came to the elite junior class, Lu Feng fought Chang Jiani one-on-one and was even controlled by Chang Jiani until his soul power was exhausted and he couldn't release his martial soul. The white dragon spear's aura flickered and the dragon's eyes shone brightly. Lu Feng had a lot of trust in Lan Xuanyu and rushed over without hesitation in the face of slow. Even though he knew that even if he could launch an attack, he would definitely be affected by slow and be defeated by the other party's counterattack. Yi Lingtong met him head-on. Because of celestial body, Yi Lingtong's speed, strength, and defense were all raised to the extreme. Affected by slow, Lu Feng's body was obviously sluggish, but his white dragon spear still swept out brazenly. He activated his soul skill and raised his white dragon spear. Chang Jiani flashed and nimbly dodged behind Lu Qianxuan. He was pierced by Lu Feng the last time and definitely wouldn't make the same mistake this time. On the other hand, Yi Lingtong directly crashed into Lu Feng. White light gathered around her body and she wasn't afraid of the white dragon spear's sharpness. Pooh! The white dragon spear swallowed and spat out a rising airflow that covered a 5-meter radius. Under the enhancement of Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass and Lu Feng almost risked his life for this attack, the rising airflow suddenly swept up Yi Lingtong, Lu Qianxuan, and Chang Jiani's bodies and lifted them up. Lu Qianxuan snorted and released his soul power, falling down forcefully. He landed on the ground and didn't move. Yi Lingtong fought with all her might and was still lifted up, but she was only lifted 2 meters high. She flipped in the air and Lu Qianxuan caught up with her and grabbed the clothes behind her back. Yi Lingtong took advantage of the situation and kicked out. With the help of the soul power transmitted by Lu Qianxuan, she kicked the white dragon spear. Using all his strength, Lu Feng did not hold back at all. He was immediately sent flying with his spear. No matter who it was a very unwise choice for him to take the initiative to attack and fight 1 against 3. Even with Lan Xuanyu's enhancement, he couldn't possibly have the upper hand in a 1 against 3 battle. Lu Feng, who was sent flying, directly crashed into Lan Xuanyu who came up from behind. This was because Yi Lingtong had calculated the angle to kick Lu Feng. Even if Lan Xuanyu caught Lu Feng, what he had to endure next was Lu Qianxuan and the other 2 storm-like attacks. Yi Lingtong was very clear that Lu Qianxuan worked so hard these few months to wash away the humiliation during the final exams. Previously, they were worried that Lan Xuanyu and the rest would admit defeat, but now, it seemed like they didn't have the intention to do so. They didn't know that it wasn't that Lan Xuanyu and the rest didn't want to admit defeat, but that the academy didn't allow them to. However, something unexpected happened. Seeing that Lu Feng and Lan Xuanyu were about to collide, Lan Xuanyu didn't catch Lu Feng. Instead, he dodged Lu Feng and allowed him to fall backward while he continued to charge towards Lu Qianxuan and the rest. What the hell? Lu Qianxuan was also stunned. If Lan Xuanyu caught Lu Feng, it would still be a 2-on-3 situation and they could still struggle for a while. However, he had delivered himself to their doorstep, and he would be facing the three of them in their peak condition. Was he stupid? However, in the next instant, he saw the expression on Lan Xuanyu's face. What was that? A smile. Yes, Lan Xuanyu was smiling, and there was a hint of mockery in his smile. Although Lu Qianxuan didn't know why he was smiling, an ominous feeling rushed to his heart. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and was about to release the golden lion roar. However, at this moment, Lan Xuanyu did something much simpler than releasing the golden lion roar. He raised his left and right hands at the same time and clasped them in front of him. Roar, the golden lion roar exploded. Compared to the last time when Lan Xuanyu faced this attack, the power of the golden lion roar was undoubtedly much greater. With the support of his touring cultivation, Lu Qianxuan's golden lion roar exploded with terrifying power. Even Qianlei, who was far away, was affected. However, Lan Xuanyu, who was just inches away, seemed to be frozen in place. Then, Lu Qianxuan, Yi Lingtong, and Chang Jiani saw a colorful light shoot out from his clasped hands. Amidst the colorful lights, Lan Xuanyu didn't seem to be affected by the golden lion roar at all. He merely smiled at the three of them and his lips moved as though he was saying, "Goodbye." In the next instant, an astonishing colorful light bloomed and turned into a colorful light ball with a diameter of 5 meters in the air, enveloping Lan Xuanyu, Lu Qianxuan, Yi Lingtong, and Chang Jiani. Everything happened too quickly. From Lan Xuanyu clenching his fists, to the golden lion roar erupting, to the colorful light blooming, the entire process happened in the blink of an eye. The golden lion roar that had just been released stopped abruptly as if it had been strangled. The colorful light lasted for a few seconds before gradually fading away. Lan Xuanyu, Lu Qianxuan, Yi Lingtong, and Chang Jiani, the four of them had all disappeared. In the arena, only the dizzy Lu Feng and the dumbfounded Qianlei were left. Dorm 333, Victory. The fifth round, in front of the observation screen, the teachers were completely silent. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? How could Yin Tianfan and Ji Hongbin not be dumbfounded? They only wanted to oppress Lan Xuanyu and the others to see how much potential they had yet to unleash, but who would have thought that they would be oppressed to such an extent? What was that colorful light? As for the touring Lu Qianxuan, Yi Lingtong, and Chang Jiani, who weren't weak, they didn't even have the chance to unleash their full strength before they were instantly killed, instantly killed, instantly killed. Was this an ability that a one-ringed soul master could use? The range covered a diameter of 5 meters, and the attack power was obviously extremely strong. What exactly was going on? Was it a self-sacrifice skill or a martial soul fusion skill? Yin Tianfan turned stiffly to Ji Hongbin beside him and asked. In terms of soul master skills, Ji Hongbin was undoubtedly more knowledgeable than him. The corner of Ji Hongbin's mouth twitched. It can't be a self-sacrifice skill. From Lan Xuanyu's calmness when he used it just now, it can be seen that he must have used it before. This skill must have consumed all his energy, so the system assumed that he died and left the arena. But he shouldn't have really died because he must have tried it before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used it at this time. Lu Feng took the initiative to attack at all costs so that Lu Qianxuan and the others wouldn't be separated, creating an opportunity for him to kill them instantly. So, I think it's a martial soul fusion skill, a self-martial soul fusion skill. Yin Tianfan swallowed his saliva and was about to say something when Ji Hongbin, who was beside him, suddenly raised his hand and strangled Yin Tianfan's neck. He said fiercely, "I don't care, damn fatty. You have to give this disciple to me, or I'll fight it out with you." Twin martial souls, a self-martial soul fusion skill, it's too wasteful to learn from you, too wasteful, do you know that? The other teachers were shocked when they saw this scene. Lan Xuanyu was the vice president's disciple? This was their first reaction. Their next reaction was, Teacher Ji actually wants to snatch the vice president's disciple? No, no, I'll strangle you to death if you don't. Elite Junior Class, First Semester, Final Exam, First Place, Dorm 333, Lan Xuanyu. Elite Junior Class, First Semester, Actual Combat Exam, First Place, Dorm 333, all of them. With Lan Xuanyu's Dorm 333, Qian Lei was no longer a useless and unreliable summoner, and Lu Feng was no longer a weak agility-type soul master who only knew how to run around. Everything changed because of Lan Xuanyu's arrival. Under Ji Hongban's unreasonable coercion, Yin Tianfan finally compromised. So, Lan Xuanyu was completely passive and had one more teacher. And the days ahead of him were more and more abysmal. Since the start of the final exam, he didn't have any time off and was busy cultivating every day. Of course, because he used that weird self-martial soul fusion skill again, his soul power that had reached rank 16 with much difficulty dropped back to rank 15. But just like what Nana had said, the compatibility of his gold and silver vortex had increased, and the conflict between the two energies had obviously weakened. The multicolored dot at the core seemed to have strengthened a little. In the blink of an eye, the elite junior class had been established for 3 years. 3 years later. Heaven Luo Planet, Heaven Luo City, Tianluo College. Night fell, and the entire Tianluo College was quiet. Only one training ground was still brightly lit. The training ground was a circular building that was 30 meters tall and had a specialized soul guidance array for protection. A soul master's cultivation was simply too dangerous, and there were often situations where soul skills were leaked. Without enough protection, it was easy to cause problems. Even the windows of the training ground were above 20 meters. At this moment, outside the brightly lit training ground, a person stood there silently. His gaze was calm and had a tinge of warmth as he silently watched the training ground through the window. At this moment, there were only 2 people in the training ground. Teacher Ji Hongban, who was known as the #1 person in Tianluo College, had his hands behind his back and a straight face as he stared coldly at the youth opposite him. He was reprimanding him in a deep voice. However, this #1 person in Tianluo College was completely unaware that someone was spying on them from outside the window. Cooperate, you must cooperate with yourself perfectly, do you understand? Ji Hongban said coldly, how many times have I told you? Why is it that every time you use your strength, the support of the ice element still appears sluggish? You must integrate it with your strength as soon as possible. What you need the most now is to find the feeling of being one with the heavens. Since you have twin martial souls, you must bring out the advantages of your twin martial souls. From there, you can form your own battle technique. Back then, my teacher once told me that everyone should have their own battle skills. If you want to become a powerhouse, battle skills are not learned. Instead, you have to rely on yourself to create them. Because only you know what you are best at and what you are strongest at. You may not be able to create your own battle technique at your age, but you will reach this step one day. Therefore, you must lay down all your foundations and prepare for the future. Yes, teacher, Lan Xuanyu said respectfully. 3 years had passed, and Lan Xuanyu had grown up. He was considered tall among his peers. Now that he was close to 11 years old, he was already 1.5 meters tall. He could be considered one of the tallest students in the class. His eyebrows had widened a little, and he was less adorable than when he was young, but he was more handsome. His soft hair rested on his forehead. Because of the sweat, it was a little moist, and his large eyes were especially bright. He listened to Ji Hongban's words very seriously. Okay, let's stop here for today. When you go back, you have to think about it carefully. Yes. Lan Xuanyu answered respectfully again. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Hongban said, also, you still have to work hard to meditate. Strive to enter a deep state of meditation. Your soul power, at this point, he couldn't help but frown. Lan Xuanyu's soul power was about to become his sore point. This child was good at everything. Not only was his innate talent good, but his perception was also extremely good. He was especially hardworking in his studies, and was also very obedient. There was almost no fault to be found in any aspect. Whether it was learning from him or from Yin Tianfan, he was always able to draw inferences about other things. His learning speed was very fast. His physical fitness was also continuously rising. In terms of physical fitness, he was definitely number one in the class. Until now, he had always been number one in the class's strength test, steadily suppressing Lu Qianxuan. He was also publicly recognized as number one in terms of combat strength. This was because there was really no one who could win against his martial soul fusion technique. The most frightening thing was his spiritual power. As early as a year ago, his spiritual power had broken through 500, smoothly entering the spirit sea realm. According to the school's records, he was not even 12 years old, but his spiritual power had already exceeded 800. This record had long since broken the record of his peers in Douluo College. Qianlei, who was also known for his spiritual power, had only just broken through 600. However, Lan Xuanyu was good at everything except for his soul force. In these 3 years, the students grew very quickly. After the entire elite junior class went through a few rounds of elimination, there were only 21 students left. Furthermore, the elimination system was abolished and no more eliminations were allowed. Among these 21 people, 20 of them had already broken through to 2 rings. Lu Qianxuan had even broken through to 3 rings. He deserved to be called the number one soul cultivator. Most of the students had spirit power above rank 27, and in another year or so, the entire elite junior class would be able to break through to rank 30 and above. But what about Lan Xuanyu? How much soul power does he have? Level 19. Yes, it had been 3 years. 3 whole years, and he still hadn't broken through to level 20. In an ordinary elementary academy, this was considered a normal soul power rank. At around 12 years old, rank 20 was already a threshold. But this was the elite junior class. More importantly, Lan Xuanyu had eaten countless rare ingredients in the past 3 years. These rare ingredients not only strengthened one's physique, but they were also quite helpful in cultivating soul power. But once they entered his stomach, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. To a soul master, soul power was the foundation. No matter how outstanding one was in other aspects, without the support of soul power, one wouldn't be able to become strong. Just like now, Lan Xuanyu's control of his martial soul had reached an extremely exquisite level. In fact, even Ji Hongbin couldn't find any problems with it. But in a one-on-one situation, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Qianxuan if he didn't use his strange martial soul fusion technique. It was because of the difference of 2 large ranks between their soul power ranks. The other party had 3 soul skills while he only had 1. How was he going to fight? Ji Hongbin was also anxious. Lan Xuanyu was about to turn 12 years old. This age was especially important. If he didn't reach level 20 before 12 years old, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to go to that place. Teacher Ji, Lan Xuanyu looked at Ji Hongbin pitifully. What's wrong? A man should speak up if you have something to say. Why are you being so shy? Ji Hongbin said in annoyance. He was definitely a strict teacher. Even though he liked Lan Xuanyu a lot, he was usually very strict. Lan Xuanyu said, Teacher Ji, can I take a leave of absence? The exams are over and the holidays are coming up. I want to take a month off and travel with my parents. Don't. Ji Hongbin almost blurted out the words don't allow. In fact, for the past 3 years, Lan Xuanyu basically didn't take a break. He spent every day teaching him and Yin Tian Fan. But looking at his pitiful appearance and thinking about how hard he worked these past few years, Ji Hongbin sighed in his heart. After all, he was still just a child. A month is too long. 20 days. Ji Hongbin frowned as he finished speaking and turned to leave. Hearing that he actually agreed, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt like crying. He finally agreed. It really wasn't easy, Teacher Ji. How would you know that it's not that I don't want to reach level 20? It's that you don't give me a break and don't let me level up. Back then, Nana had told Lan Xiao and Nanqing that Lan Xuanyu had to see her when he reached level 20 in the future. He had to complete the upgrade under her protection, or else his life would be in danger. Lan Xiao and Nanqing naturally remembered this point clearly, so they had especially reminded Lan Xuanyu. When Lan Xuanyu contacted Nana through Qianlei's summons, Nana told him that although his gold and silver bloodlines showed signs of fusing with each other by relying on the strange self-martial soul fusion technique, it was still unstable. When he reached level 20, his bloodline would definitely be stimulated. She didn't know what would happen exactly, so it was best to complete the upgrade under her protection. Lan Xuanyu cultivated really hard. It wasn't that he couldn't reach level 20. In fact, his cultivation speed was slow, but no matter how slow it was, he was about to break through half a year ago. At the end of last semester, he asked for leave from Ji Hongbin, but he was scolded by Ji Hongbin. He said that his soul power hadn't reached level 20 and he still wanted to take a break. He didn't let him go. In order to not break through level 20, Lan Xuanyu had no choice but to use his self-martial soul fusion technique to forcefully downgrade his soul power. After downgrading, the speed of recultivation was much faster than his normal cultivation. In this half a year, he had already recultivated this level 3 times. Ji Hongbin was anxious, but Lan Xuanyu was even more anxious. Seeing that everyone was rushing towards level 30, his cultivation speed was originally slow, and now he wasn't even at level 20. This gap would only get bigger and bigger, therefore, even though he knew that he might be scolded today, he still asked for leave. He didn't expect that Ji Hongbin would agree. This time, he could finally go and find teacher Nana. Once he thought of being able to see Nana, his mood inexplicably improved. He could finally break through. However, in these few years, he still used a self-martial soul fusion technique a few times. There was no other way. During the combat assessment, if he wanted to win, he had to have a chance to explode. In addition, he was forced to recultivate. In total, he used a self-martial soul fusion technique about 10 times. Now, the multicolored light at the core of his gold and silver vortex had increased a little. Although it was only the size of a grain of rice, he could finally see it a little more clearly. Ji Hongbin walked out of the training ground, frowning. He sighed and shook his head lightly, muttering to himself, could it be that these 3 years of hard work were wasted? I didn't expect that such a good seedling would be stuck at a place where there shouldn't be any problems. It's really. At this point, he suddenly seemed to feel something and subconsciously looked up. However, there was nothing in the place he looked. It was empty. Ji Hongbin couldn't help but feel a little strange. It was his intuition that led him to look in that direction. Could it be that his intuition was wrong? Gently shaking his head, he turned and walked towards the teaching building. It wasn't until his figure completely disappeared that a faintly discernible figure quietly appeared on the roof of the training ground. Dressed in black, his eyes were as clear as water. Under his gaze, he dragged a tired Lan Xuanyu out of the training ground and walked step by step towards the dormitory. After watching Lan Xuanyu disappear completely, the black-clothed man's gaze became blank. He wanted to think, but he couldn't remember anything. Ji Hongbin arrived at Yin Tianfan's office and pushed the door open. Yin Tianfan was sitting behind his desk, leaning on a comfortable chair with his legs on the table. He was happily drinking a glass of Heaven Luo Planet's specialty liquor. Don't you have any manners? Don't you know how to knock? Seeing Ji Hongbin push the door open and enter, Yin Tianfan habitually mocked him. Do you think everyone is like you, eating and waiting for death all day long? Ji Hongbin said angrily. Yin Tianfan was stunned. Did you eat gunpowder? Why are you scolding me the moment you enter? Ji Hongbin said, isn't it because of your precious disciple? You also know that the minimum requirement for that place is to reach rank 20 before the age of 12 to qualify for the exam. This is a rule that was set tens of thousands of years ago. In fact, now you basically have to be rank 30 and above to qualify for the exam. Rank 20 people generally don't sign up. But your precious disciple hasn't even reached rank 20 yet. You're good, aren't you in a hurry at all? Have you forgotten your previous wish? Yin Tianfan laughed. I haven't forgotten. I think my precious disciple is quite good. Speaking of which, what do you mean by my precious disciple? Don't tell me he's not yours? You're the one who specially taught him to cultivate his martial soul and soul skills. His soul power isn't up to standard, and you're blaming me? His gaze was clearly mocking Ji Hongbin for not teaching well and causing Lan Xuanyu's cultivation to be insufficient. Ji Hongbin said angrily, you're blaming me? His soul power just can't increase. What can I do? Was he really going to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm? This stinking brat, from day to night, he eats good food and drinks good food. He even eats more precious ingredients than I do, but his soul power just can't increase. Aren't you worried? What about your dreams? Tianfan downed the liquor in his glass in one gulp. What's the rush? My dream can be fulfilled by my precious disciple. What's there to be anxious about? Don't forget, I want him to go to the Interstellar Command Department. That was also a trump card. That's right, the Academy had rules for the entrance exam for level 20. However, to the Interstellar Command faculty, the most important thing was spiritual power. 200 points of spiritual power and below 12 years old was the standard for the entrance examination. Generally speaking, only those above 300 would take the test. Only then would they have a chance of passing. But how much is my precious disciple's spiritual power? 800. Do you know what this means? Among all the candidates in the Interstellar Command faculty, I reckon that I'm among the best. What do I have to worry about? If it really doesn't work, I'll just wait for him to take the test and forcefully increase his soul power. In any case, I don't expect him to become a powerful soul master. What I want to teach is an invincible interstellar battleship commander. So, you can worry about yourself. It has nothing to do with me. You. Ji Hongbin's nose was almost crooked from anger. You damn fatty, how can you be so shameless? Did you deliberately prevent Xianxia from increasing his soul power rank? Do you think I'm crazy? Tianfan snapped. Ji Hongbin snorted coldly. Of course you're crazy, and you're mentally ill. This is publicly acknowledged. Surname Ji, if you're making a personal attack, you'll what? I'll endure it. This brother won't talk to you anymore. I don't want to be associated with you. Tianfan stood up and waved his hand angrily. Hurry up and leave. Don't annoy me here. Ji Hongbin sighed and suddenly deflated like a balloon. 1 month. There's only 1 month left. He'll be 12 years old soon. If he can't rely on his own cultivation to break through level 20, I'm afraid he really won't be able to become a true soul master. The chances of him becoming a battle armor master in the future are very small. This child, it's really a pity. He asked for leave from me today, and I promised to give him 20 days off. I hope he can relax after these few years. Who knows, maybe he'll have a breakthrough. Tianfan stared blankly. You're planning to give up? Ji Hongbin smiled bitterly. It's not that I want to give up, but if he really can't achieve it, what else can I do? If he reaches level 20, he can at least give it a try. With his twin martial souls, his self-martial soul fusion technique, and his outstanding spiritual power, he can at least give it a try. But if he can't even break through level 20, then he can only apply for your Interstellar Command Department. Sigh. Teacher Ji agreed to give you a break? Okay, then I'll get your mother to quickly book the tickets. We'll set off for Heaven Do Planet tomorrow. Xianxia received her son's message and didn't dare delay. She hurriedly got Nanqing to book the tickets. Although it was much more expensive to book a spaceship ticket at the last minute, his position had been promoted these few years, and his income had increased by a lot. Relatively speaking, it was much easier to bear the cost of interstellar travel. Once he thought about having 20 days off and being able to reach level 20, Lan Xuanyu was very excited. He didn't know how much Ji Hongbin and Tianfan had pinned on him. To him, he really just wanted to have a good rest. These few years were really too tiring. You can have a break too? Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu in surprise and said with a smile. Teacher Ji agreed to give me 20 days of leave. What about you guys? Where are you guys going? Lan Xuanyu asked Qianlei and Lu Feng. 3 years had passed, and the two of them had grown a lot. Qianlei was fatter than before, and he was always smiling. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was a little thinner, but he was clearly more vigorous as a teenager. Following the increase in their cultivation, they already had their second soul skill and were much stronger than before. Now, even if they didn't rely on Lan Xuanyu, they still had decent fighting strength. Lu Feng's soul power was at level 26, while Qianlei's was at level 25. They were at the back of the elite junior class, but because of Lan Xuanyu, their dorm 333 had always been at the top of the class. I'm going home to eat, drink, and play. Ha ha ha. Qianlei said proudly. Lu Feng said, I'm going back to cultivate hard and strive to break through to level 27 during the holidays. Today, Teacher Mu said that next semester, all the schools in Heaven Luo planet will have a very important selection competition. Our elite junior class will participate in it in groups. Qianlei Zi, you go back and work hard too. Qianlei shrugged his shoulders. There's no point in sharpening my spear at the last minute. Anyway, I can't reach level 30 before the selection competition starts and have another soul skill. But Xian Yu, you're about to reach level 20. Work hard, we're all looking forward to seeing what your second soul ring is. Lan Xuanyu waved his arm. I can definitely reach level 20 during the holidays. Lu Feng said, Xian Yu, what are you preparing to fuse with your second soul skill? What's your spirit soul? Shouldn't you change your second soul skill? Your first soul skill is only a white tenure. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He suddenly realized that he couldn't answer this question because he had never fused with a spirit soul before. Furthermore, Lan Xiao and Nanqing had strictly ordered him not to tell anyone about this. Therefore, even though he didn't know why, he still couldn't say it. I don't know what my second soul skill will be either. You guys will see it when I come back during the holidays. The elite junior class had a 1-month holiday. It was much less than ordinary elementary schools. Mu Zhongtian had already informed them yesterday that the selection competition would be held when school reopened next semester. As for what selection it was, he didn't tell them. But it seemed like the main competitors were from Ling Tian continent. Heaven Luo planet had 2 extremely important main cities, one was Mo Lan continent's Heaven Luo city, and the other was Ling Tian continent's Ling Tian city. Heaven Luo City was the capital of Heaven Luo planet, and Ling Tian City had always been unconvinced about this. The 2 main cities were competitors in many aspects. When Lan Xuanyu returned home, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity because he only came back a few times in a semester. The elite junior class's studies were already very arduous, and as the disciple of Yin Tian Fan and Ji Hongbin, he had a lot of tasks to do. Nanqing had no complaints about this because she missed her son too when she couldn't see him. But Lan Xiao was supportive and told Lan Xuanyu that the more effort he put in, the more he would be rewarded. There was no doubt that if the elite junior class could continue smoothly and he could graduate successfully, it would be of great help to his future. Compared to his home in Ziluo City, the size of the house here was almost twice as big. The living room was spacious and bright, and there was a specialized training room, a master bedroom, guest room, dining room, and the study that Lan Xiao had especially wanted. Everything was now available. Lan Zhao's promotion made him much busier, but compared to before, there was no doubt that he had a better future. Mommy. Lan Xuanyu called out the moment he entered. Nanqing, who was busy in the kitchen, immediately walked out when she heard the sound. Once she saw Lan Xuanyu, she immediately beamed and pounced over to hug her son. My precious son is finally back, let mommy give you 2 kisses. Nanqing kissed Lan Xuanyu's little face hard twice. Mommy, I'm drooling. Haha, don't you miss mommy? I miss you. Lan Xuanyu hugged his mother tightly as well, his heart feeling warm. This was the feeling of home. Alright, take a rest first, mommy will go cook for you. I'm so busy today, your father is rushing me to book the tickets. The tickets are already booked, we'll leave tomorrow. Have you asked Teacher Nana for her exact address? I've already asked. Before school ended today, Lan Xuanyu asked Qianlei to open the gate of summoning. He communicated with Dong Qianxiu and contacted Nana. Nana had given him the exact address of Heaven Do planet's capital, Heaven Do City. After a while, Lan Xiao also came back. The family had a warm dinner and then started to pack up. Because they were going on a long journey tomorrow. Thank you for coming. Prince Yu greeted the fans with a smile, and the curtain call ended amidst the screams of the fans. Today was the last performance. It's so nice, that's great. But when are you going to release a new song? The fans have been waiting for so long that the flowers are about to wither. Lu Lingqing walked up and gave Noble Lu a big hug as she said with a smile. Tang Li smiled and said lightly, when the time comes, there will naturally be a new song. For the past few years, Prince Yu's name had spread throughout the entire Spirit Beast planet. In 3 years, he had grown from a fledgling star to a god of singing. Yes, in just 3 years, he had achieved something that many stars couldn't even do in 10 years. However, he only had 5 songs. He rarely released new songs, and only sang the songs he wrote. But it was these 5 songs that made him the god of songs of his generation. What made the fans crazy was that every time they heard him sing the same song, the feeling was different. This was something that other singers couldn't do. There were people who wanted to imitate him, but they gave up after trying a few methods. Therefore, Prince Yu was the one and only god of singing. The fans looked forward to his concerts the most, because only when they heard him sing live would they feel the most real feeling. They would unknowingly be immersed in Prince Yu's emotions. Therefore, tickets to his concerts were always hard to get. In 3 years, the price of tickets to his concerts had increased tenfold, but it was still hard to get a ticket. According to our original plan, you can have a holiday from tomorrow onwards. Let's go to Dragon King Planet for a holiday, right? The beach there is so beautiful. Yu Qingling said with anticipation. As she spoke, she unconsciously grabbed Tang Li's hand. Tang Li stiffened slightly, but he didn't pull his hand back. In fact, even if he had lost his memory, he couldn't not see Yu Qingling's feelings for him. For the past few years, Yu Qingling had put almost all her energy into him. The delicate young girl from back then had now grown into a mature beauty. Who knew how many people had pursued her, but she had never accepted any of them. If Tang Li still couldn't see her feelings for him, then he was blind. Yu Qingling was his savior. She brought him into the music industry and supported him to become the undisputed #1 in the music industry. She had sacrificed too much for him. However, for some reason, whenever Tang Li felt a little moved, his heart would become especially painful. He would unconsciously want to distance himself from Yu Qingling. It was as if his heart was already filled with something, and there was no room for anyone else. Therefore, for the past 3 years, everyone in the industry knew that Prince Yu had an extremely beautiful manager. They guessed that the two of them might be in a relationship. However, in reality, he and Yu Qingling weren't in that kind of relationship. Yu Qingling had never forced him to do anything. She just stayed by his side. Wasn't Yu Qingling anxious? Of course, she was anxious. However, she was a girl and had a shy personality. She had hinted many times, but Tang Lu always avoided her. She felt that it was better to let nature take its course. After all, Tang Lu had never had any other women around him. In fact, other than her, Yu Qingling had never seen Tang Lu smile at other women in private. When he wasn't working, he liked to stay at home alone and be a quiet and handsome man. I don't want to go to Dragon King Planet. Let's take tomorrow's spaceship to Heaven Do Planet, Tang Lu said. Heaven Do Planet? For what? Yu Qingling asked in surprise. Tang Lu didn't have any friends. He didn't even have a private life. It could be said that among all the celebrities, he was the only one who didn't have a single bit of gossip. Even if he did, it would at most be rumors about him and Yu Qingling. However, these rumors had never been confirmed. This was also one of the reasons why Tang Lu had so many female fans. His brilliance was too dazzling, and he had so much self-respect and self-discipline. He was simply the model of a celebrity. Only Yu Qingling knew how lonely he was. He never socialized with other people. She was the one who took care of all the external matters. He only sang and would occasionally disappear for a period of time. Yu Qingling didn't know if he had any friends. I just want to go for a walk. I can go by myself, Tang Lu said. No, I'll go with you. I'm fine. Yu Qingling didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a sense of danger. Okay. Morning. Early in the morning, Lan Xuanyu and his family set off. Lan Xuanyu was still as excited as ever when he came to the Space Center for the second time. He stood in the lobby of the Space Center and looked at the battleship images on the big screen. He was so excited that he couldn't believe it. In the past 3 years, he had learned a lot from Yin Tianfan. Yin Tianfan told him that the reason why learning the basics of battleship piloting had to start from learning how to drive various vehicles was because the principles of driving were similar. Driving wasn't just a simple job. More importantly, one had to understand the true meaning of driving. One had to be able to completely integrate with the machine. One had to understand everything about the machine that one was driving. One had to know the limits of the machine's abilities and be able to unleash its full potential. In the past 3 years, Lan Xuanyu had gone from being airsick when riding a space warship to being able to pilot a space warship through the simulator. He had improved tremendously. Yin Tianfan only taught him how to pilot a space warship and some other knowledge about space warships, but never taught him how to pilot a space warship. Yin Tianfan told Lan Xuanyu that a space warship was a miniature space warship. Many space warships' combat methods were derived from space warships. Learning how to pilot a space warship well was the foundation of becoming an excellent space warship commander. Lan Xuanyu also started to like space warships as he continued to learn. However, until now, he had never really touched a space warship. He had only operated it in the simulator. Yin Tianfan promised him that when he was over 12 years old, he would let him experience the wonders of a space warship and let him try piloting it. Mom, look, that's the Douluo space warship. It's one of the largest space warships in the Federation. It's 3,200 meters long, just like a small city. It's equipped with the most advanced Soul Guidance Core reactor array. If its cannons were to be fired at full force, it could destroy a planet. It's really cool. Lan Xuanyu said excitedly to Nanqing beside him. Nanqing listened with a smile while Lan Xiao guided his son. What's that space warship on the other side? That smaller one. Dad, that's a space warship's corvette. It's more than 1,000 meters long. It should be a Dragon King-class corvette. It's also very powerful. It can attack from a very long distance. An interstellar fleet only has one planetary-level space warship and at most 4 Dragon King-class corvettes. It's the core strength of the entire fleet. You're right. It seems like my son will really become a space warship commander in the future. Dad looks forward to the day you can command a space warship, Lan Xiao said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu frowned and said, Dad, according to the military rules, family members can't board a space warship. Ha ha ha, son, are you already starting to demand yourself with the qualities of a soldier? Lan Xiao suddenly laughed. Lan Xuanyu was only 12 years old, and he was still a long way from becoming a warship commander. Lan Xuanyu also laughed. Teacher said that we have to have high standards and strict requirements for ourselves. Dad, I will definitely become a commander. Nanqing said, Xianyu, tell me, why do you like interstellar battleships so much? Lan Xuanyu said, because interstellar battleships are powerful. On TV, it was said that interstellar battleships were the Federation's strongest weapons. With the advancement of soul tool technology, the strength of a single soul master could no longer affect the outcome of a war. The truly powerful force was the interstellar battleships. No matter how strong a soul master was, he wouldn't be able to contend against the main cannon of a warship. I want to control this most powerful force. Lan Xiao hugged Nanqing and said with a smile, Look, my son is so promising. This is a lofty dream. If you want to do it to the best of your ability. Dad supports you. They didn't expect that in their son's heart, he wanted to become a warship pilot because the warship was the Federation's strongest weapon. But what if the warship wasn't? Would he change his mind? The family of 3 chatted and laughed as they entered the waiting hall. After going through a series of security checks, they boarded the spaceship with ease. Of course, due to their economic conditions, they were still in the most ordinary cabin. This was their second time on a spaceship, but because he had learned too much in the past 3 years, Lan Xuanyu was no longer at a loss when it came to spaceships like he was 3 years ago. Looking around and looking out of the spaceship's porthole, he thought silently in his heart. Over there was the Soul Guidance Core reactor, over there was the ejection port, and over there was the main power cabin. This kind of civilian spaceship was actually a miniature version of the military's Taoyuan-grade transport ship. It was probably only 1/10 the size of a transport ship or even smaller. He hadn't rested much in the past 3 years, but now he felt that it was worth it. The feeling of applying what he had learned was really good. Just as everyone in the ordinary cabin had finished boarding, a group of people finally boarded the spaceship. There were 8 tall bodyguards, and the one in the middle was a mysterious person wearing a mask and a hood. Even the person beside him, who was obviously a woman, was also wearing a hood. They quickly boarded the spaceship, took the elevator, and went directly to the top floor of the super-luxurious first-class cabin. The price of the super-luxurious first-class cabin in the spaceship could be said to be an astronomical figure, and it was specially provided for the rich and powerful. This was almost the entire first floor, and there were 4 large bedrooms, as well as a study room, a video room, and a shower. There was even a small swimming pool, which could be said to be extremely luxurious. Yu Qingling took off the hood on his head and waved to the bodyguards, "All of you go and rest." Since they were already in the super-luxurious first-class cabin, they naturally didn't need to worry about being surrounded by fans. Tang Lu also took off his hood. He was wearing a gray casual outfit today, which made his figure even more slender and tall. Yu Qingling glanced at him and resisted the urge to go up and touch his good figure. "You rest for a while, I'll get you some water." "Okay." Tang Lu nodded. Sitting on the sofa and looking at the huge porthole beside him, Tang Lu was slightly lost in thought, but unknowingly, the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. When the time was up, the spaceship slowly took off with a low roar, and the strong sense of pushing back firmly pressed everyone in the cabin. Compared to the shock of the first time, Lan Xuanyu only felt that everything was so relaxed and smooth this time. This little bit of pushing force was a far cry from what he felt in the space warship, and it was really much more stable. He was only thinking in his heart, when will I be able to command a spaceship and soar in the universe? Through learning from Yin Tian Fan, he actually had a clear understanding of the Federation's military system. In the military, the highest combat power was undoubtedly the Federation's fleet, and the road to promotion was also the most difficult, so it could only be done step by step. The first thing was to have enough ability, and the ability index determined the starting point. The higher the ability index, the higher the starting military rank. This was something that needed to be evaluated based on overall quality. For example, the space warship piloting that Lan Xuanyu was currently learning from Yin Tian Fan had very high bonus points in the Space Command Department's series of evaluations. An ace pilot could obtain a lot of bonus points. This was because the space warship itself was also fighting in the universe, and it was also piloted, which was equivalent to the smallest spaceship. Then, one had to accumulate flight time, and the longer one flew in the universe, the more experience one had. If one had military merits, one would be promoted faster. Therefore, talent, accumulation, and luck were all indispensable. It was not an easy task to become the commander of a spaceship. Not to mention space warships and Dragon King-grade frigates, even if it was a lower-grade spaceship, if one could become the commander, they would immediately become a big shot in the Federation. I will definitely become the commander of a spaceship, and I will definitely become the strongest one. Lan Xuanyu was inexplicably excited when he thought about piloting a spaceship. The spaceship's flight was smooth, and after breaking through the atmosphere, it immediately became stable and continued to accelerate steadily towards its destination. Space travel was undoubtedly a very long process. Lan Xuanyu and the others had been to Heaven Do planet before, and this time, they only had 20 days of vacation, but they had to spend 14 days on the spaceship. After the excitement gradually died down, Lan Xuanyu began to enter a meditative state. He was now getting closer and closer to level 20. Almost reaching the peak of level 19. After stabilizing his cultivation, he would naturally be able to break through when he saw Teacher Nana. He was no longer the ignorant 6-year-old boy from before. Regarding his own situation, he actually felt that it was very strange. Why did other people head to the Spirit Pagoda to purchase spirit souls to increase their soul rings, but he didn't? His first soul ring had appeared directly. Regarding this, he had also asked Lan Xiao and Nanqing about it, but the answer he received was "I don't know." Thus, he was very curious. When he broke through to rank 20, would he be able to directly obtain a soul ring? If so, what kind of soul skill would it give him? This trip to Heaven Do planet really had too many things to look forward to. He could even meet his long-awaited teacher Nana. Once he thought of Nana, his heart felt very warm, and he had a feeling that he couldn't wait to throw himself into her embrace. Unknowingly, a figure wearing a mask silently arrived at the economy cabin. He stood in the aisle near the cabin door and silently watched Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting there meditating with his eyes closed. His eyes were sometimes blank and sometimes warm, as if he was thinking hard about something. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The spacecraft was still flying at high speed in the universe. In the vast and boundless universe, this kind of spacecraft was really too small. Lan Xuanyu slowly woke up from his meditation. He only felt that his lower abdomen was somewhat uncomfortable and wanted to go to the toilet. He hurriedly unfastened his seat belt and stood up. The economy cabin's toilet was at the front. Lan Xuanyu walked in, closed the toilet door, and released himself in the somewhat narrow toilet. He let out a long breath. Just as he was about to return to his seat, suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. The alarm came too suddenly, causing Lan Xuanyu to jump in fright. He hurriedly held on to the wall beside him with a blank face, not knowing what had happened. What's going on? The spacecraft had an alarm? Could it be that the spacecraft malfunctioned? Attention everyone, we have encountered an interception by an unknown spacecraft. Please sit properly in your seats. For safety reasons, all seat belts will be fastened until the danger is over. Please do not panic, sit in your seats and do not move. Lan Xuanyu jumped in fright and didn't dare to open the toilet door for a moment. Intercepted by an unknown spaceship? What was going on? The universe was vast. There were too many possibilities for him to be intercepted midway. Could it be the vermin of the universe that his teacher had mentioned before, the interstellar pirates? He couldn't be that unlucky, right? Lan Xuanyu's heart tightened at the thought of the interstellar pirates. He had heard from Yin Tianfan that interstellar pirates were best at robbery, kidnapping, and extortion. However, their targets were usually merchant ships because merchant ships were more profitable. A civilian spaceship like this shouldn't have much to gain. Interstellar pirates, oh my god! How did we encounter interstellar pirates? At this moment, Lan Xuanyu heard panicked voices coming from outside the bathroom door. It seemed that the flight attendants were talking. God knows. 5 small battleships. Although it's the smallest meteorite-class reconnaissance ship, it's not something a civilian spaceship like ours can deal with. Don't we have a space warship following us? Can you block it? Are you kidding me? How could a space warship deal with 5 meteorite-level reconnaissance spaceships? It's only possible if we have an ace pilot. But we don't have a pilot with us this time. Who would have thought that a civilian spaceship like ours would encounter such terrifying people like the interstellar pirates? Boom. At this moment, the entire spaceship suddenly shook violently. Oh my god. They're attacking. They're not doing it for extortion, they're trying to kill us. Why is that? It's too scary. The protective shield won't last long, right? It's over, it's over. I'm not married yet, I don't want to die. Cries could be heard coming from outside. The interstellar pirates took the initiative to attack. There were 5 small meteorite-level reconnaissance spaceships. They didn't have the intention to kidnap and extort, but to kill. This was what Lan Xuanyu concluded from their conversation. There was no doubt that this was a desperate situation. The only thing that surprised Lan Xuanyu was that there was a space warship on the civilian spaceship, but there was no pilot on it. Boom, boom, boom. The entire spaceship shook violently, and ear-piercing alarms rang continuously. After studying in the elite junior class for more than 3 years, not only did Lan Xuanyu increase his strength, but he also had wisdom that far surpassed his peers. Yin Tianfan taught him that no matter what kind of adversity he faced, he must first remain calm and extremely calm. In a state of panic, he would never be able to solve the problem. The best choice was to calm down and use the most rational method to deal with the problem. In the luxurious first-class cabin, Yu Qingling, who was at a loss out of fear, hugged Tang Li's arm tightly and said anxiously, "What do we do? What do we do? Interstellar pirates, they're actually interstellar pirates. What do we do? I don't want to die, I'm not married yet, I don't want to die." Tang Li looked helplessly at her, who was trembling in fear. It'll be fine. Don't we have bodyguards? They should all be mecha pilots, right? Mechas can also fight in space. Let them quickly contact the spaceship and attack immediately. Oh, yes, yes, yes. By the time Yu Qingling went to look for the bodyguards, those very professional bodyguards had already taken action and contacted the staff on the spaceship. Everyone knew how cruel interstellar pirates were, and at this time they could only fight. Otherwise, they would all. Tang Lu, I'm so scared. Yu Qingling looked at him pitifully. Tang Lu patted her head and said, Don't be afraid, we'll be fine. Yu Qingling looked at him nervously and said, Tang Lu, I have a question that I've always wanted to ask you. Do you like me? We've known each other for so many years, have you ever liked me? Tang Lu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Of course I like you. You're my savior. I've always treated you as my biological sister. Don't worry, nothing will happen, I'll protect you. Sister. Who wants? Boom. The spaceship shook violently again. Ah, Yu Qingling screamed. Lan Xuanyu pushed open the bathroom door and rushed out. On the temporary seats beside the bathroom, 2 flight attendants were sitting there with their seatbelts fastened. They were shivering. Lan Xuanyu quickly walked in front of them and unfastened one of the flight attendants' seatbelt. He said anxiously, I'm a student from Tianluo College's Interstellar Command Department. My major is interstellar warship piloting. Quick, bring me to the warship. Ah? You. Before the flight attendant could finish speaking, Lan Xuanyu pulled her up. At this moment, the lower hatch of the spaceship opened, and more than 10 figures flew out. There were 8 purple mechas and 4 yellow mechas. The purple mechas were Tang Li's bodyguards, and the yellow mechas were the security personnel on the civilian spaceship. The biggest difference between mechas and interstellar warships was that mechas couldn't fight in space for long periods of time, but they could still fight for short periods of time. Furthermore, they didn't have a choice now. Once the interstellar pirates appeared, they would launch an all-out attack. Their goal was clear, to destroy the spaceship. No one could escape. If they didn't resist, they would die. Interstellar pirates have appeared. What will happen when Xianxia flies an interstellar warship for the first time? Who are the interstellar pirates coming for? When Xianxia is in danger, will Prince Yu help him? What will Xianxu's second soul skill be? Oh, right, a certain academy with 30,000 years of history is about to recruit students. Do you want it? Douluo Continent's 4th volume, Ultimate Douluo, Volume 3, First Appearance, coming soon. End of volume. Amidst the ear-piercing alarm, the entire spaceship was in a state of panic. If not for the seatbelts, there would have been a commotion. Protective shields were activated one by one, enveloping the passengers who had fastened their seatbelts. Only Lan Xuanyu, who went to the washroom at the last minute, was not trapped. Quick, bring me there. Lan Xuanyu shouted at the flight attendant. His loud voice shocked the flight attendant so much that her vision turned black, and she was dragged along by him almost subconsciously. You really know how to pilot a space warship? The flight attendant asked in a panic as she stumbled behind him. Yes. Lan Xuanyu nodded his head vigorously. At this moment, what appeared in his mind was the time when he and his mother were in danger in the skyscraper. They were about to be killed by the terrorists from the city of Sin, but he was completely powerless. Now, his parents were on the spaceship. If this spaceship was destroyed by the space pirates, his entire family would undoubtedly die here. Although his parents were spirit masters, they were not in a combat profession. They were not even mecha masters, so they were helpless in this vast universe. Then, let me protect them. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. At this moment, he did not know what fear was. At this moment, the spaceship's security personnel had already piloted their mechas to fight. The flight attendant was extremely panicked and was subconsciously affected by the young man's aura. She actually brought him to the lower cabin. In fact, with Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power of over 200 points, it was still very intimidating to ordinary people. Furthermore, the flight attendant only felt a sense of security from his hand holding hers. However, this flight attendant did not know that the person in front of her had never really piloted a space warship before. He had only learned in the simulation pod for a few years. One was a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger, while the other was panicking. This allowed Lan Xuanyu to see the true appearance of a space warship for the first time. The space warship in the lower cabin appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu. After learning for so long, it was his first time seeing a real space warship. The space warship in front of him was silver gray and streamlined. It was about 25 meters long and had a wingspan of 18 meters. Its main weapon was the rapid-fire soul guidance cannon at the front. There was no magazine, which meant that there were no super weapons such as powerful antimatter missiles. In fact, it was impossible for civilian spaceships to carry such weapons. It could be said that this was the most basic space warship. But even so, it still made Lan Xuanyu inexplicably excited. "Thank you," Lan Xuanyu said to the flight attendant beside him and quickly ran to the fighter. He jumped up, grabbed the wing with both hands, straightened his body, and sat in the open cockpit in a few steps. The moment he entered the cockpit, a familiar feeling washed over him. The cockpits of Seoul aircraft were basically the same. The more advanced the model, the more reasonable the layout of the cockpit would be, but the more complicated the operation method would be. After all, Lan Xuanyu had learned for more than 3 years and would pilot every night. The Yin Tianfan's teaching method was to let him continuously practice. In the process of practice, they would correct his operation method and teach him some skills. He pressed the button to start the space warship. Suddenly, the entire plane shook slightly and a low roar sounded. The cabin cover above his head slowly closed. The communication was also connected at this time, and a shocked and angry voice came through. "Who is it? Who activated the space warship?" "I'm the captain." Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and deliberately lowered his voice. "Hello, Captain, I'm a space warship pilot. I happen to be on this spaceship. I heard from the flight attendant that no one on the spaceship can pilot a space warship. The enemy is right in front of us, so I can't be bothered to ask for your orders. Please open the lower cabin and let me participate in the battle." "You're a space warship pilot? What's your designation? Which unit are you from?" The captain was shocked and asked anxiously. "There's no point in asking so much now. Captain, quickly open the lower cabin. Otherwise, once the protective shield is destroyed, everyone will be finished. You must choose to believe me." Lan Xuanyu was young, but his mentality was quite mature. Of course, he knew that he couldn't reveal his identity as a 12-year-old child. "Okay, then I'll leave it to you." After the spaceship was bombarded by the pirate spaceship again and again, the protective shield was already on the verge of collapse. The captain gritted his teeth and finally chose to believe him. In fact, he didn't have a choice. The lower cabin slowly opened and revealed the lower part of the spaceship. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and pressed the button. The helmet at the back slowly covered and connected with his head. His spiritual power was instantly released, allowing his spiritual power to merge with the spaceship. The foundation of modern space warship piloting was the coordination of spiritual power and operation. This was the most effective way to control the space warship into various battle positions. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. After all, this was his first time piloting a space warship. There was no pain reduction system, and the explosion of the space warship would only end the simulation training. Once it was destroyed, it would mean death. Although he was nervous, he was more excited. He could finally pilot a space warship, and the first time he piloted one was actually a real battle. How could Lan Xuanyu, who had trained hard for 3 years, not be excited? Even the Yin Tianfan, who had extremely strict requirements for him in piloting, thought that he could pilot a real space warship. "I can definitely do it. Yes, I can definitely do it." He raised both of his hands at the same time. He didn't even need to use his eyes to see the various systems of his battle techniques. His hands moved rhythmically. His left hand was still rapidly pressing buttons while his right hand was steadily pushing the thrusters. The only propulsion jet on the back of the space warship slowly spewed out orange flames, pushing the space warship downward. Just as he was about to leave the lower cabin, Lan Xuanyu suddenly pushed the thrusters to the maximum. Instantly, the space warship shook violently and rushed into the boundless space like a missile. Tangla stood quietly in front of the porthole of the luxurious first-class cabin. The huge porthole allowed him to see everything outside clearly. At this moment, following the attack of the 12 mechas, it attracted the attention of the 5 pirate warships, and the attacks on the spaceship lessened. However, the warship's dense artillery fire suppressed the mechas and prevented them from getting close. Not only that, but dark yellow mechas also flew out of the pirate warships. There were as many as 20 of them. Compared to space warships, mechas had a wider range of uses. Not only could they fight in space, but they were also good at fighting on land. It was just that their speed and instantaneous explosive power were inferior to space warships. However, space warships couldn't fight on land. Therefore, for the sake of cost-effectiveness, pirates rarely had space warships and almost always had mechas. Mecha masters were also more popular than space warship pilots. After all, mechas could be carried around, and no one would carry a space warship that was even larger. Therefore, space warship pilots were usually assigned to the Federation's fleet. 20 against 12, in addition to 5 warships, the result was obvious. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before the spaceship was destroyed. At this moment, Tang Lu suddenly frowned, and his long blue hair fluttered. Beside him, Prince Yu, who was also trembling as he looked at the situation outside, suddenly realized to his surprise that Tang Li's long hair was fluttering behind him like a cape. His right hand pressed against the porthole in front of him, and a faint golden color flashed by. At this moment, the captain of the spaceship watched the space warship fly away through the surveillance screen and couldn't help but wave his fist in excitement. From the way the space warship flew out of the lower cabin, it was definitely a very skilled space warship pilot. The moment the space warship entered space, Lan Xuanyu felt as though all the pores on his body had opened up. His spiritual power and the control system of the space warship had become one. In his perception, the control system was like an amplifier for his thoughts, allowing him to sense the situation in space around him. The first requirement for a space warship pilot was not soul power or even physical fitness, but spiritual power. The advancement of soul guidance technology allowed ordinary people to become mecha pilots, and they could even pilot space warships through training. However, it was also because of the advancement of technology that the use of spiritual power became more and more obvious. Powerful spiritual power could be magnified through special equipment, and it could be used to control any soul guidance technology, and it could even be magnified several times. For example, the basic requirement for a space warship pilot was 50 points of spiritual power. In other words, one had to at least reach the spirit connection realm in order to be qualified to pilot a real space warship. Why did Ying Tianfan dare to let Lan Xuanyu try piloting a space warship simulator at such a young age? It was because his spiritual power was strong enough that he could accept it. With over 200 points of spiritual power, he had already exceeded the requirements for piloting a basic space warship. After 3 years of continuous learning, Lan Xuanyu was already familiar with the space warship as though it was his own body. However, when he piloted a real space warship for the first time, he still felt a difference. The cold touch of each button and control stick, the more realistic feeling of his spiritual power, and the more sensitive body. The feedback he received from the space warship was still quite different from the simulation cabin. In a real space warship, there was no pain reduction system, and everything was real. Lan Xuanyu felt that his adaptability and senses had become sharper, and the space warship seemed to have become more agile. Therefore, when he extended his thoughts and sensed the battlefield in the distance, due to the distraction, the space warship suddenly became unstable and swayed slightly. At this moment, the two sides on the battlefield had already exchanged blows. The 20 mechas that came out from the 5 pirate warships had already met the 12 mechas head-on. For a moment, the space warship was filled with gunfire, and both sides were entangled in a fierce battle. It had to be said that the combat power of the Tang Li's bodyguards was not weak. Not only were the 8 of them strong individually, but they were also well coordinated and were not inferior to the battle-hardened pirates. However, the standards of the 4 bodyguards were much worse. The mecha's protective shield would occasionally shoot out light scars from being hit. Under the situation of being outnumbered, it was only a matter of time before they were completely defeated. Moreover, there was the suppressive fire of the 5 pirate warships. The moment Lan Xuanyu's space warship exited the cabin, he was immediately noticed by the pirates. 4 mechas split out and immediately headed towards him. On land, space warships were not as useful as mechas, but in space, space warships were faster and had stronger firepower. Thus, the four mechas were used to deal with the situation for safety reasons. Lan Xuanyu was shocked by his own aberration and quickly regained control of his battle technique. The four mecha were already charging towards him aggressively. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. He had simulated the battle in space countless times, and he repeatedly told himself to calm down. He forgot that this was a real battle and treated everything in front of him as a simulation pod. His hands moved rhythmically as he controlled the space warship to make a sharp turn, drawing an arc in a small area before turning around and fleeing. Yin Tianfan said before that if the space warship was to face mechas, then it must first display its advantage, and that was speed. Thus, before the space warship's speed was fully increased, it must not clash head-on. Once the speed reached a certain level, then the mecha could only be beaten up. Of course, this referred to the situation of mechas and space warships of the same level, but it also showed how confident Yin Tianfan was in the space warship. Lan Xuanyu had just entered space, so naturally, he had not reached the optimal speed. Turning around now was to increase his speed even more. With a horizontal tail swing, the space warship instantly turned around. The strong impact in the cabin was mostly dissipated by the balancing device, but some of the impact still landed on Lan Xuanyu's body. However, Lan Xuanyu did not feel anything at all and instantly pushed the control lever of the thruster to his head. The tail flame spewed out and emitted a blazing light. The space warship instantly accelerated and shot out like a catapult, flying into space far away. This sudden turn and acceleration produced a driving force that was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. The strong pushing force pressed Lan Xuanyu firmly into his seat, but his emotions had completely stabilized at this time. He looked ahead with a burning gaze and extended his spiritual senses, feeling every minute change in the space warship. On this side, he was pulling four mechas, and on the other side of the battlefield, the pressure on the civilian spaceship's mechas lessened. However, the 5 pirate spaceships did not care about the main battlefield at all. Instead, they took a slight detour and targeted the spaceship, continuing to bombard it with cannon fire. After more than 10 seconds, Lan Xuanyu's space warship finally reached its maximum speed. He controlled the space warship to make a large arc in the air and flew back in the direction he came from. If he wanted to prevent the spaceship from being destroyed, he had to point at the pirate spaceship. Otherwise, without the space warship would be like rootless duckweed, and it would be impossible to fly in space for a long time. Furthermore, his parents were still on the spaceship. The 4 mechas were originally chasing after Lan Xuanyu, and seeing that he was flying back, the 4 mechas accelerated and rushed towards the space warship that Lan Xuanyu was piloting from 4 different directions. They all had heavy soul guidance cannons that were specially used in space battles. Beams of light shot straight towards the space warship. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. He knew that the time to test himself had arrived. The winner was king and a loser was in front of him. Facing the attack, he did not slow down at all and continued to fly at the highest speed. Yin Tianfan had said before that any space warship pilot who needed to slow down to avoid the opponent's attack was unqualified. A space warship that lost its speed was nothing. Seeing that the enemy's attack was about to arrive, Lan Xuanyu's hands suddenly moved rhythmically like butterflies, completing a series of complicated operations. The space warship had a protective shield, but once it was hit, its speed would definitely be affected. The 4 mechas on the opposite side instantly saw a series of dazzling dodges. Without slowing down at all, the space warship suddenly flipped 90 degrees and turned into a wing with 1 up and 1 down. The 2 beams of light that were aimed at it hit nothing. This was a high-speed vertical flip, and it was as simple as a textbook. The key was that it did not slow down and did not deviate from its original flight path. Then, the space warship abruptly rolled to the left and dodged 2 more light beams. This was a full-speed one-way roll. Anyone could do it, but it wasn't easy to not deviate from the flight path at all and roll so freely and at the perfect timing. What shocked them even more was that after the roll, the space warship did not continue to roll in its original direction, but rolled in the opposite direction. To completely control the space warship's inertia and complete a reverse roll, the difficulty of this control was not something that could be done by ordinary people. Not to mention flying at full speed, even if it was flying at low speed, it would be extremely difficult to complete such an action without any flaws. However, Lan Xuanyu completed it in a flash, and this series of dodges allowed him to avoid all the attacks. The space warship was already close to the four mechas. In reality, when he entered the other party's shooting range, the other party had already entered his shooting range. The range of a space warship exceeded that of a mecha. Lan Xuanyu could have used his range advantage to deal with the other party, but he didn't because if the distance was too far, the other party would have the chance to dodge. The main cannon was charged, and the moment the reverse roll was completed, Lan Xuanyu finally released his attack. A beam of light shot out instantly. The timing he chose was the moment when numerous attacks swept past the space warship. The timing at that moment could be said to be impeccable because when the attack swept past his warship, it also illuminated his warship. Therefore, the light produced by the space warship's attack was covered for a moment. This process might have happened in the blink of an eye, but it was also in this short period of time that the other party's judgment was delayed for a moment. And this moment was often fatal. A beam of light shot out. This was Lan Xuanyu's full power attack after he finished charging the space warship. Boom, the dark yellow mecha instantly exploded into a rain of light. This type of space warship's charged attack couldn't be locked onto the opponent through the system, and could only rely on the pilot's aim. The power was great, but the hit rate was very low. For ordinary pilots, it was almost a matter of luck. However, one shot was enough to break a mecha's protective shield and destroy it. Was this luck? When the main cannon hit the opponent, it was also the moment when the opponent released another attack and his protective shield was at its weakest. That was really just a split second. The first reaction of the pirates in the other three mechas was, "Ace pilot." How was that possible? How could there be an ace pilot in a civilian spaceship? Just as they were in shock, the space warship that was flying at full speed swept past them and headed straight for the 5 pirate spaceships. Charging, exploding. Another beam of light shot out from the main cannon. Boom, not far from the pirate spaceships, a pirate mecha facing the space warship exploded, and light filled the sky. After the battle began, both parties' mechas were probing and carefully dodging. Who would have thought that the first to suffer casualties would be the pirates, who were obviously stronger? With the destruction of the two mechs, Lan Xuanyu immediately became the focus of the pirates' attention. 2 of the pirate warships instantly turned around, and dozens of warship cannons rained down on Lan Xuanyu. The space warship could still withstand a few hits from a mecha's soul guidance cannon, but this battleship's cannon could destroy the space warship with just one hit. However, no one was worried about Lan Xuanyu's safety, because after firing that beam, he made another shocking maneuver. The soul guidance warship flipped 3 times horizontally. Flipping 3 times wasn't much. Although there was a certain degree of difficulty in completing this maneuver at high speeds, it was still possible for a normal space warship pilot to train hard. The difficult part was that during these 3 rolls, the space warship actually changed directions along with the rolls. In other words, with every roll, the space warship was adjusting its angle without slowing down. It was easy for a normal pilot to lose control during a warship roll. Losing control would cause the warship to deviate from its course, and it might even continue to lose control. Lan Xuanyu's somersault was akin to an out-of-control somersault, but after 3 consecutive somersaults, it was all in the same direction. After the 3 somersaults, it completed a change in direction and flew diagonally. Its overall speed didn't decrease by much at all, and it instantly completed a full sprint acceleration. Before the pirate spaceship's attack arrived, he had already flown far away. A gentleman wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall. He would never expose himself to cannon fire that could instantly kill him. He would wander, circle around, and look for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Sometimes, patience was more important than anything else. In Tian Fan. Without a doubt, Lan Xuanyu had a good teacher. Against mechas, he attacked boldly because even if he made a mistake, he wouldn't be destroyed instantly. But against a warship, he didn't dare to approach it easily. The destruction of the 2 pirate mechas also caused the originally aggressive pirates to stagnate, and the space warship that Lan Xuanyu piloted had undoubtedly become the most dazzling star on the scene. Lan Xuanyu, who had the opportunity to destroy 2 mechas, had his confidence greatly boosted. He was inexplicably excited, and his mental state instantly entered an unprecedented peak. However, at this moment, a strong sense of numbness suddenly came over him. Lan Xuanyu only felt that his spiritual power, which was connected to the space warship, was instantly restricted, and his entire mental state was somewhat numb. Then, he saw a large patch of silver light spreading out not far away, covering him. Lan Xuanyu was instantly shocked. Starry sky hunting net. How was this possible? How could there be a starry sky hunting net? He tried his best to control the space warship, wanting to get out of control. However, the space warship he was in was already surrounded by a layer of fine electric current. Not only did it stimulate his mental state to become sluggish, but the entire warship's various equipment was also greatly affected. The starry sky hunting net was a type of attack weapon that specifically targeted mechas and space warships. When it was first released, it was invisible and formless, similar to a missile. After it was released, it would suddenly spread out within a specified range, exploding with a strong electric current that would cover and entangle the target. As long as the target was hit by it, the target would definitely lose control. However, the starry sky hunting net wasn't something that a meteorite-level reconnaissance spaceship could be equipped with. Only a meteorite-level attack spaceship could have it. Those 5 pirate spaceships were clearly meteorite-level reconnaissance spaceships. However, the truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. The starry sky hunting net covered his space warship, and it was instantly enveloped by the large net like a moth darting into a flame. The remaining 3 mechas that were chasing him previously had already been crippled, and their cold soul guidance cannons were aimed at him. It was over. Lan Xuanyu's mind went blank. He was still too careless. If his teacher was here, he definitely wouldn't have let his guard down due to excitement. If he could have changed his direction 2 more times just now, he might not have fallen into the starry sky hunting net's attack range. His teacher said that even if he didn't see his opponent, he should always change his direction. But what about him? What did he do? At this moment, his heart was filled with regret, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. The 3 mechas' heavy soul guidance cannons shot out rays of light at the same time, going straight for the space warship that had already fallen into the starry sky hunting net. However, it was also at this moment that a golden light suddenly bloomed without warning. The soul guidance cannons hit the golden light completely, but only circles of golden ripples were released. The pilots of the 3 pirate mechas couldn't help but be stunned, and their pupils instantly contracted. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. What was that? Was that a dragon? Yes, in this vast universe, without any warning, a giant golden dragon appeared in front of the 3 pirate mechas just like that, using its own body to block their attacks. The giant dragon looked up to the sky and opened its mouth wide. Although sound couldn't be transmitted through the vacuum, everyone could feel its roar. The 3 mecha in front of him turned into a golden color in the midst of his soundless roar. Then, like melting snow, the 3 mecha, along with the pirates inside, melted away together. Who would have thought that such a situation would suddenly occur? The giant golden dragon flipped over and flapped its wings, and the starry sky hunting net covering the space warship disappeared without a trace. Lan Xuanyu was also dumbfounded at this scene. However, at this moment, his body was suddenly filled with scorching heat. He didn't even need to control it, but the blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and even felt like it was going to burst out of his body. The giant golden dragon turned around and looked at him deeply, then nodded at him in a very human-like manner. Then, it turned around abruptly and seemed to pause in the air. In the next instant, it disappeared and reappeared among the pirate mechas on the other side. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu finally saw it clearly. This gigantic dragon was over 100 meters long and was several times bigger than his space warship. Its gigantic golden wings were spread open and were extremely distinct in space. When he arrived at the other side of the battlefield, all the pirate mechas froze in midair and slowly melted. Yes, it didn't even make a move and those mechas were completely destroyed. Was this really a dragon? A golden dragon? The cold dragon eyes turned towards the 5 pirate spaceships. The pirates in the 5 spaceships were already terrified. Without a doubt, this giant golden dragon was coming for them. All the spaceship's cannons were completely focused and bombarded the giant golden dragon. The giant golden dragon suddenly accelerated and swept across space, leaving behind a huge golden shadow. That kind of high-spirited spirit deeply shocked the young man who was watching this scene from afar. Lan Xuanyu almost instantly recalled the move Jinlong Ascension that teacher Nana taught him. He had been working hard to practice and comprehend it, but he still couldn't find the true meaning behind it. But at this moment, he found it. Yes, this was the real Jinlong Ascension. The meteorite-grade reconnaissance spaceship was only about 70 meters long. After the giant golden figure swept past, one of the spaceships instantly exploded into huge flames. Not only did it explode, but the explosive force also sent the 4 spaceships around it flying. And that giant golden figure was already thousands of meters away. How terrifying, but right at this moment, for some reason, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He turned his head abruptly to the side and saw an incomparably huge beam of light heading towards him. No, to be precise, the target of this huge beam of light wasn't him, but the spaceship behind him. He was just the path that the beam of light had to take to destroy the spaceship. A warship with a length of more than 150 meters and emitting a dark green halo appeared out of thin air, appearing from the deep space. A meteor-grade assault spaceship, an invisible spaceship, this was the last reaction that Lan Xuanyu could make in his mind. The interstellar hunting net just now was released by it. For a civilian spaceship, the pirates not only sent out 5 meteorite-grade reconnaissance spaceships, they even sent out a meteor-grade assault spaceship. This cannon was the main cannon of the meteor-grade assault spaceship. On the spaceship, Tang Lu with his long blue hair fluttering in the wind stood in front of the porthole, calmly watching everything that happened outside. When the giant golden dragon appeared, his eyes were slightly dazed and confused. There was even a hint of pain between his brows. He couldn't remember. Why he couldn't remember anything. Even it had fallen into a deep slumber, and could only fight under his control. Why did he have such a dragon? Lu Qingling, who was standing beside him, was dumbfounded. Dragon? There's a dragon? What's the dragon? Suddenly, she felt that everything around her had changed. She realized that she could no longer move. Only her eyes could still look in front of her and her brain could barely think. The entire spaceship also froze at this moment. All the frightened shouts and cheers due to Jinlong's appearance froze and stagnated. In the distance, Jinlong, who was rushing towards the second pirate spaceship, froze. The pirate spaceship that was rolling and trying to control itself froze. The mechas that belonged to the spaceship also froze. Everything seemed to have frozen at this moment. The giant beam of light that was about to reach Lan Xuanyu's space warship also froze at the same time. Yes, even light couldn't move forward at this moment. It could only stop in front of Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu also realized that he couldn't move. However, he and Yu Qingling were the same. At least the two of them could still think, unlike the others, including the pirates, who had completely lost their ability to think. Their minds were blank. What exactly happened? What exactly was going on? Lan Xuanyu was already prepared to die. However, the dazzling light froze in front of his eyes and didn't move forward at all. Then, he was shocked to see that there was an additional figure in the center of the light. Yes, it was a person's figure. Compared to the monstrous light, this person seemed so small and weak. However, the blue hair that fluttered behind his head was so distinct. He stood in front of the light and walked towards it step by step in space. With every step he took, the light shrunk back a little. In the universe, such a strange scene had occurred. The main cannon fire of a meteor-class attack spaceship had actually retreated along with a person's advance. Time reversal, that figure seemed to be strolling leisurely, but it also seemed like he only took a few steps before reaching the end. The light disappeared. The meteor-class spaceship's main cannon fire finally disappeared into the muzzle. Then, that person suddenly turned around and looked in Lan Xuanyu's direction. The distance was extremely far, but for some reason, Lan Xuanyu could clearly see the gentle smile on his face. It's him? It was that uncle. Azure blue eyes and an incomparably handsome face. Lan Xuanyu could still clearly remember the time when he hugged her and sang the song Protect Time, Protect You. Why was he here? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Lan Xuanyu saw Tang Lu slowly step forward and step on the bow of the meteor-class assault ship. What was he doing? Without giving him any time to think or guess, Lan Xuanyu was shocked to see 8 golden dragons suddenly appear in different parts of the meteor-class assault ship. In the next moment, the 8 golden dragons suddenly pierced inwards. Boom! There was a violent explosion. In this vast space, the meteor-class assault ship with a length of more than 150 meters, which was equipped with numerous offensive and defensive weapons and a powerful protective shield, exploded into a huge fireball. Lan Xuanyu was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that this scene was actually real. One person. It was just the power of one person. He had actually destroyed a warship with just a wave of his hand. How was this possible? How was this possible? This had completely overturned his understanding of human abilities. Dong, dong, dong. A sound was heard. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly turned his head to look. A handsome face appeared outside his cockpit. Tang Lu pointed at him, then pointed at himself. His lips buzzed, and a gentle voice sounded in Lan Xuanyu's ears. "This is our secret." After saying this, he waved at Lan Xuanyu. There was a slight flash of golden light, and he disappeared without a trace. It was also at this moment that time returned. Everything seemed to be back on track. In the distance, a series of explosions accompanied by a strong light appeared. Under the attack of the huge Jin Long, the other pirate ships exploded one after another, turning into fireballs that illuminated this part of space. Lan Xuanyu realized that he could move, but his entire body was stiff. He didn't want to move at all. From the moment he piloted the space warship into this battle, it had only been a few minutes. However, it was just these few minutes that made him experience countless things. He piloted the space warship like a fish in water and defeated the mechas. However, he was careless due to his excitement and was caught by the space hunting net. Then, Jin Long appeared and helped him resolve the crisis and kill the pirates. The meteor-class assault ship appeared from its invisibility. What Lan Xuanyu could not imagine the most was Tang Li's appearance. One person, just one person's strength, changed everything in a short period of time. He could make the warship's main cannon retract and destroy a meteor-class warship with just a stomp of his foot. This was completely unimaginable. Could one person's strength reach such a level? Was he still human? Or was he a legendary god? Everything in the spaceship had returned to normal. The entire spaceship was filled with screams and cheers. Everyone was already in despair. They all thought that they would definitely die under the attack of the pirates' warship. However, everything took a turn and changed. The appearance of a golden dragon changed everything and defeated all the pirates. What had happened was no longer important. What was important was that all of them had survived. Yu Qingling stood there like a statue, looking at Tang Lu, who appeared in front of her. Tang Lu raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. "What's wrong?" Yu Qingling swallowed a mouthful of saliva, raised her hand, and suddenly touched his face. This was something she had never dared to do in all these years. His cheeks were warm and his skin was excellent. It was even better than hers. It was elastic and smooth. It was quite nice to touch. More importantly, he was a person. A person who was incomparably real and presented in front of her. However, she had also seen it. She and Lan Xuanyu were the only two people who saw the real ending of the battle. You, what's wrong with you?" Yu Qingling stuttered. Tang Li sighed softly. "If I said that I don't know, would you believe me? Back then, after you saved me from the sea, I lost all meaning. The Jin Long you saw just now should be my former companion, the spirit soul you told me about. However, it has also fallen into a deep sleep. I can't wake it up. I still can't remember everything. However, over the years, I have gradually felt that I have some unique abilities. Sometimes, even I am shocked. I don't know where these abilities come from. Perhaps, I am also a spirit master. It's just that I am too different from others, so I don't dare to show it in front of you." Yu Qingling said blankly, "Does anyone else know about this? Didn't everyone see it just now?" Tang Li shook his head, No. When I attacked, I blocked their senses. They couldn't see it. Therefore, no one knows that it was me." Lu Qingling heaved a huge sigh of relief, and her eyes became clear again. She raised her hand and touched Tang Li's face. So, I'm the only one who knows? Tang Lu glanced at the space warship that was still floating in space without any movement outside the window and nodded. Lu Qingling let out a long sigh. That's good, that's good. Don't let anyone know. I don't want you to be taken away and turned into a test subject. Remember, you are Prince Yu. The Prince Yu who only knows how to sing. You are not a powerful spirit master. In the future, unless it is absolutely necessary, don't show it. Oh my god. I have never heard of destroying a battleship with bare hands in space. So spirit masters can be so strong? Tang Li shook his head silently. It's not that simple. That was a full blow from my body. The main reason was that I detonated its Soul Guidance Core reactor. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been destroyed so easily. I can feel that I should have been quite strong in the past. It's just that now, I can't fully grasp my previous abilities because I can't remember them. Most of the time, I just instinctively use some of my abilities. Yu Qingling said, then don't think about it. But, it's so strange. You are so powerful, you should be a powerhouse in the limelight. But you have been in the world for so long, yet no one has come forward to claim you. Tang Li smiled bitterly. Claim me? Do you think I'm a kitten or a puppy? Yu Qingling giggled and raised her hand to touch his cheek again. This time, Tang Li didn't let her succeed. He took a step back. That's enough. Don't take advantage of me. Dear passengers, dear passengers. Fortunately, nothing happened. I am the captain of the spaceship. Our enemies, all the pirates, have been eliminated. Although I don't know where Jinlong came from, we are all safe now. When the mechas and space fighters protecting us return, we can continue our journey. We will head to Heaven Do planet as soon as possible. Everything will be fine. Please control your emotions. In a while, we will distribute some extra food to everyone. The spaceship broadcast sounded. Yes, this matter was finally resolved. Everything felt like a dream. When Lan Xuanyu piloted the space fighter back to the spaceship, more than 10 spaceship staff lined up to welcome him. Applause and cheers sounded. There was no doubt that Jinlong had changed everything. However, Lan Xuanyu's magnificent feat of piloting the space fighter and destroying 2 pirate mechas had left a deep impression on everyone. In particular, his incomparably exquisite control could be said to be impeccable to the extreme. Respected pilot, hello. I am the captain of the spaceship, Sun Weiping. Thank you for. The captain was a middle-aged man in his 40s. With a face full of gratitude, he led the staff to personally welcome Lan Xuanyu, who jumped down from the space fighter. However, before he could finish speaking, he had already seen the appearance of the person in front of him. Good-looking, too good-looking. However, when Lan Xuanyu stood in front of him, 2 heads shorter than him and with a childish face, Sun Weiping couldn't continue speaking. You're the pilot just now? Sun Weiping asked, dumbfounded. Lan Xuanyu's mind was still filled with the magnificent explosion scene. He said in a daze, yes. It's me. Sun Weiping's first reaction was that it was impossible. He immediately turned to look at the flight attendant who brought Lan Xuanyu here. The flight attendant hurriedly nodded. It's him, it's him. He said he learned how to pilot a space fighter. I panicked a little, so I brought him here. Sun Weiping didn't know what to say. The child in front of him was at most 13 or 14 years old. Such a young child, and he was actually asked to pilot a space fighter? However, he did pilot a space fighter and destroyed 2 mechas. The ignorant were truly fearless. Cough cough, young man, you're great. I thank you on behalf of everyone on the spaceship. You're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. The compliments that he had thought of were useless in front of this young man. Uncle Captain, can I ask you for a favor? Lan Xuanyu suddenly looked at Sun Weiping pitifully. This time, not only did Sun Weiping's expression stiffen, but the surrounding staff members also had strange expressions. Was this the pilot who played around with the space warship in space and destroyed 2 enemy mechas? What is it? Sun Weiping asked. Lan Xuanyu said, can you not tell my parents what I did just now? Just say that I went to the toilet and was locked in there. Is that okay? Sun Weiping looked at him with a bitter smile. Child. It's not that uncle doesn't want to help you. But think about it, such a big thing happened. When we reach Heaven Do planet, they'll definitely investigate the entire situation. How can you hide this from them? If you hide it now, you'll have to explain it to the police. Also, you've made a great contribution this time and will definitely be rewarded. It'll be good for your future growth. It's just that you're too daring, . A few minutes later, a crestfallen Lan Xuanyu, accompanied by Captain Sun Weiping, arrived in front of Lan Xiao and Nanqing, who were still in shock. Lan Xiao and his wife were completely speechless after hearing Sun Weiping's explanation. They didn't know what to say. Nanqing pulled Lan Xuanyu over and gave him a few slaps on the butt. Then, she hugged him tightly and burst into tears. Lan Xuanyu obediently took the beating and didn't dare to say anything. Lan Xiao looked at his son, who had grown far beyond his expectations. How could he not have mixed feelings? In fact, Lan Xuanyu only used one sentence to soften their hearts. Dad, Mom, I just want to protect you. The spaceship finally set foot on its original route. After experiencing such a big event, apart from Jin Long, who came out of nowhere, Lan Xuanyu had undoubtedly become the little hero of the economy cabin. Lan Xiao declined the captain's kind offer to upgrade their cabin. The family of 3 still stayed in the economy cabin. After a round of praises, Lan Xuanyu was finally able to sit quietly in his seat. During the next few days of flight, he always sat there in a daze, thinking about the shock in his heart. Mom, do you think that a person's strength can fight against a battleship? Lan Xuanyu asked Nanqing. Nanqing said, Mom doesn't know either. Legends say that those powerful battle armor masters can possibly fight against small battleships. If you can cultivate to that level in the future, you will naturally know. When he was young, Lan Xuanyu saw the vastness of the Federation's fleet. In addition, he heard many stories about battleships. He subconsciously believed that interstellar battleships were the strongest force in the universe. Therefore, he was determined to become a battleship pilot. However, the elegance of Tang Li's kick really subverted his understanding. If a person's strength could fight against a battleship, then what was the point of learning how to pilot a battleship? He just wanted to increase his strength enough to not be afraid of facing a battleship. His teacher said that humans couldn't directly live in space. However, in his eyes, didn't Tang Lu already live in space? He didn't have any protection at all. He just casually walked in space and destroyed a battleship. Everything was so inconceivable. Uncle Prince, you should be on the spaceship. It was just that he couldn't see the high-class cabin above. He had a stomach full of doubts, but he didn't know who to ask. He only remembered that Prince told him that this was a secret between them. Finally, this ill-fated spaceship with a ship safely arrived at Heaven Do planet. When the spaceship slowly landed, there were many police cars and various staff. There was no doubt that the spaceships of a complete overhaul of the spaceship. The relevant information had already been sent back. The passengers needed to be interrogated one by one. At the Space Center's police station, Lan Xuanyu finally met Prince Yu again. Due to their special identities, Tang Lu and Yu Qingling were naturally the first to be questioned. The pressure from the large financial group behind Tang Lu was still very great for the police. After answering some simple questions, Tang Lu walked out with a mask and a hood. He prepared to leave with the protection of his bodyguards. Lan Xuanyu and his family were still waiting outside. They were the second to be questioned. Naturally, it was because of the little hero Lan Xuanyu. When Tang Lu passed by Lan Xuanyu, he stopped in his tracks and gestured for the bodyguards to wait. Then, he walked in front of Lan Xuanyu and pulled down his mask, revealing his handsome face. When their eyes met, Lan Xuanyu instantly became excited. Just as he was about to say something, Tang Lu spoke first. We meet again. You're Lan Xuanyu, aren't you? When they suddenly saw Tang Lu, both Lan Xiao and Nanqing were shocked. They just realized that this superstar was actually on the same spaceship as them. Yes, uncle. Tang Lu raised his hand and patted his head. Uncle has heard about your deeds. You're great. You're a little hero. Alright, uncle has to go first. We'll meet again if fate wills it. After he finished speaking, he waved at Lan Xuanyu, turned around, and quickly left under the protection of his bodyguards. Remember our agreement. Tang Li's subtle voice sounded in Lan Xuanyu's ears. He really had a lot of questions to ask Tang Lu, but he obviously didn't have the chance. Yu Qingling followed Tang Lu and whispered, "Why does this child look a little familiar? Have we met before? How do you know him?" Tang Lu said, "At a concert a few years ago, I held a child and sang 'Protect Time, Protect You.' It was him." Yu Qingling suddenly realized and looked at Tang Lu suspiciously. When he turned around, he couldn't see Lan Xuanyu anymore because the bodyguards were blocking his view. "Why do I feel that this child looks a little like you? He's really quite good-looking. He also has the potential to be a superstar. If it weren't for the fact that his hair color is different from yours, I would think that you two are related." Tang Lu stopped in his tracks, and his gaze became a little perplexed. "Do we look a little alike?" Yu Qingling said, "They look a little alike, but their temperaments are different. His eyes and hair color are different from yours. This child looks quite smart. Do you want our company's Star Scout to ask him?" Tang Lu shook his head. "He knows how to pilot a space warship. How many people at his age can pilot a space warship? He must be a young genius. He won't be in our line of work." Yu Qingling instantly understood. That's right. This kid was really something. He had defeated 2 mechas. He's so powerful. The two of them gradually walked out of the space center as they talked. Under the cover of the bodyguards, the people waiting at the exit of the space center couldn't see Prince Yu inside. At this moment, among the many people waiting to receive the plane, 2 figures were particularly eye-catching. They were 2 beautiful women, one older and one younger. Both of them wore black masks, which were the same model as Tang Li's. But even though their appearance could be seen, they still attracted the attention of passers-by. The older one had long silver hair that almost reached the ground. The silver hair shone brightly, and the pair of eyes that were exposed were purple. They were deep and calm, giving off an intimidating sense of peace. The younger one had long dark blue hair that reached her waist. Her dark blue eyes were especially lively. When she blinked, her long eyelashes fluttered as if they could speak. "Teacher Nana, why haven't they come out yet? We've been waiting for a long time." The younger girl looked up and said. Without a doubt, they were Nana and Dong Qianxiu, the master and disciple pair. It was Nana who took the initiative to receive them. Dong Qianxiu, who had seen Lan Xuanyu many times but didn't have a deep relationship with him, was also very curious about the young man that Nana couldn't forget about, so he followed along. Nana said, "I heard that their spaceship encountered interstellar pirates on the way. They're probably going to ask routine questions. They should be out in a while." Just as the master and disciple were talking, the bodyguards on the other side were escorting Prince Yu and Yu Qingling out. Almost subconsciously, Nana turned her head and looked in the direction of the bodyguards. The Tang Li that was moving forward also seemed to feel something and turned its head to look in Nana's direction. But at this time, he had Yu Qingling and the bodyguards beside him. In the end, their line of sight was blocked. Nana and the Tang Lu were separated by dozens of meters. Without seeing anything, the Tang Lu and the rest gradually moved further away. In the end, they didn't see each other. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Lan Xuanyu and his family finally came out. After asking Lan Xuanyu about the situation back then, as well as his education background, and obtaining his family's contact details, this little hero was finally released. His identity as a student of Tianluo College's elite junior class was easy to verify, but it was also undeniably eye-catching. The moment Lan Xuanyu stepped out of the space center, he saw Nana with a slender figure and silver hair in the crowd. "Nana, teacher." He cheered and ran towards Nana in a few steps. As he ran, he opened his arms and was ready to give Nana a big hug. But he didn't expect a figure about his height to suddenly rush out and block him with open arms. "What are you doing?" Lan Xuanyu was too excited to see Nana and ran very fast. Just as he was about to reach Nana, he was suddenly blocked and couldn't stop in time. He immediately collided with that person. The person who opened her arms to block him was naturally Dong Qianxiu. Both of them were about the same height, and the sudden collision caused Lan Xuanyu to collide with her. Although Lan Xuanyu was still a teenager, he had eaten so many treasures that his body's strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. The impact was also very strong, causing Dong Qianqiu to lose her balance. Ah! Dong Qianqiu exclaimed and fell back. Nana, who was behind her, quickly supported her shoulders. Lan Xuanyu also lost his balance and subconsciously hugged Dong Qianqiu's delicate body. Both of their faces collided, and their noses touched, causing them to feel sour at the same time. Their lips that were separated by masks also brushed past each other. Their nose was sour, and they felt each other's soft lips at the same time. Coupled with the impact of the collision, it was as if they were hugging intimately. Aya! After Dong Qianqiu recovered from his shock, he immediately pushed Lan Xuanyu away. His eyes were filled with rebuke. What are you doing? This was the second time she had asked the same question. For a moment, her face under the mask turned red. Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance, "What are you doing?" Nana couldn't help but laugh. She quickly pulled away Dong Qianqiu and went to Lan Xuanyu to give him a hug. You've grown taller and bigger. Teacher Nana. Hugging her tightly, Lan Xuanyu felt as if his entire body was enveloped by a warm feeling, giving him an indescribable sense of security and steadiness. Nanqing was a little jealous as he watched from behind. The relationship between Xianyu and Nana was too good. Even though they had not seen each other for a few years, they were still so close. Welcome, Nana raised her head and said to Nanqing and Lan Xiao. Nana didn't have a soul guidance car, so she and Dong Qianqiu took public transportation. Lan Xuanyu and his family naturally took public transportation as well. You guys can stay at my place, Nana said. There were a lot of people on the bus. There were no more seats, so they could only stand. Lan Xuanyu stood beside Nana and was hugged by Nana's shoulder. Dong Qianqiu didn't want to be outdone and wanted to push Lan Xuanyu away. However, in terms of strength, she wasn't a match for Lan Xuanyu. Nana laughed helplessly and hugged her with her other hand. The bus didn't move very smoothly, but Nana stood very steadily. In terms of height, Dong Qianqiu was even taller than Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, she was looking down at him with eyes full of anger. Lan Xuanyu was a little confused and said softly, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you trying to show that your eyes are big? I'm quite big too." As he said that, he glared at her. Just you wait, Dong Qianqiu said fiercely. She couldn't possibly say that he stole her first kiss, could she? Although they were separated by a mask, she could still feel his breath when they touched for a moment, and there was still some heat coming from his body. She was furious. That's strange. Are all you girls like this? With Yi Lingtong's frequent provocations and Dong Qianqiu's behavior, he really didn't like these girls. Dong Qianqiu was stunned. We girls? Lan Xuanyu said, "That's right. You girls have such bad tempers." My temper is bad? How is my temper bad? You were the one who took advantage of me. Are you being unreasonable? Dong Qianqiu was so angry that she was about to cry. I took advantage of you? You were the one who stopped me, okay? Although Lan Xuanyu didn't know much about the relationship between men and women, after all, he was 11 years old and could more or less guess why Dong Qianqiu was so angry. In fact, when the two of them touched, the orchid and musk fragrance from Dong Qianqiu's body left a deep impression on him. Then why did you crash into me? Can't you control yourself? Dong Qianqiu said angrily. Lan Xuanyu said, I was too aggressive at that time, I couldn't control myself. Humph. Dong Qianqiu snorted and turned her head away. Nana was in between them, hugging one of them in each hand, so she could clearly hear their conversation. However, she only smiled and watched, not interrupting at all. Lan Xiao and Nanqing stood at the side and couldn't help but laugh. Although Dong Qianqiu didn't show her face, from her beautiful big eyes and deep blue hair, they could see that this little girl was really beautiful. The husband and wife weren't pedantic people. Their son bickering with such a beautiful little girl was simply a form of entertainment to them. Heavendoe Planet, Heavendoe City, Heavendoe Academy. This was where Nana lived and where Dong Qianqiu studied. Nana lived in a specialized dormitory. Perhaps it was because the research institute realized how dangerous she was when she was first brought back, so they treated her quite well. It was a 3-bedroom apartment. There was also a specialized training room. The room was decorated very simply, without any warmth or romance. It was simple and clean, without a speck of dust. All of the furniture was necessities. The windows were bright and clean. As soon as you walked into the room, you would naturally feel refreshed. The entire room was filled with a faint fragrance. It originated from Nana's own scent. Lan Xuanyu and his family of 3 were very familiar with this scent of hers. After all, they had lived together before. "Xianxia, are you going back to the dormitory?" Nana asked Dong Xianxia. Dong Xianxia said, "I'm going back. Teacher, can I take him to the institute to have a look?" Dong Xianxia's eyes flickered as she pointed at Lan Xuanyu. Nana smiled and said, "Of course you can. You guys go, I'm going to buy some food so we can eat together tonight. You should come with us tonight. After eating, you can go back and cultivate." "Okay." Dong Xianxia beamed with joy. When they returned to Nana's place, she had already taken off her mask. When Lan Xiao and Nanqing saw this little girl's real face, to be honest, they had a kind of soul-stirring feeling. This little girl was really too beautiful. Her skin was as white as a porcelain doll. Every part of her face was so harmonious and perfect, especially her pair of lively big eyes. Coupled with her perfect facial features, when she stood next to Lan Xuanyu, they were simply like a golden couple. Nanqing thought in her heart, this was the first time she had seen a girl with eyelashes longer than her son's. Everyone loved beauty. Looking at such a beautiful Dong Xianxia, she naturally liked her. "Let's go, I'll take you to our school," Dong Xianxia said as she pulled Lan Xuanyu's sleeve and walked out. Lan Xuanyu actually didn't want to go. It wasn't easy to see Nana. He wanted to be with his Nana teacher even more. But he couldn't resist Dong Xianxia's forceful pull, and was directly pulled out of Nana's dormitory. Once out of the door, Dong Xianxia let go of her hand. She didn't say anything and just walked in front. A sly smile appeared on her face. Lan Xuanyu followed behind her, and looked around at the same time. This institute should have some history. Most of the buildings were built with boulders. It was very unique. And it had a bit of an ancient charm. After exiting Nana's dormitory, they continued forward until they reached several large school buildings. In terms of scale, this academy was even larger than Douluo College. After passing through a forest, the scenery before them suddenly opened up. A clear lake appeared before them. And on the other side of the lake was a plaza. It seemed like school had just ended, and students were walking out of the school buildings on both sides of the plaza in 2s and 3s. Dong Xianxia walked along the lakeside towards the plaza, and Lan Xuanyu followed behind her. He had already guessed that this girl wanted to take revenge on him, which was why she had called him out. Thinking back to Dong Xianxia's strength, he was inwardly vigilant. He didn't believe that he could defeat Dong Xianxia. One had to know that when Lu Qianxuan was still a one-ringed soul grandmaster, Dong Qianxia was already a 2-ringed soul elder. Now, she was already a 3-ringed soul elder. On the other hand, he hadn't even broken through the 2-ring threshold. The difference in their cultivations was too great. Unless he used his special martial soul fusion skill, he really wouldn't be able to defeat her. But this was an academy, and she wouldn't dare to brazenly make a move against him. Other than the difference in their cultivations, Lan Xuanyu was still quite confident in himself. This was especially true for the footwork Nana had taught him. He had become very familiar with it over the past few years. If he couldn't defeat her, he could at least run. While thinking about how to deal with Dong Qianxia's revenge, the two gradually circled around the small lake and arrived at Heaven-Do Academy's plaza. There were many students in Heaven-Do Academy. At least from Lan Xuanyu's perspective, there were definitely more students than Douluo College. There were students of different ages, and since this was an elementary academy, most of the students seemed to be around their age. Just as Lan Xuanyu was observing his surroundings, Dong Qianxia, who was walking in front of him, suddenly stopped and turned around to look at him. Lan Xuanyu. She called his name with a smile. It had to be said that she was really too beautiful. She was the most beautiful person Lan Xuanyu had ever seen among his peers. Beside him was a clear lake and behind him was a tall teaching building. She stood there and called his name with a sweet smile. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu was stunned. It was as if something in his heart had been slightly stirred. In the next moment, to his astonishment, Dong Qianqiu actually walked forward, took his arm, and led him to the square. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt his whole body stiffen. This was the first time he was so close to a girl, and she was so beautiful. Dong Qianqiu had a faint fragrance, elegant and pure, like the scent of a white rose. She was slightly taller than him. Girls matured early and had the charm of a young girl. Lan Xuanyu was really a bit nervous, but in the next moment, he understood Dong Qianqiu's purpose. At this moment, they had already stepped into the square. When Dong Qianqiu called his name and took the initiative to take his arm, the surroundings suddenly went silent for a moment. Yes, Lan Xuanyu could feel that the originally noisy square had quieted down. Countless gazes instantly fell on them. Some were astonished, some were shocked, some covered their mouths, but most of them were angry, as if they wanted to kill someone. In fact, Dong Qianqiu was also not feeling well. Wasn't this the first time she was so close to a boy? Of course, she wanted to take revenge on Lan Xuanyu, but she could also see how much Nana liked Lan Xuanyu. She didn't want to be blamed by Nana, so she thought of this method. However, the moment she took Lan Xuanyu's arm, she immediately felt a scorching heat from this boy that made her blush and her heart beat faster. It wasn't real heat, but a feeling. There was a nice smell on his body, like the slight movement of sunlight. His arm was firm and flexible, and warm to the touch. The moment she held onto his arm, Dong Qianqiu's face turned red in the next moment. She thought to herself, was she crazy? If she took revenge on him, wouldn't she be letting him take advantage of her and put herself in danger? She turned her head to look at him, and just happened to see his side profile. This guy was really good looking. He was a boy. Why were his eyelashes so long? She didn't realize that if it wasn't Lan Xuanyu today, but someone else, perhaps, she wouldn't have thought of this method of revenge. It was because this young man in front of her was so good-looking that she didn't subconsciously reject him. Only the two of them knew the instant change in their minds. But in the eyes of the surrounding students, it was different. The one with a sweet smile and a shy face was Dong Qianqiu. The girl who was invincible in her grade, and always had a cold and aloof appearance. Dong Qianqiu's beauty was a huge attraction to any boy of the same age. Naturally, she also became the school's recognized goddess. Especially in these 2 years, her figure gradually began to grow, and she already had the appearance of a young girl, which attracted many senior boys. Although she was only 12 years old, she didn't know how many love letters she received. So much so that one day, she walked up to the podium, and before the teacher came, she wrote 4 big words on the blackboard, "No puppy love," then she threw all the love letters into the trash can. For a time, the whole school was shocked. So, when the students saw that she actually took the initiative to affectionately hold Lan Xuanyu's arm, how could they not be shocked? Gradually, the shocked gaze turned into a gaze that seemed to be able to kill, and all of them concentrated on Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was also good-looking. The girls all looked at Dong Qianqiu with some jealousy. It was also because Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu looked so compatible that the boys' hearts were wild with jealousy. Dong Qianqiu was a little regretful. There seemed to be a lot of people around. Would it cause too much trouble and not be easy to clean up? Maybe it was the side profile of his face that changed her state of mind. At this time, her heart softened for no reason, and she subconsciously wanted to let go of Lan Xuanyu's arm. Forget it, I won't take revenge on this guy, I'll just pull him away. However, just as this thought rose up in her mind, Lan Xuanyu who was beside her had already made a move. He half-turned, and from walking parallel to Dong Qianqiu, they were now face to face, and then under everyone's gaze, he hugged her waist, lowered his head, paused for a moment, and kissed her pink cheek. Yes, he kissed. He kissed her. All the surrounding murderous gazes instantly became sluggish. This was under everyone's gaze. This was the school's public square. Dong Qianqiu was kissed by him like she was hit by a body-freezing spell. A burning heat instantly spread throughout her body, causing her to tremble a little, to the extent that she was completely stunned for a moment. It smells so good, Lan Xuanyu subconsciously said, and without waiting for Dong Qianqiu to speak, he immediately let go of her arm, turned around, and walked towards the public square, shouting loudly, "I'm Dong Qianqiu's boyfriend, I'm Lan Xuanyu, whoever is not convinced, come fight me." Lan Xuanyu had a teacher called Yin Tianfan. Yin Tianfan had a nickname called Demon Fox. He didn't just learn knowledge from Yin Tianfan, he also learned the Demon Fox's black-bellied personality. When Lan Xuanyu discovered that Dong Qianqiu was scheming against him, and looked at the situation in front of him, he knew that it was impossible to run away. And why should he run? Wouldn't that be embarrassing Nana's teacher? Therefore, with a quick thought, he decided to retaliate against Dong Qianqiu. Didn't you hold my hand, and pretend to be intimate with me? Fine, then I'll beat you at your own game. When he hugged Dong Qianqiu and lowered his head, his first target was her pink lips. But at that moment, he flinched, because he could tell from Dong Qianqiu's previous reaction that if he dared to kiss her lips, it would probably be a death feud. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu paused, and kissed her cheek instead. After kissing her, Lan Xuanyu felt that it would be worth it even if he were to be beaten up today. Her small face was too soft, just like a baby's skin to the touch. It had a faint fragrance and was very supple. After kissing her, he felt like he couldn't stop. However, he also knew that once Dong Qianqiu reacted, she would immediately explode. Thus, he immediately let go of her and walked towards the plaza with his heart beating fast. Don't you want to take revenge on me? Then let the storm come even fiercer. I'll simply announce to the world that you're my girlfriend. Let's see what you'll do in the future. In any case, I'll be leaving in 2 days. His shout was like a thunderclap, and all of the Heaven Do Academy students were dumbstruck. The male students who wanted to provoke him stopped in their tracks. This person was so arrogant as to declare his sovereignty. Did he have something to rely on? This was what they subconsciously thought. Lan Xuanyu originally thought that after he shouted, someone would immediately rush over and attack him. However, who would have thought that the surroundings were silent? Then, he suddenly felt an ice-cold killing intent explode from behind him. Lan, Xian, you, a delicate voice with a sobbing tone sounded from behind him. This voice seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps between her teeth, filled with boundless killing intent. Lan Xuanyu quivered and subconsciously turned around. He saw Dong Qianqiu with red eyes. Dong Qianqiu was about to go crazy. She never thought that in front of so many people, in a situation where she wanted to let him go, this guy would actually kiss her in front of so many people. He even said that he was her boyfriend in front of so many people. How was she going to face the academy in the future? She was so angry that she couldn't care less about angering Nana. This person had exploded. Soul rings rose from her feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Dong Qianqiu's body was instantly surrounded by a layer of icy fog, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. The tip of her foot touched the ground and she was already in front of Lan Xuanyu. An ice spear condensed in her right hand and pierced towards his chest. Seeing her red eyes, Lan Xuanyu knew that he had gone too far. He quickly retreated and released his blue-silver grass at the same time. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass coiled around his palm and a layer of fine golden scales instantly covered it. He punched out and forcefully blocked the ice spear. With a bang, the ice spear's tip exploded. Dong Qianqiu's figure paused in the air for a moment. Lan Xuanyu's strength undoubtedly exceeded her medical abilities. However, she only saw a single white soul ring on Lan Xianyan. Recently, Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei hadn't summoned her much. After all, Xian's a call, shue was shue. Therefore, she didn't know what Lan Xuanyu's cultivation was. At this moment, this guy didn't even have 2 soul rings. A bone-piercing chill came from the exploding ice spear. Lan Xuanyu was quite familiar with Dong Qianqiu. He knew that she had rich combat experience and her ice attribute was very powerful. His figure flashed and he used the impact to jump onto the lake. He couldn't beat her. Unless he used a martial soul fusion technique, but he couldn't control that martial soul fusion technique. What if he really injured Dong Qianqiu? Now, he could only escape back to Teacher Nana's side to be safe. At this moment, he even thought about it. He would stay by Teacher Nana's side for the next few days and not go anywhere. She couldn't possibly make a move on him. Once he jumped into the lake, Lan Xuanyu pressed down with his left hand. Suddenly, a piece of ice condensed. He tapped his toes on the ice and was about to escape. Dong Qianqiu snorted. With a wave of her right hand, the ice spear was thrown. It instantly shot towards Lan Xuanyu. At the same time, she also jumped up and chased after him like a fairy. The second soul ring on her body lit up. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply and a large ice fog condensed around her body. When Lan Xuanyu turned his head to look, he was so scared that he shivered. In the ice fog, hundreds of ice cones had already condensed and covered him in an instant, sealing off all his escape routes. No matter how good his footwork was, he still needed a gap to dodge. But she didn't give him a chance to dodge at all. Second soul skill, Ice Tide. Dong Qianxiu's extremely strong auxiliary soul skill greatly increased all kinds of ice attribute abilities. Facing the large number of ice cones, Lan Xuanyu fell to the surface of the water while curling up as much as possible. An ice shield was erected in front of him. If he couldn't dodge, he could only defend and try his best to reduce the area of his body that was attacked. Dong Qianxiu had already condensed a second ice spear in her hand. With a point of the ice spear, the sky full of ice cones actually shot towards Lan Xuanyu under her control. Good fellow, Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly sank. The layer of ice that had just condensed to support his body suddenly broke, causing his entire body to sink into the lake in an instant. His silver-patterned blue-silver grass first soul skill was water elemental control. Being in the water was obviously more beneficial to his control of the water elements. With his body as the center, a whirlpool condensed around him the moment he sank into the water. The ice cones that followed him into the water were affected by the whirlpool and were flung to the side. Lan Xuanyu controlled the direction of the waves and fiercely pushed his body, swimming rapidly towards the opposite shore. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He turned around abruptly and saw a figure emitting a dark blue light rushing towards him. Oh my god! What the hell was that? A gigantic dark blue shark? Although it looked like it was completely formed by energy, its body was 7 to 8 meters long. Furthermore, its swimming speed in the water was incomparably fast. It was almost beside him in an instant. Lan Xuanyu's left hand fiercely pressed against the lake, and his body instantly bounced up with the help of the rebound force. The students at the plaza by the shore saw Lan Xuanyu jump out from the other side not long after he entered the water. Following closely behind him, a bloody mouth instantly caught up, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Fortunately, the force of the water pressure was strong enough. Lan Xuanyu's body curled up in the air, narrowly avoiding the shark's big mouth. However, an ice-cold gust of wind had already descended from the sky at this moment. When he looked up, he saw Dong Qianxiu wielding an ice spear smashing down on his head with an ice-cold expression. Lan Xuanyu had already made a series of adaptations. At this moment, he was in the air and didn't have any place to borrow strength. He was already at his wit's end. Helpless, he could only raise his right arm and block the ice spear smashing down. At this moment, he already understood that the shark in the lake was very likely Dong Qianxiu's spirit soul. Currently, soul masters mostly used spirit souls to enhance their soul skills. Although man-made spirit souls had their own fighting strength, they were rarely used. This was because spirit souls were more difficult to control and consumed more spiritual power. Modern soul tool technology focused on fusing spiritual power into mechas or battle armors, following the path of the duo mecha master. Very few people were willing to split their spiritual power to control spirit souls. Man-made spirit souls weren't like real spirit souls in the past that had their own intelligence and agility. Therefore, they were gradually eliminated. However, he didn't expect Dong Qianxiu to have such strong control over his spirit soul. Bang! The golden scales on Lan Xuanyu's right hand trembled from the impact. After the huge impact, his entire body fell back into the water. The dark blue shark spirit soul had already opened its mouth, waiting for him to fall. I'm done for. At this critical moment, Lan Xuanyu subconsciously wanted to clasp his hands together and use his martial soul fusion skill. However, at this moment, he also realized that if he used his martial soul fusion skill at this moment, it would mean that his soul power would drop by a level. Although his recovery was already very fast, it was impossible for him to recover in a few days. He also wouldn't be able to reach rank 20 with Nana's help. What should I do? There was no time for him to think. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously felt that he should give it a try. He took a deep breath, and as he fell, the blood and qi in his body flowed in reverse. A low dragon's roar was faintly discernible from his body. The golden scales on his right arm quickly spread down to his shoulder. Lan Xuanyu barely managed to turn his body, and punched out. Jinlong Ascension, when he punched out, his mind subconsciously recalled the time when he saw Jinlong charging towards the battleship in space. An indescribable feeling instantly spread throughout his body. The dragon's roar that was originally only faintly discernible on his body suddenly became loud and clear. In front of his right fist, a ball of golden light shot out, faintly forming the shape of a dragon's head. That shark originally opened its mouth to swallow him when he fell, but now it had closed its mouth and was only charging towards him. No matter how angry Dong Xianxia was, she still had a sense of propriety. She couldn't possibly take Lan Xuanyu's life. Bang! The moment the deep blue shark collided with Lan Xuanyu, its aura was affected by the blazing aura on his body. It was actually smashed back into the water by Lan Xuanyu's fist. However, Lan Xuanyu was also sent flying by the impact. Dong Qianqiu pressed down on the ice tide with both hands. Borrowing the rebounding force from the water surface, she had already soared into the air. She chased after Lan Xuanyu and kicked him towards the shore. "Ayaya, you're murdering your husband!" Lan Xuanyu screamed strangely. Although the strength of this kick wasn't small, his body was extremely tough. The gold and silver vortex in his body rotated at high speed, dissolving the cold energy that rushed into his body. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, he rolled forward to dissolve the momentum and ran away. Dong Qianqiu was originally going to hit him twice and kick him once to vent her anger. However, this guy still screamed strangely before running away. She was so angry that her nose was about to become crooked. He was quite good-looking, but how could he be so bad, this scoundrel? His heart was filled with bitterness. The tip of his foot tapped lightly on the surface of the lake, and he swiftly chased after Lan Xuanyu. The students on the shore were all dumbfounded. The series of confrontations between Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu on the lake just now left them dumbstruck. Regardless of whether it was Lan Xuanyu's response, his own thick skin, or Dong Qianqiu's powerful attacks. In any case, none of the students from the junior academy believed that they could beat this girl, Dong Qianqiu. She truly deserved the title of first sister in the junior academy. Lan Xuanyu's memory was very good. When he just walked out, he clearly remembered the path he came from. Now that he was running, he naturally followed the path he came from and ran towards the dormitory. "Stop right there." Dong Qianqiu's fighting strength was strong, and his soul power was long-lasting. However, in terms of physical strength, she was inferior to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu's explosive strength was very strong. Every semester, his strength evaluation of 10 points was not for nothing. When he ran at full speed, he was as fast as a galloping horse. Dong Qianqiu was also not an agility system battle soul master, so it would be difficult for her to catch up to him. She couldn't really use a powerful and destructive soul skill to bombard him. Moreover, this was the academy. What if she accidentally injured someone? Previously on the surface of the lake, it was fine. The icicle couldn't injure anyone. However, in the academy, students could walk out at any time. If they were injured, it would be troublesome. Lan Xuanyu rushed into the dormitory like a drowned rat. He didn't even take the elevator, and quickly climbed up the stairs. Dong Qianqiu chased closely behind him. She was about to catch up. "Teacher Nana, save me!" Lan Xuanyu shouted. Dong Qianqiu clenched her silver teeth. With a wave of her white hand, a large ice ball flew towards Lan Xuanyu like hailstones. Lan Xuanyu didn't block it. He covered his head and scurried away like a rat. He was hit by the ice ball and cried out in pain. He was very clear in his heart that he had to let Dong Qianqiu hit him a few times. If he didn't let her vent her anger, this girl wouldn't stop. When he finally reached the floor, Lan Xuanyu quickly rushed towards Nana's dormitory. Dong Qianqiu also caught up. Lan Xuanyu banged on the door hard. "Teacher Nana, save me." Then he covered his head with both hands and squatted down on the spot. He looked like he was willing to be hit. Dong Qianqiu was already in front of him in a flash. She raised her hand and wanted to condense an ice spear. But when she saw Lan Xuanyu's frightened expression and how he was holding his head on the spot, her heart softened. She couldn't really use an ice spear to stab him when he wasn't resisting, right? She rushed up and kicked him a few times. Who told you to talk nonsense? Who told you to talk nonsense? At this moment, the dormitory door opened. Nanqing opened the door and saw the scene in front of her. She was instantly stunned. Dong Qianqiu's foot was still lifted. When she turned her head and saw her, she immediately looked embarrassed. You guys, they were still fine when they left the house. Lan Xuanyu raised his head and looked at Nanqing with an aggrieved expression. Mom, she hit me. Dong Qianqiu was so angry that she almost fainted. What kind of person was this? How shameless! She said almost instinctively, Auntie, he kissed me. She regretted it the moment she said it. Her pretty face immediately turned red. Nanqing had heard Lan Xuanyu say that Dong Qianqiu hit him. Seeing the two of them like this, she was a little angry. Her family was aghast. How could you bully my son? How could a mother not stand on her son's side? But when Dong Qianqiu said that, Nanqing was stunned. Her son kissed someone else's daughter? What was going on? Wasn't this the first time they met? She didn't know that Lan Xuanyu had summoned Dong Qianqiu countless times. They were a little young. They couldn't be in a relationship at this age. But this girl was really beautiful. She was worthy of my Xianyu. She looked so good even when she was angry. Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu naturally didn't know the change in Nanqing's heart at this moment. What Lan Xuanyu didn't expect was that Nanqing's next move was to close the door. Yes, she didn't say anything. She just silently closed the door, closed it. Lan Xuanyu stared at the door, dumbfounded. Then, he looked at the angry Dong Qianqiu in front of him. What was going on? How could his mother, who loved him so much, be like this? Dong Qianqiu had already regained her senses. She looked at Lan Xuanyu and smiled. Then, she clenched her fists together and her knuckles made a series of cracking sounds. Auntie is so nice. Don't worry, I'll give Auntie face and not hit your face. Ah. Save me. In the room. Nanqing heard her son screaming outside and told Lan Xiao what just happened. Hubby, what should we do? Nana went out to buy things. She's not at home. Lan Xiao was unperturbed. Your son, that stinking brat, was squatting there so obediently to be beaten up. He obviously took advantage of her. Let the children deal with their own matters. Don't tell me they can really break him. This stinking brat is really something. He's better than his dad. He dared to kiss her the first time they met. But that girl is really beautiful. She's worthy of my son. Haven't you heard? Beating is a sign of affection, scolding is a sign of love. After this beating, I reckon they might really have some drama when they grow up. After a long while, it was quiet outside. Dong Qianqiu sat on the floor, panting. She glared fiercely at Lan Xuanyu, who was beaten up by her. She was tired from the beating. Naturally, she didn't use her soul power. But as a soul master, her fists and feet were still quite heavy. Lan Xuanyu just hugged his head. He didn't fight back or resist. He just let her beat him up. His attitude was very good. Dong Qianqiu's anger gradually dissipated. But when she thought about how this guy not only kissed her, but also ruined her reputation in the academy, she couldn't help but feel angry. He was so good-looking. How could his heart be so bad? Lan Xuanyu raised his head and stole a glance at her. He had been beaten for a long time. It was quite painful, but it was impossible to hurt him. His body was much stronger than ordinary people. It didn't hurt too much. Looking at Dong Qianqiu sitting there fuming with tears in her red eyes, Lan Xuanyu's heart softened. He seemed to have gone overboard. I'm sorry. Lan Xuanyu said softly. Dong Qianqiu glared at him fiercely. Lan Xuanyu leaned over and sat down beside her. Why don't you hit me a little more to vent your anger? Dong Qianqiu pushed him fiercely and pushed him to the side. Then she punched him fiercely a few times and choked with sobs. How am I supposed to go to school? What will my classmates think of me? Lan Xuanyu said awkwardly, at that time, I was already thinking of taking revenge on you. I don't know what to do either. Dong Qianqiu glared at him fiercely. Her heart was in a mess. Her aggrieved look was too beautiful. There were even sparkling tears on her long eyelashes. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously raised his hand and wiped away the tears on her eyelashes. Dong Xianxia was stunned by his sudden intimate action. She quickly pushed his arm away. What are you doing? Nothing, nothing. What can I do? I can't beat you. Lan Xuanyu said pitifully. For some reason, Dong Xianxia wanted to kick him when she saw this guy pretending to be pitiful. Why don't you be my girlfriend when we grow up? I'll be responsible for you. Lan Xuanyu said tentatively. Who wants to be your girlfriend in the future? Dong Xianxia stood up and kicked this guy a few more times. Then she turned and ran away. Lan Xuanyu also got up from the ground. His body was still wet. He scratched his head. Today's matter had offended her badly. It would be difficult to summon her in the future. He returned to the dormitory, took a shower, and changed his clothes. Tell me, what happened? Nanqing and Lan Xiao looked at their son curiously. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly, but he still recounted what had happened. After hearing what he said, Nanqing slapped him on the shoulder and said, You brat, how can you do this? A girl's reputation is so important. You treated her like that in front of so many people, how could she not be angry? You deserve it. Lan Xiao fanned the flames and said, That's right. He deserved it. Cough, cough. Dad, Mom, why are you siding with an outsider? What if she wants to take revenge on me? Am I not taking the initiative to counterattack? And you were hit by her too? Nanqing snorted. Don't give me that. When you were bathing just now, I took a look at you. There wasn't a single wound on your body. It's obvious that the girl didn't hit you with all her strength. Lan Xuanyu widened his eyes. Mom, I'm already so old, and you're still peeking at me bathing? Nanqing's face turned red. Bah, I'm your mom. No matter how old you are, I'm still your mom. What's wrong with peeking at you bathing? Isn't it because I care about you? Lan Xuanyu felt a little wrong this time. Dong Qianxiu's hit was quite painful. Was it wrong for his skin to be a little rough? Nana came back. The moment she entered, she looked at Lan Xuanyu with a strange gaze. Without asking, Lan Xuanyu knew that Dong Qianxiu must have complained. Teacher Nana, I was wrong. Lan Xuanyu quickly walked in front of her and admitted his mistake honestly. Nana only patted his head silently. It's just a small misunderstanding. By the way, do you really want to date Xianxia when you grow up? Ah? Lan Xuanyu was stunned by her question. Did Dong Qianxiu also tell Nana about what he said? Nana didn't wait for him to answer. She smiled and said, Qianxiu is especially outstanding and hardworking. If you really want to date her, you have to work hard to catch up with her. She's going to take the entrance exam to Shrek Academy. If you want to be with her in the future, you have to try to get in as well. Hearing the words Shrek Academy, Nanqing and Lan Xiao were shocked. Nanqing even stood up excitedly. Shrek Academy? Is it that Shrek Academy? Nana nodded lightly. Shrek, a simple name, but its name had shocked the continent for tens of thousands of years. Once, when humans were still on Douluo planet, it was the continent's #1 academy. Its history could even be traced back to 30,000 years ago. Without a doubt, it was the academy with the longest history in the entire Federation. It was the holy land of soul masters. It was a place that all soul masters yearned for. If one could get into Shrek Academy, even if it was just a day of study, it would be the most glorious thing in a soul master's life. And in Shrek Academy, there was a legendary god-ranked expert. Hearing Nana say the words Shrek Academy, how could Lan Xiao and Nanqing not be excited? Nanqing was a little discouraged. But Xianyu's cultivation is too weak. How can he get in? Nana shook her head. I heard from the people in our academy that Shrek Academy's entrance exams condition is that if you're under the age of 12 and reach rank 20, you'll be able to participate in the foundation exam of all the major planets. Although most of the people who participate in the exam are rank 25 or even rank 30 and above. But rank 20 is definitely qualified to register. This time, Xianyu is coming over, and I'll help him enter rank 20, so he can register. Also, he has twin martial souls, and his own martial soul is very unique, so he might have a chance. Let him try. Lan Xuanyu suddenly said, we seem to have a test next semester? They said it's a preliminary test, but could it be this? Nana smiled. The establishment of your elite junior class is very likely to select talents to try to get into Shrek Academy. But it should be quite difficult to stand out from your peers on the same planet. Are you confident? Lan Xuanyu looked at her and said, nope. I'm only one ring, and they're all 3 rings. It's a little far off. Nana said, not necessarily, let's see what changes you'll have after you reach your 2nd ring. Let's eat first, then we'll start. The food was cooked by Nana, and frankly speaking, the taste was really ordinary, and it was especially simple. But the ingredients were definitely the best, and they were all rare ingredients. Lan Xuanyu had eaten many rare ingredients, but there were some that he didn't recognize. Dong Qianxiu should have come to eat with them, but he was angered by Lan Xuanyu and refused to come no matter what. After eating, Nanqing helped Nana clean up the dishes, and Nana brought Lan Xuanyu to the cultivation room. Are you full? Nana gently patted Lan Xuanyu's head. Looking at her gentle eyes, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but hug her waist. I'm full, thank you, Nana teacher. Nana smiled. Then let's start. Let teacher see if you've been slacking off these past few years. Lan Xuanyu said with a bitter face, I should have broken through to rank 20 a long time ago, but teacher always refused to let me take a break, so it was delayed until now. He was really a little anxious. Seeing that his classmates had already broken through to rank 20, and some had even broken through to rank 30, how could he not be anxious? Soul power was the foundation of a soul master, and without enough soul power, no matter how strong they were in other aspects, they couldn't become a true powerhouse. Nana said, as the saying goes, sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting wood, this isn't a bad thing. Sit down, and let me feel the changes in your gold and silver vortex. Okay. Lan Xuanyu sat down cross-legged. Nana sat behind him, raised her right hand, and gently pressed it on his back. The moment her palm pressed against Lan Xuanyu's back, her beautiful eyebrows raised slightly, and her face revealed a look of surprise. As if to further confirm, Nana closed her eyes, and silently felt the changes in Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu only felt a burst of warmth from his back, and the gold and silver vortex in his chest slowed down a bit. It was warm, and indescribably comfortable. After a long while, Nana withdrew her palm, and sighed. Very good. Lan Xuanyu turned around to look at her and said, Teacher Nana, what's good about me? Nana smiled and said, your situation is very good, even better than I expected. In fact, with your current situation, even if you break through to rank 20 on your own, there won't be any danger. Ah? Lan Xuanyu looked at her with some confusion. Nana said, your aura always gives me a very familiar feeling, as if it's very similar to mine. That's why when I first saw you, I felt that you were very close. Lan Xuanyu giggled, isn't it because I'm good-looking? Teacher Nana, I also feel that you're very close. Nana smiled faintly, you child, don't be so unforgiving with your words in the future. Look at how angry Xianxia was today, I've never seen her so angry before. Let's continue talking about serious matters. At that time, when your bloodline awakened, it was actually very dangerous. Normal people only have one type of bloodline, either a peaceful ordinary bloodline, or a martial soul that contains a special aura, thus causing the bloodline to mutate. Naturally, there are good and bad things with mutations. But generally speaking, a mutation in the bloodline is a relatively good situation, as it provides a stronger internal support to the soul master. It's not like a mutation in the martial soul, which can cause a strong martial soul to become weak. But your situation is different. In your body, there isn't only one type of bloodline, but 2. They're compatible with the different blue-silver grass martial souls in your hands. And these 2 types of bloodlines are incompatible, as they belong to 2 different systems. One is especially compatible with the elements, while the other is pure strength. So, if only one of them awakens, it will be very helpful to you. But if both of them awaken together, it will start to bring you trouble. Because they are incompatible, if they collide with each other, if something goes wrong, your meridians will be damaged. If it's light, you'll be seriously injured, unable to cultivate for the rest of your life, and if it's serious, your life will be in danger. Because of this, when I first discovered your situation, I was especially nervous. After careful consideration, he decided to use a spinning method to prevent them from colliding. Too much. During the process of rotation, he tried to keep them separated from each other as much as possible and not really touch each other completely, so as to reduce the situation of the collision of blood vessels. However, it allows them to occasionally come into contact with each other so that they can fuse with each other. This hidden danger will always exist in your body. Once you have a breakthrough, it will become stronger. Once it becomes stronger, it may become dangerous again. That's why I told you that I must be there when you break through to level 20. I'll protect you and increase the centrifugal force of the vortex so that they won't collide too much. However, I didn't expect the power in your body to be so special. When you used that special martial soul fusion skill, the two types of energy seemed to fuse under the guidance of a special force. Only then would he be able to erupt with great power. Of course, you can't control this power right now. However, during the process of their fusion, the two bloodlines truly blended together, resulting in the point of color at the core of the gold and silver vortex. Thus, the power of a third bloodline appeared in your body. A third bloodline? Lan Xuanyu looked at Nana in shock. Two bloodlines are already dangerous and troublesome. 3. Nana waved her hand and said, "No. You can't understand it like that. This third bloodline is actually the fusion of the first two. It's precisely because of its existence that you have a way to reconcile these two conflicting energies. Every time you use that martial soul fusion skill, it's actually equivalent to reconciling the power of these two bloodlines. Every time you reconcile them, it will naturally make them more compatible. That's why I said that the results of your cultivation in these 3 years are actually very good. After going through so many reconciling martial soul fusion skills, although your third bloodline is still very weak, it has already stabilized. With it, the two bloodlines won't clash excessively. If I'm not wrong, in the future, if your cultivation is strong enough and you can use your martial soul fusion skill enough times, then your two bloodlines might be able to fuse into one. In other words, when the power of your third bloodline is strong enough, you'll be able to absorb and store the power of the two bloodlines and merge them all into one. This will allow you to only have the power of the last bloodline, which is also an extremely strong power. Even I feel like I'm going to submit to this power." "Ah? It's that strong?" Lan Xuanyu had seen how strong Nana was. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Is Teacher Nana stronger, or is Uncle Prince stronger? It should be Uncle Prince who's stronger, right? He can destroy a battleship in space with his bare hands. Nana nodded slightly. It should be very strong. However, this process will definitely be very long. You should be able to feel that your third bloodline is still very weak. There's no other way for it to grow, but you need to use your martial soul fusion skills again and again. I've just carefully examined your body, and there's one thing that I can conclude. In the future, if you can use your martial soul fusion skills 10 times every 10 ranks to harmonize the power of the gold and silver bloodlines in your body, then there won't be any danger in breaking through." Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes wide and said, "Doesn't that mean that in the future, for every 10 ranks of soul power, I'll have to cultivate 20 ranks? This will make my cultivation slower and slower." His soul power's growth was already slow, and if he cultivated twice as fast as others, Nana smiled slightly. "Sharpening the knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. Don't worry, all your efforts won't go to waste. Furthermore, when you recultivate, it'll be faster than when you cultivate directly. Therefore, cultivating to level 20 was equivalent to cultivating to level 15. If you do as your teacher says, there will definitely be unexpected benefits in the future." However, Lan Xuanyu didn't seem to hear it and had a dejected look on his face. He was already 10 ranks behind his classmates in the elite junior class on average. If he had to cultivate twice from 20 to 30 ranks, by the time he reached 30, wouldn't his companions be rushing to 50 ranks? Even if he had another 5 years, he might not be able to reach his third ring, right? Don't be unhappy, good preparation is the key to success. When you reach that critical point in the future, you'll be able to soar. Nana consoled him. Lan Xuanyu looked at her with hope in his eyes. How long will that take, Teacher Nana? Nana said, I don't know either. Maybe 100 years, maybe 200 or 300 years. Lan Xuanyu looked at her in shock. Take that long? Then I'll die of old age. Nana shook her head. That won't happen. Your third bloodline seems to have a special characteristic. It contains an extremely large amount of life energy. Your lifespan will definitely be much longer than ordinary people. Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brows and looked unhappy. He couldn't be happy. After seeing Prince Yu's powerful side, his desire to increase his strength was unprecedentedly urgent. Nana smiled. Don't be too hasty in your cultivation. A solid foundation is far better than spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Alright, you have to calm down. Don't you want to know what your second soul ring will bring? Then, let's start right away. Alright. Upon hearing that he was about to reach his second ring, Lan Xuanyu's dejection was swept away. No matter what, he had to reach his second ring first. He was especially looking forward to the difference his second ring realm would bring. Would a soul ring appear directly? Or would he have to fuse with a spirit soul too? Nana said, start the breakthrough yourself, I'll protect you. Okay. Lan Xuanyu nodded. His soul power had long been filled to the point where he could attempt to break through to 2 rings, but he had been trying his best to suppress it. Now that he had Nana by his side to protect him, he felt especially at ease. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, the soul power in his body slowly circulating according to the mysterious heaven method. The circulation speed wasn't fast, but stable. Gentle soul power flowed from his limbs and bones under his control, gathering and slowly advancing according to the mysterious heaven method's route, pushing it to a higher level step by step. All kinds of elemental particles in the air were naturally absorbed by him and added to his body. His soul power, which had already reached a critical point, immediately rushed to an even higher level. Nana just stood by his side, silently feeling the changes in his body. As long as danger appeared, she would definitely help him at the first moment. His soul power circulated for 1 cycle, 2 cycles, and when the 3rd cycle arrived, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt as if his body was imprisoned, an indescribable discomfort. It was as if there was an eggshell around his body, restricting his growth. His spiritual power instantly struck, forcibly urging it. Relying on his spiritual power, which far exceeded the level of his soul power, his rank 19 soul power was immediately pushed to the limit. With a pu sound, all the pores on his body instantly opened, and a layer of faint white light gushed out from his body. Lan Xuanyu also felt his body become lighter, and his soul power instantly became more abundant. The eggshell had broken through, and the soul power in his body was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, surging violently. In an instant, it revolved around his meridians, and according to the cultivation method of the mysterious heaven skill, it circulated for a total of 3 cycles. His whole body relaxed, and a comfortable feeling came from his limbs and bones. He understood that he had completed his breakthrough and officially entered the realm of rank 20. Don't relax, it's just beginning. Focus your mind. Nana's voice came at this time, causing Lan Xuanyu's heart to tremble. Sure enough, just as Nana's voice fell, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a blazing heat and an icy cold rising from his chest at the same time. When he looked inside himself, he saw that the gold and silver vortex in his chest suddenly trembled unstably. His limbs and bones were similarly scorching hot. He could even faintly feel fine and dense golden and silver energies continuously gushing out from his meridians and bones. They were like strands of silk as they gently trembled and fused with his soul power, slowly flowing to every corner of his body. As the gold and silver energies swam within his soul power, they would unconsciously collide with one another. And when they collided, it would immediately cause intense soul power fluctuations. His meridians swelled, stimulated, and a painful tearing sensation came one after another. Lan Xuanyu felt as if his whole body was being sliced by thousands of small knives. Immediately, his whole body was sweating profusely. He was in so much pain that he wanted to cry out. Vortex, Nana's voice sounded again, but she didn't move to help Lan Xuanyu. Vortex? That's right. Vortex. Lan Xuanyu immediately understood after her reminder. He hurriedly tried his best to concentrate his mind and will on the gold and silver vortex in his chest. The vortex was also trembling unstably, but the gold and silver energies within the vortex had already been cultivated by him for such a long time. They were no longer in conflict with each other, and could be considered harmonious. At this moment, under his control, the vortex immediately began to spin faster. He poured his soul power into it to ensure the stability of the vortex. At the same time, it began to absorb the guided soul power, absorbing the gold and silver bloodline energies that had just been born from it. The sea can hold all rivers, and the sea can hold all rivers. This was what the vortex was doing right now. Sure enough, under the suction of the vortex, the pain in his body began to gradually decrease. However, more and more gold and silver energies began to converge within the vortex. Lan Xuanyu was shocked to discover that the gold and silver energies gushing out from his limbs and bones seemed to be endless. This was especially true for his internal organs, which were gushing out the most. It seemed that with every beat of his heart, a large amount of gold and silver bloodline energies would emerge and be sucked into his gold and silver vortex, rapidly replenishing it. The vortex was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the newly added gold and silver energies weren't as peaceful as the original ones. They began to tremble violently, constantly trying to repel each other. Lan Xuanyu finally understood why Nana wanted him to come to her side when he broke through to rank 20. Initially, when he awakened last time, he was unconscious, so he didn't know what had happened to his body. However, at this moment, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. This feeling was simply too painful. Not only was it heart-wrenching pain, but it also felt as if he could lose control at any time. The gold and silver vortex was still growing bigger. Lan Xuanyu suspected that if this continued, his body would explode. However, he was already riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He couldn't even call for help from Nana. He could only force himself to endure. He watched as the vortex grew bigger and bigger, and the gold and silver energies became more and more violent. They constantly collided and repelled each other. What should he do? What should he do? Steady your mind. Don't be sad or happy. Nana's voice sounded again. It was as if she had enlightened Lan Xuanyu. That's right. Mastering also said that he had to remain calm at all times. Right now, there was no difference between cultivating and piloting a space warship. Panicking would only cause everything to go out of control and lead him to his death. Only by calming down could he find a way to survive. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu quickly calmed down. Regardless of whether he could control everything in front of him, he would try his best to control it. He controlled the vortex's rotation and increased its speed. Under the strong centrifugal force, the frequency of the two energies colliding would decrease. At the same time, he tried to insert his soul power into the vortex to form a barrier between the two energies. This would prevent them from colliding and coming into contact with each other as easily as possible, thus reducing the frequency of the two energies colliding. As expected, after calming down, the situation improved slightly. There were fewer collisions, and the stability of the vortex increased. However, after breaking through to the second ring, the amount of energy released from his bloodline was still much more than he had imagined. The vortex was still growing bigger and bigger. Originally, Lan Xuanyu felt that the vortex was only the size of a fist. However, at this moment, the vortex seemed to have spread to every corner of his chest. Gradually, his body couldn't take it anymore. His entire body began to tremble violently. This was no longer something that could be controlled by calmness. The gold and silver bloodline energy in his limbs and bones gradually merged into the vortex. However, the vortex was spinning too fast, and there was too much energy. Right now, Lan Xuanyu only felt that his body was like a balloon. Even if a needle were to lightly touch him, he was afraid that he would explode with a loud bang. Xianyu, martial soul fusion. Leave everything to me. Nana's voice sounded again. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu felt a cold aura enter his body from the top of his head. In an instant, his body felt much more relaxed. At this moment, he felt as if he had escaped all the pain, and the vortex in his body no longer had anything to do with him. He subconsciously opened his eyes and felt that his body was filled with a violent aura. Quick! Nana's urging voice rang out. Lan Xuanyu naturally trusted her completely and unconditionally. Immediately, he clasped his palms together without hesitation and released the gold and silver patterned blue-silver grass. The two curled up and covered his palms. Between his hands, the gold and silver energy fluctuated violently and unsteadily. In the next moment, a colorful light began to erupt from his palms. In the next moment, the colorful light had already covered everything around him. Lan Xuanyu only felt that his surroundings had sunk into darkness in an instant and he couldn't feel anything. There was no pain and no energy. It was as if he had fallen into a vacuum at this moment. Everything around him was empty, and there was no force at all. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly saw a colorful light. It was a seven-colored light. The moment he saw it, the seven-colored light seemed to suddenly enlarge and all his senses returned in an instant. It was as if it was just a whoosh and he had already returned to his original world. Everything around him became clear again and Lan Xuanyu finally felt the changes in his body. Everything returned to normal, and if it wasn't for the faint swelling pain in his meridians, he would even feel as if nothing had happened. He hurriedly concentrated and looked inside himself. The gold and silver vortex in his body was rotating steadily and its overall volume was about a third larger than before. But more importantly, the two energies had become purer and more crystal clear, as if they were real and vibrant. They were operating harmoniously and no longer had any intention of fighting each other. And in the core of the vortex, the seven-colored light seemed to be becoming more and more dazzling. Yes, now Lan Xuanyu could see all seven colors of the seven-colored light. It didn't seem to have increased in volume and was still the size of a grain of rice, but it felt different. It was as if he had found a pillar of support. His soul power that had completed the breakthrough was still stable. Rank 20, yes, this should be rank 20. After other people broke through and obtained a soul ring, they seemed to directly reach rank 21, but he had returned to rank 20. There was no doubt that it was directly related to the martial soul fusion just now. I was demoted again. However, all the danger from before seemed to have returned to normal with the demotion. Using a martial soul fusion skill when your soul power is increasing won't deplete your strength. Instead, it will be a one-time eruption and fuse during the eruption. This is the use of the third colored bloodline. So, when you break through next time and I'm not by your side, you must reserve enough spiritual power to at least support your body to complete a martial soul fusion when it can't take it anymore and completely upgrade. You've done very well. The improvement this time is very stable, allowing your two bloodlines to become more compatible. But I didn't expect that when you broke through to the next realm, the bloodline energy in your body would appear so much. Therefore, the next time you break through, it's best if someone is by your side to protect you. It's best if you can come to my side to ensure your safety. Nana's voice echoed in his ears, making Lan Xuanyu feel at ease. Every time she was by his side, he would always be especially safe. Was it a success? Was it finally a success? Only then did exhaustion begin to set in. His entire body was sore beyond words. Lan Xuanyu slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Nana couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She was surprised to see that Lan Xuanyu's left pupil had turned silver, filled with the light of wisdom, while his right pupil had turned gold, filled with a hint of madness. The two emotions and colors only flashed in his eyes for a moment, but that moment still left a deep impression. After adjusting his soul power, Lan Xuanyu let out a long breath. You scared me to death, Teacher Nana. Is the power of this bloodline so tyrannical? Fortunately, I have you. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be very troublesome the first time this happened, right? Nana smiled and reached out to pull him up from the ground. Lan Xuanyu looked around curiously. In his mind, his martial soul fusion technique was very powerful. How could this cultivation room's internal defenses withstand it? How could he know that the moment he unleashed his technique, Nana had already teleported him to another place, and after the explosion was complete, he was teleported back? It should be much safer in the future. After this attempt, you'll be mentally prepared the next time you break through. However, before you break through, it's best to make more preparations. For example, eat more nutritious food to ensure that you replenish your body's energy. Also, if you can find items that can calm your mind, it'll be better. Especially remember, you have to make sure you complete a martial soul fusion. Only then will you be able to tame your two bloodlines. You have to listen to me. In the future, from rank 20 to rank 30, you'll need 10 martial soul fusions to cultivate your third bloodline. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Lan Xuanyu nodded. After the transformation just now, he had a whole new understanding of his body. Without a doubt, his dual bloodlines were something that ordinary soul masters didn't have, and was also the foundation of his twin martial souls. Without a doubt, his twin martial souls gave him a lot of power, such as assisting others and making them stronger. This had a lot to do with his bloodline. After cultivating for so many years, Lan Xuanyu's understanding of martial souls was no longer the same as before. He now understood that the reason why he was able to intimidate Yi Lingtong's martial soul and prevent it from being used was because of the power of his bloodline. This golden bloodline corresponded to the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, and the silver bloodline should correspond to the silver-patterned blue-silver grass. His martial soul was actually just the blue-silver grass. The mutation of the blue-silver grass came from these two bloodlines. Therefore, although these two bloodlines would bring him a lot of trouble, they were also the reason why he was different from others and became stronger. He could only accept them and let them be more useful. While becoming stronger, these two bloodlines also brought him a lot of danger. Without Teacher Nana's protection, he would have been in big trouble long ago. Later on, the martial soul fusion technique that he used coincidentally seemed to be the root of the problem. It was the way to treat the root of the problem. Therefore, even though he knew that using it once would reduce his soul power by 1 rank, he still had to keep trying to use it in the future. It was just that the speed at which his soul power increased was too fast. As for what Nana said about his vitality surpassing ordinary people and his lifespan being longer than ordinary people, Lan Xuanyu, who was only 11 years old, didn't feel much about it. That was still a very long time ago for him. Come, let's see what changes your martial soul has undergone. Nana said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. That's right. After suffering so much, it was time to see the changes in his martial soul. This was what he had been looking forward to the most. He concentrated and felt the changes in his soul power. Slowly controlling it, he released his martial soul. He first raised his left hand and released his silver-patterned blue-silver grass out of habit. The blue-silver grass slowly drilled out of his palm. As soon as it appeared, Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened. Yes, it was different. Originally, his gold and silver blue-silver grass was the same size as ordinary blue-silver grass. It looked slender and easy to break, but there were different colored veined patterns on it. The leaves of the grass were thin. However, the blue-silver grass that drilled out of his palm was completely different. After the blue-silver grass drilled out, Lan Xuanyu was surprised to find that it was no longer thin. Although it was still slender, it was cylindrical with only the tip being pointed. After it drilled out, it soared upwards. It was unknown how much tougher it was than before. The silver-veined pattern spiraled upwards. When Lan Xuanyu only had 1 ring, these silver-veined patterns were actually very messy. But now, these silver-veined patterns faintly appeared like a net, and each mesh was oval. It was very strange. Moreover, the number of veined patterns was much more than before. At this moment, the silver-patterned blue-silver grass looked elegant and moving, and the silver-veined patterns were more regular. It was different, but there was an obvious improvement. And what surprised Lan Xuanyu even more was that following the release of the silver-patterned blue-silver grass, the soul rings naturally appeared. They appeared. Lan Xuanyu saw 2 soul rings rising from his feet, and what shocked him was the color of these 2 soul rings. Color: yellow. Both of his soul rings were yellow. One had to know that his first soul ring was originally white. Didn't white represent the 10-year level? Although he always felt that the power of his soul skills was not just at the 10-year level, the color of his soul rings was still there. At this moment, both soul rings were yellow, and where was the white soul ring? What was going on? Soul rings would evolve from a low level to a high level, and this required a soul master to undergo special cultivation. The spirit pagoda had a corresponding place for soul masters to cultivate, but it required a very high fee. Using it depended on luck. And Lan Xuanyu had never been to the spirit pagoda before, and his soul rings had inexplicably improved. Yellow represented the 100-year level, and 2 yellow soul rings had appeared at once. In other words, he was now a soul master. He was already a soul grandmaster with 200-year soul rings. This meant that his strength would be earth-shattering. Such a change. This change simply left Lan Xuanyu dumbstruck. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly raised his right hand and released the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. The faint golden blue-silver grass soared upwards, and its appearance was almost exactly the same as the silver-patterned blue-silver grass. The golden-veined patterns on the surface had also become regular, and they were also in the shape of a net, but each mesh was diamond-shaped. The blue-silver grass on both hands had become tougher, and the veined patterns were more regular. This made Lan Xuanyu overjoyed. Looking. He didn't even need to try to attack to know that his strength had greatly increased. Nana was also surprised to see Lan Xuanyu's transformation. When she saw the patterns on Lan Xuanyu's blue-silver grass, Lu Shi's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was as if something had touched his mind, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Surprise. But when she thought about it carefully, she realized that she couldn't remember anything at all. Xianyu's sense of intimacy increased. Teacher Nana, how did my soul rings become 100-year soul rings? They still appear on their own. Really? I've never fused with a spirit soul before, Lan Xuanyu said to Nana in astonishment. Nana's expression changed slightly, and she said in a deep voice, Xianyu, don't tell anyone about this. It's because you don't have a spirit, but your soul ring appeared on its own. Lan Xuanyu was stunned and quickly asked, Teacher Nana, you know what's going on, don't you? Tell me about it. Nana shook her head and said, now is not the time for you to know. Wait until teacher finds out. When you know, teacher will naturally tell you. Your current strength isn't enough to protect this. It's a secret. After all, not everyone in this world is good. Oh. Lan Xuanyu was a little disappointed, but seeing Nana's serious expression, he quickly nodded. He promised her that he wouldn't tell anyone about this. Come on, try the use of your second soul ring and see if there are any other changes. Your left hand first, Nana said to Nana. Nana said to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu quickly nodded. He first withdrew the golden-patterned blue-silver grass on his right hand, then activated his first soul ring with his left hand. Ring. A strange scene appeared. When his first soul skill, water elemental control, was activated, the silver-patterned blue grass on his left hand turned transparent. The silver grass suddenly became transparent, revealing a faint ice blue color. Silver patterns intertwined on it, it was extremely beautiful. The cylindrical silver-patterned blue-silver grass was now like a translucent crystal, and the inside of the crystal was filled with dense water elements. Lan Xuanyu immediately felt the water elements in the air rushing towards him like 100 rivers returning to the sea. He didn't know how much more there was before. This was the effect of a 100-year soul ring. It was indeed much stronger. His spiritual power was originally strong, so controlling it was naturally as easy as moving his fingers. For a moment, he felt that his abilities had improved tremendously. In the past, he only let the silver-patterned blue-silver grass cover his palm to activate his water elemental palm. He didn't let the silver-patterned blue-silver grass directly participate in the battle because its leaves were too weak. It didn't have any effect. But after evolving, the silver-patterned blue-silver grass had obviously become tougher and could contain more water elements. It was like a weapon. When Lan Xuanyu waved it, it actually felt like he was holding an ice whip in his hand. Second soul ring. Nana said. Lan Xuanyu's mind moved and the second soul ring rose. In the next moment, he was stunned. Stunned. He had long been used to the cold feeling brought about by the silver-patterned blue-silver grass. Whenever this happened, he would have an affinity with the water elements. Furthermore, he was able to freely switch between water and ice elements. But the moment his second soul ring rose, everything changed. The cold feeling in his body disappeared in an instant. His first soul ring was retracted, and his originally ice-blue soul ring was retracted. The silver-patterned blue-silver grass that was originally ice-cold also underwent an earth-shattering change. A fiery red light shot out from his palm, and the silver-patterned blue-silver grass interior suddenly turned red. It was like a sapphire turning into a ruby in an instant. The temperature in the entire cultivation room rose sharply. A faint flame surrounded the silver-patterned blue-silver grass, and the surrounding fire elements gathered towards Lan Xuanyu. How was this possible? Lan Xuanyu never dreamed that his second soul ring would bring about such a change. In his opinion, the silver-patterned blue-silver grass second soul skill should be an ice-type soul skill, just like Dong Qing's ice-tide and Dong Xianxia, which could make his control of the water element stronger. But who knew that this second soul skill actually had nothing to do with the water and ice elements? The moment it appeared, it was filled with dense fire elements. Fire and water were incompatible. He had never heard of anyone who could control these two elements at the same time, and it was the same martial soul. Two soul skills. This was simply beyond his scope of knowledge. But the facts were right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. All of this told him, yes, your second soul skill is the control of the fire elements. Regarding this, Lan Xuanyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He originally thought that his martial soul had obviously evolved. His bloodline had also become stronger, and his soul skills would naturally become stronger as well. But who knew that the truth was the opposite of what he expected? He didn't think that his second soul skill being the control of the fire elements was a good thing. Being able to control two elements wasn't something that meant that it was definitely powerful. The water and fire elements were opposites, and definitely couldn't be used at the same time. Just like how he had just released his second soul skill, he immediately retracted his first soul skill. In other words, his two soul skills simply couldn't complement each other and improve at the same time. This was something that Lan Xuanyu didn't want to see the most. Of course, he hoped that his soul skills could complement each other, so that they could be of greater use. Fire and water are incompatible. Fire and water are incompatible. Teacher Nana, how did it become like this? Lan Xuanyu cried. With a straight face, he looked at Nana, and for a moment, his mood fell to the bottom. Previously, the fact that his soul power was increasing slowly and he had to cultivate more was already a huge blow to him. Now that there was a problem with his soul skill, how could he not be depressed? After all, he was only an 11-year-old child. Nana also revealed a look of astonishment as she looked at Lan Xuanyu in disbelief. Then, she slowly raised her right hand. A cluster of flames suddenly drilled out from her palm and slowly condensed into a fireball that floated above her palm. Lan Xuanyu immediately felt that all the fire elements in the cultivation room were instantly sucked dry by Nana. The flames on his own silver-patterned blue-silver grass became weaker. His eyes widened as he looked at Nana with a dumbstruck expression. Teacher Nana, you can also control the fire elements? Nana also looked at him with a strange gaze. Originally, I had some doubts about your bloodline. Why would I feel a sense of familiarity with you? Now, it seems that my guess should be correct. Our bloodlines, or should I say, a part of your bloodline has a lot in common with mine. We are even originally the same type of bloodline. Your second soul ring seems to confirm this point. Lan Xuanyu looked at her blankly and said, Teacher Nana, then what is your bloodline? Nana laughed bitterly. I don't remember. I don't remember anything. I don't even remember where my abilities came from. I only vaguely know what kind of strength I can use. After losing my memories for so many years, I have gradually regained my strength. However, my memories have always been covered in dust. I just didn't expect that you, who has a similar bloodline to me, would appear. Perhaps, when I first met you, it was because of the aura of your bloodline that attracted me. That's why I felt so close to you. If that's the case, then I know how to teach you. There's no one more suitable than me to be your teacher. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly nodded his head. He had seen how strong Nana was. Since she also had control over the fire element, that would be great. Teacher Nana, what should I do? Lan Xuanyu asked expectantly. Nana said, being able to control both water and fire elements isn't a bad thing. What matters is how you use it. That's right, fire and water were incompatible. And this was a counter to each other. However, while they restrained each other, it was not impossible for them to reinforce each other. For example, this. As she spoke, she raised her left hand and flicked a water droplet onto the flame in her right hand. Instantly, the flame swelled and became even more ferocious than before. When the flame is strong to a certain extent and the water element is weak, it will help to ignite the flame. Flames were destined to be a violent type, but water elements were changeable. On the other hand, if the water element was strong enough and the fire element was contained within it, it could also produce steam and produce all kinds of strange changes. Therefore, water and fire do not completely restrain each other. If used well, it might even produce some special changes. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, "But, how can I use it well?" Nana said seriously, "You need to comprehend it yourself. Come." As she spoke, she took a step forward and put one hand on Lan Xuanyu's shoulder. A silver light flashed and the two disappeared into thin air. Lan Xuanyu only felt a slight dizziness and everything changed. Immediately after, some cold wind blew on his body. He was surprised to find that he was already in midair. His surroundings were dark, only a little bit of starlight lingered around him. Below his feet was a large cloud. How did Teacher Nana do it? How did she suddenly change both of them into the sky? Xianyu, look. As she spoke, Nana raised her right hand and a water ball appeared in her palm. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly looked over. That water ball was light blue and was very obvious in this pitch-black night. Then, he saw that the water ball started to rotate slowly. Very quickly, a whirlpool appeared inside. More accurately, the water ball started to become hollow. Under the rapid rotation, the entire water ball started to shrink. This seemed to be the compression of the water element. As Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power grew, he also had some understanding of the control of the elements. Therefore, he could see that Nana was deliberately slowing down her movements. Then, Nana shook her wrist and the rapidly rotating water ball floated in the air. In her palm, a fireball appeared. The fireball also started to rotate at high speed. Lan Xuanyu discovered that this fireball was rotating in the opposite direction of the water ball. Moreover, it was not hollow inside, but slowly shrinking inwards. Very quickly, it changed from its original fiery red color to a dark red color. Then, Nana flicked her finger. It was unknown how she did it, but the fireball actually directly entered the water ball. Both were rotating at high speed, but neither touched the other. However, the heat of the fire element would naturally affect the water element. Very quickly, a layer of mist started to appear inside the water ball. With a flick of Nana's hand, the two-colored elemental ball flew out. Tens of meters away, there was a sudden rumble. A ball of red and blue light suddenly exploded, causing everything within a diameter of 10 meters to be illuminated in the same color. The fire element became even more berserk, but at the same time, it seemed to have a terrifying feeling of infiltration. The water element and the fire element could be used together like this? Lan Xuanyu asked himself. With his control ability, it was absolutely impossible for him to achieve this. The key point was, he had never thought that the combination of these two elements could produce such an effect. This was simply, the combination of the water element and the fire element to produce a multiplier effect is very difficult. It is second only to the combination of the light element and the dark element. However, if used well, it is also the most powerful. It is also second only to the light element and the dark element. No one can teach you how to do this, because you have to gradually comprehend the true essence of these two elements on your own. Only then can you complete the fusion of them. There is no technique, it just depends on one's understanding and familiarity with them. Nana said seriously. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly nodded. He understood that Nana was enlightening him and not teaching him. The scene just now was already very important to him. A silver light flashed, and the two figures disappeared into thin air. The moment they disappeared, a wave of energy swept across the area. Stepping back onto the ground, Lan Xuanyu discovered that he was back in the cultivation room. Of course, he didn't know how Nana did it. Teacher Nana, was that the spatial element? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Yes. Nana nodded. If your bloodline is really similar to mine, then every time you increase your soul ring, it is very likely that you will be able to control one more element. Sooner or later, you will also be able to control the spatial element. Lan Xuanyu looked at her in shock. Spatial element control? Teacher Nana, how many elements can you control? Nana smiled slightly. Her right hand drew an arc in front of her. Immediately, balls of light appeared. Lan Xuanyu was naturally most familiar with the blue ball of light. It was filled with the aura of the water element. Beside the blue ball of light, there was a red ball of light that represented the fire element. After that, there was a green ball of light that was filled with vitality. That was wind. The yellow ball of light seemed to be earth. The silver ball of light was very beautiful. It felt similar to the teleportation from before. That should be the spatial element. There was also a golden ball of light. That was the light element, filled with a warm and holy aura. Finally, there was a dark purple ball of light. It should be the dark element. The rarest dark element. Water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space. Good heavens, Teacher Nana actually controlled 7 elements at the same time. This scene simply made Lan Xuanyu unable to believe it. Only now did he understand how big the gap between him and Nana was. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously wanted to ask Nana if a human strength could destroy a battleship. Could she do it? However, just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, he suddenly remembered his promise with the Tang Lu, so he didn't say it out loud. He couldn't expose the Tang Lu, that was what he promised her. Nana thought he was just surprised, so she smiled and said, "If your bloodline really evolves according to the current situation, you can do the same in the future. What you need to do now is to skillfully control every element you have and truly comprehend their true essence. You have to do this yourself, and I can't teach you because my comprehension will not be exactly the same as yours. If you practice according to the method I teach you, then you will only be following in my footsteps forever and will never be able to surpass me." Lan Xuanyu nodded as if he understood. His second soul ring was the control of the fire element, and now it seemed that it wasn't a bad thing. "Teacher Nana, then can you freely control the 7 elements now and make them do anything?" Lan Xuanyu asked. "I should be able to." Nana kept the 7 elemental balls one by one and combed the silver hair by her ear. "You have to comprehend the elements yourself. While you are here for the next 2 days, I will teach you some small tricks about the use of the elements, which will be helpful to you. Also, the footwork I taught you last time, there are some things that are even more advanced. I will also teach you along the way." Upon hearing that she wanted to teach him things, although Lan Xuanyu was happy, his heart was also filled with reluctance. He couldn't stay here for long and had to go back soon. "Teacher Nana, when can you return to Heaven Luo planet to continue teaching me? I really want to always be with you." As he spoke, he pulled Nana's hand and shook it. Nana sighed softly. "I can't leave here for the time being. I have to keep my promise to others. However, you and your partner can summon Xianxia, so when necessary, you can summon her to contact me. If you have any questions, I will help you answer them." N. Right, Teacher Nana, will Dong Qianqiu's Shrek Academy be especially difficult to get into? Lan Xuanyu asked. Nana shook her head and said, "I don't know, I don't understand that place, but I think she should be able to get in. She studies very hard and is very talented, so she has gradually comprehended the true essence of the ice element. If you really fight, even if you use your martial soul fusion technique, you may not be her opponent. Therefore, you have to work even harder." Lan Xuanyu was unconvinced. "That's because of the difference in our soul power. If my soul power was the same as hers, I would definitely win." Nana smiled. "Soul power isn't absolute. Everyone has their own innate talent. Your talent is to. When she fought with you, she actually held back a lot of her strength because she was afraid that she would really hurt you." Lan Xuanyu stuck out his tongue. "Teacher Nana, let's continue studying." Nana laughed. "Okay." For the next few days, Lan Xuanyu didn't see Dong Qianqiu. She seemed to be really angry. Lan Xuanyu didn't have time to think too much, because he was eagerly studying with Nana every day. Just as Lan Xuanyu thought, Nana's teaching was the most effective for him. Ji Hongbin was definitely a good teacher, but his understanding of the elements couldn't compare to Nana's. Moreover, Nana's pointers seemed to be very compatible with Lan Xuanyu's. Just a few days of studying had benefited him a lot. Good days always passed quickly, and it was time to go back. Lan Xuanyu really hoped that his vacation could be as long as the other students, so that he could spend more time with Nana. When they were about to leave, Nana personally sent them to the space center. Lan Xuanyu hugged Nana, his eyes red. "Teacher Nana, when can we meet again?" Nana smiled. "I can't leave Heaven Do planet easily. When you have time, you're welcome to come. Look at me. Or wait until you're strong enough." Lan Xuanyu didn't completely understand the meaning of Nana's last sentence. He subconsciously promised, "I'll work hard to become strong." Nana said, "Then work hard to get into Shrek Academy. That way, you can go to school with Xianxia." Lan Xuanyu blushed. "I haven't seen her after that. I don't know if she'll come over the next time I summon her. Nana teacher, please help me say I'm sorry to her again. It was my fault that day." Nana smiled. "It's a good thing for a man to have the courage to take responsibility. Alright, your time is almost up. Go. And, goodbye teacher." Lan Xuanyu jumped up and kissed Nana's face. Only then did he walk into the space center with his parents. Nana stood there for a long time as she watched the family leave. How could she bear to let Lan Xuanyu leave? After discovering that Lan Xuanyu's bloodline was indeed similar to hers, the feeling of closeness became even stronger. However, she couldn't go to his side. In fact, if it wasn't to let him live a peaceful life, who could stop her? A figure slowly walked to Nana's side and said softly, "Gone?" "N." Nana nodded. The person who came to her side was Yun Yan. The current Yun Yan was already married. Compared to before, she had a bit more charm. Looking at the silver-haired woman beside her, Yun Sua couldn't help but feel jealous. She had known Nana for 10 years. In these 10 years, she had gradually grown up from a young and inexperienced girl to a married woman. She could clearly feel the traces of time on her body. However, 10 years had passed. What about the person in front of her? It was as if time hadn't left any traces on her body. Would she really not age? Could it be that the 1,000 years of ice had completely frozen her age? Because of this, who knew how many scientists in the research institute wanted to study her in depth? However, no one could do it. The War God Temple had sent people to force her, but they returned in defeat. Who would dare to force an unfathomable powerhouse who was willing to follow the rules? No one knew the extent of her destructive power. In the internal evaluation system, she was already seen as an extremely dangerous existence. If not for the fact that she hadn't taken the initiative to make a move for the past 10 years and had been very calm and stable, the higher-ups would have probably sent a top-notch powerhouse to deal with her. The higher-ups asked if they could do another test for you? Yun Yan looked at Nana with a hopeful expression. Nana said indifferently, "Haven't they done it many times already? What's the result?" Yun Yan said, "It's different this time. This time, they want to invite you to Douluo planet to take the test at the Shrek Academy. That's the only place where the Federation's most advanced technology can be found. Your situation is special. The Federation has already communicated with the Shrek Academy, and the Shrek Academy has also agreed." Hearing the words Shrek Academy, Nana frowned for no reason and shook her head. "I'm not going. I just want to live a peaceful life. Don't disturb me." After saying this, her expression had already turned cold. She turned around and left. Looking at Nana's departing figure, Yun Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Federation was actually very lenient towards Nana. With her danger level, she should have been further monitored and restricted. However, the Federation didn't do that. They only allowed her to be a teacher here. Nana hadn't acted rashly except for the time when she had to protect Lan Xuanyu and Nanqing on Heaven Luo planet. Even if the War God Temple forced her, she would only retaliate with her imposing manner, causing the War God Temple to give her an evaluation of unfathomable. The higher-ups decided to observe her for a long time after studying her. There was no doubt that they didn't sense any malicious intent from her. She just wanted to live a peaceful life after being frozen for 10,000 years. She had all kinds of strange things about her, but she always followed the rules. The Federation followed the rule of law and advocated freedom and democracy. After Nana obtained temporary citizenship a few years ago, no one could take any coercive measures against her if she didn't commit any crimes. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't use some illegal methods, but the Federation didn't have such thoughts at the moment. What Yun Tan didn't know was that in the evaluation given to the Federation by the War God Temple, it was written, highly suspected that she had broken through the limits of humans. What did it mean to break through the limits of humans? Breaking through the limits meant becoming a god. God-ranked powerhouse. True peak powerhouses began to appear among humans after Douluo planet finished upgrading. Only the higher-ups of the Federation knew exactly how many there were. Therefore, the Federation wanted to invite her to Douluo planet for further testing, but Nana rejected it. Lan Xuanyu and his family embarked on their return journey, and Nana also returned to the academy. When she returned to her office, Dong Qianqiu was already waiting for her. Dong Qianqiu had been by her side for the past few years, receiving her guidance. They've left. Why, are you still angry? Nana smiled at her proud disciple. Dong Qianqiu pursed his lips and snorted, I can't be bothered to be angry with him. He's not a good person anyway. I don't understand why you like him so much. Nana laughed, you're still saying you're not angry? But now isn't the time to be angry. You have to prepare for the upcoming test. It's not easy to get into Shrek Academy. Yes. Dong Qianqiu nodded and suddenly said, Teacher Nana, if I go to the Shrek Academy, will you still follow me? Do you want to be a teacher at Shrek Academy? Nana was stunned for a moment, but she quickly shook her head, I'm not going. I've already gotten used to the life and everything here, so I won't leave easily. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me at any time. Now that communication technology is advanced, this is not a problem. Dong Qianqiu bit her lower lip and said, but if you're not by my side, won't their summoning technique be unable to summon me? Nana's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. She suddenly laughed and said, Qianqiu, have you fallen in love with Xianyu? Dong Qianqiu's pupils instantly dilated, no, who would like that guy? I can't wait to hate him. I definitely won't like him, so don't let your imagination run wild. I'm just. Nana smiled and shook her head, it's okay, I have a way to help you solve this summoning problem. As she said that, she raised her hand and gently twisted her fingers. A silver light suddenly appeared and flew towards Dong Qianqiu. Dong Qianqiu raised her hand and caught it. It was an oval, silver object that looked like a shell. It looked very strange. On the surface of this silver object, there were fine veined patterns. It emitted a soft halo, and within the halo, there was a faintly discernible rainbow-colored light. It was extremely beautiful. Teacher, what is this? Dong Qianqiu asked curiously. Nana said, this is a scale. Keep it well, it has my aura and the energy fluctuations I left behind. It's the same as my spatial positioning. In other words, if Xianyu and the others summon you again. If they summon you, you'll feel its existence. I've specially solidified elemental power on it, so they can use it to locate you and summon you. Solidified elemental power? Dong Qianqiu was a little confused. She had never heard of such a situation, and she didn't know how powerful this ability was. Nana smiled, you don't have to think too much, just wear it. You can wear it around your neck like a necklace. This is teacher's gift to you. Thank you, teacher. Dong Qianqiu smiled sweetly, then I'll go first and prepare. After she finished speaking, she skipped out of Nana's office. Looking at her back as she left, Nana couldn't help but laugh. Nana subconsciously raised her hand and touched her chest. She pulled out a golden necklace from her clothes. There was a pendant on the necklace. It was a golden diamond-shaped object. There were faint edges on it, and it emitted a faint golden halo. This necklace existed in a space that only she could feel. Not long after she unfroze, she felt the existence of the necklace while she was in a daze. She summoned it to her side and wore it around her neck. She always felt that this necklace was very important to her. However, every time she touched it and wanted to remember everything related to it, she would have a splitting headache. Her heart even had a bit of fear, and she was very resistant to these memories. So, she didn't force herself anymore. However, every time she saw this necklace, she always had a special feeling. This pendant should be a scale, similar to the one he gave Dong Qianqiu. However, the silver scale belonged to him. Then, who did this golden scale belong to? Sin City. What? Had he failed? How could it fail? A meteor-level attack ship and 5 meteor-level reconnaissance ships. Destroying a civilian spaceship should be a matter of minutes. What exactly happened? An angry voice sounded from the core of Sin City. We don't know the exact situation. The last news we received was a dragon. There seemed to be a golden dragon on the other side. After that, there was no more news. All the battleships have lost contact. They should have been completely wiped out. We suspect that there is a fleet protecting the spaceship. Bullshit. A civilian spaceship has a fleet protecting it? Do you think I'm an idiot? Investigate and find out what exactly is going on right now. If you can't find out, you don't have to come back. Do you know how much money we received this time just to take Prince Yu's life? Now, we've suffered a double loss. So many battleships, do you know how much they cost? Trash, all of you are trash. The spaceship flew steadily, and this time, it didn't encounter any unexpected incidents. A few days later, the spaceship landed steadily in Heaven Luo Planet Space Center. Lan Xuanyu returned home. Other than missing Nana, his mood could only be described as elated. He had completed his breakthrough and officially became a Soul Grandmaster. Furthermore, his gold and silver grass had evolved. Although his bloodline power limited the speed of his soul power, the existence of this bloodline power also allowed his strength to far surpass other soul masters of the same level. It gave him many more things. Rest at home for a day and then you have to return to the academy. Your academy is really too much, it's too tough. You don't even give me more time to rest, Nanqing complained. Lan Xiao hugged his wife's shoulders and said, our son is going to spread his wings and soar high. The teaching of the elite junior class is indeed extraordinary. At this time, we have to support him. However, Xianyu, there's something that Daddy has to remind you of. Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes wide and looked at Lan Xiao. Daddy, please speak. Lan Xiao said seriously, remember, you can't be impulsive no matter what situation you face. You were too impulsive this time. You actually piloted a space warship without having piloted one before. Do you know how dangerous that is? What would Daddy and Mommy do if something were to happen to you? That's why you can't be reckless in the future. You have to think thrice before you act. Your own safety is the most important thing. In the future, you will definitely encounter other dangers. Whenever that happens, remember that Daddy and Mommy are still waiting for you to return safely. Okay? Lan Xuanyu looked at Lan Zhao's gaze and nodded vigorously. Daddy, I understand. Don't worry. I won't be so impulsive in the future. I will also study hard and become stronger as soon as possible. I will become a true expert who can protect all of you as soon as possible. Lan Xiao smiled and patted his son's head. Daddy knows that you rushed out to protect us. Also, don't make up lies next time. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation was so serious, you would have been able to fool us. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly. He was still too young and didn't consider everything thoroughly. However, he didn't regret it. He didn't even feel fear like his parents did. A newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger. He was more excited about piloting a space warship. If he hadn't seen Prince Yu's terrifying strength with his own eyes, he would have been even more excited. But now, he actually had some doubts about his choice. Was personal strength more important, or was it more important to become a warship commander? He decided to look for his two teachers and ask them about it. If he didn't clarify this question, he would feel that he had lost his direction. If he didn't have a direction that he recognized, how could he continue to cultivate and study hard? He rested at home for a day and consolidated his improved cultivation. Lan Xuanyu immediately returned to the academy. He was already used to high-intensity cultivation in the past few years. If it wasn't for the many things he experienced during this period of rest, he wouldn't have gotten used to it. Teacher Ji, I have some questions to ask you and Teacher Yin. Can I talk to both of you at the same time? Lan Xuanyu found Ji Hongbin in the afternoon. The other students couldn't wait to avoid this demon king, but Lan Xuanyu was very close to this teacher Ji. Ji Hongbin was very strict, but he was very meticulous in teaching. He was also very knowledgeable and comprehensive, which allowed Lan Xuanyu to benefit from learning from him. At the very least, he had begun to truly understand what a battle armor was and what he needed to do to become a battle armor master. He had also learned a lot of profound knowledge about martial souls. Even when it came to the research of ancient spirit beasts, Teacher Ji's research direction was different from his father's. Lan Zhao's research direction was on ordinary ancient spirit beasts, but Ji Hongbin talked more about the powerful ancient spirit beasts, especially those that could fuse with humans and become their soul rings and spirit souls. He also talked about the changes they brought to soul masters after fusing with them. Oh? What is it? Ji Hongbin asked curiously. Oh right, is there any sign of your soul power breaking through? Lan Xuanyu smiled. Teacher Ji, I was just about to tell you. I've already broken through to 2 rings. And I don't know why, but my soul rings seem to have mutated. They became 100-year soul rings all of a sudden. Ah? Ji Hongbin looked at Lan Xuanyu in surprise. 100-year? I remember you saying that you're not too sure what a spirit soul is. As a teacher, how could Ji Hongbin not ask Lan Xuanyu about spirit souls? Lan Xuanyu could only tell him that it was a spirit soul that his father had brought back for him. He said that it was a plant-type spirit soul, but he wasn't too sure what it was exactly. It shouldn't be very strong. Because his first soul ring was a 10-year one, Ji Hongbin didn't ask much. When ordinary families bought spirit souls, they were already financially strapped. But now that he heard Lan Xuanyu say this, Ji Hongbin's curiosity was immediately piqued. Lan Xuanyu's mind moved, and he released the silver-patterned blue-silver grass on his left hand. 2 yellow soul rings rose from his feet. Ji Hongbin was originally a little disappointed in him. After all, his soul power was increasing too slowly. But at this moment, when Lan Xuanyu released his martial soul, it gave Teacher Ji a huge shock. The 200-year soul rings were secondary. The key was that the silver-patterned blue-silver grass had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. It was no longer as weak as before. The appearance of the sparkling and translucent silver-patterned blue-silver grass had undergone a huge change. It was as if it had been reborn. From Ji Hongbin's understanding of martial souls, this degree of transformation should only be possible when a martial soul mutated. This also made him less interested in asking about Lan Xuanyu's spirit soul. This was because if a martial soul mutated, it could cause the soul rings to mutate and become even stronger. There was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu's silver-patterned blue-silver grass was evolving in a good direction just from its appearance. How could Ji Hongbin not be pleasantly surprised? What's a soul skill? Release it for me to see. Ji Hongbin's eyes lit up as he said eagerly. Lan Xuanyu's second soul ring lit up and a cluster of flames rose up. Under his control, it gradually condensed into a small fireball and appeared in front of Ji Hongbin. Seeing the flame, Ji Hongbin's first reaction was to be sluggish. After being master and disciple for 3 years, he naturally couldn't be more familiar with Lan Xuanyu's martial soul. His disciple's first soul ring was clearly water elemental control. Why was there a fire elemental control? What was this situation? One had to know that for an ordinary soul master, water and fire wouldn't appear at the same time. Even if they appeared at the same time, it was equivalent to having twin martial souls. It wasn't as good as having 2 completely different martial souls, but it was still much stronger than a single martial soul. But Lan Xuanyu's situation was even more special. He already had twin martial souls, and now there was an additional fire elemental control. What kind of situation was this? His knowledge was naturally many times stronger than Lan Xuanyu's, and he instantly realized many things. Good fellow, water and fire come from the same source. His second soul ring is actually fire elemental control. This mutation is too powerful. Ji Hongbin's face was full of excitement as he circled around Lan Xuanyu 3 times. In that moment, not only did his initial disappointment disappear, it was replaced by intense excitement. Teacher, water and fire are mutually exclusive. Would it be bad for the 2 of them to be together? Lan Xuanyu probed. He wanted to see what Teacher Ji had to say about this. Ji Hongbin said unhappily, silly. Who said that mutual exclusions are definitely bad? Sometimes, mutual exclusions are even better than mutual enablement. Let me ask you, if 2 incompatible elements were to undergo special treatment, what would happen when they collide? It would produce an intense reaction, and this reaction would turn into a huge amount of energy. It wouldn't be 1 + 1 = 2, but it would be far greater than that. It could very well be an increase of several times. I've seen 2 soul masters whose elements were mutually exclusive, but they were able to use a martial soul fusion skill and explode with terrifying attack power. You possess these 2 elements. This is simply a condition blessed by the heavens. If you cultivate it well and increase your control to a sufficient level, you can frequently use your martial soul fusion skill. How powerful would that be? The more Ji Hongbin spoke, the more excited he became. His entire body became excited, and he even danced with joy. This was Lan Xuanyu's first time seeing this kind of situation. Hearing him say this, it could be said that it was the same as what teacher Nana had said. Furthermore, Nana had personally demonstrated to him what kind of explosive power the 2 elements of ice and fire would produce. Today is the 15th anniversary of my debut. Thank you, all of you. Thank you for your support for the past 15 years. Thank you for always accompanying me. Love you. Thank you, everyone. Good, that's really good. I didn't misjudge you. You brat, you finally brought me some surprises. Ha 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 ha. That's great. During this time, don't go to Yin Tianfan's place. I'm going to give you a boost and improve your control of the fire element. Then, I'll let you familiarize yourself with the complementary and mutually reinforcing relationship between the 2 as soon as possible. What are you doing? You just came back and you're already snatching him. Don't you have any shame, old Ji? Just then, a sarcastic voice sounded. Lan Xuanyu didn't need to look to know who it was. He hurriedly turned and bowed. Teacher Yin. Yin Tianfan strode over with a face full of indignation. He ignored Lan Xuanyu and went straight to Ji Hongbin. His big belly was almost touching Ji Hongbin. What's wrong with you? Xianyu just came back and you're already snatching him. Is there anyone like you? What did we talk about before? Ji Hongbin said angrily, idiot, can't you see? Xianyu's second soul skill is the control of the fire element. Water and fire come from the same source. Don't you understand what this means? Are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid? This is such a rare opportunity. Yin Tianfan actually saw it from afar and naturally understood why Ji Hongbin was so excited. However, he wanted Lan Xuanyu to develop in a different direction from Ji Hongbin. Naturally, he wouldn't give in easily. It's too late to sharpen your spear at the last minute. He's only rank 20. How can he compete with a group of rank 30 students? There are still a few days before the preliminary test, and then it's the Heaven Luo planet selection. What can you teach him in such a short time? Yin Tianfan said angrily. Sharpening one's spear at the last minute, even if it's not fast, it's still bright. Whatever you can learn is still a little bit. Moreover, during the selection process, he will constantly use his soul skills. We have to give him a cultivation direction so that he can better improve himself in actual combat. Don't you understand? Ji Hongbin didn't give in. The 2 of them glared at each other as if they were fighting bulls. Lan Xuanyu obediently stood to the side. He had long been accustomed to the 2 teachers quarreling because it was too common. At this time, trying to stop the fight was just asking for a scolding. When the 2 of them were done quarreling, they would naturally find a greatest common divisor and compromise with each other. Therefore, he only needed to wait at the side. Yin Tianfan sneered and said, you're just imagining things. What Xianyu learned from me can already be put into practice. I am completely certain that he has the ability to get into the Interstellar Command Department. And can you guarantee that he'll get into the Battle Armor Department? Li Hongbin said angrily, nonsense, how can you guarantee that? Yin Tianfan chuckled. Let me show you something. As he spoke, he raised his left hand and revealed his soul communicator. He pressed a few buttons on it, and suddenly, a beam of light shot into the air. Naked 3D technology. The application of this technology was very common in the Federation. In the pitch-black space, a space warship suddenly rushed in, and in the distance, there was a large number of mechas confronting each other. It was the scene of Lan Xuanyu piloting a space warship in space for the first time. The space warship constantly changed its posture. dodging the opponent's attacks with incomparable precision, and quickly destroying 2 mechas. The scene ended here, and there was no scene of Lan Xuanyu being captured by the interstellar hunting net. Ji Hongbin looked at the scene and couldn't help but be shocked. He turned to Lan Xuanyu and said, "That was you?" Yin Tianfan didn't show him this for no reason, and it would be strange if it had nothing to do with Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu nodded, but before he could speak, Yin Tianfan had already rushed to say, "I just received a commendation letter from Heaven Do planet and this scene. Xianyu encountered space pirates on the spaceship he took to Heaven Do planet. This brat is very brave, piloting the only space warship equipped with the spaceship to participate in the battle, destroying 2 mechas, and coming back alive. With this combat experience and his own controllability, tell me, will he be able to get into the Interstellar Command faculty?" Ji Hongbin was silent. Yin Tianfan was extremely arrogant now, and it was indeed because he had proof in his hands. In the scene just now, Lan Xuanyu piloted the space warship to advance and retreat, accurately dodging the enemy's attack, and displaying a high level of control while piloting at high speed, which shocked Ji Hongbin. Although Ji Hongbin wasn't an expert in space warship piloting, he could see how difficult it was to change directions at high speed, but Lan Xuanyu did it so accurately. This was inseparable from Yin Tianfan's teachings. Ji Hongbin was very clear about Yin Tianfan's achievements in space warship piloting. At this moment, everything showed that Lan Xuanyu indeed had the ability to get into the Interstellar Command Department. However, Ji Hongbin wasn't willing to give up. Originally, he had planned to give up and didn't want to argue with Yin Tianfan. After all, Lan Xuanyu's soul power rank didn't meet the requirements, but his spiritual power was strong enough, and the Interstellar Command Department was obviously more suitable for him. But it was different now. Lan Xuanyu had broken through to 2 rings, and his second soul skill was fire element control. He had water and fire elements, and he also had strong spiritual power, which was simply great. He could rely on his control of these 2 elements to solve the problem of his insufficient cultivation. One had to know that Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power was close to the Spirit Sea realm, and once he broke through to the Spirit Sea realm, he would be a top-notch genius in the Federation. Controlling multiple elements was undoubtedly the most suitable for a soul master with strong spiritual power like him. How can I convince Yin Tianfan to give me more time? This damn fatty isn't so easy to convince. Ji Hongbin thought to himself. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly opened his mouth. "Teacher Yin, Teacher Ji, I want to ask you 2 a question, may I?" Yin Tianfan saw that Ji Hongbin was speechless and was feeling proud of himself, so he said, "Ask away." Lan Xuanyu said, "In today's Federation, can an individual's strength contend against a warship? In other words, is a top-notch duo mecha master stronger, or is the Federation's warship stronger?" Yin Tianfan said without hesitation, "Of course the warship is stronger. You've studied data analysis these past few years, so don't you know how terrifying a warship's attack power is? It's a power that can destroy a planet." Lan Xuanyu said, "Then is it possible that the pinnacle of human strength can also destroy a planet?" Yin Tianfan said, "That's impossible, no matter how strong a human's strength is, it's still limited. Ignorant and ill-informed." Ji Hongbin finally found an opportunity and mocked, "The ignorant are fearless. It's better to make less assertions about things you don't know. In theory, no one knows what the pinnacle of human strength is. But what I can be sure of is that even if the pinnacle of human strength can't contend against a warship, they have countless ways to destroy it." "How is that possible?" Yin Tianfan had a look of disdain. "What is a warship? It's an existence that can truly destroy the world, and it's the Federation's most powerful weapon. A battle armor master or mecha master can destroy a warship? Are you talking nonsense?" Ji Hongbin sneered. "Then I'll tell you." Yin Tianfan had a look of disdain. Ji Hongbin said, "You're right. Purely in terms of energy intensity, it's almost impossible for a human to contend against a warship. This is because the power of a warship is simply too great, and the energy it contains is astronomical in terms of both attack and defense. However, most of the time, strength can't be measured by numbers alone. It's indeed very difficult for an individual's strength to be compared to the energy of a warship as a whole. This is true even for top-notch god-rank powerhouses and 1-word to 6-word battle armor masters. However, we're talking about the energy of a warship as a whole. But how big is a warship? With its huge size, won't it have any loopholes? Can its protective energy be activated to its maximum at all times? The instantaneous acceleration of a God-rank powerhouse is definitely faster than a mothership. Before a mothership fully accelerates, it can't be compared to a God-rank powerhouse. Under such circumstances, wouldn't a God-rank powerhouse have a chance to infiltrate the interior of the mothership? And once they enter the interior of the mothership, who can stop them? Unless there is a powerhouse of the same level. Every mothership is equipped with a God-rank powerhouse. Why is that? It's to ensure that the interior of the mothership is not infiltrated by the enemy. Do you admit this? Yin Tianfan was silent. Ji Hongbin was right. In each of the major fleets of the Federation, there was a God-rank powerhouse overseeing every mothership in order to prevent powerful enemies from infiltrating. Of course, the situation of the mothership being infiltrated by the enemy had never appeared until now. This was mainly to prevent rebellions. In a sense, God-rank powerhouses overseeing the interior of the mothership even had the role of overseeing the troops and had a transcendent status. Ji Hongbin continued, the combat power of an individual can't completely compare to a warship, especially in interstellar battles. But, how big was a person? Many things that a fleet can't do can be done by an individual human. What's more, the potential of humans is almost unlimited. Since our mother planet evolved, the limit of human soul power has increased from the original rank 99 to the current rank 120. Battle armor has also increased from the original 4-word battle armor to the current 6-word battle armor. This has opened a new door for us humans. It can be said that the most powerful group in the entire human world is still the group of battle armor masters. If a Federation fleet goes against a group of God-rank battle armor masters, I bet the battle armor masters will win. The Federation fleet may destroy the homeland of the battle armor masters, but in the end, the aluminum fighting masters will definitely destroy the entire fleet. You also studied there, so you should know how terrifying a peak battle armor master is. Just because you haven't seen one doesn't mean they don't exist, so don't say such ignorant things. Hearing Ji Hongbin's ridicule, Yin Tianfan was somewhat unconvinced and retorted, as if you've seen one before. You keep saying that he's a 6-word battle armor master. Have you ever seen a 6-word battle armor master or someone above rank 110? Ji Hongbin snorted, if you have the guts, go to Shrek and say that. See if you'll get slapped in the face. Yin Tianfan said, anyway, I don't care. I'm 100% sure that Xianxia can enter the Interstellar Command Department. Why should I let him take the risk with you? I want to strengthen his practical piloting ability in the next few days and let him pilot a real space warship. From there, he will be able to master everything he has learned. Ji Hongbin frowned. Yin Tianfan was right. Based on Lan Xuanyu's performance in the previous combat, entering the Shrek Academy's Interstellar Command Department was a foregone conclusion. However, entering the Battle Armor Department was extremely difficult. Teacher Yin, since I'm certain that I'll be able to get into the Space Command Department, I would like to learn elemental control from Teacher Ji. What the two did not expect was for Lan Xuanyu to suddenly speak up at this moment. Ji Hongbin's eyes lit up, while Yin Tianfan's face was full of astonishment. In his previous studies, Lan Xuanyu was actually more inclined to learn space warship piloting due to the slow increase in his soul power. Good, good, good. You're indeed a child with foresight. Fatty, what else do you have to say? Ji Hongbin laughed loudly and pulled Lan Xuanyu to his side. Yin Tianfan said angrily, Xianxia, did you eat the wrong medicine? Do you know what kind of assessment you're about to face? Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, the Shrek Academy's qualifiers, right? Yin Tianfan was stunned. You actually know. Who leaked the news? Shrek's rules are clear. I can't tell you before you pass the preliminary test. Lan Xuanyu secretly cursed, weren't you going to tell me just now? Lan Xuanyu said, I heard it from someone else. Teacher Yin, don't be angry. Since you said that I can definitely enter the Interstellar Command Department, then let me try the Battle Armor Department. I'm still very interested in fighting other masters, okay? Yin Tianfan snorted. No way. Do you know that if you can enter Shrek's Interstellar Command Department, you can work less for at least 10 years? You can't be careless. What you're going to face is competition with the entire Federation's geniuses. Don't think that you're so outstanding. In the entire Federation, your ability is nothing. Ji Hongbin said, that's enough. Stop trying to scare me. How about this, give me more time, and I'll let him pilot the space warship with you for 2 hours every day. That's settled. He's not only your hope, but also mine. Oldine, you can't be too selfish. It wasn't easy for me to find this opportunity. Yin Tianfan looked at Ji Hongbin, and Ji Hongbin stared back at him without backing down. Thinking back to Lan Xuanyu's performance in actual combat, Yin Tianfan snorted fiercely. You win. Xianyu, come find me as soon as you're done learning from him. With that, he left in a huff. Ji Hongbin watched him leave and patted Lan Xuanyu's shoulder with satisfaction. Looks like your interest in becoming a battle armor master has increased. This vacation wasn't in vain. Can you tell me why? Lan Xuanyu said seriously, Teacher Ji, I want to become a powerhouse who can defeat a warship with my own strength. Ji Hongbin laughed a little, but he didn't think much of it. How could it be so easy to defeat a warship with one's own strength? Child, you don't know how strong a warship's protective shield is. However, at this time, he naturally wouldn't dampen Lan Xuanyu's enthusiasm. He just nodded and said, then you'll have to put in more effort. Let's go, let's begin. For the next few days, Lan Xuanyu lived in an abyss of suffering. He could only meditate for 2 hours every day, or only meditate to recover his soul power after exhausting it. Ji Hongbin really made up his mind and prepared a large amount of rare ingredients for Lan Xuanyu. Other than practicing, Lan Xuanyu ate and meditated every day. He didn't have any free time to do anything else, so he was tired to the point that he was a little dazed. Yin Tianfan also did what he said and began to let Lan Xuanyu pilot a real space warship. He tried to fly in space and put what he had learned into practice. Yin Tianfan was actually most satisfied with Lan Xuanyu's courage. It was Lan Xuanyu's first time on the battlefield, but he was able to execute the moves he had learned in his daily training and really defeat the enemy. This was what made Yin Tianfan the most excited. This meant that Lan Xuanyu wasn't afraid and wouldn't cower in the face of a real battle. This was the most important quality of a space warship pilot. If one didn't have this courage, no matter how well they practiced, they would only be timid when entering a real battlefield and wouldn't even be able to use 30% of their strength. Yin Tianfan instilled in Lan Xuanyu the concept of both courage and wisdom. Courage alone wasn't enough, he had to be able to accurately calculate all the data of his space warship and not be careless at any time. This was what an excellent pilot needed to do. Okay, you can rest from now on. You can rest for about 8 hours. You don't have to meditate. Go have a good sleep to recover your energy and relax your tense mind, Ji Hongbin said as he looked at the dazed Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu asked, Teacher Ji, when will the qualifiers start? Where is it? Ji Hongbin said, it will start in 9 hours. The preliminary test will be held in our school. Only the students from the junior class will participate. The preliminary test is very simple, so don't worry. The preliminary test is mainly to confirm your qualifications before the qualifiers. The qualifiers will be held in 3 days, so after the preliminary test, we will continue training. Oh. Lan Xuanyu didn't even know how he got back to the dormitory as he fell into a deep sleep. It was a very good sleep. The next morning, it was Qianlei who woke him up. Let's go, the preliminary selection is today. I don't know what the test is about. Lan Xuanyu washed his face with cold water and felt much more awake, but he was still in a daze. The past few days had been too tiring. The intensity of the training given to him by the teachers was probably more than double that of the ordinary elite junior class. Actually, Lan Xuanyu wasn't sure why Teacher Ji and Teacher Yin thought so highly of him. Especially Teacher Ji. Almost everyone in the elite junior class had stronger soul power than him. The only advantage he had was his twin martial souls. However, he didn't have the energy to think about it and followed Lu Feng and Qianlei to the large training ground. The 21 students of the elite junior class were lined up in a row. The one standing at the front was naturally the class monitor, Lu Qianxuan. Lu Qianxuan was the oldest in the class. He was already 13 years old. He was more than 1.7 meters tall and looked like an adult. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. Lan Xuanyu stood at the back. It couldn't be helped. Who asked his soul power to be the weakest? The ranking was based on the strength of one's soul power. It was to promote the students' daily cultivation. Mu Zhongtian stood at the front while Ji Hongbin, Yin Tianfan, and the teachers of the elite junior class were all there. Compared to the dazed looks of the students, the teachers were very excited. They were all clear about what the upcoming selection meant. The establishment of Douluo College's elite junior class was originally for that goal. Although it was only the preliminary selection today, it was a real beginning. Right at this moment, two people walked in side by side at the entrance of the large training ground. The person on the left was tall, had silver hair, and had a dignified appearance. It was the dean of Douluo College, Xianxia. This dean rarely showed his face, but his position in Douluo Planet was very high. He had a place in the political arena. The person accompanying him was a young man. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he looked no more than 25 or 26 years old. He was tall and slender, with a warm smile on his face. The teachers walked forward under the lead of Yin Tianfan. Dean, Yin Tianfan said expressionlessly. Xianxia was used to this. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. For today's preliminary test, I wish the children of the elite junior class all the best results. Let me introduce you all. This is Chenilei from China. An inner courtyard disciple." Upon hearing the words inner court disciple, Ji Hongbin's pupils abruptly contracted, and a hint of envy flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chenilei nodded slightly and said, "Greetings, teachers. This must be Senior Yin Tianfan and Senior Ji Hongbin. Greetings to both seniors." He only nodded slightly to greet the other teachers, but to Yin Tianfan and Ji Hongbin, he bowed 30 degrees. Yin Tianfan dodged and avoided him. He didn't accept his bow. "I was expelled and didn't graduate officially. I don't deserve to be called a senior." "Junior, you're too polite." Ji Hongbin nodded in return. Chenilei turned to Xianxia and said, "Dean Zhang, let's begin then." "All right, please." Xianxia gestured politely. The words inner courtyard disciple obviously had a strong impact on the Douluo College teachers present. The teachers were like stars surrounding the moon as they accompanied Chenilei to the elite junior class students. Xianxia said, "The elite junior class is our college's first attempt, and it can be considered an experimental class. This selection is also an opportunity to test the results of their learning. If the results are good, our college will continue to promote it." Chenilei smiled and said, "I wish these children all the best in their exams. I'll begin then. Please." Chenilei took a few steps forward and stood in front of the 21 elite junior class students. He smiled and said, "Greetings, I'm Chenilei. Today's preliminary test is very simple. It's mainly to test your bone age, soul power cultivation, and spiritual power cultivation. In a moment, please step forward one by one and take the test. According to the requirements, those below 12 years old must have a soul power of at least rank 20. Soul elders of rank 30 and above can be extended to 13 years old. We'll begin now. Let's start from left to right." Lu Qianxuan was the first on the left. He took a big step forward after hearing that. He was usually considered mature in the elite junior class, but he was obviously excited at this moment. He stood in front of Chenilei and said respectfully, "Greetings. I'm Lu Qianxuan. Just relax." Chenilei smiled and shook his hand. A metal ball flew up and floated above Lu Qianxuan's head. Following that, a layer of light started to slide down from the top of his head and quickly illuminated his entire body, all the way to his feet. The metal ball returned and stuck to Chenilei's soul guidance communication device. Chenilei read, "Bone age, 13 years old, soul power rank 33, spiritual power 241. Preliminary test passed." Hearing that he passed the preliminary test, Lu Qianxuan couldn't hide his excitement and quickly said, "Thank you, teacher, thank you, teacher." Chenilei smiled and said, "All the best for the qualifiers later." Next. The test was much simpler than expected. They just had to step forward and be scanned by the metal ball. After that, the data would be listed and an answer would be given. There were naturally Douluo College teachers at the side who were in charge of recording the results. The elite junior class students were able to stand here because the college had already conducted many tests and naturally had to ensure that their cultivation could pass the test. The tests at the front were very smooth. Including Lu Feng and Qianlei, they easily satisfied all the requirements. Other than Lu Qianxuan, the rest were basically around the age of 12. Some of them were already 12 years old, but as long as they weren't 13 years old, they were considered to have passed. There were also some who were close to or below 12 years old. The last one was finally Lan Xuanyu's turn. He had slept too well last night. He was too tired previously and it would have been better if he didn't sleep. This sleep had instead lured out his sleepiness, so when the people in front were taking the test, Lan Xuanyu was in a daze and took a nap with his eyes half closed. Now that it was finally his turn, he hurriedly walked forward and stood in front of Qianlei. Qianlei saw that he was a little dazed and even had sleepy eyes and couldn't help but be curious. It was his first time seeing a student like this during the preliminary test. Which one of the others wasn't awake? And this child in front of him didn't even bow or say who he was. "What's your name?" Qianlei asked. Lan Xuanyu stared blankly for a moment, then reacted and said, "Hello, I'm Lan Xuanyu." Qianlei kindly reminded him, "Pull yourself together, or else it might affect your spiritual power evaluation." Oh, yes. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly circulated his soul power and focused his mind. The metal ball floated above Lan Xuanyu's head and a halo of light descended, enveloping his body. Then, it returned and the data appeared. Seeing the data, Qianlei couldn't help but be a little surprised. Bone age, 10 years old? You're not even 11 years old? Qianlei asked in surprise. From what he remembered, in the data provided by Douluo College, all the children were at least 11 years old, and there were even some who were 12 years old. Lan Xuanyu quivered and shivered. Previously, he hadn't paid attention to the bone age evaluation, but now that he was tested, his true age was immediately exposed. I should be 11 years old in a few days. He was indeed about to turn 11 years old. Qianlei frowned and said, "But on your registration form, it said that you're about to turn 12 years old. How could there be a difference of 1 year?" Lan Xuanyu scratched his head and said, "Maybe when I first started school, my parents gave me the wrong registration." This change surprised the teachers of Douluo College. Lan Xuanyu's figure was considered above average in the elite junior class and looked normal. How could he be 1 year younger in the bone age test? Upon hearing that he was 1 year younger, Ji Hongbin's expression was the most interesting. He was originally worried that if Lan Xuanyu was over 12 years old and his soul power was only at rank 20, there would be problems in the future assessment. But if he was not even 11 years old, then it was different. If there was a difference of 1 year, the overall assessment would give a much better score. He was someone who had experienced it before, so he was naturally clear about this. But why did this child falsely report his age by 1 year? Qianlei did not delve into it. His task was only to assess if these children were qualified to participate in the qualifiers later on. Young people will suffer a little. Soul power, rank 20. Why isn't it rank 21? Do you have a second soul ring? It was another strange situation. I do. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly nodded his head. Qianlei said, "Spiritual power, 499. Seeing this, he could not help but be slightly surprised. This level of spiritual power was a little amazing. This child was not even 11 years old. His spiritual power was already close to the spirit sea realm? Could he be a spiritual type soul master? Release your martial soul and confirm if you have a second soul ring, Qianlei said. Okay. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly released the silver-patterned blue-silver grass on his left hand, and 2 yellow soul rings rose. Qianlei nodded his head. Okay, you passed the preliminary test. Lan Xuanyu passed his preliminary test without any mishaps. But the elite junior class students standing at the back looked at him with a different gaze. Let's not talk about when he finally got his second soul ring. More importantly, his original 10-year soul ring had already evolved to a 100-year soul ring. This was quite extraordinary. Lu Qianxuan, in particular, looked at Lan Xuanyu with vigilance. In the past 2 years, as the gap between their soul power and cultivation grew larger and larger, he no longer viewed Lan Xuanyu as a competitor. However, he didn't expect that Lan Xuanyu's soul power cultivation would suddenly become stronger. His martial soul seemed to have changed as well, and his soul rings had also become stronger. Also, his spiritual energy had already reached 499. In other words, one more step and he would be able to enter the Sea of Souls realm. The spirit power of Sea of Soul realm was already a whole new level of spirit power. Spiritual power was becoming more and more important in modern soul technology and battle armor masters. This kind of Lan Xuanyu made Lu Qianxuan a little nervous. After the assessment, Chen Yilei left with Dean Zhangzikai. Ji Hongbin immediately called Lan Xuanyu to him. "What's with your age?" Ji Hongbin asked seriously. Yin Tianfan also stood beside him with a look of shock. His teaching of Lan Xuanyu could be described as harsh, to the point that Ji Hongbin thought he was spoiling things by pulling up seedlings. But that was based on the fact that Lan Xuanyu was 1 year older than his actual age. Shrek Academy had the most advanced soul technology, and the bone age test couldn't be wrong. In other words, Lan Xuanyu really wasn't 11 years old yet, to be able to control a space warship and destroy 2 mechas before the age of 11, even if the pirate mechas weren't strong. This was too shocking. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It seems that Dad and Mom signed me up like this. I don't know what's going on either." In fact, he really didn't know what was going on. Ji Hongbin frowned and said, "Then, you have 2 choices now. This year, you can stop participating in the assessment. Come back next year. With 1 more year, your chances of passing will be much higher. Or you can try this year. I suggest you give it a try. This way, even if you don't pass, you'll still have a chance next year. You'll also gain experience this year." Lan Xuanyu suddenly became 1 year younger. This didn't mean much to Yin Tianfan, but to Ji Hongbin, it was a pleasant surprise. Lan Xuanyu said, "Then I'll still participate." Ji Hongbin nodded and said, "Let's go, let's continue training." As he spoke, he didn't even look at Yin Tianfan and pulled Lan Xuanyu away. This time, Yin Tianfan didn't have any intention of stopping them. 1 year younger. There was a huge chance. With a margin for error, he wasn't anxious at all. If Lan Xuanyu learned from him for another year, who knew how strong he would become? To Lan Xuanyu, what followed next would be an abyss of suffering. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Next up would be Tianluo College's elite junior class, which would be the qualifiers for the entire Heaven Luo planet. Ji Hongbin stood behind the podium and looked at the students in front of him calmly. "First of all, as a teacher, I would like to congratulate all of you for passing the preliminary test. I believe that some of you have already guessed what the test and assessment this time is about. That's right, the reason why the elite junior class was established can be said to be for this assessment. All of you should have noticed that after all of you came to the college didn't recruit any more elite junior class students. This is because the resources required for the elite junior class are simply too great. If you can't achieve results, the college won't be able to bear it. As an experimental class, in the upcoming assessment, whether it's for the college or for all of you, it will be extremely important. So, all of you must remember what I'm about to say next. Before all of you pass the preliminary test, I can't even tell all of you what the purpose of this assessment is. It has been close to 4 years since you entered the elite junior class, and I've watched all of you grow from inexperienced children to youths. All the teachers have seen all of your hard work, and your goal is to become an outstanding talent of your generation, to become a true leader among your peers. That's right, our Tianluo College is already the #1 Spirit Master College in Heaven Luo planet, and all of you can learn a lot here. However, even if all of you graduate successfully in the future, all of you will only be a leader in Heaven Luo planet and not in the entire Federation, let alone becoming a true top-notch existence. If it's just for this reason, the elite junior class won't be established, and all of you will still be able to grow in your original learning path. The reason why there is an elite junior class is to give all of you the opportunity to truly touch the ivory tower at the top. Speaking up to this point, Ji Hongbin's face seemed to have an additional holy radiance, and after pausing for a moment, he said in a deep voice, There's a name that all of you must have heard of before. It's also an existence that has shaken the Federation for 30,000 years and has a long history of 30,000 years. It's a place that every spirit master yearns for. This name is Shrek. Once the name Shrek came out, even though the students of the elite junior class were extremely afraid of this great demon king, they couldn't help but go into an uproar. Other than a few people who had vaguely guessed the purpose of this assessment, the majority of the people were unclear about it. However, who didn't know about the Shrek Academy? 30,000 years ago, when the Shrek Academy was just established, there were only 7 students. During that era, the Shrek Academy had a school motto of only accepting monsters and not ordinary people. It was their responsibility to nurture the most elite talents. And those 7 students were the legendary first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters that had been rumored for 30,000 years. It was said that the 7 monsters of Shrek's 7 monsters all became gods and cultivated to the god rank, especially the sea god, Tang San, who single-handedly founded the Tangmen sect, which was the strongest sect that had been passed down for 30,000 years like the Shrek Academy. This name could be said to be a household name, and it was the temple in the hearts of all spirit masters. It was an existence that could truly be on par with the Federation government, and in a sense, even surpass the Federation government. Upon hearing this name, all the students in the elite junior class were shocked. Even Lu Qianxuan and Lan Xuanyu, who had already guessed it, felt their blood boiling. It was simply because the shock of this name was too strong, too strong. There were too many legends about Shrek, and there were countless legends about god-rank experts. That's right, it's normal for all of you to be shocked. The assessment that all of you will be participating in this time will be from Shrek Academy. Only Shrek Academy can set such harsh requirements like reaching rank 20 by the age of 12 and rank 30 by the age of 13. This will be the closest you will be to the #1 academy in the Federation and the most sacred place in the hearts of all the soul masters in the Federation. If you miss this opportunity, many of you will be over the age limit and won't have the chance to enter again. With Ji Hongbin's affirmation, the 21 students in the elite junior class were even more shocked. They simply couldn't imagine that the establishment of the elite junior class was actually for the sake of getting into Shrek Academy. And at this very moment, what they were about to face was precisely this test. Everyone could be said to have complained about the tough training on a daily basis, but at this moment, they couldn't wait to work harder so that they could improve in the process of getting into Shrek Academy. Ji Hongbin raised his hand and gestured for everyone to quieten down. Shrek will be harder to get in than you think. Every year, Shrek Academy only accepts students once. But this time, it will be open to the entire Federation. In other words, any planet, any city, any academy, and any student in the Federation will have the qualifications to register and have the possibility of getting in. But do you know how many people of suitable age there are in the Federation every year? Let me tell you, at least 1 million. I'm talking about age and soul masters. And those who can meet the requirements for the preliminary assessment will most likely exceed 100,000 people. And how many students does Shrek Academy accept every year? Ji Hongbin raised 3 fingers, 30 people. It's the same as when you entered the elite junior class, only 30 people. This was very easy to calculate, 30% in 100,000, 3% in 10,000, only 3% in 10,000 to get into Shrek Academy. Many students in the elite junior class couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. So, the qualifier that you will be participating in next will be a competition with 100,000 people. Of course, we don't have that many people in Heaven Luo planet. But there are definitely a few thousand people in Heaven planet who meet the requirements. It's not an easy task to rank among a few thousand people. What you need to do is to enter the Shrek Academy and qualify to continue with the qualifier. After that, the test will be held directly on Douluo planet, which is where the Federation headquarters is located. It is also the mother planet of mankind. Because the Shrek Academy is there too. Perhaps you want to ask, why did the Academy spend so much effort to nurture all of you, only to give all of you to Shrek Academy? I can tell you now what the goal is. Firstly, going through Shrek Academy's assessment will be the best training for all of you. Even if you fail, you will still be able to improve greatly. In the future, all of you will be the most outstanding talents of our Heaven Luo Academy. Secondly, if any of you can really get into Shrek and become an official student of Shrek Academy, then Douluo College will also receive a reward from Shrek. For every student that gets in, Douluo College will receive a teacher's qualification to study for a year. This is a huge benefit and help to an academy like ours. So, whether it's the academy or you have to set an extremely harsh requirement, and that is to release your brightest light at all costs and do everything possible to obtain a good ranking. If you succeed in this fight, you will have the opportunity to step onto the peak of your life and have a path to heaven. Even if you fail, don't regret it, it will be a wonderful experience worth reminiscing about for a lifetime. Do you all understand? Understood. Almost all of the students shouted in unison. Lu Feng and Qian Lei, who were beside Lan Xuanyu, were so excited that their bodies trembled slightly. They had never imagined that one day they would have the qualifications to participate in Shrek Academy's test, and now, this opportunity was in front of them. How could they not be excited? How could they not be excited? Lan Xuanyu, on the other hand, was much calmer. One reason was that he had already guessed it. Another reason was that when Ji Hongbin said that they were going to get into Shrek, the first thing that appeared in his mind was a beautiful figure with long dark blue hair. She also wants to get into Shrek. She seems to be stronger than anyone in our class. Getting into Shrek Academy wasn't going to be an easy task. Teacher Ji, what is the test method? Lu Qianxuan asked. Ji Hongbin said, the test method for the qualifier is still unclear because Shrek Academy's test method is different every year. The only thing I can tell you is that it will be a comprehensive test. Shrek Academy requires that you must participate in a group of 3. This is also why you are in a group of 3 after joining the elite junior class. Lu Qianxuan was stunned and asked anxiously, that means that if we are in a group of 3, all 3 of us will get in together? If we don't get in, we will be eliminated together? Ji Hongbin nodded and said, generally speaking, that is the case. Hearing what he said, many of the elite junior class students couldn't help but gasp, especially the strongest in each group. All of them frowned. For example, in Lu Qianxuan's group, his strength was obviously stronger than Yi Lingtong and Chang Jianni. If they were in a group of 3, it meant that the other 2 could drag them down. Ji Hongbin said with deep meaning in his eyes, the so-called comprehensive test doesn't only include your speed, strength, soul power, and battle experience. It also includes your wisdom, temperament, teamwork, and even some strange abilities. Don't try to guess the purpose of Shrek Academy's test because Shrek has never played by the rules. It is very likely that after your outstanding performance in a certain area is recognized, you won't need to continue with the rest of the test. The only thing I can point you out is that you must stand upright, this is the foundation. Ji Hongbin's words could be said to encourage everyone, but in reality, it didn't have much practical meaning because no one knew what Shrek Academy would test them on. The qualifier began, simulation pod. When Lan Xuanyu and the other elite junior class students entered the simulation pod, they were surprised to find that Ji Hongbin and Mu Zhongtian were also in. It was their first time seeing the teachers in the simulation pod. Follow us. Ji Hongbin nodded to the students. He had already reminded them what needed to be said, and what happened next would depend on their own luck. Under the guidance of the 2 teachers, everyone was brought to the training ground that they were familiar with. This was the place where they usually practiced their actual combat. Ji Hongbin brought them to a counter on the far left, and when they arrived, they realized that there was an additional counter at the edge of the training ground. The color of the counter was slightly lighter than the other counters, and behind it sat a beautiful lady. This lady looked to be around 20 years old and was dignified and beautiful, with a gentle smile on her face. When she saw everyone coming over, she took the initiative to stand up and smiled. Hello, I am Ling Yi. Ji Hongbin nodded to her and said, hello, sorry to trouble you. Ling Yi looked at the 21 elite junior class students behind him with a warm smile and said, it's my duty. Everyone, please follow me. Her smile was very beautiful and gave people the feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. With a wave of her hand, a gentle light sprinkled down. In the next instant, other than Ji Hongbin and Mu Zhongtian, all the students of the elite junior class disappeared without a trace. Mu Zhongtian sighed and said, I'm really envious of these children. I didn't have such an opportunity when I was young. Ji Hongbin glanced at him and said, as the teacher in charge of the elite junior class, if they are selected, you will also have the opportunity to study at Shrek Academy. Don't you have confidence in your students? Mu Zhongtian laughed bitterly. Who dares to say that they have confidence in front of Shrek Academy? Elder Ji, you're the one who understands Shrek the most. Do you think we kids have a chance to get in? Ji Hongbin shook his head and said, I don't know either. Shrek's assessment method changes every year. I have to say that sometimes, luck takes up a part of the success rate. Mu Zhongtian said, then which group do you think is the best? Ji Hongbin said, Lan Xuanyu's group. Mu Zhongtian was stunned. Lan Xuanyu's group? In terms of cultivation, it should be Lu Qianxuan's group's last chance. Lu Qianxuan has long passed level 30 and so has Chang Jiani. Yi Lingtong is also level 28. The combined strength of the three of them is the strongest in the class. Don't they have the best chance? Ji Hongbin revealed a rare smile. You said that because you don't know Shrek Academy well. Shrek's motto is to only accept monsters and not ordinary people. Lu Qianxuan's group is indeed quite strong among their peers. But let me ask you, in the entire Federation, are there any more with their cultivation? Are there many? Even if it wasn't too much, it wouldn't be too little either. Their martial souls weren't weak, but they were still somewhat ordinary. Unless he can reach a unique stage in his own domain, or rely on absolute strength to crush other opponents, otherwise, I don't think he'll win. Mu Zhongtian said, but the average strength of Lan Xuanyu's group is a little weak. He was indeed a twin martial soul, and it was very strange. However, his cultivation was still relatively low. His martial soul fusion skill had a huge drawback, it couldn't be used continuously. Without his assistance, Qian Lei and Lu Feng's strength would be worrisome. Therefore, their group sometimes looks okay, but if you look closely, you will find that they are full of flaws. Ji Hongbin said, but they're weird enough. Lu Feng's speed is beyond common sense. You should be very clear about his data. He's so fast that he can't be controlled. However, what if his extreme speed became controllable? We can't teach him, but it doesn't mean that the Shrek Academy can't teach him. Among the three of them, the weirdest isn't Lu Feng or even Lan Xuanyu, but Qian Lei. I've never seen this kid's coin of summoning martial soul before. Even when I was studying at the Shrek Academy, I didn't see any records of it in any ancient books. This might be a brand new martial soul. Although it's not reliable, it can make Qian Lei the strongest in the class when it's reliable. Just as weird martial soul alone is worth studying. Therefore, if they can pass the earlier tests smoothly, their chances will be higher later on. Mu Zhongtian said in realization, I see. Then it seems that if we continue with the elite junior class, we will have to consider the weirdness of the newcomers. Ji Hongbin said, let's see if anyone can pass this time. If no one passes, the academy won't spend so much resources to continue. Mu Zhongtian said, aren't there three? Didn't you say that we have to be a team to pass? Ji Hongbin said, that's in the early stages. I said that to strengthen their sense of teamwork so that they won't be eliminated because they abandoned their teammates. When it comes to the later stages, the academy will place the most importance on individual characteristics and abilities. As for whether the entire team can pass, it will depend on their individual abilities. Mu Zhongtian smiled bitterly. You've really put in a lot of effort. Ji Hongbin said with deep meaning in his eyes, the Shrek Academy's preliminary test standards are still the same as they were 30,000 years ago. With the advancement of time and the development of technology, the physical fitness and talents of the modern people are much better than they were 30,000 years ago. Therefore, the standards back then aren't that high anymore. However, this is just following the tradition. Shrek Academy only accepts 30 students every year, and it's easier said than done to pass. It's definitely not something that can be evaluated simply by soul power and age. There are all sorts of strange ways to be evaluated, but ultimately, it's all about comprehensive quality. With a flash of light, Lan Xuanyu and his classmates arrived at another place. The girl named Ling Yi stood in front of them and said with a smile, students, I'm your guide for this audition. I'll explain some things to take note of later, and what happens next will depend on your own abilities. Lan Xuanyu listened to her while observing the surroundings. They seemed to be in a valley, and there wasn't a single blade of grass growing around it. They were currently on a platform halfway up the mountain, and as far as the eye could see, there were jagged rocks of strange shapes below. Ling Yi said, "Your next mission is to survive. You'll be in small groups of 3. There are some soul beasts living in this valley. They will be more aggressive. The longer you survive, the higher your score will be in the qualifier. If you can hunt and kill soul beasts, different soul beasts will have different bonus points. If you're killed by a soul beast, your qualifier will end and your final score will be calculated." Survive. This seemed to be very similar to the test in the elite junior class, and they had participated in such training before. Hence, when the group of elite junior class students heard Ling Yi's words, they didn't have much of a reaction. Seeing them nod in understanding, Ling Yi smiled with deep meaning in her eyes and said, "Let's begin then. Good luck to all of you." As she spoke, Ling Yi waved her hands gently to her sides, and there seemed to be a layer of energy being released from her body. In the next moment, she turned into a ray of light and disappeared silently. Qianlei and Lu Feng stood on both sides of Lan Xuanyu. Over the past few years, they had developed a tacit understanding of each other and formed a battle style with Lan Xuanyu as the core. Once Ling Yi left, Qianlei suddenly frowned and said, "Why do I feel that something's not right? Also, all 20 of us are together now, can't we move together? Wouldn't that be safer?" Just as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar suddenly resounded. The students of the elite junior class were all startled and looked in the direction of the roar at the same time. From where they were, they could see the entire valley below. The terrain of the valley was very open, and the interior was mainly hilly. There was no vegetation, and it looked barren everywhere. That roar came from the depths of the valley, and they could vaguely see a cloud of smoke lingering around. "What's going on?" Lu Qianxuan shouted, "Be on guard. Be careful of concealment." Although in a sense, everyone was in a competitive relationship, Ling Yi had already said that the test they were about to face was survival. In other words, survival was more important than anything else. Their greater competition would come from the outside, and not from here. The most important thing was to unite and fight against the outside world to ensure survival. Everyone had been trained for a long time and reacted immediately. They looked for rocks to hide, squatted down, and tried their best to conceal themselves. Yes, roar. Another deafening roar reverberated throughout the valley for a long time. Boom, boom, boom. A low, muffled sound reverberated throughout the entire valley. Then, a dense, fragmented sound could be heard. Lan Xuanyu stole a glance and was shocked to see that many creatures had appeared out of nowhere in the valley and were rushing towards the mountain walls in all directions. He took a closer look and saw that they were actually skinny lizards. These lizards were of different lengths, but the shortest one was more than a meter long. Their skin was grayish-brown with faint dark red markings. Within those markings, a dark red glow circulated like lava. Ground fire lizards. So many of them? Lan Xuanyu recognized these soul beasts at a glance. Ground fire lizards were fire attribute soul beasts that lived in groups. They usually lived in groups of 20 to 30 and had extremely strong defense. They usually lived near volcanoes and had fire attribute abilities. It was said that ground fire lizards that had cultivated for more than 10,000 years could evolve into ground fire dragons. The ground fire dragon belonged to the Asian dragon species and was a rather strong spirit. At this moment, the number of ground fire lizards that appeared in the valley numbered in the thousands. They rushed in all directions at the same time, and the elite junior class students who were halfway up the mountain would undoubtedly be attacked by them. Retreat to the peak. Lu Qianxuan made a prompt decision and ordered without hesitation. With that, he turned and rushed towards the peak. There weren't any roads at the place they were at, and they were surrounded by steep mountain walls. But to the students of the elite junior class, this wasn't considered difficult. Everyone also understood that going to the peak was the best choice. If the terrain outside the valley was open, it would be much easier for them to escape. The weakness of the ground fire lizards was that they weren't particularly fast. They didn't go to Ji Hongban's class for nothing. They still remembered the characteristics of the ground fire lizards very clearly. Roar. The roar reverberated again. The ground fire lizards below heard the roar and fled. Their speed suddenly increased. Then, Lan Xuanyu and the others saw a shocking scene. A huge figure was slowly walking out from behind a mountain wall in the valley. The dong muffled sounds were actually its footsteps. Everyone's gaze froze. What was even more frightening was that when the huge monster raised its head, a pair of huge eyes were looking in their direction. What the hell is this? Qianlei couldn't help but cry out. It was a gigantic soul beast. It was more than 30 meters tall, with a huge tail dragging behind it. It stood upright, using its legs and tail to support its huge body, and walked as if it was flying. It also had a pair of wings on its back. The wings were not big enough to allow it to fly, but they were still flapping, increasing its speed to a certain extent. It had a huge mouth on its head, and its body was tapered. Huge spikes extended from its head all the way to its tail. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales, and the space within a 10-meter radius around it was distorted. One could imagine how high the temperature around it was. No one had ever seen such a soul beast before. Even Lan Xuanyu, who understood soul beasts the most, didn't know what kind of soul beast it was. But regardless of whether it was its size or aura, everyone knew that they were in big trouble. The students of the elite junior class used to undergo such survival training, but the survival training was set up for their own cultivation. This meant that they would face soul beasts that were stronger or similar in strength to them. They had never encountered such an undefeatable existence like the one in front of them. Anyone could tell that the gigantic soul beast in front of them was at least at the 10,000-year level, and it definitely wasn't an ordinary 10,000-year level. They didn't have much time to think. The moment the gigantic fellow looked over, it opened its mouth and spat a huge fireball in their direction. The fireball was like a meteor. Not only was it extremely fast, but it also left a long trail of flames behind it as it flew. It emitted a terrifying aura as though it was going to burn heaven and earth. The gigantic fireball grew bigger with the wind. It was only 1 meter in diameter when it first came out, but when it got close to the mountain wall, it was already 5 meters in diameter. This was simply comparable to the main cannon of a small warship. Run! No one knew who shouted, but all the students in the elite junior class did their best to turn and run. At this moment, no one cared about their battle formation. They just wanted to avoid the gigantic fellow's attack as much as possible. Lan Xuanyu reacted quickly. He grabbed Qianlei with his left hand and Lu Feng's arm with his right. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass appeared on his right hand, but it didn't coil around his palm. Instead, it coiled around Lu Feng's arm. After raising his cultivation to 2 rings, Lan Xuanyu realized that he only needed to use his blue-silver grass to coil around Lu Feng and Qianlei when supporting them. Even if there was no physical contact, as long as the blue-silver grass touched the other party, the supporting effect would be the same. Lu Feng had already summoned his white dragon spear. 2 yellow soul rings rose from his feet. The tail of the spear tapped on the mountain wall, and the 3 of them rushed out. Lu Feng brought Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei and rushed out of the mountainside like a white shadow. With Lan Xuanyu's support, Lu Feng's speed was not only extremely fast, but also within a controllable range. They made a beautiful turn in the air and climbed 7 to 8 meters before circling back to the mountain wall. The white dragon spear supported them on the mountain wall and they continued to climb up rapidly. Boom, the mountain shook and the ground rumbled as the gigantic fireball smashed into the mountain wall. For a moment, sand and stones flew everywhere as a huge sound wave accompanied by a terrifying explosion of fire. Lan Xuanyu emitted a layer of ice mist from his body and enveloped Qianlei and Lu Feng as much as possible to resist the sudden increase in temperature. However, the powerful shockwave still sent the 3 of them flying upwards. Lan Xuanyu pulled Qianlei and protected him in front of him. He condensed a layer of ice behind him and used his body to block Qianlei. At the same time, he also helped Lu Feng block a large amount of the shockwave. A layer of golden light flashed from his body and when the shockwave hit them, they were sent flying. However, Lan Xuanyu also felt a strong force spread throughout his body and his spirit increased greatly. The second soul skill of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, Tyrant Body, Lan Xuanyu, who instantly entered the Tyrant Body state, could greatly reduce the power of the attack and convert a portion of it into his own strength. At this time, they could no longer see the other members of the elite junior class and did not know how they were dealing with the impact of the gigantic fireball. Lu Feng continued to climb up. With the enhancement from the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, he had great control over his speed. Every time the white dragon spear touched the mountain wall, it would bring them up 7 to 8 meters. After blocking the shockwave, Lan Xuanyu looked down the mountain. The gigantic soul beast lowered its head and bit onto a large ground fire lizard, swallowing it in 2 to 3 mouthfuls. It moved its body horizontally and swept its gigantic tail, sending a group of ground fire lizards flying. Then, it took large strides and charged in their direction. At this time, Lan Xuanyu also saw a portion of his classmates. There were also people who were climbing like them, such as Jin Xiang's group that was good at flying and Lu Qianshuan's group that was strong. The other groups chose to descend. That's right, when the fireball arrived and they saw that they could not resist it, how could they quickly pull away from it? Distance. Free landing. Therefore, the other 4 groups of students in the elite junior class chose to jump off the platform at the waist of the mountain. They even managed to avoid the aftermath of the fireball and only needed to deal with the falling rocks. However, doing so would undoubtedly shorten the distance between them and the gigantic soul beast. At the same time, they would also have to fight with the ground fire lizards that were charging over. Xianyu, what exactly is that thing? Qianlei asked with lingering fear. He was already used to Lan Xuanyu's protection. During training, Lan Xuanyu would often protect him. Who asked him to be the weakest? Lan Xuanyu said, "You're right. When Lingyi disappeared just now, she should have released this fellow." Qianlei's total spiritual power was not much inferior to Lan Xuanyu's, it was more than 450. When his soul power broke through to Turing, his spiritual power had an explosive growth. He was on par with Lan Xuanyu in this aspect. Furthermore, Qianlei had a particularly sharp intuition that was good at detecting danger. I don't recognize this soul beast either. It should be a mutated soul beast. Looking at it, its foundation should still be that of a ground fire lizard, but I don't know how long it has been a ground fire lizard. Maybe tens of thousands of years. Then, it underwent a transformation. Even if a ground fire lizard evolved into a ground fire dragon, it wouldn't have wings. But this thing has wings and red scales all over its body. I suspect that after its transformation, it's evolving into a true dragon race. The fire element dragon race is the scarlet dragon. It should be in existence between a ground fire dragon and a scarlet dragon. After calming down, Lan Xuanyu already had his own judgment of this monster. Although this fellow wasn't a true dragon, it was already far beyond the level of a ground dragon. Not to mention them, even a 6-ring or 7-ring powerhouse wouldn't be able to deal with it. They would definitely die if they came into contact with it. So now, they completely understood why Bai Ling's gaze was a little strange when she left. She was probably mourning for them, ground fire scarlet dragon. This was the name that Lan Xuanyu thought of for this big fellow at the last minute. At this moment, the gigantic ground fire scarlet dragon's gaze wasn't on the 3 groups that were escaping from the top of the mountain. Instead, it was focused on the 4 groups that landed below. There was no doubt that it was more interested in humans than the ground fire lizards. The ground fire lizards had also started attacking the 4 groups of elite junior class students. Xianyu, do you think I can summon such a strong soul beast in the future? Qianlei's eyes lit up. Ever since he had Lan Xuanyu's assistance, his summons had become a lot more reliable. Moreover, they all seemed to have some of the Earth Dragon's bloodline. Although it was different every time, their strength was extraordinary. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him and said, "You? I'll think about this after I reach the 7th ring. Speaking of which, do you still have the one I asked you to save last time?" "It's here." "Of course. I'm such a reliable person." Qianlei immediately patted his chest. Lu Feng, who was leading them, said angrily, "It's quite difficult to be as shameless as you. I really admire your thick skin." "Get lost," Qianlei said angrily. Roar, another deafening roar was heard. The ground fire scarlet dragon opened its mouth, and a second huge fireball was shot towards the 4 groups below. At this moment, in order to deal with the ground fire lizards that were coming from all directions, the 4 groups had just gathered together and started fighting with the ground fire lizards. The sudden arrival of the huge fireball was simply a calamity to them. Lan Xuanyu suddenly had an idea and said to Lu Feng, who was leading them to escape, "Quick, increase the distance between Xianxia and Lu Qianxuan's groups. That ground fire scarlet dragon seems to like attacking places with many people." Yes, from the moment it appeared, it immediately attacked them without hesitation. When the two sides separated, it didn't even look at them and directly chose to attack the four groups on the ground. What was the difference between the two sides? The number of people. Lan Xuanyu was extremely quick-witted. After learning from Yin Tianfan for so many years, if he wasn't quick-witted, he wouldn't be able to keep up with his teacher's pace. In addition, he suddenly recalled that Ling Yi had told them to work in small groups when she introduced the audition to them. Although she didn't say it explicitly, it seemed to be hinting at something. In other words, they would most likely face a direct attack from the ground fire scarlet dragon. In that case, would it be better to split into small groups? Or would there be some changes? Lan Xuanyu couldn't be sure, but he had to try. That ground fire scarlet dragon was really too scary. No one could predict its attacks. If they wanted to survive in such a situation, they had to try their best to avoid facing its attacks head-on. Lu Feng had always believed in Lan Xuanyu's decisions. 3 people in a group, 3 as 1. There had to be a core. The core wasn't just the core of the battle, but also the core of the command. Lu Feng's figure flashed, and he no longer climbed up. Instead, he quickly rushed into the distance. Boom, the second fireball below exploded once again, and a terrifying wave of fire wreaked havoc, sending a large number of ground fire lizards flying. At the same time, the students of the elite junior class were also sent flying. They never thought that the audition would be so tragic, and that they would have to face an opponent that they couldn't fight against at all. There were a total of 12 people in the 4 groups, and 7 of them were instantly annihilated by the wave of fire. The remaining people were also sent flying in all directions. It wasn't that they didn't want to dodge, but they were surrounded by ground fire lizards from all directions, and there was no chance for them to dodge at all. In an instant, they suffered heavy losses. Lan Xuanyu had been paying attention to the situation below. When 7 of the 12 people were swallowed by the wave of fire and were eliminated from the audition, he immediately noticed the change in the ground fire scarlet dragon. The ground fire scarlet dragon raised its cold eyes and looked towards the peak of the mountain. Lan Xuanyu's group was originally not far from each other, so they were relatively close to each other when climbing up. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's group had widened the distance, while Lu Qianxuan's group and Jin Xiang's group were much closer to each other. Jin Xiang's group could fly, so they naturally followed Lu Qianxuan. Who wouldn't want to be with the strong? As for Lan Xuanyu's group, their relationship wasn't very good to begin with. Naturally, they didn't have any intention of staying close to each other. The situation below was so terrifying that they didn't even notice that Lan Xuanyu's group had widened the distance between them. In the next moment, the ground fire scarlet dragon opened its mouth again, and the third fireball flew towards the 6 of them. Lan Xuanyu had been paying close attention to the ground fire scarlet dragon's movements, and when he saw the fireball, he immediately confirmed his previous judgment. He roared, "Split up, quickly split up. Split up into groups. Maybe we won't provoke its attack. Everyone split up." He roared with all his might, and it was enough to spread to the peak and the bottom of the mountain. No matter what, they were all classmates who had been together for 3.5 years. If he could help, he would definitely help. Seeing the fireball flying towards them, Lu Qianxuan's group was scared out of their wits. Jin Xiang's group hurriedly flew to the side. Lan Xuanyu's voice was heard at this moment. Lu Qianxuan had always been decisive and made a prompt decision. He grabbed Chang Jiani with one hand and said to Yi Lingtong, who was beside him, "Jump down." Previously, they had relied on their own strength to climb up. Seeing the fireball coming towards them, it was impossible for them to dodge upwards. Lu Qianxuan and Yi Lingtong jumped down, and in the next moment, a violent roar came from above their heads. Large chunks of burning hot rock came crashing down, smashing down on their heads. Chang Jiani immediately released a slow effect upwards, delaying the fall. Lu Qianxuan raised his head and roared, "Golden Lion Roar." Amidst his furious roar, the falling rocks were all shaken to the side. Yi Lingtong grabbed Lu Qianxuan, and her body emitted a white light. Her body suddenly paused in the air, and then she slammed her palm on the mountain wall to slow down the fall. The three of them landed on the platform halfway up the mountain again. The three of them cooperated very well. Lu Qianxuan's first target wasn't the ground fire Scarlet Dragon's direction, but Lan Xuanyu's group in the distance. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's group had already widened the distance between them and was climbing in another direction. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qianxuan muttered to himself, "Lan Xuanyu, you're amazing." Without a doubt, he owed them a favor. Without Lan Xuanyu's reminder, he wouldn't have jumped down so decisively with his teammates. It wasn't easy for them to climb so high. However, jumping down was the best way to widen the distance between them and Jin Xiang's group, and they instantly split up. Lan Xuanyu's judgment had undoubtedly saved the rest of them. The remaining 5 people at the bottom had also quickly split up, with 2 on each side and 3 on the other. They opened up a certain distance. Then, a strange scene appeared. After they all split up, the gigantic ground fire Scarlet Dragon seemed to not be able to see them anymore. It swept its tail and spat out fireballs, but the targets were all the ground fire lizards around it. It turned out that Lan Xuanyu's judgment was completely correct. After they split up into small groups, the ground fire Scarlet Dragon, which they couldn't fight against, didn't attack them. 7 people, a full 1/3 of the students in the elite junior class, ended the test because they didn't judge the situation clearly. Without a doubt, they didn't even display their strength and could even be said to be aggrieved. However, in this test, there was no second chance. Those who stayed behind rejoiced as they were grateful and full of admiration for Lan Xuanyu. If not for his reminder, even if Jin Xiang and Lu Qianxuan were able to dodge the attack, they might have met up. If the 5 people below continued to gather together, it would be impossible for them to withstand the next round of fireball attacks. After they separated, they were still in a difficult situation because they had to face the attacks of a large number of ground fire lizards, but at least it was much better than facing the ground fire Scarlet Dragon. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 arrived at the top of the mountain under Lu Feng's lead. After climbing to the top of the mountain, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because they could clearly see what was on the other side of the mountain. It was a valley. On the other side, there was also a huge valley. More importantly, in the other side of the valley, they actually saw the exact same situation as in the valley on this side. A large number of ground fire lizards, a huge ground fire Scarlet Dragon, and a few young soul masters who were covering their heads and scurrying away. There was no doubt that the other side of the valley was the other battlefield of the qualifier. And by the looks of it, the situation on the other side was even worse as there were less than 5 people left. "Quickly go down!" Qianlei suddenly shouted. Lan Xuanyu pulled Lu Feng without hesitation, and the 3 of them who had just reached the top of the mountain squatted down. At this moment, 2 huge fireballs were flying towards them from both sides of the mountain. Lan Xuanyu channeled his soul power into Lu Feng, and Lu Feng quickly pointed his white dragon spear, and the 3 of them quickly rushed to the side along the mountain wall. There was no need for Lan Xuanyu to say anything as Lu Feng and Qianlei already knew what kind of situation they were in. Whoever reached the top of the mountain wouldn't have to face the attack of 1 ground fire Scarlet Dragon, but a pincer attack from 2 ground fire Scarlet Dragons. Jin Xiang and the other 2 also faced the same situation. The moment they saw the situation on the other side of the valley, they were immediately attacked by a huge fireball, scaring them so much that they immediately flew down. However, being able to fly was still an advantage because the ground fire lizards couldn't fly. At least, that was what Jin Xiang thought. But in the next instant, they were met with a calamity. A red pillar of fire suddenly shot out from the ground fire Scarlet Dragon's mouth. It wasn't aimed at anyone, but at the sky. The fire scarlets see a meteor shower. This was a large-scale, indiscriminate attack. Jin Xiang and Lu Feng Qianlei of the Scarlet Dragonesses. The Scarlet's S's, they didn't even have time to scream before they completely disappeared. Run! Quick! Lan Xuanyu suddenly pulled the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and at the same time, his right hand brazenly grabbed the mountain wall. His 5 fingers were completely embedded in the mountain wall as he forcefully pulled Lu Feng back. At the same time, his left hand pressed the Qianlei against the mountain wall. Fiery meteors fell from the sky one after another, and violent rumbling sounds resounded throughout the entire valley. The valley had already turned into a sea of fire. When Lu Feng and Qianlei looked back, their faces turned pale with fright. It was only now that they realized how terrifying the attacks of powerful soul beasts could be. However, what surprised them was that none of the meteor shower, which was so powerful, flew toward them. They only flew through the air not far away and then smashed into the ground. This is an attack targeted at flying-type soul masters. How could there be a loophole in Shrek's audition? Xianxia and the other two are actually swaggering in the air. Isn't this courting death? Lan Xuanyu said somewhat helplessly. That's right, there were no loopholes. There were opportunities in this audition, but there were no loopholes. It was targeted at soul masters with any abilities. They stuck close to the mountain wall because the attacks targeted at the air would not target the mountain wall. If Lu Feng continued to jump, once he was too far away from the mountain wall, they might be affected as well. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu immediately made an accurate judgment. As expected, this judgment allowed them to escape a calamity. However, the others were not so lucky. Out of the 5 people below, only 2 of them were left and were instantly engulfed by the fiery meteor shower. The other group of 3 was slightly better. As they were closer to the mountain wall, they avoided the fiery meteor shower. However, the ground fire lizards were also avoiding the fiery meteor shower. Therefore, even more ground fire lizards came to their side, and it looked like they would not be able to withstand it. Sticking close to the mountain wall was the best way to deal with this survival assessment. With the previous series of changes, Lan Xuanyu already had a judgment in his heart. Even though there were already ground fire lizards climbing up the mountain wall, there were not many of them. Was this survival assessment really testing one's combat strength? It obviously wasn't. If they could understand the characteristics of the ground fire scarlet dragon from the start, even if their cultivation was weaker, they would be able to survive for a while longer. So this was the Shrek's assessment. Lu Qianxuan also displayed his intelligence at this time. While he and his teammates were resisting the climbing ground fire lizards, he was also paying attention to Lan Xuanyu's movements. Seeing the fiery meteor shower descending, he glanced at Lan Xuanyu's side and saw Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 sticking close to the mountain wall. Therefore, he immediately pulled Ji Lingtong and Chang Jiani to do the same. As expected, they avoided another calamity. Furthermore, the fiery meteor shower reduced the number of ground fire lizards that rushed up the mountain, giving them a chance to catch their breaths. As time passed, the ground fire scarlet dragons were still wreaking havoc below, but there were more and more ground fire lizards that came out of nowhere. The group at the bottom of the valley persevered for 3 minutes before being swallowed by the ground fire lizards. Out of the 21 people from the elite junior class who entered the valley, only Lan Xuanyu and Lu Qianxuan's groups were left. At this time, more and more ground fire lizards began to climb up the mountain wall. Lan Xuanyu, what do we do next? Do you have a good idea? Lu Qianxuan shouted at Lan Xuanyu's side. From the start of the qualifier, Lan Xuanyu's team had made the right choice. Although it looked like there were only 2 groups left, in reality, Lan Xuanyu's team had expended much less energy. When the ground fire lizards were climbing the mountain wall, their attacks would be much weaker and would not be as effective as when they were on the platform. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu's team was near the top of the mountain, so there weren't many ground fire lizards climbing up. Lan Xuanyu's judgment was right from the start. Furthermore, this guy was too cunning. He was currently using his control of the water element to create ice. The ice-covered mountain wall was very smooth, and the ground fire lizards would slide down the moment they climbed up. It was extremely rare for them to be able to attack them. If this continued, there was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu's team would be able to persevere for a longer time. Lan Xuanyu looked at Lu Qianxuan's side and said helplessly, I don't have any good ideas either, we can only drag it out. Wouldn't our results be better the longer we wait? Lu Qianxuan was silent for a moment, then said, Are there no loopholes? Lan Xuanyu shrugged his shoulders and continued to complete his great ice creation. At this time, Lu Feng inserted his white dragon spear into the mountain wall to create a place for the 3 of them to rest. Qianlei and Lu Feng sat on the white dragon spear, while Lan Xuanyu's right hand hung on the mountain wall. His left hand released frost downwards, trying his best to expand the area covered by ice. It was extremely difficult for the ground fire scarlet dragon to climb up. Once it slid down from such a high place, it would be like rolling wood and thunder, and it would even smash down some of the ground fire lizards climbing up. Lan Xuanyu's team was clearly the safest. Xianxia chuckled. Class monitor, don't be anxious. Hang in there. Yi Lingtong frowned. Xianxia, stop being sarcastic. As she spoke, she threw out a punch and sent a ground fire lizard flying. In Lu Qianxuan's group, Yi Lingtong was the one who repelled the most ground fire lizards. It wasn't that she was stronger than Lu Qianxuan, but that Lu Qianxuan's spirit skills consumed a lot of spirit power. Although they were powerful, they couldn't be used too many times. Yi Lingtong came from a family that practiced ancient martial arts since young. Not only was her spirit powerful, but she was also quite strong. With her first spirit skill, Celestial Body, she wasn't afraid of the ground fire lizard's fire-type attacks at all. Coupled with her second spirit skill, Celestial Shockwave, every punch she threw out was powerful and heavy. She was especially good at prolonged battles and had strong endurance. Chong Jianyi's role was revealed at this time. He had 3 auxiliary spirit skills. His first spirit skill, Slow, his second spirit skill, Chaos, and his third spirit skill, Bloodthirst. His second spirit skill, Chaos, was extremely effective. It caused many ground fire lizards to kill each other, greatly reducing the threat to them. Therefore, the situation of these two groups was still relatively good. However, at this moment, a new situation appeared. Qianlei suddenly looked up and exclaimed in horror, above. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng looked up at the same time. At some point in time, ground fire lizards had slowly emerged from the top of the mountain and were attempting to climb downwards. Were these the ground fire lizards from the other valley? Were they the ground fire lizards that Lan Xuanyu and the rest saw in the other qualifier battlefield? Lan Xuanyu immediately understood that the participants on the other side of the battlefield must have all been eliminated, causing the ground fire lizards to appear above them. Pincer attacks from above and below. This was going to be difficult. Not to mention anything else, just these ground fire lizards falling from above were quite a threat to them. Lu Feng and Qianlei immediately looked at Lan Xuanyu. Lu Qianxuan and the other two also saw this situation. Chong Jianyi couldn't help but smile. It seems like they're closer. These words were more or less filled with schadenfreude. Lan Xuanyu's group was indeed closer to the ground fire lizards, so it was easier for them to be attacked. Xianyu, what should we do? Lu Feng asked anxiously. Lan Xuanyu's brain worked quickly, and he made a bold decision in the blink of an eye. Lan Xuanyu carefully recalled the words of Ling Yi from Shrek Academy when they weren't under too much pressure. At that time, Ling Yi had made it very clear that the audition this time would be based on their survival time here. The longer they survived, the higher their score would be. On the other hand, it would be based on the number of soul beasts killed, and different soul beasts would have different scores. Currently, in terms of survival time, their group was the same as Lu Qianxuan's group, but in terms of the number of soul beasts killed, they were obviously inferior to Lu Qianxuan's group. After all, they had very little direct contact with the ground fire lizards. Different soul beasts would have different scores, and there were only 2 types of soul beasts, the ground fire lizards and the ground fire scarlet dragons. From the looks of it, could it be that the ground fire scarlet dragons could also be killed, and not just a terrifying attacker? Theoretically speaking, how could soul masters of their age be able to kill a ground fire scarlet dragon? This was simply a fool's dream. However, from the previous situation, Ling Yi's words were meaningful. This meant that it wasn't impossible for soul masters of their age to kill a ground fire scarlet dragon. How? Obviously, it wasn't purely based on one's own strength. Then, the possibility and mystery of killing a ground fire scarlet dragon lay in this valley. Furthermore, Teacher Ji had previously said that they were competing with all the geniuses in Heaven Luo Planet for the pitiful number of spots. If they wanted to enter the next round, they would need to have an outstanding performance to surpass the others. At this moment, the ground fire lizards on the other side of the valley had already started climbing towards them. Then, would the ground fire scarlet dragon come over as well? What would happen if it came over? No one was sure. Rather than sitting here and waiting for death, they might as well take a gamble. From the fact that the soul masters participating in the audition on the other side of the valley had all been wiped out, it could be seen that Lan Xuanyu's group had persevered for a very long time. Even if they couldn't find an opportunity to kill a ground fire scarlet dragon, they could still kill more ground fire lizards to obtain more points. Xianlei hadn't even displayed his abilities yet, and he couldn't do so on the mountain wall. This was because there were very few creatures that could fly among the ones he summoned. Thus, Lan Xuanyu's decision was, "Let's go down." Lu Feng. Lan Xuanyu once again grabbed Lu Feng with his right hand and Xianlei with his left. Lu Feng looked at him in shock, but he immediately pulled out his white dragon spear. They had been together for so many years, and they already had a tacit understanding and mutual trust. Lan Xuanyu had also proven time and time again that he was trustworthy. Thus, even though Lu Feng didn't understand why they had to give up the safe zone and the ice wall that they had painstakingly condensed, he still immediately carried out Lan Xuanyu's request. Lu Feng leaped up and brought Lan Xuanyu and Xianlei down the mountain. At this moment, the ground fire lizards climbing down from the other side of the valley had yet to enter their attack range. Are they crazy? Seeing Lan Xuanyu's group descending into the valley, Yi Lingtong couldn't help but exclaim in shock. They had clearly seen how the group below was besieged earlier. Why would Lan Xuanyu's group be so stupid to go down? Chang Qianxuan was a little hesitant. Lan Xuanyu's previous judgment was very accurate, and he definitely wouldn't do anything meaningless. Should they follow him? Now, if they did, they would also have to jump down. Moreover, the ground fire scarlet dragon would attack a group target, and they couldn't meet up with Lan Xuanyu's group. They could only fight on their own. After a short moment of consideration, Lu Qianxuan decided to continue guarding this place. Without a doubt, this mountainside was the most advantageous place for them to defend, and they could also hold on for a longer time here. If they went down, the situation would be uncontrollable, especially when they didn't know what Lan Xuanyu's goal was. Lu Qianxuan didn't move, but Lan Xuanyu's group was about to reach the bottom of the mountain. The closer they were to the bottom, the more ground fire lizards there were. At this moment, Lu Feng and Lan Xuanyu's group were under Lan Xuanyu's control. His strength under the buff was displayed. He continuously waved the white dragon spear in his hand, creating afterimages. Not only did he bring Lan Xuanyu and Xianlei down, but he also sent the ground fire lizards flying. Due to the large number of ground fire lizards, the temperature was clearly scorching. These ground fire lizards could spit fire. Although their range was only about 1 meter, which wasn't very powerful, their defense was extremely strong. Under Lan Xuanyu's buff, Lu Feng's white dragon spear could only barely pierce through their bodies, but that would definitely slow down Lu Feng's speed. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu requested Lu Feng to only send the ground fire lizards flying and not kill them. This was because it wasn't the time to kill these ground fire lizards. They were getting closer and closer to the ground. Lan Xuanyu said, "Jump as far away as possible. Try your best to avoid the group of ground fire lizards below." Understood. Lu Feng responded and fiercely stabbed the end of his white dragon spear into the mountain wall. The white dragon spear even bent slightly because of his strength. Then, the three of them borrowed the rebound force and leaped out. Lan Xuanyu also used his legs to push against the mountain wall and exerted all his strength. The three of them rushed out a full 15 meters before landing on the ground. Lu Feng's second soul ring lit up. The white dragon spear in his hand let out a long cry, and a white light instantly entered his body. A layer of white light appeared on the surface of his skin. His body swayed in the air and he let out a dragon's roar. He brought Lan Xuanyu and Xianlei and glided forward. End of chapter 157. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.